A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
Evolve is the core of positive change and adaptation. Evolve is the soul of the universe and is deeply connected to us and the actions around us. There will be one thing that will last forever: evolution. Be a part of the business evolution of India. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi at Nauroji Nagar, and be a part of the global culture. We keep our accomplishments fresh and we keep innovating this space. We are driven by the Government of India's vision to drive growth for India. We had a dream to bring the best of the world to India. And we had the vision to create a majestic, holistic, and exclusive reality. Be a part of one of India's largest commercial space revolutions. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi at Nauroji Nagar. The World Trade Center offers exceptional connectivity to all parts of the city. It is closely connected to places like Lutyens, Delhi, and its proximity to the airport makes it even more appealing. A luxurious, upscale and 12 towers offering the most technologically advanced office space and modern features in the city. Meticulously planned and crafted 12 towers. A landmark project with a massive land span of over 34 lakh square feet area, infused with all the modern amenities with intelligent designs, green spaces and high-end facilities. Built with a vision, planned for a greener today and tomorrow. Dedicated spaces for cultural activities, F&B courts, boardrooms, health centers, multi-layered securities and modern parking facilities, to name a few. With 24-hour security, state-of-the-art facilities and an impressive list of features for your business, there would be parking space for 8,000 cars. Our commercial office spaces will meet your needs to grow and expand. The spacious floor plans offers a unique, individualized workspace and ample natural light throughout the workday. All our locations in WTC will include state-of-the-art healthcare services, fitness centers, so you can get the most out of your workspace. a reality shaping, rising, shining and standing tall. The dream place for businesses and hospitality. A reflection of supremacy. A hub for businesses to flourish and thrive. Live the dream. Lead the way. Showcase, collaborate and succeed. Be a part of the business evolution. Be a part of global trade revolutions. Many big corporates have already marked their presence at WTC Delhi. Bookings are open. Book your space now. It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. The dreams that are powered with new ideas, will, and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches, and high-speed locomotives.
जन औषधि केंद्रों पर मिलने वाली दवाओं की कीमत बाजार में जो दवाएं मिलती हैं उसी क्वालिटी की, लेकिन जन औषधि केंद्र में 50% से 90% तक उसकी कीमत कम होती है।
भारतीय जन औषधि परियोजना के अंतर्गत अब तक देश भर में हजारों जन औषधि केंद्र खोले जा चुके हैं, जहां पर 1800 से अधिक दवाइयां और 285 सर्जिकल उपकरण बहुत ही कम कीमतों पर उपलब्ध हैं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए जन औषधि सुगम मोबाइल ऐप को डाउनलोड करें या टोल फ्री नंबर 1800-180-8080 पर कॉल करें।
जोड़ना है तुझे ऊंचा, परों को खोल के रख, कसौटी वक्त की है, हौसलों को तोल के रख।
ऊंची है दीवारें, लंबी है डगर, ना है हमरा
ही ना है हम सफर।
खरगोन हमारे R&R प्लान में लोग हर साल जो आसपास की ग्रामीण महिलाएं हैं उनको टेलरिंग का क्लास कराते हैं। जो स्कूल बैग्स भी हम लोग हर साल बांटते थे, 850-900 के लगभग स्कूल बैग्स भी बांटते थे, वो बैग्स भी हमने इनसे स्टिच कराए।
सक्षम बनना चाहते थे, हम हमारे पैरों पे खड़ा होना चाहते थे। तो हमने एक बार मीटिंग की, मीटिंग में बोला कि सर हम इतना कार्य सीखे हैं तो हमको दुकान खुलवा के दो, तो दुकान खुलवा के दिया।
हमको यहाँ दुकान मिलने के बाद हमने सोचा कि हम यहाँ जो भी कार्य करते हैं, जो भी चीज़ें बनाते हैं, उन चीज़ों पर हमारे ब्रांड का नाम क्या है, और हमने सोचा कि हम हमारे ब्रांड का नाम सब इसलिए रखा कि हम आगे बढ़े और हमें देखिए महिला और लड़कियाँ भी आगे बढ़े।
अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है, कमर कसनी अभी बाकी है, मुट्ठी भींचना है। अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है।
हमने फिर इनको अपना एक जो हमारा गर्ल एम्पावरमेंट मिशन का एक प्रोग्राम होता है, उसमें उसके जो बालिकाएं थीं उनका ड्रेस भी हमने इन्हीं से स्टिच कराया, और वो प्रोग्राम में वो ड्रेसेस बहुत सक्सेसफुल थी, लोगों ने उनको बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया। नेक्स्ट लेवल पे हम ये प्लान कर रहे हैं कि इनको हम जो इंडस्ट्रियल स्टिचिंग मशीनें होती हैं वो हम इनको ला के देंगे। इन्हीं जो हमने इन बच्चों को जो ट्रेन किया है, दे विल बिकम, हमारा ये एक तरीके से एम्बेसडर का काम करे। और हमारा TPC का जो विज़न है कि हम पावर जनरेशन के साथ साथ हम आसपास के लोगों का भी केयर करते हैं, इसमें भी हम सफल हो पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
इतिहास लिखने के लिए कलम की नहीं, हौसलों की जरूरत होती है।
थैंक यू NTPC खरगोन।
Memories of these places concealed until the walls come down, releasing every
Parker, timeless elegance.
in between.
Fiercely independent, as well as judgments which did not only go on to unfold new set of rights and a certain dignity, privacy, autonomy for the people, but also expanded the jurisprudential boundaries and set novel standards of judicial determination. Now, when we talk about Justice Chandrachud, there's a lot that we can say. Now, it's really an honor that we have him here at the summit. Now, most of you would already know more about Justice Chandrachud than a brief introduction can ever spell out. Now, when he was here at the last time in the summit, he was almost a couple of days away from taking over as the Chief Justice of India. It's been almost a year that he's been there at the helm now, ushering in a spate of institutional reforms and bringing a digital revolution in the judiciary, while his judgments continue to mark watershed moments in rights jurisprudence in the country and worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the Honorable CJI a warm round of applause for gracing the summit.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
So we'll begin this conversation with the theme of the summit that we have, which is beyond barriers. So when we look at the diverse barriers that we have in the legal system, we can see, if we talk about women and marginalized communities, Now, the government official data reveals that we have only 13% women judge across the 25 high courts. A parliamentary panel report recently also underlined that of 601 judges that were appointed across the high court since 2018, we had just 3% of them from scheduled caste, around 1.5% from scheduled tribes, 12% from OBCs, and just a little over 5% from religious minorities. So how do you see that, how and when are we going to see more women and candidates from marginalized communities as judges in the constitutional courts?
Thank you, Utkarsh. It's really a pleasure to be here for the second year in running. I must share with the audience that I've taken the bold step this year of not having a prepared text to speak from and have this conversation. So I'm pretty much at Utkarsh's mercy this morning. So, let me begin by saying something at a conceptual level. Conceptually, and this is something which really emanates from a book which I am reading at the present point of time, which is called The Tyranny of Merit. It's by Professor Sandelman, who is a professor at the Harvard Law School. And his whole thesis is that if we have to provide better opportunities for marginalized or those segments of our society who do not have a share in governance, particularly in public institutions like the court, we need to first and foremost redefine what merit is. Do we define merit in the conventional sense? For instance, for appointment of judges, based on how much money you make at the bar, what's the volume of your practice? Or do you define merit in a more inclusive sense? That merit itself postulates bringing in two important areas of decision-making responsibility, people who were, or segments of our society who were hitherto excluded from the political and governance process. So if we define merit in terms which are conventional, for instance, law school admission test scores, or medical school admission test scores, or your 12th standard grades when you are seeking an entry into higher education, you will have exactly those people who come to the fore, because those scores do factor in your political capital, your social capital, your cultural capital, your economic resources as well. But we therefore need to redefine merit in an inclusive sense. Now, to go to your question straight away, yes, it's true that we do not have adequate women in the higher judiciary. But why is that so? First and foremost, we do not have as many people from the marginalized sections. Why is that so? First and foremost, there are structural barriers at the very point of entry into the legal profession. You have the common law aptitude test, which defines who will get into law school, the prized law schools, for instance. Most of those tests are conducted in English. And therefore, they are basically urban-centric, and they privilege the already privileged in our society. So right at the threshold, the standards or the parameters which we are laying down for entry into the legal profession are in that sense warped, or they are loaded against those who do not have access to a good English-based education. Once people do enter the profession, you have barriers all over again. For instance, entry into seniors' chambers, chambers of senior counsel, doesn't follow again merit. It's an old boys club. It's informal networks which define who will gain admission to seniors' chambers. These are some of the hard facts. Coming straight to the judiciary now, I must tell you something which is very heartening, and which is that in the recruitment to the district judiciary across India, more women are being recruited than men. If you look at the national law schools, most of them, you find that more young women are entering into the entry classes than men. In the district judiciary, this is very heartening in states like Rajasthan or Uttar Pradesh or Maharashtra. For instance, in Maharashtra, over 70 out of 120 recruits were women recently. The same figures are replicating all over the country, which really means that if you open up a level playing field for women, they are capable of gaining entry into the best institutions of governance. But we need to create that level playing field for women. Very often, you find, for instance, when women are recruited into law firms or into seniors' chambers, you find that there is a reluctance to employ women because there's a perception that, well, women have to bear an unduly large part of the share of child rearing, familial responsibilities or societal responsibilities. That is something, therefore, mindsets have to change. So far as the higher judiciary Utkarsh is concerned, we can choose from the available pool of talent. For the Supreme Court, broadly speaking, unless you choose people from the bar, which we have been doing, and we had Justice Indu Malhotra, for instance, who was a member of the bar who was chosen straight for the Supreme Court. Our available pool of talent is the High Court judges. So unless we start by increasing the inflow of marginalized groups, including women, at the lowest level, we're not going to have a change for the future. But change, believe me, there is taking place all across India. Because when we find today that in the district judiciary across India, in states where women's education is gaining ground, as I said, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, of course the southern states, you will find in the next 10 years that these women are occupying positions of responsibility, as we have, women officers from the armed forces here who are occupying important positions of responsibility. So when you open up the space, you will find these people accepting and achieving better positions of responsibility.
So you mentioned women officers, and I mean, I'm sure that it's by virtue of your orders, your judgment in the Supreme Court that these women officers, they got their due. Most of them are now holding the command positions. So you also mentioned about structural barriers. So I just wanted to bring that up. The structural barriers will consist of gender stereotypes, discrimination, lack of institutional as well as infrastructural support. And we will also have barriers such as religion, religious identity, caste, class. So when you talk about judicial orders and judgments, how far can a judicial order and judgment, they can create an environment, a system wherein these barriers can be eliminated? Or is there something more that needs to be done?
Well, courts, as I would like to share with everyone present here, perform three critical functions, not just that one question or one function of deciding cases. The first and the most important function of courts in a democratic society like ours, governed by the rule of law, is the cases which we decide. But there's something far more subtle and more important which is going on in the process which we must understand. Courts have become important platforms for social engagement, not just for the verdicts which we deliver, but for the fact that we create a space for reasoned dialogue between diverse segments of society, between cross-sections of viewpoints. That's the second important aspect of courts. And the third, which is a less known fact, is the work which we do in our administrative capacities. So the work which we as judges do in our administrative capacities is extremely crucial. For instance, I'd like to share with you just one thing that we have been doing of recent times. One of the critical barriers to understanding the court process or to access to justice is language. The Supreme Court of India conducts all its proceedings in English. And the Constitution did so for a valid reason, which was that in a country where you have 22 languages recognized by the Constitution, you have diverse judges coming from different parts of the country. For instance, I don't know whether I belong to Maharashtra because thereafter I grew up in Delhi, I was born in Maharashtra, I served as Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court, so I'm equally attached to UP. But I'm sitting with a colleague who comes from Gujarat, another colleague who comes from Uttar Pradesh. So we are diverse segments of society, diverse regions that we come from. But English was therefore construed by the constitution makers as one central language which could bind the institution together. But that's not the language in which people speak. And therefore that means that we are not able to reach out to people in languages which they understand across India. So one of the key things that we have been doing over the last 1 year since I took over as Chief Justice of India is that we have been in the process of translating all the judgments of the Supreme Court. There are 34,000 judgments of the Supreme Court since independence. And we are using machine learning. We have been using AI-assisted tools such as the Bhashini software or the Suhas software, which has been prepared for the Supreme Court. For translating, we have today about 34,000 judgments, 31,000 judgments translated in various Indian languages. The idea is that courts must reach out to people. And in that sense, we must open up our processes so people understand what goes on in our courts. COVID was a game changer for us because most of our work had to be done on a video conferencing platform. Well, that was a necessity during COVID times, but there have been huge positives from our learning curve in COVID. One of the things which we learned in COVID times when we were on the video conferencing platform was that more women are arguing cases in court just because they don't have to waste the whole day in court waiting for their cases to reach. Women, as I said, perform multifold responsibilities. So it's far more efficient for a woman to be on a video conferencing platform than physically present in the court. We have begun live streaming our court proceedings. I'm sure a lot of you, a good friend told me recently when we were doing the hearings in the same-sex marriage equality case, he says, you know, watching your proceedings was better than watching a Netflix movie at the end of the day. But the idea of live streaming court proceedings really is to allow for people to understand what goes on in court. And I do believe that this is part of the process of confidence building, of ensuring that people for whom we really are intended to serve have an element of trust in the work which we do. Sometimes the work is very boring in the court, but they must know that, you know, citizens' small grievances, whether it's about pension, whether it's about, you know, the termination of a job, whether it's the implementation of industrial settlement or a tax reassessment order, occupies the same serious time of the court as any other big ticket case which you read about in the newspapers. So live streaming is one of the measures which we have taken. As I said, translation of our judgments which we have done. We are now also providing for transcription of court proceedings using, again, AI-assisted tools. So for instance, in the more important cases before the Constitution bench, we've just concluded the arguments in, say, the Article 370 case. The marriage equality case ended in a judgment. We've got so many different judgments which are now in the process of being considered. So we are allowing for transcription. So simultaneously that a lawyer makes an argument, the entire transcript is almost instantaneously prepared. At the end of the day, it's uploaded on the website of the Supreme Court. So the idea behind doing this is to create a greater degree of transparency and accountability in the work of the court. Recently had a case where a hearing impaired lawyer said that, well, I want to argue in the case, but I can't argue unless you provide me with a sign language interpreter. So we opened up our space for sign language interpretation as well, for providing access to simple things. And these are some of the low-hanging fruit. For instance, you know, for those who are visually impaired, most of our websites rely on visual capture, which means that they cannot access our websites. So we have tweaked our electronic software, our websites, to ensure that, you know, we are more available for people who are visually impaired. One of my own law clerks, who was a Rhodes Scholar, gave me sort of suggestions, and we have implemented that. We've also, in the last year, I had an accessibility audit conducted of the Supreme Court. And the idea of the audit was to understand our courts is the highest court of the nation, truly accessible to senior citizens, to pregnant women, to the queer community, to the marginalized groups, to women in general. It was chaired by a judge of the Supreme Court. I've just got the report a few days before the judge retired, and we are in the process of implementing it. And I hope that we can do that in future as well. One very interesting thing which I'd like to share with you, and then I can talk so much more, but I'll just conclude with that, which is we have prepared 2 handbooks recently over the past year. One is a handbook for LGBTQIA+ individuals who access courts, not in terms of their substantive rights, but what are the barriers that they encounter when they come to a court. Or women. A lot of legal discourse in our courts, in our legal system, is hugely polarized against women. For instance, you call a woman a career woman. What do you mean by calling a woman a career woman? That is it's pejorative. It's sort of to give the impression that, well, if a woman is pursuing a career, that's somewhat different for what a woman should be doing. Or, you know, there are words like, oh, she was a chaste woman, or a woman who has been raped is said to be ravished by someone who offended her dignity. So we've brought out this handbook on gender stereotypes as well, to educate our judges, to educate lawyers, to educate everybody in the system that there's some form of discourse which is just not acceptable in the legal system insofar as women are concerned. So the idea of all these initiatives is really to make our courts more accessible to society at large. I think it's also a process of changing mindsets. It's work in the progress, but you have to make a beginning, which we are hoping to do, and we have done already.
Sir, you also mentioned about the reforms in technology, digital tools that the Supreme Court has been employing recently, and especially during your tenure as the Chief Justice of India. You were on it even before you took over, but it has been on a war footing ever since you have taken over. So when we talk about barriers to access to justice, how do these tools, technological tools, especially when we talk about barriers of language, comprehension, distance, there will be economical and physical constraints for somebody from a far-off remote village in Kerala or someone from Gujarat to travel to the Supreme Court to attend his hearings. How do these digital and technological tools, they come to the aid of removing those barriers?
I think the most important aspect of technology is that technology today and the technology which we have deployed in the judicial system is democratizing access to justice. And for instance, as a simple example, by making available video conferencing facilities to access the Supreme Court then ceases to be the Supreme Court of Tilak Marg, but it truly then becomes the Supreme Court of India. I'll give you an example of the state of Orissa. Chief Justice Muralidhar, who just retired, provided for accessing the seat of the High Court, which was in the capital, by having video conferencing facilities in every district opened up through which people could access the court. Lawyers from across the state could access the court. I have today lawyers from all over the country who access the court, and that results in a reduction in the cost of litigation. The lawyer in the districts, the lawyer in the high courts, is the first point of contact for a citizen who has a problem. When the case comes to the Supreme Court, they shouldn't feel disconnected from the process of dispensing justice. Technology is actually a game changer. I've spoken about translation, I've spoken about transcription of legal proceedings. We are in the process of now digitizing the entire record across of the Supreme Court, which is almost over, of all the high courts. And the idea of doing that is to provide a transparent and accountable justice delivery mechanism to our citizens. We are implementing phase 3 of the e-courts project, which is a project of almost 7,000 crores for which the government has sanctioned funds to us. And the idea of phase 3 is to have a more citizen-centric judiciary. The colonial model of justice dispensation was that people must access our courts. That's why you have these very beautiful buildings, you know, the colonial buildings, whether it's the Bombay High Court, the Madras High Court, or any other High Court, the Calcutta High Court, which sort of strike a feeling of awe in the minds of people. That model has to change, and we must be closer to our own citizens in terms of sending emails. I wouldn't bore you with the details or the statistics, but you would be fascinated to know the millions of emails which are sent by the court system to litigants who have cases before the court. We use WhatsApp. We are trying to communicate our orders, for instance, our bail orders to the jails. Very often courts grant bail, but that order is not implemented in the jail because the person for whom the order is meant is too poor to even get a copy of the order. Or he has to, or she has to then move all kinds of things before bail is granted. So we have developed a software called the Faster software in the Supreme Court, as a result of which our bail orders would be communicated to the superintendent of the jail in, say, Gonda, or Bharej, or Samastipur, or wherever in Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu. And the onus would be on the jail superintendent to inform the court as to whether the order was implemented. So technology in that sense is a great tool of accountability which we are using. We have the National Judicial Data Grid in India. The National Judicial Data Grid is a complete repository of all pending and disposed of cases. And we are increasingly opening up the space to private citizens, because I feel that we as judges should not be keeping all this data close to our heart. We must have open APIs so that people in the private space should be able to use the data which we are putting out, subject of course to concerns about privacy and security, for a more efficient process of dispute resolution in the courts.
So earlier you talked about how one of the roles of the judiciary is to provide a safe democratic space for people to raise their grievances to be heard. You also described judiciary as a stabilizing influence in the evolution of our society. So my question to you would be that when judges decide cases, and the cases may not essentially involve questions of law, they are more to do with forward-looking outlooks, more to do with changes that the society should itself bring in. do they dwell upon whether the society is ready for those changes or not when they decide cases?
Well, let me, obviously you have something which we have recently decided in mind, but let me answer your question by just sharing this. We are not an elected arm of the state, and for a reason. The elected arm of the state is equally important. I'm not belittling the importance of the elected arms of the state, the legislature and the executive, because they ultimately have accountability to the people. The legislature consists of elected representatives of the people. The executive in a parliamentary form of government is answerable to parliament. So they are vital institutions of a democracy. And I respect that as a judge, as Chief Justice of India. But equally, it's important to understand what role judges have to play. The fact that we are not elected is not something which is a deficiency in our process, but which is a strength of our process. And why do I say that? The reason for that is that there are certain abiding or eternal values that a society must stand for. And particularly a society like ours, which is governed by a social transformative instrument like the Constitution. And because there are certain abiding or eternal values, the courts are entrusted with the duty to protect those values. Now, very often, we do realize that we are ahead of the times. For instance, in, say, the area of environmental protection, perhaps we are ahead of the times. In my dissent in the same-sex marriage equality matter, where I came to the conclusion that you must recognize the right to form unions, which was not agreed to by 3 of my colleagues. Well, that's part of the judicial process, and I respect that process. I can't criticize it merely because my view was not accepted by the majority, because I respect their right to take a view which they think that the Constitution espouses. But to really then sum up my answer to your question, judges don't look at how society will respond when they decide cases. That's exactly the distinction between the elected arms of government and the judiciary. The elected arm of government is intended to be responsive to the people. Obviously, the judges go not by popular morality, as I call it, but by constitutional morality. And what do you mean by constitutional morality? Constitutional morality consists of those values of the Constitution which the courts are intended to espouse. And which are those values of the Constitution? Broad values such as fraternity, human dignity, personal liberty, equality. These are fundamental values of the Constitution which judges are intended to espouse. And in that sense, I feel that we exercise a stabilizing influence on the legal system. Because contrary to what has happened in many other countries across the world, where the power of violence or the power of the gun has got the better of a stable and peaceful society, I believe the existence of courts as institutions wedded to the rule of law, and not just judges, lawyers as well, civil society which comes to our court, this is a platform for engagement, where people feel that they will at least have a space to exchange views, ideas, into producing a new synthesis of change within society.
So you talked about the distinction between an elected arm of the government and the judiciary. The judiciary, as you said, that it also abides by certain cardinal principles, despite being the final word in the interpretation of the Constitution and laws. So that takes me to the next question on the separation of powers, the Lakshman Rekha as it is often referred to as. We have been witnessing a pattern recently that as soon as the court decides a particular case in a certain way, a law quickly follows it to tacitly overrule that mandate.
I'm sorry?
As soon as the court decides a particular case, there is a law that quickly follows to overrule the mandate of that judgment. So how does that play out when we talk about the separation of power vis-a-vis the role and the duty of the court as being the final arbiter?
Well, let me make it I'll try and answer this question not as a lawyer or as a judge, but just very simply for everyone to understand, because so many of the audience wouldn't be lawyers and judges here. There is a dividing line between what the legislature can do and what the legislature cannot do when there is a judgment of the court. If there's a judgment of a court which decides a particular issue, and that judgment points out, say, a deficiency in the law, it is always open to the legislature to enact a fresh law to cure the deficiency. What the legislature cannot do is to say that we think that this judgment is wrong and therefore we overrule the judgment. A judgment of a court cannot be directly overruled by the legislature, but if, and by the legislature I mean the state legislatures as well as parliament, but if a judge or a judgment takes a particular view of a legislation, it is always open to the legislature to cure the defect. And this is not happening now, recently for the first time. It happened the first time around, I mean, I might be wrong about the first time, but it happened even in 1951, when the Supreme Court of India held that the provisions for reservation in our constitution, the Champakam Dorarajan case, that the provisions for reservation in India would not extend to reservation in educational institutions. Therefore, Parliament then came in and amended the constitution to provide for reservations in educational institutions. It's been happening constantly in the tax arena. For instance, when we rule on a particular, say the validity of a tax, let me give you a very simple example of how it happens. Suppose a tax is challenged, the validity of a tax is challenged on the ground that the state legislature was not competent to impose the tax, but only Parliament can impose the tax. All right? Therefore, the tax is struck down by the Supreme Court or by the High Court. Parliament can then say, all right, the Supreme Court has said that we are competent to impose the tax. We will reenact the law and now this time impose the tax as a tax imposed by Parliament and will legitimize the collection of revenue by the states. That is perfectly open to it because validating acts, we call them in law validating acts, these are perfectly permissible. What the court has done and which cannot be undone by the legislature is to directly overrule a judgment. That is completely impermissible.
So, if we talk about the Republic, you often say that after 7 decades of our being the Republic, that the history of the Indian judiciary is the history of the daily life struggles of the Indian people. What is your vision for judiciary in, say, 2050, when we complete the centenary of our Republic?
Well, let me begin by saying that, the Supreme Court is not just a constitutional court. We're a final court of appeal. And that role, as I see, is as important as our constitutional role. In our appellate powers, we deal with cases ranging from, say, intellectual property to the insolvency and bankruptcy code. We'll deal with cases ranging from labor to taxation. We deal with cases from murder to, assaults, rapes. So the wide variety of jurisdiction, perhaps we are the only court in the world which exercises this kind of wide jurisdiction. And for a reason. The Constitution intended that we should be a final court of appeal so that we perform the role of a people's court. There's a very seminal book which has been recently published by a professor at the National Law School in Bangalore, Aparna Chandra and William Hubbard and Sital Kalantri from the University of Seattle, where they have assessed the work of the Supreme Court of India as a people's court. And what they say is that in critical areas, our court is truly a people's court. And they've done a statistical analysis between 2010 and 2014, which indicates that as between the government and the citizens, as between the state as a prosecutor and the defendant, and certain other areas that they've analyzed, the court has veered around to protecting people's rights. Obviously with aberrations, because no institution is perfect. And if you ask me, I can point out aberrations in the history of our court, which I'm not defending for a moment. But that is really the perception which I see for the future. That the perception of the average Indian that this is a court for the people. It's a court meant to understand the grievances of the people. Is very different from, say, what the American Supreme Court does. The American Supreme Court, say, entertains about 5,000 to 8,000 cases a year. Entertains in the sense they're in season of 5,000 to 8,000 cases in a year, and they'll actually decide about 80 cases in a year. To give you just some figures, we have already this year disposed of over 72,000 cases. So that just gives you the difference in the work which we do in India and say what the American Supreme Court does. 9 judges of the Supreme Court in the US deciding about 80 or 100 cases in a year. We've already decided over 72,000 cases just this year, and we still have 2 months to go, November and December. So that Going forward, I mean, it's very difficult to answer a question like that because, it requires me to look at the whole issue in hindsight and with a certain degree of foresight. But I think it's important for us as a court to continue to have the faith of citizens in terms of the work which we do, which is one of the reasons why, since I took over as Chief Justice last year, I've tried to continue with a permanent constitution bench. Not permanent in terms of the judicial personnel, different judges will hear constitutional cases, but we have a continuous rolling constitutional court dealing with cases through the year. So the first half of the year, we dealt with almost 55 constitution bench hearings at that time. For all of you who follow the news, you know that we have been hearing some of the most difficult questions of our times as judges. Because my own personal mission is that we can't profess to be right. As they say, we are final not because we are right, but we are right because we are final. But that is no reason for the court not to answer the critical or the seminal issues of our time. The work which we do is open to critique, it's open to criticism, it's open to a wider social dialogue, and hopefully, in that dialogue or critique, a broader synthesis will emerge for the future. But it's important that the court takes on its mantle of a key figure, as a key institution in the affairs of governance of the nation. And that we can do by deciding cases, but also in the work which we do as judges in fostering a more open administrative culture in our court system, which is, by the way, shielded from public scrutiny, because that's something which people just don't know about.
So you mentioned judicial aberrations in the past, also about the fact that there are constitution benches, permanent constitution benches, to hear those cases of seminal importance. So let's take that with the retirement age of the judges in the Supreme Court. I mean, not to say that you being there and there is a year left for you to retire, but I'll still ask this question, that do you think that given the fact that we have these cases, and also given the fact that we have judges from different high courts getting appointed to the Supreme Court, they need some time to adapt, and they also need some time to hear those important cases. Is 65 too young age for a Supreme Court judge to retire? And should there be a fixed tenure?
What the age of retirement should be for judges of the high courts of the Supreme Court, I'm not Parliament, so I'll not hazard an answer to that. But I'm not going to duck your question. I'm going to answer the question nonetheless. There are two models. You have, say, one model which the American Supreme Court or the American Constitution provides, of judges who have no age of retirement, and our Constitution provides, where judges of the district judiciary retire at 60, the high courts retire at 62, and Supreme Court judges retire at 65. Alexander Hamilton, in the Federalist Papers, dealt with this issue as to whether, having no retirement for judges of the Supreme Court will result in an unelected set of judges controlling the life of the nation for the future. And he tried to answer that. We have followed a different model where judges retire. But as someone who's been in the system for now 23 years as a judge, I have a different take. In a sense, I think it's important that judges must retire. And why do I say that? Because I think it's too much of a responsibility to cast on human beings in terms of their own infallibility by postulating that they shouldn't retire from office. Judges are human beings. You are prone to error. Societies evolve. What was par for the course, say, in the 1980s was no longer par for the course in 2023. And it's not going to be there in 2035. So it's important that, you must pass on the mantle to succeeding generations who would be able to point out to the errors of the past and rejig or to reset legal principles, the legal framework for society to evolve. Because giving that sort of a power to unelected judges to continue for life, I feel in the Indian context, was wisely not adopted by the Indian Constitution. So as to allow for a source of change, of transformation of legal principles as new and succeeding generations take and hold judicial office.
You just said that you have been there as a Constitutional Court judge for 23 years. So I would want to ask you that, given the fact that the Supreme Court, that we know you hear almost 200 cases every month, then there are case files to be read when you are back home. You have to check orders, sign orders, write judgments. also dictate those orders. So how does the itinerary of a Supreme Court judge, with someone like you who has been there for 23 years, will be completing 24 years in March next year, the itinerary of a judge coupled with their exalted stature, that impact the social life and the family life of a judge?
You know, Utkarsh, let me only correct you on one thing. A judge in the Supreme Court doesn't decide 200 cases every month, but 200 cases every week. So that's the little change.
Every week.
But, you know, because you anywhere between 70 and 100 cases on a Monday and 70 and 100 cases on Fridays. You know, it's the real challenge, and this is something which I'll share from you, my experience. It may not be the same for every colleague in the system. The real challenge which you have is how do you balance the competing requirements? On the one hand, you have this huge inflow of work which you have to deal with. And you can't say, I'm not going to deal with that inflow of work because that's just going to accumulate on my pallet. How do you balance that with the need to create space, the mental space, for deciding some of the most seminal issues? That's the great challenge for a contemporary judge. Now, you can't tell the litigant who has come with you with that small grievance about a pension, about a termination from service, some problem about the GST. You can't tell them, I'm not going to decide your cases because I'm hearing some important constitutional case. At the same time, important cases do require time, and they require a sense of space. They require a little bit of mental space, and that's, I think, the key problem which we as judges have to constantly confront, because the real work of a judge begins after court rises at 4 o'clock in the evening, which is when, for me, it means, say, 3 or 4 hours of administrative work every evening, administering the affairs of the entire Indian judiciary, dealing with technology, reading for the next day, editing judgments, on a Saturday dictating judgments which have been kept in reserve, on Sunday reading the 70 or 100 cases which are going to be coming up for hearing on Monday morning, so on and so forth. But I think the real challenge, therefore, is, and we all have our own mantras. I have my own mantra, which is not something which I'd like to necessarily share because, I mean, somebody else will say that this is not par for the course for me. But ultimately, you have to find that space to have a spot of meditative reflection in your day's work, where you sort of retreat. Most of the work which we as judges do is in the public space. We're in the midst of lawyers, in an arena of conflict. The conflict between citizens and government, conflicts as we now have between two levels of government, the states and the center. How do you step back in that area of conflict and then produce something which will speak not just for the present, but for the future of our society? Because that sense of vision of what you imagine a good Indian society should be for the future, you lay the foundation for that today. And we are what we are because of what our predecessors laid down in terms of the foundation. We are deeply conscious of the fact that, the winds of change are blowing so fast, particularly in an age of technology, of social transformation. All global societies are transforming so radically and so quickly. Therefore, in that area of, radical change which is taking place across the world, it's important that judges create that little space for them to sort of sit back and devote themselves to what we imagine should be the future course of our nation.
So you talked about the retreat, that meditative retreat from work. So what is Justice Chandrachud's favorite leisure activities? I know it for a fact that you read books, but what kind of books do you like? You like fiction, non-fiction, you read more of law?
Well, actually, I have one regret, Utkarsh, which is that I have this pile of unread books. Kalpana always tells me, who's my best friend and guide and true partner in every way. She always tells me that this pile of books now at your bedside is going to topple over your head if you move your arm too violently in the night to drink a glass of water or something. But I try and read very diversely. I try and create a space for about 45 minutes to an hour every night to read. And I like to read extensively. And I don't read books of a particular genre. I mean, it could be a book on history, it could be a book on economics. I love to read on contemporary politics as well. As I told you, I've been reading The Tyranny of Merit. I just bought a copy of a book called The Democracy and Its Discontents, again by Sandelman. So my mantra actually in the leisure time is to read. I used to travel a lot. Unfortunately, I travel only for work now. not so much for leisure, but there's scarcely a place where Kalpana and I haven't trekked in India. We've seen rural parts of India. We've traveled across India, whether it's Ladakh, whether it's Sikkim, whether it's the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, whether it's Lakshadweep, the heartland of India in Uttar Pradesh itself. I love music as well. Music is a great balm for the soul. And I, again, as in reading, I try and listen to different kinds of music, whether it's a Nirguni bhajan, or I love Western popular music as well. So I haven't forgotten my days as a college student. So.
And you also have your ABBA days.
Sorry?
ABBA days.
Yes, of course.
Sir, we talk about Mahi and Priyanka. Now, you have been traveling a lot ever since you have taken over. So when you go back home, I mean, do they complain about not getting enough time with you? Do they help you unwind? How do you spend time with them?
Oh, our two little girls have really transformed our lives. They've completely transformed our lives. I think they've taught me much more than what I have tried to teach them, because they're both special needs children. And in so many which ways, their own sense of empathy. I always feel that, when destiny or nature or God, depending on which side of the fence of believers you are, doesn't give you what we regard as the fulsome existence of human faculties. There's something else which nature gives you. And every day of my life, I learn from these girls that there's so much more that nature has given them in terms of understanding, in terms of perception. These little girls, walk up to me and say something to me, and figure out something which is occupying my attention that day. I've not even uttered a word. And I say, my gosh, they've already figured it out even before my saying something. So they've been a huge source of learning for both Kalpana and me. And of course, I'm at work all day, and Kalpana has sacrificed her own career to sort of tend to our two lovely girls. So I think that it's been, but there are things like, I open my mobile phone and I see there's some beautiful song which has been loaded on my cell, and I realize that Mahi has loaded the song, for me, and then I listen to it on my way to court every morning.
That's lovely to hear, sir. So there's another thing which everyone is excited about, the World Cup cricket, the Men's Cricket World Cup. You congratulated the team, ISRO and the scientific community in August for the successful Chandrayaan-3 mission. So do you have a message for the Indian men's cricket team? And do you watch cricket? Do you get the time to watch cricket?
Well, I saw them lift the last World Cup in Mumbai. But what can a judge say to the Indian team, Utkarsh? I wish them the best. The weight of expectations of 1.4 billion, I am a speck in that 1.4 billion, also throwing in the weight of my expectations. I'll say one thing to the Indian cricket team, and which is that, there is something about them which I truly admire. And that's not just the Indian men's cricket team, but the women's cricket team as well. And which is that their aspiration for physical fitness, that's something which I admire, which I think you can't be fit as a cricketer and you can't be fit as a judge unless you're physically fit. And I admire, truly, whether it's, I have a Mahi at home, and then you have Mahi Dhoni as well. The one thing which I admire about the Indian cricket team is just this ability to be mentally so fit and in a state of ultimate equilibrium. And that's something which I think I, as an officer of a constitutional post, try and imbibe for myself, which is to maintain a state of mental equilibrium. So I just want to tell them that you inspire me.
So they inspire you, and you talked about mental equilibrium. Are you at mental equilibrium after having been there at them for a year? How do you look at your 1-year tenure as the CJI? What have you accomplished? What's still left to do?
Utkarsh, it's been a learning curve. As a judge, the one thing which you realize is that every day of your life is a new learning experience, because unlike, say, I dare say, a surgeon in an operation theatre, there are no givens for a judge. Every case which you open is a new case, because it's dealing with a new human life. And it's a new human experience which you are unfolding in your working life. So for the last year, it's been a challenge, because I've tried to balance out the requirements of being a judge. The Chief Justice of India is called a primus inter pares. That's a Latin phrase. Forgive me for using Latin. It means first amongst equals, because the Chief Justice of India is a judge first and foremost. And as the head of the Indian judiciary, I'm deeply conscious of the fact that my role first and foremost is to decide cases. But that's not all that a Chief Justice of India is expected to do, because you have to lead the affairs of the nation's judiciary in terms of the changes which you want to bring into the Indian judiciary, which is part of my mission for the future and the time that I have before the Constitution tells me, thank you, it's time to go home.
And thank you so much, sir, for your valuable and unaided insights into a spectrum of issues surrounding the judiciary and your contributions to it.
Thank you so much.
Please give him a thunderous round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chief Justice, sir. Thank you, Utkarsh. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Chief Justice of India. Kindly remain in your places until the Chief Justice has left the hall. We will quickly make the arrangements on the dais for the next session. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. A specialist on governance in China, US, East Asia relations, as well as democratization in developing nations. A former senior associate with the Asia program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Professor Pei, is currently the Tom and Margot Pritzker Professor of Government and the George Roberts Fellow at the Claremont McKenna College, and a non-resident senior fellow with the Asia program at the German Marshall Fund of the United States. Ms. Curtis and Professor Pei will be in conversation with Pramit Pal Chowdhury, the South Asia head, Eurasia Group. It's over to you, Pramit.
Thank you. We will be talking about geopolitics and the present state of the world, but at the heart of it, despite what's happening in the Middle East and in the Ukraine, is really where the United States and China are heading. And that's why I brought these two guests here to speak about that and how that impacts us in India and elsewhere in the world. So let me begin with you, Professor Pei, and ask you, give us some opening thoughts about the present status of the US-China relationship. Why is it the way it is, and where do you think it's going to go?
Okay. First, I want to thank the host for inviting me to India. This is my second visit to this beautiful and amazing country. My last one was 2007. Now, back to US-China relations. You have two images to think about. One is the collision of two trains. The other is this downward spiral. I think the first one is far too pessimistic and dangerous. So I prefer the second image. The two countries are still caught in this downward spiral with occasional pauses. At the moment, we are in one of those temporary occasional pause. That's because there are really powerful dynamics at work, driving these two countries to not necessarily to a collision, but to a state of affairs that would be very close to what the last Cold War was like. First of all, I think the elites in both countries have concluded that the other is their mortal existential threat. And that is a very dangerous thing for each country to think about. And as a worst case, each other's intentions. The second one is that the process of disentangling the economic relationship has barely begun, I think. It's still, so there are a lot of things that need to happen. And these individual events, actions taken by each other will have a negative impact on their relationship. And third is that the two countries are in an acute strategic dilemma that they are all preparing for potential military conflict. So if you factor in all these three things, the overall direction is hardly optimistic. But there's one positive thing about these two countries that at the leadership level, I do not see that leaders in either capital are interested or are planning for an immediate conflict. There will be shocks to this relationship coming on, but the good thing is that they look into the abyss and they think this is not where they want to go.
Thank you. Lisa, why don't we toss you now? Where do you see the U.S.-China relationship? What are the origins, if you wish, of the present problems, and where do you see that going, and perhaps how this will affect other countries?
Well, I think that what we see is that as China has been growing militarily, economically, it's become more assertive in the region, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, and there has been more aggressive tendencies that we have seen with regard to asserting its power and influence. And I think, the goal of China is to undermine U.S. influence and power in the region, and to, sort of deny the U.S. access, both in terms of sea access, air access, and this is something that the U.S. Is not going to accept. So the U.S. is focusing on a strategy that is building up its partnerships and alliances in the region. And I think this is actually going quite well for the Biden administration. If you look at all of the initiatives that have been put into place over the last couple of years, the first one I would point to is the elevation of the Quad. And this has been a grouping that the goal is to make it the premier regional grouping in the Indo-Pacific region. And this is in fact what is happening. The four countries are meeting at the summit level every year. There have been dozens of working groups established on everything from maritime security, technology, critical minerals, you name it. So I think this is succeeding, and we know it's succeeding because the Chinese don't like the Quad. They call it an Asian NATO. They say that the U.S. is taking us back to a Cold War era, which it's not. The Quad is not a military grouping, but it is about four powerful democracies coming together, pooling their resources and capabilities so that they can shape the future order of this important region. There are so many other initiatives that the administration has implemented that is building its position in the Indo-Pacific. Of course, China will continue to be influential in this region, has huge economic stakes, but the point is that the U.S. wants to shape the environment that China is operating in, and it's doing that by building up these overlapping partnerships, alliances, minilateral, multilateral groupings. Another minilateral grouping, you could call it, is the U.S., Japan, South Korea trilateral. And we had a historic meeting between the leaders of these three countries at Camp David in August. There are now military exercises that are happening between these three countries. So the idea really is that, you know, all of these groupings are pushing toward the same vision of having a free, open, transparent Indo-Pacific order. And really that's the strategy that the US is pursuing.
So Professor Pei, I know you are a specialist in many ways in the political economy of China. How much is what are the domestic drivers in Chinese foreign policy? Because the Quad that Lisa has mentioned, as you know, actually fell apart at one point. Australia resigned, and all of the Quad members at different points tried to develop a modus vivendi with China, said we don't want to get into a fight with you. And it was largely because of Chinese action, Chinese response, which was basically antagonistic to all four, that drove them back together. And Australia, for example, a country that resigned from the Quad, is now internally, from what Indian diplomats tell me, the most aggressive member of the Quad when it comes to China. What were the drivers, or what was the thinking in Beijing that led them to do this?
The biggest driver is this sense that since China is now so powerful, it should be accorded with a lot more deference, respect, and its interests should be recognized and given more space. But this is a demand that other countries find it difficult to accept, because Chinese definition of interests is not the same as other countries' definition of interest. So this is the biggest driver, hard to see, hard to measure, but it's there. It's this change in framework, how you see the world. And incidentally, that's, I think, that lies behind how the US deals with, how China deals with the US. Before, US presence, military activities around China were accepted grudgingly. Now they become difficult to stomach. So that's one. The other, I would say, has a lot to do with President Xi Jinping's own concept of this new world order. And it largely reflects his own ideological beliefs, which see the democratic West as much more of a threat to the Chinese regime as his predecessors. And he also firmly believes that as a great power, China's interests should be recognized. So I think these two, and individually you might talk about Chinese military, Chinese state-owned enterprises. I think these things are actually secondary. The most profound change is really a change of leadership, top leadership. You can see that quite clearly after Xi came on. Incidentally, many of these changes preceded Xi. I think Chinese foreign policy change really occurred around 2010, but that was much more amorphous, unorganized, lacking a central theme. It's Xi Jinping that brought everything together.
So, Lisa, one of the consequences, and as you alluded to in the Quad, of China's assertiveness has been a transformation of the US-India relationship. Could you go a little into about how that's now developed, partly because of China, but it obviously has other legs as well?
Well, I think we've seen enormous progress in the US-India relationship. And, you know, I think part of this is just building on what's been happening over the last, 20 years, whether it be Republican or Democratic administrations. There's always been a focus on building up the relationship with India for various reasons. But I do think that some of the changes we've seen in China's approach to the region, this more assertive, aggressive approach, has definitely acted as a sort of boost to the U.S.-India relationship. And I would look particularly at the 2020 border crisis, which I think was really a defining moment for India, and recognizing that China was going to be a problem for India, was becoming more aggressive, putting more pressure on the border disputes issue. And so, you know, whereas China may have been trying to signal to India not to go too far with the Quad or not to go too far with the U.S.-India relationship, I think that border crisis had the opposite impact. And I think we've seen India even more invested in the Quad partnership since then, and more committed to the U.S.-India relationship. And if you look at the Prime Minister Modi's recent visit to Washington, it was an extraordinary visit. There were commitments on the defense and technology cooperation fronts, which are really quite historical. You look at the decision to now have the US and India co-produce jet engine technology. I mean, this is really a remarkable development. I can't overstate that. And, you know, the fact that President Biden showed up at the G20, there was a very productive meeting between President Biden and Prime Minister Modi. I think, you know, a 20-page joint statement issued after that meeting. And what that showed is the US confidence in India as an emerging global leader and as a country that can bridge the gaps between the developed and developing world. So I think, you know, by all accounts, the US-India relationship is in a very good place, a great place, I would say. And I think it's partially because of both countries' mutual interest in wanting to make sure that China is not successful in sort of dominating the Indo-Pacific region, not to mention China's goal of wanting to dominate on the technological front and to control the information environment. That is not in the interest of the US or India. And so I think they recognize that by working together, they can help deal with these challenges. And even though, you know, it's not always going to be smooth sailing between the US and India, there are going to be differences. And, you know, Russia's invasion of Ukraine comes to mind. I think when we talk about China and the Indo-Pacific, there are very much converging interests, and I would even say alignment on how to deal with that challenge. And so that's certainly contributing to the US-India relationship.
So, Professor Pei, one of the things that, as Lisa pointed out, technology is an unusually strong element today, or broader economics, but technology, so strategic technology, has become a very important component of both the US-China rivalry, but just geopolitics in the Indo-Pacific, and now even in Europe as well. The Quad, in many ways, more than anything else, is a coalition over strategic technology. I think, correct, 28 of the working or sub-working groups, 26 of them are technologically driven. And if you look at China's own policies, the policies that they have announced, they're very also focused on the need to develop technological leadership in whatever quantum computing, AI, semiconductor chips, of course, has become a remarkably important issue globally. How would you, how important and why is technology so crucial now to this geopolitical rivalry and to the US-China relationship?
I'm not a real expert in technology, but based on my reading is that my understanding is that we are at the cusp of a technological revolution. That is, you look at a whole range of new technologies that can fundamentally change economies. They can change the future of warfare. They can have profound impact on how we live. And that's why I think China is really interested and really committed to acquiring these technologies. But the world in which China has gained enormous progress in technology, science and technology has changed. We should not forget that in the last 40 years, China really came from nowhere, not to the frontier of science and technology, but close to frontier. And that's because China had great relations with the most advanced countries in the world. But that world is not there anymore. So the next stage for China is to acquire these technologies, make the scientific breakthroughs on its own, which is very, very hard. So China has this dilemma. The old playbook can no longer work. How can it best use its own limited resources to make the same amount of progress? Nobody knows whether China can do it. My feeling is that the outside world has overestimated China's ability, and probably China has overestimated its own ability as well. So if I have to bet who will win the next technological race, I would say the US and its allies are much better positioned than China is.
Right. Well, speaking about US and its allies, I mean, in many ways this is still, while America has a number of weaknesses on the domestic front, but it has one crucial element, that it has a lot more friends and allies than China does. So Lisa, why don't you talk about the strategic advantage that America gets out of that, in particular in comparison to China? And we can see China trying to change that a little bit. For example, in the present Gaza conflict, they rode very heavily towards the Arab world. We in India have seen at the G20 summit and elsewhere a bit of a struggle between India and China over the quote global South leadership. But on the other hand, you know, Pakistan, in many ways, China's closest ally, has found that there are severe limits to what China is prepared to do for you, especially in an economic crisis. So talking about this, where do you see allies or de facto alliances playing their role in the US-China game?
Well, honestly, I think sometimes China is, you know, its own worst enemy. And I say this when thinking about the kind of maritime aggression that they've been engaged in, the so-called gray zone activities. And when I talk about gray zone activities, I'm talking about actions that are designed to intimidate, to coerce, but really fall below that threshold of provoking a military response. So China has been engaged in these kind of gray zone activities in Southeast Asia, in the South China Sea, where it has very expansive and, I might add, illegal claims to these waters. And where we've seen this play out most recently is with the Philippines. And just a couple of weeks ago, there was a collision between the Chinese and Philippines Coast Guards because the Chinese were trying to cut off the Philippines, who were trying to resupply a small outpost that they have in the South China Sea. And, you know, they have done things like lasering Philippines vessels, you know, blinding the crew of those vessels. Also back in August, they used water cannons on one of these Philippine vessels that, again, was trying to resupply one of its outposts. And so, you know, what has this resulted in? Well, no surprise, the Philippines and the United States are drawing much closer. They're really strengthening that alliance relationship. The Philippines has agreed to expand the number of bases that the U.S. can have access to. And this includes a base in the northern Luzon province, which is just about 150 miles from Taiwan. So, you know, you can say something similar has happened with Vietnam, who has also faced some of this Chinese maritime bullying. Well, we now see that Vietnam and the United States have a comprehensive strategic partnership. This is amazing. Nobody could have imagined this just a few years ago. So I do think that China's own actions and its propensity to sort of bully these smaller countries has actually pushed them more toward the United States. And, you know, the United States goal is to see
that these countries can protect their own sovereignty, their own independence, and that they have choices and alternatives. It's not that the U.S. is asking these countries to choose between the United States or China. I don't think that's what this is about. It's simply to make sure that they have alternatives and choices in the matter. So I think, this is what we see happening in Southeast Asia. And, I talked a little bit about other alliance relationships that are strengthening because of the challenges from China. Another initiative that has come about in the last couple of years is the AUKUS initiative. And this is the agreement between Australia, the UK, and the United States to see that Australia has the capability to deploy nuclear-powered but conventionally armed submarines. And this will ensure that Australia can play a stronger role in deterrence in the Pacific. And this is very important. The fact is, the United States can't stand up to China alone. The United States needs allies and partners to do this. And I think, hopefully this is something that will last, even if we have a change in administration next year. I think this is a critical point, that these alliances and partnerships are so critical for the U.S. To be able to stand up to China, to take a strong stance. And, when you were talking about technology and wanting to create new technology supply chains, countries like India are critical. And the semiconductor issue, I think the United States does see India playing a role in redirecting those technology supply chains. The Micron investment in a testing facility in India, a semiconductor testing facility, is extremely important. It shows the U.S. confidence in India's role in setting those new technology supply chains. So again, these partnerships, these alliances are critical for the United States.
So looking a little into the future, Professor Pei, where do you see any chance of the US and China ever having a grand bargain of some variety? Do you see where do you see the present trends? And if you can talk a little also about China's own domestic economic problems and how that's playing out on its overall foreign policy and so on.
I don't see there's any prospect for grand bargain. That is, they find some kind of fundamental mutual accommodation. It's just not in the cards. That could happen if you have a leadership change in China. I think as long as President Xi Jinping is in power, the policies he has put in place are very unlikely to be reversed. And even after he steps down, probably 10, 15 years, depending on his health, the US will not immediately change its approach. So I think for the US, it's really difficult to envision a fundamental rethink of its China policy. Because for the US, this is the first time it has a near peer competitor. And the US does not want to see that. But sort of in the intermediate term, I'm not talking about a grand bargain, but a mutual search for a solid, stable footing. That is, a downward spiral of relationship, leading possibly to direct military conflict, is something both countries want to avoid. Yeah. That's their mutual interest, conflict avoidance. But how to get there is really hard, because the dynamics today all point to a crisis sometime in the future, a Cuban Missile Crisis type of situation. We're not there yet, but it seems to be sort of hard to avoid. And that is, I think, something everybody in this room, all people, all leaders in the capitals need to think about, because the Cuban Missile Crisis did not blow up, largely because we were lucky. Are we going to be lucky again?
So, Lisa, I mean, taking on this issue of where this is going, what could happen in the future, do you see a situation where the US-India relationship, given that China is so important, a strategic glue for that, do you ever see that starting to come apart or changing in a negative fashion in the future?
The
US
India-China?
Yeah, US-India relationship. Sorry.
Okay. So, as I mentioned, it's not always smooth sailing. We've had some hiccups in the US-India relationship, but I think right now it's particularly strong. And I think, the fact that we have weathered the differences over Russia is pretty remarkable. And, I think, we're likely to see challenges in the future. But there is such a strong foundation now between our two countries that, has been built up over time. It spans the partisan divides in the United States. If there's one thing Democrats and Republicans can agree on, it's that the U.S. needs to have a good, strong relationship with India moving into the future. So I'm pretty bullish on the relationship overall. There could be something, a shot out of the blue that disturbs it, but I don't see that happening. But again, we're not going to agree on everything, and I think that the U.S. administration right now is pretty realistic on what to expect from India. If God forbid, there was some kind of conflict in the Taiwan Strait, I think there is realism on India's response, but you may find that there are some U.S. officials who perhaps aren't as familiar with India's propensity for strategic autonomy, that may think that India would, send warships. I don't think it would personally. I think India would be very cautious if there were a U.S.-China conflict over Taiwan. So I think, that's one thing that U.S. leaders need to recognize, that India will make its own decisions. India will do what's in India's interest. And, you've even heard this idea, and again, I think these are people who don't really understand India, but think, oh, well, couldn't India provoke something with China on the India-China disputed border to sort of distract China in the event there's a conflict over Taiwan? I don't think so. I think India has too much to lose in terms of the disputed border with China. I think there are memories of the 1962 Sino-Indian War that I think, again, India would be pretty cautious. Of course, it would, support the United States in perhaps other ways, diplomatically, maybe even, providing access to the Andaman Nicobar Islands, something that might be useful. But I don't think India would provide, military assistance directly or send warships to the region. And I think that's okay. I think that the U.S. understands that India has its own interests, and the fact that India shares a long border with China means that India is going to have its own calculations in the event that there were to be a conflict in Taiwan. I don't think there, necessarily has to be, and I think this is one of the good reasons that we're likely to see a meeting between President Biden and President Xi in just a couple weeks on the fringes of the APEC meeting in San Francisco. This is an opportunity. I don't think we'll see any major breakthroughs, and of course, U.S.-China competition is going to persist for a long time to come, but what meetings like this can do is at least provide, lines of communication so that there are not miscalculations, and that we can ensure that the competition, the extreme competition, as President Biden has put it, does not devolve into conflict, and that's very important.
So, and I'll just say, basically, I'll just turn to some concluding remarks from both of you. Given what is happening geopolitically overall, what would be, should we say, what would be your advice to any world leader you met today about how to navigate the coming, should we say, turmoil in the international system?
I think you have to exclude some Chinese leaders and U.S. leaders or put them aside because the differences are really too vast. I think for everyone else, including Indian leaders, I think their biggest challenge and the greatest contribution to humanity in the next 10, 15 years is to do everything possible to prevent a great power war between China and the U.S. Because if that happens, I think that will really destroy the future of the planet. It's just too catastrophic a prospect even to think about. I think the prospect has not really been thought about seriously enough. I think it's time to think seriously enough about this.
So when you say that, just Adam, so you're looking though at let's say, a Taiwan Straits crisis.
Yeah, Taiwan Strait crisis.
Which would not necessarily be a major war.
Yeah, I think that's really about the Taiwan Strait crisis.
Right.
And it's countries like India, American allies, and China's partners, they all have a role to play. They should, each time they meet with leaders in China and the US, you should say that you guys need to cool your heads. You are headed toward a collision. You have to take a step back and think about the world in which you want to live together peacefully.
Lisa, concluding remarks.
Yeah, I think I would come at it from a different direction. I would say that given the uncertainty and unpredictable nature that we're in the world today, it's critical, number one, that the U.S. remains focused on the Indo-Pacific region and China. This has been one of the questions. Is this crisis in the Middle East going to distract U.S. leaders from the Indo-Pacific? And I think it's very important that this not happen, because deterrence in this region is so important. And all of the initiatives that I talked about that the U.S. has started in the Indo-Pacific with its allies and partners, including India, is so important to keep those on track, to maintain the momentum as part of overall deterrence in the region. Because let's face it, we can't afford for deterrence to fail in the Indo-Pacific. You could say deterrence failed in Europe because the Russians invaded Ukraine. You could say deterrence failed for Israel because of the abominable Hamas attacks on October 7th against Israel. But we can't afford for deterrence to fail in the Indo-Pacific, which means the U.S. has to remain focused on these initiatives that it has been taking and building up this multifaceted kind of deterrence that is already in train. And so I think, that's what I would advise. Maintain the focus on the Indo-Pacific and recognize how important deterrence is, because deterrence is about preventing conflict. You'll sometimes hear from within the region that, the U.S. is provoking conflict, the AUKUS initiative and these other initiatives that the U.S. is taking is somehow militarizing the region. Well, that's not the case. It's the opposite. This is about deterrence and preventing conflict.
Thank you. I think we've got a clear impression. The world is going to be will continue to be reasonably dangerous. The game is to ensure that it doesn't get too dangerous. But otherwise, there's going to be broad continuity on the biggest trends, U.S. versus China, U.S. and India, and I should add India and China. Thank you, everybody, and I'll thank both speakers.
Thank you very much, Pramit. Thank you to Ms. Curtis and Professor Pei. Ladies and gentlemen, we've closed this session. We will have a short break now. Tea has been arranged in Rani Bagh, which is outside, but you have just 10 minutes to get yourself a cup and then be back here in time. We'll quickly make the arrangements on.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
Evolve is the core of positive change and adaptation. Evolve is the soul of the universe and is deeply connected to us and the actions around us. There will be one thing that will last forever: evolution. Be a part of the business evolution of India. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar, and be a part of the global culture. We keep our accomplishments fresh and we keep innovating this space. We are driven by the Government of India's vision to drive growth for India. We had a dream to bring the best of the world to India. And we had the vision to create a majestic, holistic, and exclusive reality. Be a part of one of India's largest commercial space revolutions. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar. The World Trade Center offers exceptional connectivity to all parts of the city. It is closely connected to places like Lutyens, Delhi, and its proximity to the airport makes it even more appealing. A luxurious, upscale, and 12 towers offering the most technologically advanced office space and modern features in the city. Meticulously planned and crafted 12 towers. A landmark project with a massive land span of over 34 lakh square feet area, infused with all the modern amenities with intelligent designs, green spaces and high-end facilities. Built with a vision, planned for a greener today and tomorrow. Dedicated spaces for cultural activities, F&B courts, boardrooms, health centers, multi-layered securities and modern parking facilities, to name a few. With 24-hour security, state-of-the-art facilities, and an impressive list of features for your business. There would be parking space for 8,000 cars. Our commercial office spaces will meet your needs to grow and expand. The spacious floor plans offers a unique, individualized workspace and ample natural light throughout the workday. All our locations in WTC will include state-of-the-art healthcare services, fitness centers, so you can get the most out of your workspace. A reality shaping, rising, shining and standing tall. The dream place for businesses and hospitality. A reflection of supremacy. A hub for businesses to flourish and thrive. Live the dream. Lead the way. Showcase, collaborate and succeed. Be a part of the business evolution. Be a part of global trade revolutions. Many big corporates have already marked their presence at WTC Delhi. Bookings are open. Book your space now. It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. The dreams that are powered with new ideas, will, and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches, and high-speed locomotives.
जन औषधि केंद्रों पर मिलने वाली दवाओं की कीमत बाजार में जो दवाएं मिलती हैं उसी क्वालिटी की, लेकिन जन औषधि केंद्र में 50% से 90% तक उसकी कीमत कम होती है।
भारतीय जन औषधि परियोजना के अंतर्गत अब तक देश भर में हजारों जन औषधि केंद्र खोले जा चुके हैं, जहां पर 1800 से अधिक दवाइयां और 285 सर्जिकल उपकरण बहुत ही कम कीमतों पर उपलब्ध हैं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए जन औषधि सुगम मोबाइल ऐप को डाउनलोड करें या टोल फ्री नंबर 1800-180-8080 पर कॉल करें।
जोड़ना है तुझे ऊंचा, परों को खोल के रख, कसौटी वक्त की है, हौसलों को तोल के रख। ऊंची है दीवारें, लंबी है डगर, ना है हम राही, ना है हम सफर।
खरगोन हमारे R&R प्लान में लोग हर साल जो आसपास की ग्रामीण महिलाएं हैं उनको टेलरिंग का क्लास कराते हैं। जो स्कूल बैग्स भी हम लोग हर साल बांटते थे, 850-900 के लगभग स्कूल बैग्स भी बांटते थे, वो बैग्स भी हमने इनसे स्टिच कराए।
सक्षम बनना चाहते थे, हम हमारे पैरों पे खड़ा होना चाहते थे। हमने एक बार मीटिंग में बोला कि सर हम इतना कार्य सीखे हैं तो हमको दुकान खुलवा के दो, तो दुकान खुलवा के दिया।
हमको यहाँ दुकान मिलने के बाद हमने सोचा कि हम यहाँ जो भी कार्य करते हैं, जो भी चीज़ें बनाते हैं, उन चीज़ों पर हमारे ब्रांड का नाम क्या है, और हमने सोचा कि हम हमारे ब्रांड का नाम शिक्षा करें। शिक्षक इसलिए रखा कि हम आगे बढ़े और हमें देखते महिला और लड़कियाँ भी आगे बढ़े।
अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है, कमर कसनी अभी बाकी है, मुट्ठी भींचना है। अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है।
हमने फिर इनको अपना एक जो हमारा गर्ल एम्पावरमेंट मिशन का एक प्रोग्राम होता है, उसमें उसके जो बालिकाएं थीं उनका ड्रेस भी हमने इन्हीं से स्टिच कराया, और वो प्रोग्राम में वो ड्रेसेस बहुत सक्सेसफुल थी, लोगों ने उनको बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया। नेक्स्ट लेवल पे हम ये प्लान कर रहे हैं कि इनको हम जो इंडस्ट्रियल स्टिचिंग मशीनें होती हैं वो हम इनको ला के देंगे। इन्हीं जो हमने इन बच्चों को जो ट्रेन किया है, दे विल बिकम, हमारा ये एक तरीके से एम्बेसडर का काम करें। और हमारा TPC का जो विज़न है कि हम पावर जनरेशन के साथ साथ हम आसपास के लोगों का भी केयर करते हैं, इसमें भी हम सफल हो पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
इतिहास लिखने के लिए कलम की नहीं, हौसलों की जरूरत होती है।
थैंक यू NTPC खरगोन।
Memories of these places concealed until the walls come down, releasing
Parker, timeless elegance.
Come on, out of your houses. Get on that plane, put on your sunglasses. Let's see what the world got to show. Ditch that 9 to 5 for a while now. Look how happy and wide you smile now when your hair feels the wind blow. Let's be young and wild today.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group. Big in your life.
Evolve is the core of positive change and adaptation. Evolve is the soul of the universe and is deeply connected to us and the actions around us. There will be one thing that will last forever: evolution. Be a part of the business evolution of India. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar, and be a part of the global culture. We keep our accomplishments fresh and we keep innovating this space. We are driven by the Government of India's vision to drive growth for India. We had a dream to bring the best of the world to India. And we had the vision to create a majestic, holistic, and exclusive reality. Be a part of one of India's largest commercial space revolutions. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar. The World Trade Center offers exceptional connectivity to all parts of the city. It is closely connected to places like Lutyens, Delhi, and its proximity to the airport makes it even more appealing. A luxurious, upscale, and 12 towers offering the most technologically advanced office space and modern features in the city. Meticulously planned and crafted 12 towers. A landmark project with a massive land span of over 34 lakh square feet area, infused with all the modern amenities with intelligent designs, green spaces and high-end facilities. Built with a vision, planned for a greener today and tomorrow. Dedicated spaces for cultural activities, F&B courts, boardrooms, health centers, multi-layered securities and modern parking facilities, to name a few. With 24-hour security, state-of-the-art facilities and an impressive list of features for your business, there would be parking space for 8,000 cars. Our commercial office spaces will meet your needs to grow and expand. The spacious floor plans offers a unique, individualized workspace and ample natural light throughout the workday. All our locations in WTC will include state-of-the-art healthcare services, fitness centers, so you can get the most out of your workspace. A reality shaping, rising, shining, and standing tall. The dream place for businesses and hospitality. a reflection of supremacy, a hub for businesses to flourish and thrive. Live the dream, lead the way, showcase, collaborate and succeed. Be a part of the business evolution. Be a part of global trade revolutions. Many big corporates have already marked their presence at WTC Delhi. Bookings are open. Book your space now. It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we
Lieutenant Commander Annu Prakash from the Indian Navy, Colonel Neha Singh from the Indian Army, and Group Captain Shaliza Dhami from the Indian Air Force, who are engaging in a conversation with Rahul Singh, Senior Associate Editor of the Hindustan Times. Ladies in uniform, up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. It's over to you now, Rahul.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very special session for us because we have these three outstanding women officers representing each of the three services, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and all of them are trailblazers in their chosen careers. So let me quickly run the introductions. To my right is Colonel Neha Singh. She's one of the first women officers in the Army in a command role. So she's commanding an air defense unit along the Indo-Pakistan border in Rajasthan. And we'll talk more about it as we move along. To her right is Lieutenant Commander Annu Prakash, who is one of the first women in the Navy to be serving on board a warship, a frontline destroyer, INS Kochi. She has just come back from a sea sortie in the Arabian Sea and flown straight from Kochi to Delhi to be here with us for the session. And to her right is Group Captain Shaliza Dhami. She is the first woman in the Air Force in a command role. She's heading a missile squadron in Punjab along the India-Pakistan border. Round of applause for them, please. So the roles they are currently filling were traditionally held by their male counterparts. It is for the first time they are in these roles. And in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll try to capture a 30-year journey and how things have changed in these 30 years and how they have landed where they've landed. So it all began in the early 90s when the armed forces opened their doors to women for the first time. And these were in limited roles for a limited period of time and in limited streams. That's no longer the case. And lot of things have changed between then and now. And these three outstanding officers symbolize that change, that transformation. So now we have women flying fighter planes, serving on board warships. They're joining the National Defense Academy, which was a male preserve for almost 7 decades. They're joining the non-officer cadre for the first time, and so many other things are happening. So truly a watershed in the history of the armed forces, and as far as gender integration is concerned. So the journey has been from walk to trot, from trot to canter, and canter to full gallop mode now. So we'll cut to the chase and I'll throw some questions at you because the audience is really excited about this session. My first question is to Colonel Neha. Neha, a lot of steps have been taken to advance gender equality. What do you think was the turning point for women in the military?
Well, as far as the turning point for women in army is concerned, the recent permanent commission that has been granted to women officers, and followed by that, the command roles that have come up, the promotions that have come up. We, when we join Indian Army as an officer, every officer has a dream of someday, one day becoming a commanding officer. So we also had this dream in our mind, but we never knew that it is going to, manifest within our service life, and it has happened. So definitely, this is the turning point.
Totally agree. Because if you didn't have permanent commission, there was no question of women being put in command role. Yeah. Commander Prakash, what I want to ask you is, when did you think we hit the sweet spot? Women were deployed on warships for a very brief time in the late 90s, a very short-lived experiment on two ships, just a couple of women officers. But now the numbers are increasing, and you are one amongst the 40 women officers who are today serving on frontline warships. So what, according to you, is the point at which things changed?
Thank you, Rahul, for the question. It is actually a question very close to my heart, because I am serving on board a warship, one amongst the few lady officers first got posted on board the ship. Navy, amongst the three forces, was the first one to induct women officers. And thereafter, the numbers have just increased. I think in the year 2008 was operational field open to the women, wherein the women were inducted in naval air operation as in naval air operation officers. That was the operation role for a woman, and I am one amongst them. And thereafter, in 2016, the women got inducted as pilot. And the turning point is definitely the women being appointed on board a warship. With that, the numbers are going to increase with women Agniveers.
I'll come to that later. Shaliza, what I want to ask you is, things were a slow burner for years, 1992, 93, this whole thing started, and then picked up pace only in the decade of 2010s. So what do you think changed in those years?
See, anytime we induct something new, we go systematically. So probably when the women officers were inducted in 1992 or 93, early 90s, which we talked, there was a system placed for certain branches, which we have already mentioned. But later, when women were employed on other branches, today I can say that in Indian Air Force, all branches of Indian Air Force are open to women officers, right? You name any branch, women officer is there. And I will not say that there was one turning point. If you talk about only the flying branch, there were a couple of turning points. If I put it sequentially, in 2013, when the first time service decided that we'll be sending a women flyer to undergo qualified flying instructor course, which is a very prestigious course in itself, that was a turning point for all the flyers. And subsequently, after doing that course, employing that women officer for that instructional role, giving permanent commission to flying branch. Other branches did had the permanent commission, but flying branch was inducted a little later. So getting a permanent commission for the first time. Subsequently, employing women officer for flight commander of a flying unit. For everybody's understanding, a flight commander is number 2 in the seniority in a unit, who is responsible for planning, conducting, coordinating all the flying activities of a flying squadron. It's a responsible job. And next to it is promoting to the group captain select rank in the flying branch, giving the command role of a combat squadron.
Right.
Is there, and I think I am honored that in whatever the milestones were, whatever the turning points were there, I was the first one to do that. So that gave me a satisfaction, and definitely for others.
Certainly, I totally agree with you on that. And Neha, I want to ask you, when you took over the command of this air defense unit, you would have had some perceptions what it's going to be like. Did those perceptions square up with the reality? I mean, you're commanding a unit of 600 men.
See, Rahul, the perceptions, they don't build in one day. They take time to build. And I've spent about 20 years in the army. And, I understand the organization culture. I understand my duties, responsibilities. So perceptions as such, I don't think, I would be commenting more on that. As far as the, whether they squared up, yes, certainly. Because, when I command my unit, I see it in the eyes of my men, my troops, my officers, the kind of respect that they have given to me. And also, I see it in the achievements of my unit in administrative, training, and operational achievements, So, yes, I can say it has squared up well, pretty well.
Well said. Anu, life on an ashore unit is vastly different from life on board a frontline warship. So when you were assigned to Kochi, one of the first women officers, was it a culture shock?
It was, well, I have always been in operations. Initially, I am a Naval Air Operation Officer, so I have been flying with 1,000 hours of flying. So every time you go up in air, you have that period of intense adventure, excitement to accomplish a task. But once you are on board a ship, the tempo goes higher. You have anti-submarine exercise going up, the aircraft coming up, the flying is going on. So the tempo is built up for even longer. And I am fortunate enough to have been appointed on board INS Kochi, the frontline destroyer, which has been actually awarded the best ship in Western Fleet recently. And
all right.
Thank you.
All right. Shaliza, what about you? How did you prepare yourself for this role? And I forgot to mention that Shaliza is also a helicopter pilot and a qualified flying instructor and quite a hard taskmaster. We'll talk about that later. And she's put in almost 3,000 hours of flying, which is not a small number. Shaliza, how did you prepare for the command role?
See, I think every role had its own challenges involved to it. And commanding a combat squadron has, pride linked to it. So as a commanding officer, everything is important, but more important is to prioritize them. You have to keep the morale of your men to the highest so that they are always ready to stand with you, irrespective of the time of the day. So in a nutshell, I'll say that whatever the role you are in, if you know what are the requirements, it is not that difficult to achieve them. You have to systematically plan them, you have to systematically choose them, and thereafter take everybody on board. You don't have to convince people because they are aware that being in uniform, what does it mean? So it was not really preparing for that role, because the day we wear this uniform, from the first day of our training, we have been trained in a very systematic manner.
Got it. Despite all the leaps women have made in the military, still all of us know they're vastly underrepresented in the armed forces. So if we see the numbers in the armed forces add up to about 1.5 million, and the lady cadre is just about 10,000. If my math serves me right, it's less than 1%. Not a very fair question because you don't have women in the non-officer cadre yet. I mean, Navy's just started inducting. So how do you think we can correct this imbalance? Or in the last 6 to 7 years, the numbers have gone up from 4,000 to around 10,000. So, but how do you think can we correct this imbalance?
See, when we are dealing with the issue of national security, I feel it is unfair to talk about the numbers and the ratios and the percentage. I feel we should more talk about gender inclusivity, how, women, can be included in the armed forces and what roles they can play. Barring the 3 combat arms that women are not yet posted to, But rest, all the other arms and services, women have been included by army quite well. And I think it is more to do with the inclusion rather than being the numbers.
Right, got it.
And our organization knows, they can envisage what roles we will be better fitting into. So accordingly, I feel we shouldn't be talking about the
certainly a
numbers
lot of clarity there, Neha. Anu, I come to you. We were talking about Agniveers before I cut you short earlier. And do you think the induction of women as Agniveers in the Navy, it's already happened, started this year, shortly happening in the Army, Air Force, do you think that will kind of help enhance the representation in the three services?
Definitely, Rahul. For example, Navy has now adopted the vision of all ranks for all roles, for all ranks, for all women. So now the Navy is having for all ranks, be that be officer cadre, be that be women's Agniveers who will be joining the ships shortly. All roles, all the branches of Navy is open. You can be a gunner, you can be a navigating officer, you can be a flyer, you can be anything that you want. So now that initially the girls who have not dreamt that they could actually do those things, now is open to them. So definitely I feel the numbers will go up exponentially, and there would be more representation of women in the armed forces.
Shaliza, what can be done to increase the appeal of armed forces among women?
See, I personally believe if you don't see just the number and we see the growth, where are we now vis-a-vis when we started the induction, I think we have grown a lot and we are still growing. As far as induction of women in defense forces are concerned, you already mentioned that Agniveer women are going to join us shortly, maybe a month or so they will be with us. To know that there are defense forces, we require to reach to them, for which nowadays media is playing a big role. Earlier days, when I remember when I joined service, I didn't had much idea about Indian Air Force before I actually landed up in an NCC unit, where I saw that there are.
Yeah, so you're talking about creating more awareness and the
Yes,
opportunities they'll have in service, right? So my next question is, still parts of that combat exclusion policy, it's in fact more relevant to Army and the Navy, because Air Force has opened all roles to women. So Neha, whether it is infantry, mechanized infantry, armored corps, you don't have women officers or PBR over there. Do you think women are ready for hardcore combat?
See, I'll put it this way. The concept of war fighting, it itself is going a huge change. Earlier we used to have, we basically talked about 3 dimensions of warfare, but now the dimension itself is changing. We have space coming up, we have cyber, we have the information warfare. So in times to come, the combat role as such will itself undergo, a huge change, and women are likely to, get more roles, get into more decision-making, apparatus, and probably they would be, calling it a real combat happening. And we have seen it in the recent wars, how these new dimensions, they are coming up and playing a major role, in the decisive war that's happening.
I know submarines are still off limits to women in the Navy.
Yes, Rahul, submarine branch, we have opened all the branches, especially in the combat role. If you say the warship is now open, warship is a frontline unit. But submarine, yes, it's not because women are not capable of it, but yes, because of the constraints of the spaces there. I am definitely sure, when I joined the Indian Navy, I never imagined myself to be posted on board a warship. But definitely with times to come, I feel women will be there on board submarines as well.
Okay. Shaliza, now the eternal question and the eternal debate, which was traditionally used, or that logic was used to kind of keep women out of frontline duties? What if they are taken prisoners of war? You know, a lot of people say that when Abhinandan, that episode happened in Pakistan, what if there was a woman in the cockpit of that big 21 Bison? So what are your thoughts on that?
See, not to land up in that situation, we have been trained for that. If you land up in that situation, still we have been, told what to do, or we have been trained to what activities or what all things we are supposed to do. And Group Captain Abhinandan has given the demo that what we are supposed to. So irrespective of the gender, it is the mindset of that individual at that particular time who is going to handle that situation. You cannot generalize based on the gender how a male officer or a male is going to respond when he is POW, or a woman who is going to be POW. It is just a defense officer or a defense personnel who is going to be there. So he or she will do what they get the training for and what they have prepared for the years.
Abhinandan was absolutely very classy and in the manner in which he handled the whole situation. Neha, what do you think? If you remember Kargil, what happened to Nachiketa, Flight Lieutenant Nachiketa, what happened to Squadron Leader Ajay Ahuja, what happened to Captain Saurabh Kalia, the way they were tortured. What are your thoughts?
See, when a soldier is taken as a POW, the first responsibility is to escape, okay? And if at all he is captured, he or she is captured, the next responsibility is not to reveal any information, any confidential information about the army. We all understand, there are Geneva Conventions in place, which talk about how the prisoner of war should be treated. But the history shows that, they are subjected to the psychological and the physical torture. And if it comes to that, so be it, Because I have joined the forces to defend my nation. And if I'm supposed to sacrifice my life, in whichever way, I'm ready for it.
Outstanding, outstanding. Anu, as an officer deployed on board a warship, you may not encounter that situation, but in your other role as an aircrew on a Dornier maritime surveillance aircraft, there is a likelihood, we're just talking about possibilities, of you or somebody like you landing up in that situation.
Yes, there can be a situation wherein you are flying close to our adversaries and you land up in that situation. Well, you are equipped, you have an aircrew knife, and the only thing I can say that if one lands up in that situation, one will fight to the very last breath. And if the situation arises that you are taken as prisoner of war, so be it. We have signed for it. We have taken an oath of allegiance to the Constitution of India, that be that we land, air, or at sea, we will fight to the peril of our life.
So you will use that aircrew knife against the enemy.
Definitely.
Okay. What about what about mindsets? For years, people talked about socio-cultural factors, physiological factors, psychological factors. When it came to assigning more roles to women, what do you think? Where does have those? Considering where you ladies are right now, have those ghosts been exorcised?
When I joined army about 2 decades back, I would say that socio-cultural issues were existing, in some form, but now they are fading away slowly. As far as the physiological issues are concerned, we are made differently, we have to accept this fact. Biologically, women are different, and there are few issues that come up. But over a period of time, we have learned the art of handling them, managing them.
What if you're asked to stay in a bunker with 6 soldiers along the border?
See, now I'll ask you a question back.
I'm the one who's asking
what about
questions there.
a woman doctor, who's operating in a patient in a close confined space with other men, or rather the nurses who are supporting a gentleman doctor while operating a patient for hours together. So it is part of their job. Similarly, I have also joined up, I have signed up for it. So if I have to be in the bunker with my men to defend my nation, I will be there.
Lovely. Shaliza, do you also think that the mindsets have been rewired now to an extent?
They have been. That's why probably 3 of us are sitting here. So definitely there has been a big change which had happened over 3 decades, and this change is very positively accepted by each and everybody who is there in the services. So definitely the change is there.
All right. So I won't say, have you encountered gender bias? I mean, this question is specifically to Neha because Army is the biggest service. Have you had those moments, tumse na ho paega?
See, no, never. While I have been serving, for so many years, I have never come across a gender bias, I would say. But as I talk about it, there is this interesting episode in my life that, I would like to mention. My CO had, detailed me for an infantry weapon-oriented course. So I went there and I reported in the infantry school. And the officer in charge, he asked me, why have you come? So I told him, sir, I've been detailed by my CO to do this course. And he told me, no, women officers, they don't do this course. So please go back. I said, I'm not going to go back. After 2 hours, he accommodated me. And then the course started. And throughout this, month, it was a month-long course, somewhere or the other, he would mention this word called woman. Look at the woman. So, for instance, I was firing and, there was this grouping of, the rounds that we fire. And it was a fair group.
By grouping, she means where they hit the target,
where they hit
right?
the target. And, it was a fair group. It was like 4 to 5 centimeters. And I think I did well. But it was little off the center point. And, which could have been corrected, in the next round. But, he made a kind of mockery of it and said, look at the, grouping of a woman officer. And I didn't like that. And another instance, when we were practicing, we were rehearsing the drills for road opening party and the convoy protection and the quick reaction team. And he would, intentionally mention, okay, let's see how a woman officer does it. So somehow I felt that, he shouldn't be doing this all the time. But when the course got over and, this gentleman, he came to me and he told me, Neha, I was pushing you intentionally, beyond your limits. And, being an infantry officer, I have never come across a woman officer. And you have changed my opinion for the rest of my life. And then, because I was awarded one of the best grades in that course, I was the first woman officer to get that. And, he walked into the hall and the rest of the, course mates were sitting. There were 60 of them. And he asked them, any one of you who feels that Neha doesn't deserve to get this grade? And, they all echoed, together that, no, sir, she very much deserves it. So, so why I gave this story, sometimes the gender bias, it is in our perception, they don't really exist. So we should, be a little more clear and give it some more time when we form our own opinions about people, how they're treating you. So personally, no gender bias at all.
So we're almost running out of time. Very quick question to all. So actually to Shaliza and Neha, not to young Annu because she's not in a command role yet. What's your secret sauce for leadership, and what can the audience over here and people who are watching you take home from your leadership experience? To both of you.
I'll say to command a unit, you need to connect to the last person. You need to know the morale of your squadron. As a commanding officer, you don't only look after or overlook or, do only the operational thing. You have to look after operational capability. You want your combat flight to always be in a combat ready position. You want administration to be strong enough, morale of your men to be strong enough so that they are with you. The maintenance of that equipment, that need to be there. So as a commanding officer, it's not only one, corridor which you have to look another corridors, so that you combine them all together and take the things to the higher level. So that every time you're combat ready, whatever role has been given to you, you're able to finish that role within the time frame. So prioritization of tasks, knowing that what is the time frame for that particular thing and what are the requirement of that role.
Right.
So that is
Neha, very quickly.
Rahul, in my office, on my table, I have put this quote: God, make me worthy, of the men that I command. I see that quote every day and I inspire myself. And talking about the, leadership, integrity towards the organization, truthfulness towards the job, the responsibility, my duties, and compassion for my men. These are my secrets of leadership.
Great. Excellent. I wish we had more time, but I think we'll have to wrap it up. But before we wrap it up, I hope in the years to come, we see you with more stars and stripes on your shoulders, and hope to have you back at the Leadership Summit. And ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the panel. Bold, brave, beyond barriers.
Thank you very much, Rahul. Thank you, Lieutenant Commander, Colonel, and Group Captain. Ladies and gentlemen, the proud women in the armed forces, thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us. May I request you now to please step down as we move on to our next session. Thank you for that really full-blown, inspiring interaction that we had with. Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, and the Leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha, joining us any moment now. May I request you all to please remain seated. The Honourable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food, Public Distribution and Textiles, and the Leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha, Mr. Piyush Goyal, who will be in conversation with the Managing Editor, Special Projects and Senior Anchor, Network 18, Anand Narasimhan.
I didn't see the nameplates. So how does it matter?
I don't know. The nameplates here. Namaste, Jai Hind, everybody. Thank you very, very much. And Piyush, thank you very much. I have a long list of questions, but I'm going to keep it aside and ask him first up. Piyush, ground पे माहौल कैसा है? आप राजस्थान
हम तो ग्राउंडेड लोग हैं, तो हमको तो ग्राउंड पे ही पता चलता है सब कुछ ठीक ठाक है.
सब ठीक ठाक है राजस्थान में?
राजस्थान तो एक तरफा बीजेपी के लोग जीत रहे हैं. राजस्थान में जो मेरा अनुमान है, मैं परसों ही वहां पे था, कि जो आक्रोश है गहलोत जी के खिलाफ, जिस प्रकार से लोगों को ध्यान में आ रहा है कि बाकी प्रदेश कैसे विकास की धारा में तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उनके चारों तरफ वो देख रहे हैं, चाहे हरियाणा हो, उत्तर प्रदेश हो, गुजरात हो, पूरी तरीके से राजस्थान के चारों ओर विकास की लहर चल रही है. ईमानदार सरकारें जनता की सेवा में जुटी हैं और राजस्थान ने अनुभव किया कि वहाँ पे ना विकास है, एक के बाद एक भ्रष्टाचार के कांड बाहर निकल रहे हैं, आपसी लड़ाई के तो किस्से लेजेंडरी हैं. लोगों में एक भावना आ गई है कि गहलोत सरकार अब नहीं चल सकती.
पर ये आपसी लड़ाई तो बीजेपी में भी है, कह रहे हैं.
हमारे यहाँ कोई लड़ाई नहीं है. हमारे यहाँ पे हम सब कार्यकर्ता की भूमिका में काम करते हैं और इससे बढ़िया प्रमाण कुछ नहीं हो सकता है कि हमारे कोई मंत्री को भी, केंद्रीय मंत्री को भी कहा जाता है कि आपको चुनाव लड़ना है, तो हम बड़े खुशी खुशी लड़ते हैं. हमें कहा जाता है कि आपको इस बार काम अलग प्रकार का करना है, बड़े खुशी खुशी दूसरे काम करते हैं. अब मैं आपको एक छोटा उदाहरण देता हूँ. माननीय जगत प्रसाद नड्डा जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने, उन्होंने मंत्री पद छोड़ दिया. मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष बने, लेकिन अपना कैबिनेट रैंक लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन पद को पकड़े बैठे हैं, जरा छोड़ने को तैयार नहीं. गहलोत जी को कहा कि आप पार्टी की सेवा करिए, बोलते मैं क्या करूं, कुर्सी मुझे नहीं छोड़ती है. अब ऐसा जो सत्ता का लालच, सत्ता का लोभ है, वो जनता को पसंद नहीं आता. जनता भली भांति देख रही है कि एक तरफ कार्यकर्ता भाव से जनता की सेवा के लिए लोग काम कर रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ सत्ता की और कुर्सी की राजनीति कांग्रेस में स्पष्ट दिखाई देती है.
बट तो जनता के लिए बेनिफिट्स है which the Gehlot government has given, it seems to get a lot of traction on ground, saying कि गहलोत की सरकार में हमें ये सब कुछ मिल रहा है, बट आप कह रहे हैं कि आप रेवड़ी नहीं बांटेंगे. सो
देखिए, आपने ध्यान किया होगा कि इस प्रकार की रेवड़ियां तो कांग्रेस हर चुनाव में वादे करती है और कई बार कुछ ना कुछ देने के भी प्रयास करती है. पर हमारे देश के लोग बड़े समझदार हैं. मुझे याद है एक चुनाव में मैं दक्षिणी राज्य में कैंपेन कर रहा था, तो मेरा ड्राइवर उसी राज्य से आता है. मैंने पूछा कि भाई किसका हाथ भारी है, तो उसने बताया फलानी पार्टी जीतेगी. मैं कहा उसने क्या ज़्यादा प्रलोभन दिया आपको? बोलते हैं नहीं, वो तो दोनों पार्टियां देती हैं, वो तो हम दोनों से ले लेते हैं, पर हमें मालूम है कौन हमारे लिए अच्छा है, हम उसको ही वोट देते हैं. इसी प्रकार से आज हमारे देश की जनता इतनी समझदार है कि अगर कुछ छोटे मोटे प्रलोभन देने की कोशिश भी करे अशोक गहलोत जी, वो उसके झांसे में नहीं आएंगे, वो तो ले ही लेंगे. पर उन्हें मालूम है कि जो मोदी जी ने दिया है, चाहे वो 4 करोड़ लोगों को, लगभग 20 करोड़ लोग उसमें कवर हो जाते हैं, 4 करोड़ परिवार में, उनको घर, आखिर 2 लाख रुपए का घर, कितना भी आप छोटी मोटी रेवड़ियां बांट लो, वो 2 लाख के घर के बराबर कभी बनेंगे ही नहीं जिंदगी में. आपको मुफ्त में बिजली का कनेक्शन मिलना, गैस का कनेक्शन मिलना, शौचालय के लिए अलग पैसा मिलना, आपके घर तक डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी पहुंचे, सड़कें पहुंचे. तो एक प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के गत 9-9.5 साल में ऐसा कोई परिवार नहीं होगा देश में जिसको जरूरत हो और उस तक लाभ नहीं पहुंचा, कोई ना कोई अलग अलग योजनाओं से। कई लोगों को तो मल्टीपल लाभ पहुंचे, किसान सम्मान निधि भी पहुंची है, महिलाओं को पेंशन भी पहुंची है, मुफ्त में अनाज भी पहुंचता है, स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं 60 करोड़ लोगों को मिलती हैं। अब इस सबको जोड़ें तो हर परिवार को लाखों रुपए का लाभ, पर ये लाभ कोई रेवड़ी के रूप में नहीं है, ये उनको सशक्त बनाने के लिए। क्योंकि आज जब देश में हमारे पास इतनी बड़ी युवा शक्ति है, अगर आपने ये सुनिश्चित कर लिया, जो मोदी जी का कार्यक्रम रहा है कि पानी, बिजली, रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं, शिक्षा, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी, सड़कें गांव घर तक, ये जब ऑल दीज बेसिक नीड्स आर टेकन केयर ऑफ, तब युवा युवतियों को जो आशा अपेक्षा होती है वो एक और अच्छे quality of life की होती है।
But Piyush ji, you said the voters become smart. So the voters become very smart by saying, Modi ji, आपसे बैर नहीं, but local level पर हिमाचल, कर्नाटक, the last time राजस्थान, छत्तीसगढ़, local में बीजेपी की खैर नहीं। So that is something that you see that the voters become discerning.
नहीं,
so how do you?
आप 2-3 चुनाव की बात कर रहे हैं, मैं और 4 चुनाव बता सकता हूँ जहाँ हमने बहुत अच्छा किया। वो तो चुनाव में राजनीतिक क्या क्या हेरफेर होता है, अलग अलग वजहों से हो जाता है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कर्नाटक और हिमाचल में जो लोगों को वादे किए गए थे उसको पूरा ना करने के कारण भी एक आक्रोश है और अविश्वसनीयता है कांग्रेस के प्रति, जिसके कारण भी लोग अब उनके झांसे में नहीं आते।
But somewhere don't you see Ashok Gehlot as far more as a face? Gehlot जी तो कहते हैं मैं तो यहाँ खड़ा हूँ, I am the chief ministerial face. बीजेपी से कौन है? I'm asking you about
कांग्रेस ने आज तक ये नहीं बोला है कि वो हमारे सीएम कैंडिडेट है। आप जरा सचिन पायलट जी के बयान वगैरह देख लो, उनकी जो सुलह की मीटिंग हुई उसमें तय हुआ हम कोई नाम नहीं बताएंगे, हम मिल के लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। तो मिल के सभी लोग लड़।
बट ये कर्नाटक में हमने देखा डीके शिव कुमार, सिद्धरामैया, जयवीरू, they kept the narrative between them. Now here Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot are keeping the narrative between them. So it's all about the conversation between them and not about who within the BJP. I am asking you this because it's a totally different situation in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh mein they are saying last time also it was nothing against Mamaji. It was just that we are tired. We want somebody new. There seems to be a sentiment on ground saying we want somebody new, and somewhere the BJP is not ready to offer that.
देखिए बीजेपी में जो सामूहिक शक्ति है, हमारे अलग अलग नेता जो प्रभाव रखते हैं लोगों के बीच में, और इतना लोगों को पक्का विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में कोई सत्ता के ऊपर लड़ाई नहीं होगी, सत्ता के ऊपर पार्टी नहीं बिखरेगी। और आज के दिन ये तीनों राज्यों में, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, राजस्थान हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, विशेषकर इन तीनों राज्यों में लोग चाहते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ईमानदार सरकार आए, जो जिस प्रकार के कांड चाहे गहलोत जी के साथ एसोसिएटेड है, चाहे बाघेल जी के साथ एसोसिएटेड है, जिस प्रकार के वजह से एक व्यक्ति के पास इतनी संपत्ति इकट्ठी हो गई है कि लोग आज तक समझ नहीं पाए कि ऐसा क्या जादू कर दिया जो इतनी संपत्ति, प्लेन, होटल्स, देश विदेश में कारोबार कहाँ से खड़ा हो गया। मैं कमलनाथ जी की बात कर रहा हूँ। ये सब चीजों को भी लोग अच्छी तरीके से भली भांति
देखें। But is it actually such a big story on ground? छत्तीसगढ़ में देखे, हमें तो फीडबैक ये मिला है भाई, चावल is most important, not what is happening with betting app or money transactions there. In चावल last time around 250 रुपया क्विंटल swung it. This time around if Baghel ji is saying manifesto आने दो फिर देखते हैं. So then how is the BJP going to swing the narrative?
मुझे नहीं लगता कि पिछली बार भी कोई चावल 250 रुपए के ऊपर लोगों ने चुनाव में निर्णय लिया होगा। अगर सिर्फ ऐसा ही होता तो उसके बाद लगभग सभी सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी लोकसभा में नहीं जीतती। मुझे लगता है कि चावल तो आज मोदी जी मुफ्त में हर महीने 5 किलो सभी को
but that's where the difference, Piyush ji, that at the center there is nobody questioning Prime Minister Narendra Modi. At the local level, is there an issue with perhaps not strong leadership or convincing leadership with the BJP? Is that a political problem, and is that a barrier that you need to break? Theme is breaking barriers, so I'm bringing it and tying it up with what we're supposed to talk
मुझे नहीं लगता that's a barrier. मुझे तो वो एक हमारी शक्ति दिखती है, that's our strength. The strength lies in the fact that BJP is a party with committed leaders, with leaders who are rooted to the ground, who are connected with the people, who display the highest level of ethics and honesty in their work. And I think the people of India have recognized and are more and more conscious that honest governments are the ones which can truly give benefits to the common man, truly help them, their next generations, get a better life, a better future. And we, for one, are very convinced that this nation is going to fight against corruption, is going to fight against the politics of dynasty, is going to fight against the politics of appeasement. चाहे वो भ्रष्टाचार हो, तुष्टीकरण हो, चाहे वो वंशवाद हो, इन चीजों को अब भारत की जनता, चाहे प्रदेश में हो, देश में हो, कोई स्वीकार नहीं करता.
Indian cricket team is 7 out of 7. So out of 5, how much are you giving the BJP this time? So far in the World Cup.
मुझे लगता है कि सभी राज्यों में आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वर्चस्व देखने को मिलेगा.
Even Telangana.
तेलंगाना में भी लड़ाई चल रही है. It's a long way off. अभी we'll have to wait for how it pans out in the next 3 weeks. 30 तारीख को है चुनाव. तो अभी वहाँ पे समय है. लेकिन बाकी तीनों राज्यों में और मिजोरम में तो लोकल हमारे पार्टनर्स हैं, एनडीए के पार्टनर्स.
अब कहा जा रहा है जिनसे साझा किया आप उन्हीं को डांट रहे हैं. मिजोरम में विपक्ष का ये कहना है कि जिनसे आपने युति की या जिनसे आपने साझा किया, यू पार्टनर्ड विद देम, यू आर अक्यूजिंग देम ऑफ करप्शन.
देखिए, जो चीजें कोई भी गलत करेगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी बिना भेदभाव के भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ेगी. उसमें आप कोई संदेह ना रखिए. भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो कमिटमेंट है देश के लोगों को, वो भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने.
So let's say if we look at the India map and the NDA's presence, these 3 states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, actually tend to give you a perception that even in the states the BJP will win if it is colored saffron. So in these 3 states, I will not ask you about Telangana and Mizoram, but in these 3 states, which are you confident of winning?
All 3.
All 3. अब स्कोर भी बता दीजिए.
स्कोर बताने के लिए मुझे और ज़्यादा वहाँ पे जाना पड़ेगा, आकलन लेना पड़ेगा. पर मुझे लगता है कि राजस्थान तो एकदम स्वीप होगा. मध्य प्रदेश में हम कंफर्टेबली जीत के आएंगे. छत्तीसगढ़ में हिस्टोरिकली अगर आप देखें तो वोट परसेंटेज 1-8% इधर उधर होके वहाँ सत्ता परिवर्तन हो जाता है. तो इस बार मुझे लगता है कि वहाँ पे भी सत्ता परिवर्तन होगा. उसमें मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री कितनी होगी? आई हैव नॉट बीन टू छत्तीसगढ़ फॉर कैंपेनिंग, सो आई डोंट नो द ग्राउंड सिचुएशन.
कांग्रेस इज सेइंग वो 15 सीटों से आगे हैं आपसे.
अच्छा, तो कांग्रेस अगर एस्ट्रोलॉजी में बिलीव करती है और ऐसा कह सकती है तो आवश्यक है. मुझे जो जानकारियां मिल रही हैं वहाँ पे लोगों में बदलाव की भावना है. वो अब बदलना चाहते हैं और जिस प्रकार के बार बार वादे दिए जाते हैं और उसके सामने ध्यान में आता है कि सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए के घोटाले और भ्रष्टाचार हुए हैं, तो जनता उसमें माफ नहीं करेगी.
In this entire story, what is the combination of Vikas and Vishwas? Because everywhere the conversation is Vikas, but everywhere there is a talk about Ram. So be it in Rajasthan, be it and Ram and Bajrangbali. So Ram, in Madhya Pradesh, again we had star campaigners talking about Ram Yatra. Even in Chhattisgarh it was spoken about. How important is it? And we're building up to the Ram Mandir inauguration.
चुनाव का विषय है ही नहीं, हमारी आस्था का विषय. मैं भी अभी आने के पहले पूजा करके आया हूँ. तो भगवान राम हो, बाहुबली हो, हनुमान जी हो, हमारे लिए तो आस्था का विषय है. और हमें बड़ी संतुष्टि है कि हमने भगवान राम के लिए जो भव्य मंदिर का सपना देखा था और बचपन से हम वो बात सुनते थे और कॉन्फिडेंस से कहते थे कि भारत में एक भगवान राम के लिए एक भव्य मंदिर उनके जन्मस्थली पे बनना चाहिए. अब हमारे आँख के सामने वो होते देख बहुत संतुष्टि मिलती है. लेकिन इसको हमने कभी राजनीतिक विषय बनाया नहीं है. और मुझे लगता है कि विकास के ऊपर, हमारे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई के ऊपर और जो जनता ने प्यार और विश्वास प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है, उसके ऊपर हमारी चुनावी लड़ाई है और उस पे हम बहुत बड़ी ताकत से जीत के आने वाले।
So the question which was asked कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को क्यों इनवाइट किया गया है? Why has he been invited? Why does he have to go? अगर आस्था का विषय तो सबको बुलाइए। पीएम
नहीं, सब लोग वेलकम है, आपको भी आना चाहिए 22 जनवरी को अयोध्या। मुझे लगता है हम सबके लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी भगवान राम पे अगर आस्था रखें तो मुझे लगता है कि जो लोग राम सेतु पे भी संदेह उठाते थे, जिन्होंने राम की जन्मभूमि के ऊपर भी इतना बड़े बड़े कांड किए, लोगों को मार डाला, कार सेवकों के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई, ऐसे लोगों को भी आज मजबूरन बोलना पड़ रहा है। आपने देखा होगा दिग्विजय सिंह, कमलनाथ, अब सब भगवान राम के गुण गाने में लगे हुए, तो शायद उनको अपनी आस्था का एहसास अब हो रहा है। पर वास्तविकता यह है कि देश के मन और देश के जन जन के मन में, जन जन के दिल में भगवान राम बसे हुए। इसमें कोई ना राजनीति है ना धर्म का विषय, ये भारत की आस्था है और मुझे लगता है कि सभी लोग निमंत्रित हैं, सभी लोग आमंत्रित हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता जिन्होंने जिस प्रकार से भगवान राम का अपमान किया, बार बार किया, एक बार नहीं, जिस प्रकार से हर संभव कोशिश की कि मंदिर ना बन पाए, जिन्होंने कई बार कोर्टों में एफिडेविट्स किए, ये भी पूछते कि भगवान राम कौन है और बहुत ही बड़े ओछे प्रकार के एफिडेविट्स फाइल किए, ओछे प्रकार के वक्तव्य किए। मैं समझता हूँ अच्छी बात है कि उनको भी आज भगवान राम याद आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि आज उनकी जब हालत खस्ता है तब आश्रय के लिए तो आदमी भगवान राम को ही याद करता है।
मुश्किल में सबको राम याद आते हैं सर, तो जब आप मुश्किल में थे तब आपने राम का सहारा लिया था। When the party was finding its feet at that time, it all started with from सोमनाथ with आडवाणी जी, तो राम ने आपका बेड़ा पार लगाया, तो everybody may think that way।
आपकी जानकारी के लिए इस लड़ाई में हम कोई राम रथ यात्रा से नहीं शुरू हुए, अयोध्या रथ यात्रा से नहीं शुरू हुए, चाहे वो हमारा वैचारिक परिवार हो, डॉक्टर अशोक सिंघल जी और हमारे सभी वरिष्ठ नेता, चाहे वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता हो, अटल जी हो, आडवाणी जी हो, सभी लोग भगवान राम को आस्था से देखते हैं, भगवान राम को पूजनीय मानते हैं और हमने शायद 50 से ये लड़ाई लगातार लड़ी है। हमारा कंसिस्टेंट स्टैंड रहा है कि भगवान राम का एक भव्य मंदिर उनके जन्मस्थली पे बनना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि इसको हमने कभी राजनीति से नहीं जोड़ा। रथ यात्रा में तो उल्टे आडवाणी जी अरेस्ट हुए थे, उसके बाद गोलियां चली हमारे ऊपर, हमने सरकारें त्याग दी, हमारे राज्यों में इतनी सारी सरकारें हमने त्याग दी, लेकिन हमने अपनी जो कठोर एक प्रतिबद्धता थी कि भगवान राम का मंदिर बनाएंगे, इसको छोड़ा नहीं। मैं समझता हूं कि भारत की जनता को यही पसंद है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो कहती है वो करती है। जब हम कहते हैं हम एक भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त भारत बनाएंगे, तो हम वो करके बताते हैं, वैसा शासन सुशासन दे के काम करते हैं। विकास की बात करते हैं तो कोने कोने तक बिना भेदभाव सब तक लाभ पहुंचे, ऐसा विकास करते हैं। तो ये जो विश्वसनीयता है भाजपा के ऊपर, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के ऊपर, भाजपा की टीम के ऊपर, चाहे वो कार्यकर्ता हो, कोई नेता हो, कोई मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री हो, ये विश्वास ही हमारा कॉलिंग कार्ड है।
तो इस कॉलिंग कार्ड में राजस्थान में रानी साहिबा आपके साथ हैं?
सभी लोग साथ में, वो भी मेरी तरह कार्यकर्ता है और हम सब कार्यकर्ता पार्टी के लिए पूरी निष्ठा के साथ काम करते हैं। और वसुंधरा जी मुझे लास्ट जब मिली थी बहुत उत्साहित थी और मुझे लगता है उत्साह के साथ वो भी अपना लड़ाई लड़ रही है।
ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कि सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर्स फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर से ज्यादा कैंपेन कर रहे हैं?
ऐसा तो आप कोई चुनाव निकाल लीजिए, मैंने जो 35 साल भाजपा में काम किए हैं, मुझे 35 साल का जो अनुभव है, मैं कह सकता हूं हम हर चुनाव को सीरियसली लेते हैं। हम उन लोगों में से नहीं है कि चुनाव एक राज्य में हो रहा है और हम दूसरे राज्य में घूम फिर रहे हैं। हम बहुत सीरियसली काम करते हैं, अपनी ऑफिशियल ड्यूटीज के साथ साथ जो चुनावी राज्य है उसमें भी जाते हैं और एक प्रकार से किसी का कोई काम अटकता नहीं है। वी वर्क ओवर टाइम, वी वर्क एक्स्ट्रा टाइम, पर हमारे लिए जनता के बीच जाना, हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड देना, जो काम किए हैं वो बताना, जनता की भावना समझना, आगे के लिए योजनाएं हमें किस प्रकार से बनानी चाहिए, वो भी एक लाभ होता है जनता से मिलके बातचीत करके। तो हम तो हर चुनाव में, किसी भी राज्य में क्यों ना हो, मैं आपको एक इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा बताता हूँ। 1991 में, यानी आज से 32 साल पहले, मैं केंद्र कार्यालय से 11 अशोक रोड से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का चुनावी कार्यक्रम देख रहा था। माननीय गोविंदाचार्य जी हमारे उस समय के जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे, उनके असिस्टेंट के रूप में मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी गई थी 91 के चुनाव। और 91 के चुनाव में जब हमने सब लीडर्स का प्लान बनाए, तो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी, जो हमारे सबसे स्टार और वरिष्ठ नेता थे, उनके कार्यक्रम में लगभग 35-40% था तमिलनाडु में, आंध्र प्रदेश में, पश्चिम बंगाल में, पूर्वांचल में, जिन राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी उन दिनों लगभग नॉन एग्जिस्टेंट थी। आज की स्थिति अलग है, पर आज की स्थिति इसीलिए आई कि कंसिस्टेंटली, चाहे हार हो या जीत हो, हमने कभी उसको मापदंड नहीं बनाया, पर हमारा कैंपेन हर राज्य में वही सिंसेरिटी से किया जाता है जो मुझे लगता है एक राजनीतिक पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के नाते हमें करना।
पर 1991 हो या 2023, साउथ ऑफ द विंध्यज यू आर नॉन एग्जिस्टेंट राइट नाउ।
आप मेरे साथ अगली बार, जब मैं एन्न मन एन्न मक्कल, जो हमारे अन्नामलाई जी का कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, पदयात्रा चल रही है, उसमें अगली बार
मैं जा रहा हूँ,
मेरे साथ आना।
मैं जा रहा हूँ, ट्रिची जा रहा हूँ।
अविश्वसनीय लोगों का प्यार मिल रहा है, हमें हैरानी होती है देख के कि यहाँ पे कैसे लहर तमिलनाडु जैसे राज्य में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए और हमारे युवा नेता अन्नामलाई जी के लिए जिस प्रकार का प्यार, जिस प्रकार की भीड़ें उमड़ के आ रही हैं, जो रिस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है, मुझे लगता है इट इज अनइमेजिनेबल, एब्सोल्युटली अनइमेजिनेबल।
So one of the other aspects of breaking barriers, I've got 18 minutes on the clock, so we'll get to some of your core issues after this. Breaking the barrier of 400, Lok Sabha 2024. Why? Because by 2029, we are looking at delimitation and about 887 seats in the Lok Sabha.
Who gave you that number?
Aren't we?
ना 887 टाइप की डिलिमिटेशन से बढ़त होने की संभावना नहीं
है।
मुझे नहीं लगता, मतलब मैं कोई एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ ना, डिलिमिटेशन मेरे हाथ में है, पर कभी भी डिलिमिटेशन से कोई ऐसे डबल या 75% ग्रोथ नहीं होता है।
नहीं होता,
छोटा मोटा ग्रोथ हो सकता है, किधर 1-2 सीट बढ़ी, 1-2 सीट कम हुई, इतना ही होता है, ज्यादा नहीं होता। ये भी एक दुष्प्रचार कुछ कांग्रेस के नेता करते रहते हैं टू ट्राई एंड स्केयर अवे द रीजनल पार्टी।
No, somewhere this actual action of breaking 400, एक ध्येय, do you think the NDA will breach 400 at Lok Sabha 2024?
Quite possible. In fact, ever since the Sri Lanka India match, the number of WhatsApp messages and memes on social media that I'm seeing about a potential forerunner to the Lok Sabha election for the BJP, I think 400 for NDA may not be very difficult to pass.
But how critical is the South, where today the BJP has got no footprint? How critical is the South?
That's your assessment that BJP has got.
When I say footprint,
I don't agree
sizable
with that.
footprint, I'm just saying you're in opposition in Karnataka, you're nowhere in Telangana, you're nowhere in Kerala, you're nowhere in Tamil Nadu, and they contribute significantly to that.
We were nowhere in West Bengal, we were nowhere in Tripura,
even in Bihar.
We were nowhere in any of the northeastern states. I can list out so many places where we were nowhere. Tripura, we had 1% vote. The next election, we had 51%. In West Bengal, we had 0 seats. The next election, we had 18 Lok Sabha seats. So the people of India are smart. जनता सब समझती है और जनता को आज ध्यान में आ गया कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एकमात्र नेता है जो दिल से पूरी तरीके से जीवन का कण कण जनता की सेवा में।
You don't see the 26 parties consolidating their vote share, because there is talk that Mamata ji came back in Bengal because the opposition consolidated in the final 2 phases. Now if they come together,
आप शायद न्यूज़ वगैरह देखते नहीं है, बिजी रहते होंगे अपनी न्यूज़ बनाने में, लेकिन हर इंडिया अलायंस का पार्टनर पिछले दिनों में एक दूसरे को गाली गलौज कर रहा, चाहे वो तमिलनाडु और कर्नाटक के बीच कांग्रेस डीएमके के झगड़े, चाहे वो समाजवादी पार्टी के, तो आपने जो वक्तव्य सुने और देखे होंगे, हैरानी होती है, ऐसे तो शब्द आप दुश्मन के लिए भी नहीं इस्तेमाल करते हो जो कांग्रेस के लिए अखिलेश यादव जी और उनके मित्र नेता कर रहे हैं। जिस प्रकार से अभी अभी नीतीश कुमार जी ने आलोचना की कांग्रेस की कि ये क्या हमें बेवकूफ बना दिया, मतलब आई डोंट नो द एग्जैक्ट वर्ड्स, पर सार ये था कि हमें इंडिया अलायंस के नाम पे बेवकूफ बना दिया और कांग्रेस को तो कोई इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं है इंडिया अलायंस में, कोई बातचीत नहीं हो रही है, कोई आगे नहीं बढ़ रही है। तो पहली बात तो मुझे वो एक अटल जी का पुराना भाषण था ना, कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुंभा जोड़ा, ये तो कलावती टाइप कुंभा बन गया। पर द रियलिटी इज कि ये पार्टीज का आप कैरेक्टर भी अगर देखें तो ऐसी एक भी पार्टी नहीं है जो दूसरे राज्य में जाके कोई प्रभाव कर सके। अब अखिलेश यादव जी का आज के दिन उत्तर प्रदेश में ही अस्तित्व खतरे में है, तो वो कौन सा इंडिया अलायंस में और कोई राज्य में एक वोट भी ऐड कर पाएंगे?
बट ये सारी
ममता बनर्जी, मुझे बताइए पश्चिम बंगाल के बाहर कौन सा ऐसा राज्य है, एक राज्य बता दीजिए
पश्चिम बंगाल में
एक वोट बढ़ा
अगर इनका वोट कंसोलिडेट होता है, उत्तर प्रदेश में इन सारी पार्टियों का वोट कंसोलिडेट होता है, तो फिर बीजेपी की मुश्किलें बढ़ती हैं।
जरा भी नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश में तो पहले भी कंसोलिडेट हो चुका है। जितनी बार ये कंसोलिडेट हुए हैं वैसे हमारा वोट और बढ़ा है और हमारे लिए लोगों में प्यार भी बढ़ा है। और मुझे लगता है इस बार तो जो उत्तर प्रदेश का रिजल्ट आएगा वो ऐसा इतिहास रचने जा रहा है, ना भूतो ना भविष्य। ना भविष्य तो इससे कि वो ऐसा रिकॉर्ड होगा कि देयर विल बी नो बियॉन्ड दैट, बट द वे उत्तर प्रदेश इज डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिंग अफेक्शन फॉर प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी एंड चीफ मिनिस्टर योगी, I would suspect Uttar Pradesh is going to be a complete one-way swing.
So you're saying all 80 seats?
You may land up with a result like that.
Wow, fantastic. But one more question. Why is it, like you said, that the Congress does not want to be a part or work in the alliance? But why is it that you are not, the BJP cannot do without the Congress? Is that also true? That you want the Congress to be strong. You BJP cannot do without the Congress. जहां कांग्रेस नहीं है वहां बीजेपी थोड़ा नरम हो जाती है।
आनंद, very often in life there are a lot of strategies, there are a lot of when you're playing a game, when you're doing any business or activities, you have a lot of strategies in life, and I think it's not important that we discuss every strategy on public forums. We do not believe we are looking for any such situation that we like Congress or we promote Congress just for the sake of getting more votes.
You say Congress Mukt Bharat, but you cannot do Congress Mukt Siyasat. Is that true or not?
देखिए, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत में हम कांग्रेस को तो नहीं खत्म करना चाहेंगे, वो अच्छा है कांग्रेस रहे, गांधी परिवार ने भी देश में रहना चाहिए, अपनी अपनी बातें रखनी चाहिए, नहीं कोई मेरा व्यक्तिगत वो नहीं है कि वो रहे, वो उनका अधिकार है। आखिर वो 4-5 पीढ़ी से एक ही परिवार कांग्रेस चला रहे, आगे भी चाहेंगे कि कांग्रेस में वो पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी चलते रहे। लेकिन हमें ऐसा कोई नहीं है, हम जब भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त भारत की बात करते हैं तो वो जब कांग्रेस देश की राजनीति में उनका वर्चस्व कम होते रहेगा तो स्वाभाविक रूप से भ्रष्टाचार खत्म होगा।
Now let me ask you, G20. It was a phenomenal achievement for Bharat. Bharat Mandapam became a beacon. Everybody spoke about it. There were a lot of initiatives that were mooted on the sidelines. You see that growth story getting affected because what's happening around us in the region. You see it impacting trade. You see it impacting on our GDP story. If you want to be a 7 trillion economy by 2030, you see all of that being thwarted because of the...
Frankly, I don't. I just came back from 2 important programs. One was, of course, the FII that PIF organizes in Saudi Arabia, where I met captains of industry from across the world and counterparts from Saudi Arabia. After that, I was in Osaka for the G7 ministers meeting, trade ministers, where all the G7 countries and many invited countries were there, including from Latin America, Africa, Asia. The enthusiasm about India is absolutely undiminished. They look up to India as the growth engine of the future. Even during my meetings over there, the complaint against me largely was that India is not giving enough time to conclude free trade agreement negotiations fast. Actually, two set of countries complained against me that your teams are not giving enough attention to our FTA. You are giving somebody else more focus. वो आपसी झगड़े हो रहे थे कि मैं किसको ज्यादा प्राथमिकता दूंगा. 2 कंट्रीज वहां में ऐसी थी जो कह रही थी कि भाई आपने शुरू नहीं करा है हमारे साथ FTA का नेगोशिएशन, तो हम चाहते हैं आप उसको स्पीड अप करें. आई एम नॉट बीइंग बोस्टफुल एंड आई एम नाइदर बीइंग एरोगेंट फ्रेंड्स. मैं सिर्फ वास्तविकता आपके समक्ष रख रहा हूं. साथ ही साथ वहां पे प्राइवेट सेक्टर के 4-5 प्रेजेंटेशंस हुए इन ओसाका. सीमेंस था, सुजुकी था, जर्मन एक ग्रुप था. आई प्रॉमिस यू every presentation spoke about, and the subject of the presentation was supply chain resilience. Every presentation was revolving around India. Suzuki, in fact, gave us their whole growth story of 40 years in India as a shining example of how good it is to work in India, how attractive it is to invest in India. And my own sense is, the world today recognizes that 1.4 billion Indians, ये जो 140 करोड़ आज भारत के लोग हैं और अधिकांश कम उम्र के लोग हैं, 2/3 इसमें वर्किंग एज में काम कर सके ऐसी एज में. We have the youngest population amongst the large countries. Our average age is 28 point something. अब ये ताकत दुनिया भी देखती है. मैक्सिमम स्टेम ग्रेजुएट्स कहाँ से आते हैं? तो भारत से आते हैं. स्किल्स और मैनेजरियल टैलेंट किसके पास है? तो भारत के पास है. आज भारत के लोगों के जो रोजमर्रा की जरूरतें हैं, जो मैंने पहले भी गिनाई, बिजली, पानी, घर, कपड़ा, मकान, सड़कें, स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं, शिक्षा, वो सब देख रहे हैं कि जैसे जैसे ये सब सैचुरेट हो रही और हर एक व्यक्ति हर घर तक पहुंच रही. प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं मॉनिटर करते हैं कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट, कोई भेदभाव ना हो धर्म के आधार पे, लिंग के आधार पे, प्रदेश के आधार पे, यहां तक कि ये भी नहीं कि किसने बीजेपी को वोट दिया या नहीं दिया. हर व्यक्ति तक, हर घर तक, हर युवा युवती को ये सब चीजों से युक्त करना जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने संकल्प लिया, उसी के कारण आज उनको दिखता है कि एक उत्साह और उमंग से बड़ी अपेक्षा रखने वाला एक देश, जिसके युवा युवती मेहनत करने को तैयार है, वही आगे जाके देश दुनिया में डिमांड क्रिएट करेगा. यही देश है जो जिस पे आप विश्वास कर सकते हो. एक वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी है, तो यहाँ आपको डेमोक्रेटिक डिविडेंड मिलता है, डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड मिलता है, एक वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी मिलती है, फ्री प्रेस मिलता है जहाँ आपके जैसे लोग मुझे ऐसे बड़े तीखे सवाल पूछ सकते हैं. यहाँ पे आपको डिमांड बड़े स्वरूप में मिलता है. तो एक प्रकार से लोगों की आशा टिकी हुई है कि भारत विश्व की अर्थव्यवस्था को भी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए पहल करे.
But is this a fantastic sales pitch that everybody is listening to but nobody is buying? Is there a worry there? And we look at energy security, we look at India being perhaps part of the supply chain or a manufacturing hub. Are we actually doing that usually? That's why I'm asking you. We are importing more and more crude. It's a pressure on our reserves. Have we become the manufacturing hub which can actually supply and give it to the demand? Are we still an attractive market that people trust with ease of doing business? All these aspects are
more
important.
Than me. It is the foreigners who come and meet me who tell me this. Only yesterday, despite the fact that many people thought that Hewlett Packard, Dell, all would be unhappy with us, only yesterday the Hewlett Packard CEO was here. And he was profusely praising the Modi government for the outstanding work that we have done to promote the electronic sector in India. Incidentally, मेरे मुंह पे बोला तो मैं समझ सकता हूं कि चलो शायद मंत्री के सामने बोल रहा. I got a call from the Apple CEO late in the night, and he told me it was so nice of you to meet the HP CEO with so much warmth, and he's singing all praises about the meeting. and about what is happening in India. Now look at this, two companies. Apple, company which has already made up its mind that they're going to move to India 25% of their global production, who has already started moving their ecosystem to India. Hewlett Packard, they were listing out all the various initiatives where they're already manufacturing and what their future plans are. A, to make in India. B, to bring the entire ecosystem to India. Now, these are long drawn processes. They can't happen overnight. If Apple desires, they can't move from 6 or 8% of their global population to 25 in 1 year's time. They can't move the ecosystem of parts in 2 years' time. It will take time. The fact of the matter is, the world today is complaining very often to me that you don't offer enough opportunities for investment. आप क्यों नहीं, मैं सऊदी अरेबिया और यूएई का अगर एग्जांपल लूं, बोलते हैं यार आपके यहाँ पे कुछ थोड़े बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज बताओ, 5 बिलियन, 6 बिलियन, 4 बिलियन डॉलर, ऐसे कुछ बड़े और अपॉर्चुनिटीज बताओ. उनका लॉजिक क्या है कि वो बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी को कैप्चर करना चाहते हैं, इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं, और उसके इर्द गिर्द पूरा इकोसिस्टम एमएसएमईज का, हजारों लोगों को उसके इर्द गिर्द डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट बेनिफिट मिलता है. उनकी लॉजिक उस प्रकार की. अब भारत भी उस लॉजिक के साथ जुड़ रहा है कि इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल का हम लाभ लें, हाई क्वालिटी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को इंडिया में लाएं, टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड इंडस्ट्रीज भारत की क्षमता बने. और जहां तक इंपोर्ट की बात है, पेट्रोलियम और गोल्ड, ये दो प्रोडक्ट्स में वृद्धि अच्छी खासी हो रही है, पर इसमें पेट्रोल प्राइसेस भी ज्यादा है और वॉल्यूम भी बढ़ रही है. क्योंकि आपने देखा होगा हमारी एनर्जी नीड्स, और वी आर वन ऑफ द ओनली कंट्रीज इन द वर्ल्ड जिसकी एनर्जी नीड कंसिस्टेंटली एवरी ईयर 8 से 10% बढ़ रही है. अब बताइए, ये विकास का ये सिंबल है.
Correct, but that also shows dependence, no Piyush ji. The fact is that we are not looking
इसीलिए हम रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पे इतना फोकस कर रहे हैं. अब आपने देखा इथेनॉल, हमने जब हम सरकार में आए 2014 में तो 1-1.5% ब्लेंडिंग होती, हम पिछले वर्ष 12% ब्लेंडिंग तक पहुंच गए. आगे चल, इस वर्ष जो करंट वर्ष, आगे चल के हम इसको 2-3 साल में 20% तक ले जाएंगे. साथ ही साथ हम रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को ऊपर बड़ा थ्रस्ट कर रहे हैं. इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स, अब 2 व्हीलर्स, तो मेरा मानना है कि अगले 2-3 साल में आइस इंजन 2 व्हीलर्स में खत्म हो जाएगी. सभी लोग इलेक्ट्रिक 2 व्हीलर्स यूज करें. गाड़ियों में भी दुनिया भर के गाड़ी के मैन्युफैक्चरर्स भारत आना चाहते हैं अपने नए नए ईवी के मॉडल्स लेकर. पीछे सऊदी अरेबिया की भी कंपनी, उन्होंने भी एक कोई कंपनी खरीदी है जो ईवीज बनाती है. वो भी मुझे कह रहे थे कि हम भारत में आके प्रोडक्शन फैसिलिटी लगाना चाहते. पूरी दुनिया में आकर्षण है कि भारत बड़ी मार्केट भी है, भारत में स्किल्स भी मिलते हैं, भारत में वॉल्यूम्स भी मिलते हैं, और भारत में एक अच्छा माहौल जिसमें काम करने में लोगों को आनंद आए. हमने कंप्लायंस बर्डन बहुत कम कर दिया है. कई सारे सुविधाओं से आज ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस एक तरफ किया भी है, और दूसरा वी आर ए लिस्टिंग गवर्नमेंट. हम कल भी हमारी इंटरेक्शन हुई पूरे फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री के.
करेक्ट.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कल इनॉग्रेट किया वर्ल्ड फूड फेयर. उसके बाद मैं करीब 70-80 छोटे बड़े कंपनियों के सीईओज और मालिकों के साथ, पशुपति पारस जी और मैं, हम दोनों बैठे थे. 2-2.5 घंटा उनके साथ चर्चा की. वास्तव में जो उत्साह लोगों को दिख रहा है, अब मैं आपको एक सिंपल उदाहरण देता हूं विच विल रेस्ट माय केस, बाकी तो मैं और बहुत दे सकता हूं. आज हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर है, HUL एक कंपनी है, 90 साल से यहाँ काम कर रही है, पर पिछले 10 सालों का उनका जो ग्रोथ देखें, उसका जो भारत में डिमांड और जो भारत में वो मैन्युफैक्चर करके भारत और विदेश भी माल भेजते हैं, उसका जो इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, उसका परिणाम यह हुआ कि उनकी जो बड़ी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय MNC है, उसकी जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वैल्यू है, द इंटरनेशनल वैल्यूएशन ऑफ लीवर्स, उसका 40% सिर्फ भारत की एक छोटी सी उनकी सब्सिडरी का है. वो 40% ऑफ द ग्लोबल वैल्यू ऑफ लीवर्स कम्स आउट ऑफ इंडिया. और मैंने जैसे ही ये बात उजागर की तो 2 और CEOs ने कहा कि हमारा भी शेयर इंडिया में बढ़ते जा रहा है. तो ये नई हमारी कल्पना के बाहर स्थिति बनती जा रही है. दुनिया देख रही है कि भारत फ्यूचर है. मुझे लगता है कुछ विपक्ष के हमारे मित्रों को अगर ये ध्यान में आ जाए कि भारत फ्यूचर है और नकारात्मक सोच से सकारात्मक पॉजिटिविटी की तरफ जाए, तो शायद वो भी देश हित करेंगे और उनका भी हित कुछ देशवासी छोटा मोटा कर पाएंगे। और एक बात कहूं, आपने पता नहीं देखा कि नहीं, ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन शॉर्ट विजिट में भारत आए थे, या जब पीएम वहां गए थे उनके वक्तव्य हैं, वो सुनने लायक है। वो उनको भारत के नेताओं पे, मतलब ऑपोजिशन के लीडर, मैं समझ सकता हूं सरकार को तो
वहां तो सर
ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स को भी भारत पे ज्यादा विश्वास है और मोदी जी के ऊपर देखते हैं कि वो विश्व की समस्याओं का समाधान भी वो कर सकते।
सर देखिए, चाइना पे उन्होंने भरोसा किया, धोखा मिला, सो दे आर लुकिंग टुवर्ड्स इंडिया। आर वी गोइंग टू लिव अप टू दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। आई गॉट 40 seconds on the clock, so quickly I'll ask you. Jaishankar ji is going to come at the HTLS Leadership Summit towards the evening. So this economics of it and the geopolitics of it, you're like daya baya and you try to keep it separate, but how much of it impacts actually?
देखिए, डॉक्टर जयशंकर मेरे सीनियर कलीग है, मेरे बहुत ही क्लोज मित्र भी है, एंड आई एम अ बिग फैन ऑफ हिज। ही इज आवर रॉक स्टार। ही हैज ट्रूली मेड इंडिया प्राउड अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड, एंड मुझे लगता है आज देश में कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति नहीं होगा जो गर्व से जयशंकर जी जिस प्रकार से भारत का परचम मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में विश्व में लहरा रहे हैं, आज एक भी देशवासी नहीं होगा जो उससे परिचित ना हो और खुश ना हो। और चाहे वो जयशंकर जी हो, चाहे मैं हूं, हमारे अलग अलग विभाग हैं, हम सब मिलके मोदी जी के आशीर्वाद से, उनके मार्गदर्शन में देश को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए, देश के लोगों की भावनाओं को साझा करते हुए, ध्यान में रखते हुए देश को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए दिन।
देखिए सर, टाइम खत्म हो गया, पर पूछना चाहूंगा, कनाडा और यूके के साथ एफटीए में जियोपॉलिटिक्स का फर्क नहीं पड़ा?
देखिए, कनाडा के साथ हमने कोई बातचीत नहीं रोकी है, उन्होंने रोकी है। वहां कुछ भ्रम है लोगों के, उनके नेताओं के पास, वो भ्रम पूरी तरीके से बिना किसी आधार के है। वो उनको नुकसान होगा, भारत को नुकसान नहीं होगा। हमारी मार्केट बड़ी है, हमारे यहाँ पे अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, वो उसका खामियाना कनाडा और कनाडा की इकोनॉमी बढ़ेगी। उत्तर प्रदेश यूके के साथ तो चर्चा चल ही रही है, अच्छी चल रही है, और उसमें हम सब, चाहे जयशंकर जी हो, माननीय निर्मला जी हो, मैं हूं, हम सब मिलके एक साथ निर्णय लेते हैं, देश हित में, जनहित में लेते हैं, लोगों के साथ, स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ सलाह करके निर्णय लेते हैं। ये पुराने एफटीएस नहीं है जो कांग्रेस के समय हुए हैं, जिसको रोज भारत के उद्योग जगत, व्यापार जगत से लोग रोज गाली देते हैं, रोज कंप्लेंट करते हैं कि वी डिडंट गेट अ फेयर डील। हमारी देखिए, जो कोई एफटीए हुई हो, उसका कोई क्रिटिसिज्म आपको देखने नहीं मिला।
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, श्री पीयूष गोयल।
Thank you so much, Mr. Goyal. It's always a pleasure to hear you, sir. Thank you, Anand. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our next session, from politics to entertainment. Do be seated. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Plus, the international superstar, Academy Award-winning actor and producer Charlize Theron, to engage in a conversation with director, producer, and talk show host Karan Johar. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome both of them up on stage.
Is that good? I'm fine. Yes, this is perfect for me.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Karan Johar in conversation with Charlize Theron.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. This is such a pleasure and privilege, and I've done a lot of homework, which I think is all going to fall flat on my own face if things go wrong, so please bear with me.
I don't think it is.
What do I say?
I think it's going to go fantastic.
So am I.
I have a good feeling about it.
I have a great feeling about this interaction. Well, let me start by just saying that we normally say that impossible dreams don't come true. But here's a story of a dream totally coming true. A young girl who grew up in a tiny farm in South Africa, speaking Afrikaans, and then going on to learning the English language through a process which I'm going to speak to you about, and then go ahead and conquer Hollywood and win an Academy Award. Now that tells you that this is a statement in itself and a fact that an impossible dream can come true. And I'm sitting right next to that impossible dream that came true, who's looking a lot like a dream herself.
Wow, thank you.
And if I had to speak about the reel that is going viral, and I'll show you that, I'd say, so beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow.
Wait, what is the reel?
It's a reel that's gone viral where a lady is saying this in a sari shop.
Oh.
And now everyone is saying, so beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow.
That's
so
amazing.
I thought that we'd start by what is going viral in India on Instagram in our reels.
I love it.
So when I read all about you, and the first thing is I've heard a very interesting story about how you learned the language. You didn't speak English at all. You spoke a totally different language. And then you educated yourself in this language. And you just don't have an accent. It sounds perfect.
Yeah, I was raised in Afrikaans. There are, very much like India, a lot of languages, 27 official languages in South Africa, but there's actually more. And I found that the area that you are raised in tends to have a community that only speaks that language, so you don't get a lot of practice. And so my community spoke predominantly Afrikaans, so I got very, very little practice in English. I did have an English class, but it was like taking a language class that you never really spoke, you know? But I could converse, but not well. I had a really, really heavy accent. There are different accents. Afrikaans accent is the heaviest.
Right.
The English South African accents are more British, but the Afrikaans ones are very guttural. And I think it was actually helpful when I came to America and they said, listen, you're gonna have to learn an American accent. It was easier because I didn't have an English base.
Right.
I didn't really have a sound in my ear of what I sound like when I speak English. And so I was creating a new one, and it wasn't foreign to me. It was like, this is what it's gonna be. And so I was a struggling actress. I didn't have a lot of money. I couldn't afford a dialect coach or anything like that. And so I just watched a lot of television. I would watch television and I would repeat whatever I would hear.
Like soaps.
I watched a lot of Dynasty, a lot of Dallas. And yes, a lot of soaps for sure, yeah.
Well, that's great. I mean, Dallas and Dynasty, I was part of my growing years. Of course, I think I picked up some of my English from that as well. So there is a commonality.
Amazing.
Prior to you being, like you described yourself, as a struggling actor in New York, you were also learning ballet. And that was your primary passion. That's where, your expression as an artist began. You went to Milan when you were 16, and then finally to New York when you were 18. But then there was a knee injury that actually put a hard stop on your dancing career. Was that at all heartbreaking for you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was crushing, soul crushing, actually, because we were just talking about this backstage. When you're young, you feel invincible. You feel like nothing, you're never going to age. Your body is always going to work. You just don't think of anything like that. And so I was 18, I think, at the time. I had never thought of doing anything other than being a dancer. That
Right.
was all I wanted to do. That was my happy place. And people had kind of said in the background, "You're too tall. There's too much weight on your knees," and I kind of ignored it. It was there. I could feel it, but I think ultimately I knew my dance career was coming to an end. And I did have an injury where I had to kind of take 2 weeks off, and then I realized I wasn't going to come back from it, and I went into a really, really deep depression.
Oh dear.
Really deep depression. My mom flew out from South Africa. I was renting a one-bedroom. I was renting a bedroom in somebody's basement. No windows. It was the heart of New York winter, cold, dark, and my mom, who's very direct, said, "You can do all of this in South Africa."
Yeah.
And I think that was her way of saying, like,
Come back home.
yeah, well, either you're going to come back home and sulk, or you're going to pull yourself up and figure out what it is that you want to do.
Yeah.
And she really, in a very naive way, because she doesn't know anything about the film industry, she made the correlation of just storytelling.
Right.
She was the one who said to me, well, these were actually her words. She said, "You were never technically the greatest dancer." And I was like, "Thanks, Mom." Fantastic. I really need that right now. She said, "But you were a great storyteller. When you were on stage, I believed everything that you did." And she said, "I hear they make movies in Hollywood." That's how it happened.
Clever assumption.
Very clever assumption, bought the one-way ticket. It's like the classic cliche story, but that's really how it happened.
There's been a huge debate in India for the last 5 or 7 years. And then one fine morning, I see it on the New Yorker, where the cover story is about Nepo babies. And the big debate is between the outsiders versus the Nepo babies in the film fraternity, in the entertainment industry. Of course, you were a rank outsider. You didn't come from a film family, and you came from, mom didn't even have much information about the
my
industry.
parents built roads. They were in construction, so they knew nothing. And also, in South Africa at that time, we didn't have access to magazines that would write about celebrities. So we didn't even know they were celebrities. And I grew up on drive-in movies. We didn't have theaters and malls. You'd have to drive every Friday an hour to this place and watch a movie outside, which is fantastic. But it was very limited, our understanding of what it took to make a movie, or what the movie was, or who the actors were.
So you didn't know that, being from a film family can have a first mover advantage.
Yeah.
The concept of nepotism, which is spoken about so dynamically across the world. Did you feel that being an outsider was more of a struggle for you through the process of auditions and, going through so many auditions to land a part, in the huge industry that Hollywood is?
I think when I started going to auditions, there was this naivete.
Yeah.
And so I don't even think I thought about it a lot. I kind of walked into the door and I was like, yeah, I'm the one you want for this job.
That's great.
And the accent was one of the biggest problems. Also just not really understanding some of the basics of acting, kind of just understanding what an arc is. Like when you went into audition, they'd give you maybe 3 scenes, and understanding that there's a build, there's an understanding of the underlayer. There are some things that you have to know as an actor.
Right.
But I had a weird, naive confidence. And I think weirdly, you almost have to have that in order to break through, to kind of walk. I think if you walk into the door and you're just kind of expressing all of the things that you don't have, all the things you lack, all the things that that you might still have to work on, and that's the focus. It's like the saying the glass is half full or half empty.
Correct.
Versus walking into the door and really believing like you could do this.
Yeah. Which you had.
And I stupidly had that because I had no skill, but I had that.
Well, I had that moment in my life myself. The morning I was going to direct my first film, my mother actually woke me up and said, "You don't have to do this." And she also said, "Do you know where to place the camera?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "I think so." And like, so she didn't give me exactly that kind of vote of confidence, or rather that, you know, that speech that you really needed as inspiration. I also had that naive confidence that I'm going to go on set and it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. So sometimes I think
you have to will it.
Too much information can be a dangerous thing. Sometimes you just go out there and just do what you need to, and things can turn out fabulously like they did with you.
I so agree with you. I feel like we overthink things. Everything in our lives, I feel like we overthink.
Right.
And for artists, if you're a storyteller, you know, when we talk about magic, I think the magic is in you that you have not thought about. That's what makes it magic. It's the thing that you discover in the moment. It's not the thing that you rehearse. It's not the thing that you know. It's not the thing that you talk about. It's that mystery. It's that thing that comes up, and that to me is when magic happens. With directors, with writers, with actors.
The beginning of that magic is what I want to know. The journey began from South Africa to Milan to New York to Los Angeles. What was that one moment when you realized that I have a career, I'm here to stay? Was there a defining moment, a film?
I still don't have that moment. I still think I'm going to get fired from every job I do.
That can't be true. There must
I
be
know
one moment.
I am not lying to you. I mean, not in like a feel sorry for me way. I sometimes feel, for me, and I would love to know what you think, how you feel about this. When I start a project, I always wish that I can go back and reshoot the first 3 weeks.
Right.
Because I feel like it takes like 3 weeks to just figure out like where you are, what it is, what it sounds like, and then you start going like, it like kicks in. It's like an engine, and you're like, okay, now I know what it is. Now now it's just happening. And that first 3 weeks, I'm always like, I suck. They're gonna fire me. I should probably fire myself because I'm producing this. If I was a good producer, I would fire myself. Like those are literally the thoughts that are going through my head. And then after three weeks, I'm like, we got this. All right, let's go.
And then you can't undo the 3 weeks that have happened. So you watch that, and perhaps that's what happens with me as well. You cringe every time you watch some of the moments that you've captured, and you're like...
And yeah, I've learned that we should always kind of shoot things that are not that important the first 3 weeks.
Well, it's never easy in our industry because, you know, you're dictated by dates that are given to you by movie stars, schedules, budgets, you know, I wish I could film linear, but it's never really possible, is it? But you're, just academically speaking, your breakthrough film was Devil's Advocate. That is what really began your journey of stardom. Did you realize that it had happened to you? When you have that buzz around you with agents and publicists and all the noise starts, you know, all the shenanigans that come with movie stardom, they start when there's a success.
I definitely, listen, when you get a job with Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves, something in you goes, oh, this is an amazing opportunity and don't F this up. And I knew the opportunity that it was. I don't think I ever got comfortable enough to know, like, now things will kick off for me. And they didn't. They really didn't. After that movie, I got great reviews and things like that, but I didn't get like a ton of jobs afterwards. I felt like the hustle. I still had to hustle. I felt like I always kind of had to hustle because the things that did come to me were not the projects that I was interested in. It was always kind of very either the girlfriend or the wife and kind of in the background, and those were not the jobs that I wanted to do. So the ones that I did want to do, I had to go and prove myself. I had to audition multiple times. They were not the ones that were necessarily handed to me.
Do you also believe that exceptional beauty, such as yours, can be a boon and an impediment? because sometimes, in our industry, for example, and most industries have the same, it can mirror itself, where like you have men and women that are so stunning, and sometimes they initially aren't taken seriously for their acting jobs because they look so gorgeous that it kind of overrides everything else. I know, for example, if you had to talk about Tom Cruise, he kind of deconstructed himself as a movie star, and went for those parts that were not addressing just his good looks. Did you feel that at all was happening to you as well?
For sure.
Yeah.
And it was, I think I found it perplexing because I never thought of myself as beautiful. And I wasn't, when I was a kid, like nobody went, oh my God, she's so beautiful. Like it was such a foreign concept for me, the idea that people thought I was beautiful. My mom never said, oh my God, you're so beautiful, look at you. Like when I was a kid, I had no teeth. Like I had to go on a lot of antibiotics when I was an infant, and so I lost all, back then antibiotics would rot your teeth, and so I remember just being very insecure up until the time that my real teeth came in. I was always kind of like shy about what I looked like. When I started working in Hollywood, there was definitely a feeling of like the only thing that you're good for is for like what you can accomplish with what you look, and that was, not that I thought that there was anything. I mean, it's not what I wanted to do. I don't judge it if that is what you want to do. I think it's great. It's just that it limits, when you think of that as a character, it limits the access that you have to interesting, deep stories.
Right, exactly.
And so trying to find those stories and having people say, she's too beautiful to do that.
For the part, yeah.
I remember a female director saying to me, she doesn't look like she's a mother's daughter. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
So I think we make assumptions that when somebody looks a certain way, they can't be vulnerable, they can't be a mess, they can't be flawed. They can't,
because they're genetically privileged.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And it is definitely something that you have to fight against. And I don't know if that's necessarily gone away completely.
No, it's not. I can see it happen even in our industry, even now. The very beautiful faces, both of men and women, I know there's a struggle for them to give that one sparkling performance, that award-worthy performance where they can really, where they'll have to change their look. Like literally, I've heard many of the female leads say, oh, all I did is take off my makeup and everyone's saying I'm acting really well.
Well, by the way, I am a true believer in that. I don't understand when people put lipstick on you and you're supposed to be like, you've just been kicked off a truck.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's just hard to do with lipstick on.
I never want you to see any of my movies because even if they're dying, they have everything ready. Like their hair is blow dried, they have lipstick on, and there's no compromise. I mean, like someone once asked me, like, how can I worked with a very prolific actor, Shabana Azmi. She's a veteran actor. Everybody, like national award winning, like she's like just known as, like, I could equate her to Meryl Streep, that good. And she was in my recent film, and she was in a scene in the kitchen, and she had blow dried hair, a beautifully draped sari, hair and makeup done. She says, who cooks looking like this? And I said, in my film, that's how it's going to be. You're going to look great. She says, and then there was a funeral sequence. She says, please, can you allow me to remove my makeup here? Like someone just died.
Yes.
Like, I'm like, well, not too much of it because, the lenses are sharp and I don't want you to look a certain way. And she was like, there's no reality. I said, I'm not going for it. I said, I'm not going for it. So I'm not that filmmaker, but there are those.
No,
and fortunately, you worked with so many of them.
But by the way, I think it's great that you know what you want, right? You know as a director what you want.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes as an actor, you need to know that very clearly. And I love how you just said that so directly. You're like, nope, that's not what this movie is.
Yeah, it's not. None of my movies are.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no interest in chasing reality.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's amazing. We need that.
I get scared when critics like my film because I'm like, what did I do? Like, what did I do wrong this time? Like, why are they liking my film? This is a bit odd. I'm not used to that, you know.
That's so funny.
Well, it is, because you've actually done a plethora of work. You've done so much mainstream work, and yet you've gone ahead and done like films like Young Adult, and that have also kind of been defining and have had a cult viewership, and it's been quite fantastic. But I want to get to Monster, which is not only a monstrous moment in your life, but also such a fantastic film, so different from everything you've ever done. And then you're sitting there in that August company, and you win an Academy Award, which is the gold standard for an artist. We all know that across the world, everyone wants to win it. We sit there praying when one of our films are nominated, and just ironically last year, Guneet Monga from India won us as a producer, as a production house, our first Academy Award.
So amazing.
For a short called The Elephant Whisperer.
Yeah.
And I think and when she came home, I said, can you bring your award home, please? I just want to pose with it. Just hold it. It may not happen ever in my lifetime. I know how big a deal that is. Tell us about that whole experience of Monster right up to its journey at the Academy Awards.
Yeah, it's a little difficult just because there's a strike right now, and I don't know how much of that I can share. But I'll say this: Patty Jenkins, who wrote and directed, one of my dearest friends, and I think a lot of the success of, I would say, everything of that film. It's kind of what we were just talking about. You know exactly what you want. She knew exactly what she wanted, and she was incredibly clear on what she wanted. And we were on the same page. We wanted the same thing. We wanted it to feel grounded and feel as real as possible, since there was footage of Eileen out there.
Yes.
But more importantly, wanted to get to the real core of the story. And the title of the film, I think, leans into the idea that when people like her, who do terrible things, come from certain circumstances that maybe we don't feel comfortable with, we kind of sweep it, or we put it in a box. We put it in a box and we label it.
Yes.
I can't say,
Yeah.
but we label it terrible things, right?
Yes,
And we don't want to take the moment to kind of ask questions. Why? Why would this happen? And I think we do this in life, which is really problematic, because when you think of humanity, and you think of empathy, the idea of standing in somebody else's shoes, that's a concept that, to me, is very much connected to acting. And if we can't do that across the board, not just to princesses and heroes, but to people who might have made really big mistakes and also just come from different circumstances, if we're not willing to ask the same questions to them, I think we run the risk of not truly knowing who people are and what people are capable of, and where socially we are maybe missing what people are really struggling with.
And the enhancement of all that has exponentially grown with the advent of social media. Like, it's actually made way for judgment much more than there ever was. And then there's the cancel culture, which is the opposite of judgment. Both extremes are questionable. Too much judgment is not right by any standard. But even to cancel someone who doesn't have the required information, that doesn't come from the right upbringing, and as a result you say and do the wrong things, that too has to be addressed. So I think both extremes sometimes we see because of the advent of social media, and what all that can be like. Again, it was a great tool initially, but I feel like there is a point of time that you feel like it's completely eating into your daily existence.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of cancel culture. I think when we don't allow, some kind of space for mistakes to happen. I always think about when I was in my 20s. There were no cell phones. We didn't have any of this stuff. And when I think about the stuff that I did when I was in my 20s, if that was ever recorded, you make mistakes, and then you learn, and then you grow up, and somebody goes, hey, you can't do that. And you go, okay, I'm never going to do that again. I don't think a lot of room for that right now. I think people are so scared.
Yeah.
I have 2 young girls, and I can even see with my old, she's 11 years old, there's a lot of times where I say to her, you cannot forget that what you're doing is not in pencil. You're not going to be able to erase it when you're 30 or 20 or looking for a job. It's written in ink. And that, you know, meaning like what you record, what you put out there, social media. And it scares her. It really scares her. And there's a part of me that wants to say, go and make mistakes. Like just learn, be a human being, and be open to acknowledge the mistakes and learn from them and be better. Like, I think we all want to be better, right?
Absolutely, better versions of
I'm
ourselves.
perfect.
You're perfect, of course.
Completely perfect.
That goes out. You are the gold standard in every which way today.
But we have to be able to have a conversation around things.
You have gone on record and spoken about your daughter, which was very brave of you. And how does that feel for you and your family?
I don't know about bravery. I love talking about my kids. They're really cool kids. Yeah, there's really no conversation around it. You know, I love my daughters. They're adopted. They're beautiful. They're African American. They're dancers. They're gymnasts. They're singers. Those are all the interesting things about them. The rest of the stuff is kind of just, we don't even think about it anymore.
That's great.
Yeah.
I have, I can say that, so through surrogacy, I have twins. I'm a single parent.
Oh.
And when I took that decision,
Yeah.
internally there was turmoil, of course, because, you know, we do live in a conservative society. And, but I had my mom's support, and she was like, you know, whatever people may say, if this feels right for you, just go ahead and do it.
Wow, we have very similar stories.
Yes,
That's
yes.
amazing. Congratulations. How, you just had them?
No, I had them. They're going to be 7 very soon.
Oh,
I had them. They were born in 2017.
I have an 8-year-old as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we were very close in
Yeah,
age.
so they're
Twins, and
they're
just,
twins,
did your
boy and
mom
girl.
help?
And, well, she is my biggest support. Like,
Yeah.
we kind of
You
co-parent them.
Yes, that's
Yes.
what I say.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Yes.
we are exactly, like, look at us. So much
So
in common.
I wanted to draw that commonality because initially it was considered, everyone, that's why I said, you know, you're brave to speak about it, but because when I had my twins, everyone initially was like, are you going to speak? And I was like, I have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
They're my children.
Yeah.
You know, and the real, not challenge will, but the real emotionality will creep in when I have to address the circumstance to them, you know, about how they were born. Because
To your children or to the
to
world?
my children.
Yeah.
To my children. That
Yeah.
is more important to me than
Yes.
what the world says.
Exactly.
So my daughter came up to me and said that, you know, whose tummy did I come out
Yeah.
of? I said, you came from, she calls me Dada. So I said, you came from Dada's heart.
That's what I
Oh my
say.
God, really?
Oh my God.
Oh God, we should have met
This
earlier.
is
Shaliza.
insane.
It saved me so many books that I had to read on parenting, like really, because I said it. But I think she's not buying that story anymore because she's asking many more technical questions about how babies can be born from someone's heart.
Yes,
So I
yes.
think there is that chat that we need to have.
Yes,
Maybe
it's
I will
coming
call
for
you
sure. Yeah, no, it's coming
ask
for
you
sure.
and take some tips because kids are great, but it's also the upbringing of a child is so critical. I have a boy and girl, and you know, we were talking about cancel culture and things like that, and I believe the things we say at home are so important.
Yeah.
And I had to kind of, my mother, who is not perhaps woke at all,
Yeah.
you know, will go on and say like, don't cry like a girl, and like,
Yeah.
and those are the things that I have to keep telling everyone at
Yeah.
home, that you can't say that.
Yeah.
Don't say that, because everyone can cry.
Yeah.
Everyone can wear pink. Everyone can wear blue, because I hate it when I get
am so
blue
in love
balloons
with
and
you
pink
right now.
balloons, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. You're stereotyping, you know, by gender, and that is something that you've also fought for.
You're my favorite person right now. I mean it. I just say absolutely
I
love
feel
this
privileged.
conversation.
I
No,
feel
I love this
privileged.
conversation. What was your question? I'm just
It was like you
entranced.
my question was that you fought for like gender equality as well.
Yeah, you
age
know,
and gender equality. And
I felt like, listen, I was fully aware at the time that I made a comment about equal pay, that I was in a completely different boat than a lot of actors who don't have the luxury
yeah.
of saying, listen, if you don't pay me the same as my male counterparts, I'm not going to show up for work. They just don't have that luxury.
Right.
Because there is a lot of scenarios where that actor will just get fired and replaced. And so I think I feel like, not that I want to carry a torch or anything like that, but I feel like if I can say something about it, if I can change something about it, now that I have 2 girls, I would want that for my daughters,
Yes.
you know? And so in a weird way, I'm not like Jane Fonda, like out there, but I want to always think about, you know, women outside of my comfort zone, like with the world that I live in, because reality is there's so many female actors out there who will never ever get the opportunities
Yes.
that I got. And the bottom line is, you know, it's not a big conversation. The bottom line is we should get paid the same as, we do the same job. We should get paid the same as men, you know?
I
Very
agree,
simple.
absolutely.
Yeah, very, very simple.
We have that constant conversation with our industry back home in India as well, where lots of the leading actors, you know, the female actors really feel that the concept of pay parity and equal pay has to be a conversation, an ongoing conversation. And I'm so glad that recently there have been instances that have started where some of, like you said, some are not in the position, but those that are, you start a story somewhere, right?
Yes.
And that's when the story continues. So I'm so happy to see we have actors. In fact, we have an actor this evening, Alia Bhatt, who's doing a session this evening, and she's now commanding that, you know, and she deserves it because she's met with the success. I know you fought hard when you were making Huntsman and when the sequel was happening, and that's great because where you begin is where others continue.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and that was a great example of also just, once I asked, everybody went, you know what, she's right.
Yeah.
And I also realized, like, maybe sometimes women, as women, we feel we're trepidatious about asking, and my encouragement is always like, you should ask.
Yeah.
Because maybe sometimes you'll be surprised by the answer. And that wasn't like a big fight or anything like that. It was a very simple conversation. They made an offer, and I said, I don't think this is what Chris Hemsworth is getting. And they were like, no. And I was like, well, I'd like to get what he's getting.
That's great.
And then it was done.
That's great.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Oh, well,
that
you're
is
sweet.
truly, it is no small victory. I can tell you that.
And I have to say, you know, people like Chris Hemsworth, there's a lot of allies that we have as women. You know, I don't think we talk about this a lot, but we do have a lot of allies in our male counterparts. And I always give them a lot of credit because I really don't think any of my male actors want that to be the case.
Yes.
And so it really is more of a pressure to studios and to financiers to kind of change that way of thinking, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know, you spoke about, you know, the support that comes from male actors, and that takes me back to the strike. And we don't have any information about what is the eventuality, but I know that there's a date set for a discussion on the table, and the discussion about, like, no one's happy with the company's approach, the studio's approach to artificial intelligence is where, but I love the fact that the actors came together to support the writers. And that is the kind of unity that sometimes we seek in our fraternity as well. There is some conversation that, oh, we're not such an aligned industry here, you know, and Hollywood is used as a very legit example about unity. So there is so much strength in that unity when you all come together to support writers who I believe are the whole and soul of any content piece you put out.
There's nothing without them.
There is nothing without them. It's like taking, like, just body, no soul, and that they bring the soul to the content. Did you fight the fight along with everyone else? Did you feel as solidly about it as everybody else did?
Yes, I mean, I think cinema is evolving, right? And we need to evolve. Our unions need to evolve, and how we find space in this world needs to evolve, you know? So I think it was a no-brainer for all of us to just say, listen, things are changing. Technology is really stepping in and taking a big part, and it's great. We're excited about it, but where do we fit into all of that? And so it was way overdue. And it's incredibly fair for performers to say, tell us exactly where we fit into, how you guys see the future, and let us be part of it. Let us get ahead of it instead of kind of like chasing it.
That's great. That's absolutely great.
Yeah, so fingers crossed. I mean,
and I do
think
hope
all
the
of us-
outcome is favorable for all.
I really do. I'm very optimistic about it.
Yeah, that's the only way that one should be.
Yeah.
Charlize, you also became producer, which was a great move on your part, actually. And traditionally, Hollywood was always known to be an all-boys club. But things are changing rapidly now. The scenario is changing as we speak. There's so many women who are producing and directing and running studios across streaming services and film studios. Did you also, what was the germ, or rather the start point of you wanting to be producer? Was it for control, or was it to fight some of the systems?
I would say the germ was being on a film that was very was one of those movies where I felt like when you really, if we really did it the way we wanted to make it, ultimately not having access to final cut, first time director, it felt to me like a film that would be taken out of our hands and edited in a way that wasn't what the movie that we wanted to make. And so it started there. It started as a protection to this first-time filmmaker that I kind of stepped in and I said, I'm going to be a producer on it. And
you'll have final cut.
Yeah, so it gave us a lot of, it gave me a lot more say and a lot more, I hate the word power, but it gave me a place where I could be part of the conversation and actually have an effect on its outcome. And so that's where it started. And then it just kind of continued from there. I never thought I would be a producer. I think for me, storytelling happens in so many different ways. And I never thought producing was part of that. And then when I did it on that film, I realized how much of being a producer has so much to do with the storytelling aspect of it.
Yeah.
And then after that, when I started developing things myself, I realized, oh my gosh, it's amazing when you can have an idea, find the writer that you want to work with,
right,
and then develop that idea with this writer that you hold in high regard, and it's a back and forth. It's like the saying, like, you throw spaghetti against the wall to wait to see what's going to stick. It's fun to do that with someone you really want to work with.
Right.
And so that development process as a producer is something that I loved so much, and was the only thing that kind of kept me creatively alive during COVID.
Yes.
You know, to just be able to like sit on Zooms with writers and think up crazy ideas and write them. So I love being a producer, I think first and foremost, just because of that creative process. I don't think so. I don't want the first and foremost thing to be like, I have power, I control it. Those things come with it. They're earned. You have to work for them.
But
and
you
have to
enjoy the
prove
process
yourself.
of it as well,
Exactly.
the creative process.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, I've been producing. I have 2 producing partners, and we've been doing it for over 2 decades, and we have a great track record of what we've made at Denver and Delilah, and we work with studios and streaming companies who we don't have to explain that we know how to make movies, right? So there's this access of freedom. We don't have to fight that much anymore.
Well, sometimes it's good to be in control, because many a time I've realized that if you send them a 2-pager to a streamer or a studio, and the feedback is 7 pages, and I've never understood that how you can send me 7 pages of feedback for a 2-page synopsis.
Yeah.
Like,
do you sometimes feel, I feel like sometimes they feel like if they don't do it, they're not doing their job.
I think so.
And part of me wants to be like, that's
But
not
who
really
knows,
what your job
but who
is.
knows if they're just putting those 2 pages into Chat GPT and giving us 7 pages from there. And I'm like, how can this physically be possible? I'm like, I sent you 2 pages, you sent me 7. A polite no would have been better.
Exactly.
Like, no, we're not interested.
Exactly.
So I see that happens, and we're all like, you know, I own a studio, and it's the same thing. There's a daily struggle, you know, because you're always kind of, you know, in the room with other creative people, and who sometimes have the power.
Yes.
You know, because they have the platform.
Yeah.
And you know, you have to kind of, like I always say, kill your ego, hold on to your self-respect. That's the only thing you can do as an artist.
Yes.
You know, and I think most of us try and do that and achieve that.
Yeah, I think always have an open ear.
Yeah.
I think as artists we can be very defensive of our project, of our character, and kind of be like, no, I know what to do with this. And I think having your ear always kind of open and being willing to truly hear people, even, you know, if 99% of them are bad notes, maybe there's one thing in there that you didn't think of, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And I do think sometimes a younger generation of producers are a little bit too protective of their material.
Yeah.
You know?
And sometimes it takes a more evolved, mature voice.
You just get tired when you get older.
Yeah.
You're just like, you go, I don't really want to fight right now.
Yeah.
My kids had me up all night. Let me hear what this guy has to say.
Yeah, in my case, the knee hurts a little bit, so.
Yeah.
You don't want to sit in that meeting long enough.
No, I'm like, whatever gets me out of this
You find an exit
faster.
route and get the hell out of there. I read something that really broke my heart. It said that conventional romance for you is off the table as a genre. Now, that means that my entire career can be flushed down because that's all I've done is conventional romance.
It's from what I think you do it well. I don't think, I actually did a, you know, it's kind of explaining, I guess, like the on-the-nose version of what people think action, drama, comedy. You know, it feels so it feels very compartmentalized. And the movies that I love are the ones that you can't put in a box. Like, at moments they're dramas, at moments they're comedies. They have to almost have a little bit of everything. That's how I feel about it.
But love stories, who doesn't love love stories?
Yeah, I did do one. I can't mention the film. I really loved it because it was kind of like a flip.
Yeah.
We flipped the genders and the stereotypical gender role, and that was really fun. And it's one of the movies that I'm weirdly most proud of. One of the movies I'm most proud of was one of the best experiences that I had. It's on Netflix right now. I might have been the #1 film. I can't say its name, but #1 film on Netflix for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That gives us enough to do tonight, to go check that one out. No, because love also for me, I think whenever I've written a love story or a story of a relationship, a lot of it is drawn from your personal life as well.
Yes.
So, you know, sometimes it's
But that's the problem I have with it. I feel like it's the one genre where that personal experience is not represented. I have just never related to a lot of romantic comedies because my love life has never looked like a romantic comedy, or the ones that are out there.
Well, it seems like my love life as well. Mine has been more a horror. It's also been a thriller because you don't know where it's going. But it's never been a love story. So sometimes I live vicariously through the characters I write because I'm like, this kind of like eternal love, like, you know, that everyone shows.
Like you can't reach. You can
where
reach,
you know that the person you love will follow you and end up at the airport.
Yeah.
Many a time I waited at those airports. No one comes.
I know, I love that third act when you see one of them running down a street.
It's never happening.
No, it's never happening.
I've sat in my seat and waited once also, thinking, you know, that I've seen those climactic moments where they even enter the flight.
Yes,
but nothing, you just have them coming and ask you if you want something to drink and then the flight takes off. And I'm like, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen the way we present romance in our movies.
No, and that's sometimes, I mean, I love the thing that you don't have that's beautiful to watch, but I think a lot of times we go to the movies and we sit in a dark room and we want to see something that we can like personally connect to.
Relate to,
Whether it's that one moment, but I feel like sometimes I really struggle. I struggle with romantic comedies. There's a few that do it really, really well. I wish that I could say their names, but there are a few that do it really well. And the reason why I think I made that comment was just that unless it's something in that genre that I can personally kind of like hook onto, I don't think I would be very good at it. And if you know that about, there's a saying, you know, like you should know the things that you are limited by.
Yeah.
It's a good thing. It's a really good thing to be honest about
No,
those
it's good.
things.
It's true. I believe that of myself as well.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't challenge yourself in it, but be aware. Like, Can I tell that story? Am I the best person to tell that story? Those are good questions to ask all the time.
Yeah, I feel I made the same film 8 times over. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. I never claimed to be versatile. Not anywhere, pun intended. I have to, before we get some questions from the house, I have to talk about your humanitarian and philanthropic life, which is so heartening to see, your contribution to what you do. You have the Charlize Theron Africa outreach project, and everything that you do in South Africa and in the world is heartening to know when an artist crosses the boundaries of his or her core profession, which has the limelight all around it, and yet you step out of that and do things for people. That is special, Charlize, and that requires a lot of inner humanity. And thank you for that.
Wow, I don't even know what to say to that. I thank you for being so sweet about it. I think a lot of it is somewhat in my DNA. My mom, I grew up with a mom who kind of lived the example, she never talked about it, but she lived this example of seeing and listening to people outside of her bubble, right? And in South Africa, I was raised during apartheid. I was raised during the start of the AIDS epidemic. So there was a lot going on in the country that I was being raised, where I kind of found my voice. And I had this mom who she was the local animal rescue. She was the local Doctors Without Borders. I mean, she literally was that person that people would come to and say, can you help? Can you do something? Because that's just who she was. And I think it made, I don't think I even thought about it that much. I think when I started acting and I was looking at campaigns that were out there, the organizations that I joined early on before I started CTOP, I never thought you know what, I should do this. I just always went, I'm gonna do this. It has to be part of my life. I think it's always a good thing to know where you come from, where you came from, and to never forget that, because it really is the thing that ultimately makes you, that gives you the backbone that you have. I really believe that. And then you have all these other experiences that kind of add on to that.
Yeah.
But I feel like growing up in South Africa, that's my backbone. And I love the country so much. I love the people so much. And I think it's out of the frustration of seeing those people not have the opportunities, or to have just access to healthcare, or access to education, or just to safety, in South Africa. So I think the young people in South Africa have always been a huge inspiration for me. I've always felt like every time I go back to South Africa, the hope that I see is always in the young people. The rebellious fire in their belly, it's always young people. And when you look in history, all the things that have really changed, right? All the things that we fought for, it's always been young people at the forefront, because they're the ones that have that energy, they have that fight, and they want that change for themselves so badly. So I always knew that I would work with young people, and I absolutely love working with young people. I work with organizations who are at the front lines doing the work. I'm not the one that goes in and decides what a community needs. I find community organizations that they live within their communities. They do really good job. They do a great job reaching their community at the place where they should meet them.
That's
and
great.
It's an honor. It's absolutely an honor. I always say we should stop saying charity and we should call it solidarity.
That's great. Well, that's absolutely, it's praiseworthy, it's applause-worthy, and not that you're doing it for that validation. It comes from within, and that's the only reason to really do what you do. Before, I had 3 questions from the house, but I have to ask you this. being a member of the film fraternity myself, Bollywood as we don't like to be called, but we're stuck with it because the Queen sanctioned it in her dictionary. What do you know about Bollywood? Have you seen a film from India? Do you know anything about our actors? Is there anything you know?
So the largest Indian population outside of India is in South Africa.
Yes.
And so last night, I flew in last night and we went to go have dinner and I walked into the restaurant and it smelled like home. It was really, I went, I know this smell. I grew up with a lot of Indian culture around me, and I think it's partly why I've always wanted to come to India. I'm fascinated by the culture, I'm fascinated by the people, I'm fascinated by the country. There's a beauty here that's just unique to India. You do not find this anywhere else. And so because there's such a big population of Indians out in South Africa, I got to watch more Bollywood movies than I did American movies.
Wow.
Yes, yes.
Wow.
So every Sunday they would, our television, when I was little, we only had television for like an hour a day. And then when I was around 10, we got this, I don't even know what to call it, but it kind of acted like a streamer. It would buy films, but the predominant movies that were on it were Bollywood movies, and every Sunday they would put a new movie on, and that was what we did every Sunday. Was we sat and we watched a Bollywood movie.
You have any recollection of a film that you loved?
Oh my God, I'm so bad with names.
No, you don't have to mention the name. Just
I mean, I think for me, because I was so in love with dancing, the idea of like musicals, like that was like my favorite to watch.
That's all we make.
Yeah, no, well, listen, that's not true, my friend. I watch your cinema, and I have seen you guys are really kind of at the forefront.
Yes, we are. I was joking before everyone in my industry attacks me. A lot of it is, we are perceived to be a song and dance filmmaking nation, but the kind of content that is coming out of our country, not only me, we're very proud of.
It's highly inspiring. For me right now, especially in the action genre, I think you guys are killing it.
Thank you. I'm not sure we have any time for the questions from the House, but you were so engaging that, you know, I just felt that we couldn't go down this path. My apologies to the people who have asked these questions. I do hope that we get the opportunity at some point of time to kind of ask Charlize these questions, but you were an absolute pleasure to speak with, and this was such a wonderful, warm, and it just felt very inspiring, this interaction. So thank you. And on behalf of the HT Summit and everyone from the HT family, we thank you.
Thank you. I'm so incredibly grateful to be here. I was so excited to be interviewed by you. Now I'm even more excited about more conversation with you. I love how much we have in common.
Yes.
And I'm just, this summit is really, really inspiring. So thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me. Now you guys, now it's gonna be terrible because I'm just gonna come every year. You're not gonna be able to get rid of me, see?
Well, no one's complaining. No one's complaining. Thank you.
you.
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen.
More than
Charlize
welcome.
Theron.
More than welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlize Theron and Karan Johar. Thank you so much. We now take a break for lunch, which is arranged.
Olympic champion, world champion, two-time Asian champion, javelin man, Neeraj Chopra is a man who lives up to expectations. After his gold medal at Tokyo, there has been simply no letup. In 6 competitions in 2023, he has finished on the podium each time. 4 gold medals and 2 silvers, and this at the world level, where every day you will have new challenges coming up, injuries, technical issues, everything else to deal with. But Neeraj finds a way to deal with all of that, take all the expectations, and still finish right on top. Today, for the 2023 session of the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit, we have the one and only Neeraj Chopra with us. Neeraj Chopra, welcome to the summit. I will first start off by talking about expectations. सबकी expectations है आपसे, मगर आपकी खुद से क्या expectation होती है? जब एशियन गेम्स में किशोर जना आपसे आगे निकल गए, उनकी सोच थी कि भाई साहब तो मार ही देंगे, मगर उस टाइम पे आपकी क्या सोच थी?
नहीं जी, बिल्कुल देखो, सबसे पहले तो ये बताना चाहूँगा कि एक सपना ही था यहाँ तक पहुँचने का कि मैं ओलंपिक्स खेलूँगा, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप या ऐसे बड़े गेम्स इंडिया के लिए खेलना है कभी। तो फाइनली अगर वो हो पाया है, तो बस मैं उसको कोशिश करता हूँ कि उसको अपना अच्छे से एक अच्छा मौका मान के, या उसको एक तरह का इंस्पिरेशन ही होता है मेरे लिए हमेशा खेलना। तो वही सोच के मैं हमेशा कोशिश करता हूँ कि अपना बेस्ट देना है, और डेली की ट्रेनिंग हमारा मोटिवेशन होती है। ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई बड़ा गेम्स आ रहा है उसके लिए हम मोटिवेट होते हैं। हमारी डेली का जो ट्रेनिंग प्लान होता है, डेली का हर नेक्स्ट दिन हमारे लिए मोटिवेशन होता है कि हमको आज ये ट्रेनिंग की है हमने, कल को इससे और बेटर करनी है, कल हमारी थ्रोज है या दूसरी ट्रेनिंग है वो परफेक्ट करनी है। तो डेली का एक मोटिवेशन होता है, बिल्कुल एक गोल सेट होता है कि हाँ, इसके लिए तैयारी कर रहे हों, पता होता है। पर डेली का एक ये मोटिवेशन है। और बिल्कुल दूसरी बात, जैसे एशियन गेम्स में जेना ने बहुत अच्छी थ्रो की, और मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि शायद से अगर, क्योंकि मेरी पहली थ्रो बहुत अच्छी थी, तो वो कुछ टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम्स की वजह से वो मेजर नहीं हो पाई। 84 मीटर मेरी थ्रो लगी हुई थी, तो शायद से जो कंडीशन थी, हवा चल रही थी, तो कंडीशन इतनी ठीक नहीं लग रही थी कि थ्रो लगेगी। लेकिन जब किशोर जेना ने थ्रो लगाई, तो बिल्कुल मुझे भी ऐसा लगा कि नहीं, और अच्छी लगानी, क्योंकि एक कॉम्पिटिशन माहौल बन गया वहाँ पे। तो मैं बहुत खुश था जेना के लिए, लेकिन बिल्कुल जब हम खेल रहे होते हैं तो हमको अपना बेस्ट देना होता है, क्योंकि हम इंडिविजुअल एथलीट हैं, टीम स्पोर्ट नहीं है। तो बिल्कुल जेना के लिए खुश था, लेकिन मुझे भी अच्छा करना था। और वही जैसा कि मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि जब तक लास्ट थ्रो खत्म ना हो जाए, मेरे मन में हमेशा ये रहता है कि जितनी थ्रो मैंने लगाई है उस थ्रो तक मैं जरूर फेंक दूंगा।
तो जो बड़े एथलीट होते हैं, उन्हें सबसे ज्यादा मजा कंपटीशन में आता है
जी।
Is that something that drives you? You know, they would say this about this great horse called Seabiscuit, who looked very small, but when he came up against a bigger horse, there was no stopping him. So
जी।
how are you in a competition? How is Neeraj Chopra different in a competition from the Neeraj Chopra we are seeing now?
बिल्कुल जी, वो अलग ही मतलब मुझे कोई ज़रूरत भी नहीं पड़ती है ऐसा कुछ बनाने की। जब मैं ग्राउंड पे जाता हूँ तो ऑटोमैटिकली वो माहौल ही दूसरा होता है। इतने ज़्यादा हज़ारों लोग होते हैं, 70-80 हज़ार लोग होते हैं, कई बार स्टेडियम में फुल भरा हुआ होता है। तो वो मतलब ज़ोन ही ऐसा लगता है कि दूसरी दुनिया में आ गए हैं, और बिल्कुल वो अलग ही एक फीलिंग होती है। और बिल्कुल जब चारों तरफ लोग बैठे हैं, लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन है, इंडिया के लोग हमसे एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारी खुद से एक्सपेक्टेशन होती है। तो बिल्कुल बहुत टफ होता है उस टाइम, एक पर्टिकुलर टाइम में वहाँ पे परफॉर्म करना। लेकिन बिल्कुल कहीं न कहीं प्रे, मान लो कि लोगों की, इतने लोगों की प्रे मेरे साथ है, या फिर एक खुद पे बिलीव होता है, तो वो चीज़ सही काम कर जाता है, और जब भी हम खेलने जाते हैं तो रिज़ल्ट अच्छा होता है। तो बिल्कुल मैं ऐसे ही कहना चाहूँगा कि लोगों की प्रे रही, और मैं अच्छे से मेहनत करता रहूँगा, और ऐसे ही हम इंटरनेशनल कॉम्पिटिशन्स में अच्छा करते रहेंगे। और बिल्कुल बहुत अच्छा लगता है इंटरनेशनल एथलीट्स के साथ कम्पीट करना और फाइट देना उनको।
आप अभी खाली उनके साथ compete नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप तो उनके साथ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में बैठ रहे हैं। जैसे टैम्बेरी ने आपको कहा था कि आप 90 के पार जाएँगे
जी।
डायमंड लीग में, वो हुआ नहीं ज़ूरिक में,
हाँ
बट
जी।
इट लुक्ड क्वाइट गुड। बट इन अ कॉम्पिटिशन डू यू फील लाइक जैसे आप कभी ज़ोन में चले जाते हैं, आपको सब चीज़ें सुनाई देती हैं, या आपका जो फोकस है वो आपका कि मेरा रन अप क्या है, मैं कब जाके रिलीज़ करूँ, टेक्निकल पॉइंट्स क्या हैं? Do you listen to the noise, or are you only concentrating on yourself?
बिल्कुल, लोग तालियाँ मारते हैं और हमको बूस्ट करते हैं, वो चीज़ बस फ़ील होती है। हमको बस ऐसा लगता है कि बस हम एक ज़ोन में तो होते हैं जब मैं रनवे पे खड़ा होता हूँ, जब थ्रो कर रहा होता हूँ, तो एक ज़ोन में तो होता हूँ। पर हाँ, ये थोड़ा बहुत ये पता लगता है कि लोग बूस्ट अप कर रहे हैं, तालियाँ बजा रहे हैं, पर पूरा फ़ोकस जो है ये मान लो कि 90% फ़ोकस या उससे ज़्यादा फ़ोकस पूरा थ्रो पे होता है और उसी दुनिया में होते हैं हम। उस टाइम पे कोई ज़्यादा लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या चल रहा है, वो इतना सुनाई नहीं देता। उस ज़ोन में होते हैं कि उस टाइम पे थ्रो करना है और वही मुझे लगता है कि बेस्ट पार्ट है। कोई भी आप काम कर रहे हो, जब आप उस ज़ोन में होते हो तो आप अपना बेस्ट दे पाते हो वहाँ पे।
मगर आपने आपने कहा था कि ट्रेनिंग इज़ आल्सो अ रिवॉर्ड फॉर यू। क्या करना है अगले दिन, एक स्टेप आगे जाना है। मगर स्पोर्ट में ये भी है कि आप जितनी भी ट्रेनिंग कर लो, आपको एकदम अगले दिन तो रिजल्ट्स दिखने नहीं।
बिल्कुल जी।
तो तो आप अपने आप को ये गोल जब आप सेट करते हो, आर यू गिविंग इट अ टाइम लिमिट? आर यू सेइंग कि इतने टाइम में मुझे ये
अ,
गोल करना है या कैसे करना है? मतलब आप क्या सोचते हो?
सबसे पहले तो मैं मानता हूँ कि पेशेंस बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है स्पोर्ट्स में, क्योंकि अ, सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम अभी क्या हो रही है कि पेशेंस नहीं है। एथलीट्स जब स्टार्ट करते हैं या पेरेंट्स भी जब बच्चों को स्टार्ट करवाते हैं, तो उनको रिज़ल्ट्स चाहिए बहुत जल्दी। लेकिन स्पोर्ट्स ऐसी जगह नहीं है। स्पोर्ट्स आपके 5-6 साल या 8-10 साल भी ले सकता है एक अच्छा रिज़ल्ट दिखाने के लिए। तो बिल्कुल सबसे पहली बात है पेशेंस, वो मैं बिल्कुल रखता हूँ और दूसरी बात है कि अब एक चीज़ का तो टाइम होता ही है। मान लो ओलंपिक्स है, उसका टाइम सेट है कि इस इतनी डेट को ओलंपिक स्टार्ट होगा, इतने को खत्म होगा। तो उस डेट के बीच में जो भी हमको अभी से स्टार्ट करना है, तो वो एक प्लान ज़रूर होता है। बिल्कुल कोविड ने हमको सिखाया है कि हर बार प्लान काम नहीं करते, हमारे हिसाब से चीज़ें नहीं चलती। पर
बिल्कुल।
वही है कि हमारा काम है कि अपना काम करते रहें, अपना प्रॉपर प्लान बनाएँ, अच्छे से उस पे काम करें। तो बिल्कुल जी, जो हमारा जितने ही महीने मिलेंगे बीच में, हम उसके लिए प्रॉपर प्लानिंग, कोच, फिजियो जो टीम होती है, हम साथ में बैठ के प्लान करते हैं, फिर उस चीज़ के ऊपर काम करते हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि वो हम 1 महीने में कर देंगे, हमको कुछ महीने लगेंगे, 5, 6, 7 महीने लगते हैं कि हम स्लो प्रोसेस, धीरे-धीरे फिटनेस होती है, फिर उसके बाद स्पेसिफिक जेवलिन ट्रेनिंग में हम जाते हैं। उसके बाद फिर कॉम्पिटिशन मोड आता है कि हम कॉम्पिटिशन में जाते हैं। जैसे ओलंपिक्स है, तो उससे पहले हम 2-3 महीने पहले कॉम्पिटिशन स्टार्ट कर देंगे। तो वो एक प्रोसेस है पूरा, तो उस तरीके से काम करते हैं। तो बिल्कुल जैसे कि आपने पूछा, मुझे लगता है कि पेशेंस होनी चाहिए और बिल्कुल स्पोर्ट्स टाइम लेता है। धीरे-धीरे इम्प्रूवमेंट आती हैं और धीरे-धीरे हमारी फिटनेस लेवल ऊपर उठती है, हमारी टेक्निक इम्प्रूव होती है, तब जाके रिज़ल्ट दिखते हैं अगर हम इंजरी से बचे रहे तो, क्योंकि इंजरी भी बहुत बड़ा एक पार्ट होता है स्पोर्ट्स का कि उससे बचना बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल होता है। अगर उससे बच जाए तो बिल्कुल फिर अच्छा करता है खिलाड़ी।
जैसे आप इंजरीज़ की बात कर रहे थे, आपने राफेल नडाल के बारे में सुना होगा।
बिल्कुल
वो
जी।
कहते हैं कि जब हम प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, आई विल गिव 110% सो
जी।
दैट आई कैन गिव 100% ड्यूरिंग द मैच।
जी।
तो जब आप प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, डू यू होल्ड बैक और आर यू आल्सो ऑल इन?
मुझे लगता है कि हर स्पोर्ट का अपना अलग एक फंडा होता है। बिल्कुल हम 100% देते हैं ट्रेनिंग में, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं हर बार 100% एफर्ट लगा के थ्रो फेंकता हूँ। जेवलिन काफ़ी टेक्निकल है, तो हम टेक्निक पे ज़्यादा फ़ोकस करते हैं, हम डिस्टेंस पे ट्रेनिंग में ज़्यादा फ़ोकस नहीं करते। हमारा माइंड पूरा टेक्निक पे या ट्रेनिंग पे होता है। कुछ ट्रेनिंग ऐसी होती है, जैसे हम जंपिंग कर रहे हैं या हम वेट लिफ्टिंग कर रहे हैं या स्प्रिंटिंग कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें हम अपना 100% देते हैं। लेकिन स्पेसिफिक जेवलिन में हम 100% हमेशा नहीं दे सकते। वो बिल्कुल टेनिस का, जेवलिन का, एथलेटिक्स का, पूरा सभी स्पोर्ट का अलग होता है। तो हम फ़ोकस ज़्यादा करते हैं उस टाइम पे टेक्निक पे। कभी-कभी जब कॉम्पिटिशन्स नज़दीक नज़दीक होते हैं, तो तब हम फुल एफर्ट लगा लेते हैं ट्रेनिंग में, एक बार चेक करने के लिए कैसा फ़ील हो रहा है। तो बिल्कुल मेंटली तो हम 100% देते ही हैं ट्रेनिंग में, पर फिज़िकली कहीं न कहीं जेवलिन की बात करें तो थोड़ा-थोड़ा हम टेक्निक पे ज़्यादा फ़ोकस करते हैं एफर्ट लगाने से ज़्यादा। और बिल्कुल कॉम्पिटिशन में तो फिर 100% से ऊपर ही देना होता है हमेशा। एथलेटिक्स में ये है कि हम हमको हमेशा अपना बेस्ट देना होता है।
आपके आपके बारे में तो ये अभी मशहूर हो गया है, वन एंड डन हैं? ज जब
हाँ,
आप
वो
आते हैं
क्वालिफ़िकेशन राउंड
पहला थ्रो करते हो।
नहीं, वो बिल्कुल वो क्वालिफ़िकेशन राउंड में वो भी मैंने एक लेसन लिया है 2017 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप से लंदन में थी। तो वहाँ पे 83 मीटर का ऑटोमेटिक क्वालीफाई था, तो मैं सोच रहा था कि हो जाएगा। तो मैंने फर्स्ट थ्रो किया, इतना अच्छा नहीं था, 82 समथिंग। दूसरा थ्रो थोड़ा खराब हो गया, तो प्रेशर आ गया तीसरे थ्रो में, क्योंकि 3 ही थ्रो मिलते हैं क्वालिफिकेशन राउंड में। तो तीसरा थ्रो मैंने किया तो वो 80 प्लस था, इतना तो हो नहीं पाया, फाइनल में नहीं पहुँच पाया। तो उस दिन मैंने सोच लिया था कि क्वालीफाई राउंड को भी बिल्कुल कभी भी उसमें नहीं लेना है, हमेशा अपना अच्छे से फ़ोकस करके अच्छी थ्रो करनी है और कोशिश करना है कि पहले थ्रो में हो जाए। उसके बाद ओलंपिक्स हो या वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप हो, अब तक सब अच्छा चल रहा है, तो मैं कोशिश करता हूँ फर्स्ट थ्रो में ही क्वालीफाई कर दें अच्छी थ्रो लगा के।
मगर आपके बारे में एक चीज़ तो कहनी पड़ेगी कि जब आप कम्पीट करते हैं, आप ऐसा कभी लगता नहीं कि आप पे ऊपर कोई प्रेशर है? I don't know how is are you feeling different inside and do we see something different outside?
नहीं, जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि जब हम अंदर होते हैं, स्टेडियम के अंदर होते हैं, तो वो ज़ोन ही अलग होता है। बिल्कुल कई बार जब कॉम्पिटिशन बहुत टफ चल रहा होता है और टक्कर चल रही होती है अच्छी, तो बिल्कुल हमारा फ़ोकस बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। लेकिन कई बार मैं जब बाद में वीडियोज़ देखता हूँ, तो बिल्कुल कई बार मुझे लगता है कि जैसे जेवलिन है, तो हम जब 100% ऐसे टाइट होके एफर्ट लगाते हैं, तो वो कई बार थ्रो अच्छा नहीं जा पाता। लेकिन हम रिलैक्स रह के तो अपने आप को मेंटली थोड़ा वो रख के और बहुत ज़्यादा ये सोच के कि हमको फिजिकल एफर्ट नहीं लगाना, लेकिन मेंटली हमको थोड़ा शांत रह के और सोच के फिर एफर्ट लगाना है, तो वो ज़्यादा काम करता है। तो मैं कोशिश करता हूँ अपने आप को, अभी पीछे से मैं सीखता आ रहा हूँ धीरे-धीरे, हर कॉम्पिटिशन में सीखता हूँ किस तरीके से अपने आप को शांत रखना है, खेलते टाइम और किस तरीके से, क्योंकि हमको 6 थ्रो मिलते हैं, तो अ, 6 थ्रो काफ़ी होते हैं अपने आप को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए। तो बिल्कुल मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि शांत रहूँ और सोचूँ कि क्या गलत हुआ पिछले थ्रो में, अगले थ्रो में क्या अच्छा कर सकता हूँ। तो इसलिए मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि कहीं न कहीं थोड़ा बहुत शांत रह सके या रिलैक्स रह सके कॉम्पिटिशन में। तो वो पिछले काफ़ी सालों से सीखता आ रहा हूँ अभी, तो धीरे-धीरे वो बन गया है अभी।
तो ये आप बचपन से ही शांत थे या ये अभी टोक्यो के बाद एक्वायर किया है क्वालिटी?
नहीं, टोक्यो में भी मैं काफ़ी रिलैक्स था, मतलब काफ़ी अच्छे से कॉम्पिटिशन खेल पाया और बिल्कुल मुझे लगता है कि जब हम काम कर रहे होते हैं कुछ अपना, तो हम 100% मेंटली उस काम में होते हैं, तो शायद वो कहीं न कहीं आसान हो जाता है। अ, मतलब आसान मैं ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा कि वो कॉम्पिटिशन ऐसे आसान हो जाता है, लेकिन मेंटली हमारे लिए अगर हम उसमें 100% हैं, तो हमारे लिए वो काम और ज़्यादा आसान हो जाता है। अगर मैं सिर्फ़ कॉम्पिटिशन के बारे में सोचता रहूँ कि नहीं मुझे अच्छा ही करना है और मैं अपने आप को एक ज़ोन में ना रख के मैं अपने आप के ऊपर प्रेशर डालता रहूँ कि नहीं मुझे अच्छा करना ही है, करना ही है, करना ही है, तो वो शायद से इतना अच्छा भी नहीं होगा और मैं ज़्यादा प्रेशर भी लूँगा और मेरी बॉडी मेरे अकॉर्डिंग नहीं चल पाएगी। तो मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि खुद पे बिलीव रखें कि हाँ, नहीं मैं अच्छा कर दूँगा और अपने आप को थोड़ा शांत रखें काम करते टाइम। तो बिल्कुल वो रिज़ल्ट अच्छा ही आता है। बचपन से पता नहीं, पर जब से मैंने स्पोर्ट्स शुरू किया तो स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में तो ये सीखता आ रहा हूँ, जब भी खेलते हैं तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा कॉम्पिटिशन्स खेल चुका हूँ अभी तक और खेल-खेल के मुझे लगता है कि ये ट्रेनिंग हो पाई है, क्योंकि हम बाहर बैठ के सोचते हैं तो शायद वो नहीं हो पाता, लेकिन जब हम अंदर होते हैं और अंदर इस चीज़ पे काम करते हैं खेलते टाइम, तो ये इम्प्रूव होता है।
नीरज, जो आपने कहा यू नो बहुत-बहुत सही बात है क्योंकि एक्चुअली देखा जाए तो कॉम्पिटिशन में ही एक्चुअली पता चलता है कि क्या लेवल है आपका। आप
बिल्कुल,
ट्रेनिंग में जितना भी कर लो, अगर आप कॉम्पिटिशन में नहीं आगे कर सकते, तो
बिल्कुल,
उसका वैसे कोई फ़ायदा नहीं। मगर
बिल्कुल।
अभी आप एक और चीज़ जो आप करते हैं, वो आप काफ़ी यूरोप में कम्पीट कर रहे हैं, काफ़ी अराउंड द वर्ल्ड कम्पीट कर रहे हैं। इससे आप में क्या चेंजेस आए हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ हाउ यू थिंक अबाउट जैवलिन? यू नो व्हेन यू आर देयर ऑन द फील्ड यू आर एसेंशियली अलोन, तो आप
जी,
अपनी एडजस्टमेंट्स खुद कर रहे हैं, आप ऑलरेडी ये सोच रहे हैं between the Neeraj of say Tokyo 2020 and what we see now, you know,
जी।
what is the difference?
जी, बिल्कुल, यूरोप में जो ट्रेनिंग करता हूँ, उसका सबसे बड़ा फ़ायदा ये होता है कि हमारे एथलेटिक्स के ज़्यादातर मैक्सिमम कॉम्पिटिशन्स यूरोप में ही होते हैं। जैसे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप थी, यूरोप में थी, डायमंड लीग्स, अभी नेक्स्ट ईयर ओलंपिक्स होना है, तो पेरिस में है, यूरोप में है। तो उधर ट्रेनिंग करने का सबसे बड़ा फ़ायदा ये है कि हमको एक दूसरी जगह जाने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा ट्रैवल नहीं करना पड़ता और उस वेदर के अकॉर्डिंग हम ढले होते हैं, क्योंकि वो जो जैसा वहाँ पे वेदर होता है, हम वहीं पे ट्रेन करते हैं, तो इतनी ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं आती। जैसे मैं पहले इंडिया से काफ़ी ज़्यादा ट्रैवल करता था, तो जाता था मतलब काफ़ी घंटे लगते थे, फिर वापिस आना, फिर वापिस थोड़े दिन बाद जाना। टाइम का भी काफ़ी चेंज होता है, तो वो थोड़ा-थोड़ा जेट लैग का भी प्रॉब्लम हो जाती थी और वेदर जैसे अपने यहाँ पे गर्मी होती थी, तो वहाँ पे एकदम जाओ थोड़ी ठंड होती है। तो ये थोड़ा-सा ये चीज़ें हैं जो और काफ़ी कुछ सीखने को भी मिलता है जब बाहर ट्रेनिंग करते हैं। बाहर के एथलीट्स किस तरीके से खुद को प्रिपेयर करते हैं, वहाँ के कोचेज़ क्या क्या ट्रेनिंग करवा रहे हैं या क्या एथलीट ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, और जब हम compete कर रहे हैं तो कैसे compete करते हैं बाहर वाले एथलीट। तो वो बिल्कुल वो चीज़ें काफ़ी कुछ सीखने को, क्योंकि जेवलिन तो अपना इवेंट था नहीं, अपना गेम था नहीं, तो धीरे-धीरे
आपने बना लिया है।
यूरोप का था। अब तो मतलब जेवलिन आप देख रहे हो पैरालंपिक्स में उतने इतने अच्छे, अभी पैरा एशियन गेम्स चल रहे हैं, तो सुमित, सुंदर कितना अच्छा सभी ने, मतलब जेवलिन में आप देख सकते हो। और एशियन गेम्स में जेना ने, और फिर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में मनु, जेना और मैं फाइनल में बेस्ट 6 में थे। तो जेवलिन अभी ग्लोबली भी पता लग गया कि इंडिया इम्प्रूव कर रहा है अच्छा, तो वो मुझे जान के बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। तो ये काफ़ी फ़ायदे हुए हैं बाहर ट्रेनिंग करने की, जो चीज़ें हमको शायद नहीं पता थी, वो पता लगी हैं काफ़ी चीज़ें।
तो अब आप जब बाहर जाते हो तो आप ऑब्वियसली बाकी ओलंपिक चैंपियंस को भी मिल रहे हो, आप खुद ओलंपिक चैंपियन हैं। तो जब आप लोग अब बात करते हो स्पोर्ट के बारे में, व्हाट इज़ दैट कन्वर्सेशन लाइक? यू नो, जैसे आपने कहा कि आप दूसरों से भी बातें करके चीज़ें सीख रहे हो।
जी।
इज़ देयर समथिंग टू लर्न फ्रॉम दीज़ पीपल आल्सो?
बात करके हम ज़्यादातर स्पेसिफिक जेवलिन के बारे में नहीं बात कर पाते, क्योंकि सभी का अपना ट्रेनिंग टाइमिंग और अपना एक शेड्यूल होता है। मतलब वो ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद चले जाते हैं अपने रूम में, जो भी मतलब हम ज़्यादा टाइम बैठ नहीं पाते, लेकिन हाँ, जो भी थोड़ी बहुत बातें हो पाती हैं, अच्छा लगता है। एक-दूसरे से बात करते हैं कि कैसी कंडीशन है अभी, सब कुछ ठीक है, फिट है, या कौन-सा कॉम्पिटिशन आगे खेलने वाले हो। इंडिया के बारे में बात करते हैं कि इंडिया इतना अच्छा ग्रो कर रहा है जेवलिन में अभी, वो चीज़ उनको पता है, तो सभी बात करते हैं। तो वो बातें सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगता है। बाकी स्पेसिफिक जेवलिन के बारे में, टेक्निक के बारे में, इन चीज़ों के बारे में इतनी बात हो नहीं पाती। वो ज़्यादातर मैं कोच के साथ या उनको जो देखता हूँ ट्रेनिंग करते हुए, उन चीज़ों से सीखते रहते हैं।
नीरज, अभी you've become something that we can just call a serial winner. Somebody who goes to a competition ends up on the podium. और आपके जो लास्ट ईयर में 6 कंपटीशन हुए थे, सब में आप पोडियम पे आए थे, खाली 2 में सिल्वर आया था, बाकी सब में गोल्ड आया था।
जी।
तो जब आप compete करते हैं, do you ever think about losing? What is your mindset like? Do you think कि अरे यार हार जाऊँगा, ऐसा हो रहा है, or do you think that it doesn't matter?
हार के ही पहुँचा हूँ जी यहाँ तक। मतलब 2017 में मैं बाहर इंटरनेशनल कॉम्पिटिशन्स में निकला था। मेरा फर्स्ट डायमंड लीग था 2017 में। तो 2017 से अभी 21 तक हारता ही आ रहा था मैं 22 तक। तो 22 में पहली बार मेरी डायमंड लीग में पोज़ीशन आई है। ऐसा नहीं है कि ये एकदम हो गया। तो बिल्कुल आप 17 से देख सकते हैं, 17, 18, 19 में मैं पूरा साल इंजरी की वज़ह से खेल नहीं पाया। 20 में कोविड की वज़ह से नहीं खेल पाए। 21 में ओलंपिक्स था, तो बाकी तो मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं अभी एक वो धीरे-धीरे लेवल बनता जा रहा है कि हाँ, मैं एक थ्रो कर रहा हूँ और इम्प्रूव कर रहा हूँ। वरना 2017 में जब मैं जाता था तो वहाँ पे पोज़ीशन नहीं आ रही थी डायमंड लीग में। तो बिल्कुल ऐसा नहीं है कि हम एकदम जीत जाते हैं, तो हार-हार के ही जी अभी थोड़ा बहुत जीते हैं, और वो चीज़ माइंड पे नहीं इसलिए नहीं चढ़ रही क्योंकि मैंने हार को देखा है। और वो एक्सेप्ट करनी चाहिए, कुछ भी हो, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स में बिल्कुल आपका एक जैसा नहीं चल सकता। कई बार बॉडी आपके अकॉर्डिंग नहीं चलती। क्या पता आप अपना बेस्ट दे पाओ तो दूसरा एथलीट आपसे भी ज़्यादा बेस्ट दे दे। तो काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हैं जो हमारे हाथ में नहीं होती, और हम जब एथलेटिक्स में जब हम खेल रहे होते हैं तो 30-35 एथलीट्स वहाँ पे खेलने आते हैं, क्वालिफिकेशन राउंड होता है, फिर फाइनल में जाते हैं तो बेस्ट 12 वहाँ पे थ्रो करते हैं। बेस्ट 12 से फिर 3 थ्रो के बाद 8 एथलीट छँटते हैं। फिर उसमें से 3 एथलीट्स को मेडल मिलता है, तो क्या पता अब किसका दिन है और कौन अच्छे से तैयारी करके आया है। तो मैं तो मतलब अच्छा फ़ील कर रहा हूँ कि अभी अच्छा चल रहा है, 2 साल से बहुत अच्छे रिज़ल्ट्स आ रहे हैं। पर वही है कि अगर हार भी होती है तो वो भी एक्सेप्ट करनी चाहिए। मैंने यही सीखा है पिछले कुछ सालों से। बिल्कुल।
अभी जैसे आप एशियन गेम्स से पहले आप बोल रहे थे दैट वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट थिंग्स टू डू इज आल्सो टू डिफेंड द क्राउन.
जी।
Now you'll have the same thing happening at Paris. You'll be defending something that's at a way higher level, क्योंकि one can say कि एशिया का आई थिंक आपको और नदीम को छोड़कर बाकी लोगों का उतना हाई लेवल नहीं है. ऑफ कोर्स किशोर ने भी किया, बट वर्ल्ड लेवल पे we'll have even bigger guys. Jacob will be there, Vetter will be there. All these guys are going to be in there.
बिल्कुल,
So how
होपमैन
are you?
तो इंजर्ड हैं, वो लोग मतलब आएँगे फिट होके पेरिस के लिए, तो पेरिस मतलब अच्छा होने वाला है काफ़ी।
So how does the thought of defending at Paris, what does that do for you? Is that your sole motivation right now, or do you look at smaller goals along the way?
नहीं बिल्कुल जी, जैसा पेरिस के लिए जब मैं सोचता हूँ तो मेरे माइंड में एक ही बात आ रही है कि जितनी मेहनत की, जो भी मैंने सीखा है अपने स्पोर्ट्स से, जो भी मैं आज तक करता आया हूँ, तो वो पेरिस के लिए मैं अपना बेस्ट तैयारी के साथ जाऊँगा। तो बिल्कुल डिफेंड करना टाइटल को बहुत बड़ी बात है, ओलंपिक जैसे लेवल पे। तो जितना मैंने अपने स्पोर्ट्स से आज तक सीखा है और मैं बिल्कुल अभी उस बेस्ट जगह पे हूँ, मैं बेस्ट एज में हूँ और मुझे लगता है कि अगर प्रॉपर तरीके से मैं अपने आप को फिट रख पाया, कि सबसे बड़े चैलेंज आते हैं इंजरी के, क्योंकि सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा होता है। इस साल भी सब बढ़िया था, एकदम बीच में एक इंजरी होगी, छोटी-सी भी इंजरी है, वो भी पूरा तैयारी को खराब कर देती है। तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज इंजरी का होता है, वही मुझे कोशिश करनी है कि मैं प्रॉपर तरीके से इंजरी से बच के चलूँ और जितना ही मैंने अभी तक सीखा है, मेंटली और फिज़िकली 100% अपना उस पे लगाऊँगा और पूरे फ़ोकस के साथ पेरिस में जाएँगे और यही कोशिश रहेगी कि बिल्कुल टफ है, लेकिन ये चैलेंज है,
इसी में मजा है।
लाइफ़ के चैलेंज है, उसको मैं एक्सेप्ट करता हूँ और मैं अपनी तैयारी करके जाऊँगा बढ़िया।
Neeraj, one of the things I think every athlete, whether in India or abroad, has to face is the time you spend away from family. You have always been somebody who seems to be very connected to family, but now you're spending maybe 9 months away from home training in a foreign land. How
जी।
do you deal with this? You know, the different food, the different languages, you know.
फूड की इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती जी, फूड मतलब अभी वो जीभ के स्वाद वाला काम रहा नहीं, स्टार्टिंग में दिक्कत आई थी तब तब बिल्कुल स्टार्टिंग से घर से निकले थे तो हमको वो अपना घर का खाना या रोटी वो चाहिए होती थी घी के साथ सब्जी। अभी वो चीज़ है नहीं, अभी सैलेड या नॉर्मल जो भी मिल जाता है खा लेते हैं। मेन प्रॉब्लम आती है कि जो फैमिली के साथ बैठ के बातें करना या घर पे रहना, थोड़ा फैमिली के साथ टाइम स्पेंड करना, रात को लेट-लेट तक बैठे रहना, बातें करना, तो वो चीज़ें हैं वो कहीं न कहीं जो छूट जाती हैं। पर बिल्कुल जैसा कि आपको पता ही है कि कुछ ना कुछ हर चीज़ का एक प्राइस पे करना होता है। तो बाहर अभी ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं तो ये चीज़ फैमिली ने भी एक्सेप्ट कर लिया, अब तो मैंने भी कर ली क्योंकि ये तो लंबे टाइम से चलता आ रहा है। 2011 में मैं पहली बार घर से निकला था और अभी 23 है तो ऑलमोस्ट 11-12 साल हो गए हैं। तो अभी वो आदत हो गई है फैमिली को भी। अब तो स्टार्टिंग में तो जब मैं गया था तो मेरी माँ काफ़ी ज़्यादा रोई थी। अब तो उनको भी आदत हो गई, अब तो वो भी बोलती हैं कि बेटा तू जा, तुझे ट्रेनिंग करनी है। तो वो आदत हो गई है अब। वो अभी इतना चैलेंज नहीं आता, स्टार्टिंग में था। पर एक फ़ायदा हो रहा है कि मैंने बाहर ज़्यादा स्टार्टिंग में जब घर से बाहर निकला, अकेले रहते थे, खाना बनाना सीख लिया तो अभी कहीं पे भी किचन मिल जाता है बाहर, तो मन करता है थोड़ा इंडियन खाने का तो अपना बना लेते हैं खुद।
तो आपकी बेस्ट डिश क्या है अभी?
मैं बेस्ट डिश मैं काफ़ी चीज़ें बना लेता हूँ। मुझे दाल या चावल जो भी मतलब एक नमकीन चावल होते हैं वो बना लेते हैं और रायता या जो भी मतलब मन करे सब कुछ बना लेते हैं अपना इंडियन उसमें।
So Neeraj Chopra is not just a javelin gold medalist, he is also an expert chef now.
एक्सपर्ट पता नहीं पर अपना काम ज़रूर चला लेते हैं जी।
But Neeraj यार एक बात, you know, when you are doing sport all day all night, sometimes it can start to feel like a job, right? Sometimes you almost start to think of कि भाई ये मेरा career है, मुझे ऐसे करना है. At that point it can also get very taxing to do it, you know. How do you sort of avoid all of that, you know? Is your love for the sport very much there? I mean, you've been doing it for 11 years and it is not easy.
नहीं, हिची तो नहीं है जी, पर ये है कि अब ये कहीं न कहीं एक जीने का हिस्सा लगता है। अगर मैं ट्रेनिंग करने नहीं जाऊँ अगर मैं ट्रैक पे नहीं जाऊँ या ट्रेनिंग नहीं करूँ कुछ दिन, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कुछ छूट रहा है पीछे और ये मुझे लगता है कि अच्छी बात है क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स सिर्फ़ मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि सिर्फ़ मेडल जीतने वाला स्पोर्ट मैं खेल रहा हूँ, लेकिन जो स्पोर्ट्स ने मुझे दिया है, एक तो मुझे पहचान दी है, एक एथलीट के तौर पे। दूसरी बात है कि जो स्पोर्ट्स ने डिसिप्लिन और जो चीज़ें मेरे अंदर लेके आया स्पोर्ट्स, जैसा कि जैसे हम सिर्फ मेडल जीतने के लिए नहीं, लेकिन अभी मैं मान लो ट्रेनिंग से आउट हूँ या फिर मैं गेम नहीं खेल रहा हूँ, कुछ दिन तक हमारा सीज़न ऑफ रहेगा, तो फिर भी मुझे ट्रेनिंग करनी है। तो वो जो आदत है, वो बहुत अच्छी है स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू। तो वो एक ट्रेनिंग वाली जो एक तरह से बोल लो, एक आदत लगी है, तो वो बहुत अच्छी है और स्पोर्ट्स अ, हमेशा एक वो अच्छे से काम दे रखा है और मुझे लगता है कि एथलीट की लाइफ़ बहुत अच्छी है क्योंकि हम एक अपनी कंट्री को रिप्रेज़ेंट तो कर ही रहे हैं, अपने आप को हमेशा इम्प्रूव करते हैं। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात है कि हम फिट रहते हैं अपनी लाइफ में। अच्छा खाना, अच्छे से सोना और अच्छी ट्रेनिंग करना, अपने आप को फिट रखना। तो एक मुझे लगता है कि ये सिर्फ़ एथलीट के लिए नहीं, सभी जितने भी लोग दुनिया में हैं, ये एक सभी के लिए गोल होता है कि हमको फिट रहना है, हमको अच्छी लाइफ़ जीनी है, बीमारियों से दूर रहना है। तो एक ये तो पार्ट है ही, दूसरी बात जब खुद के चैलेंज की बात आती है, जब हमको हाई लेवल पे खेलना है, तो वो चैलेंज एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए जो हमारी डेली की ट्रेनिंग होती है, जो हमारी ग्राउंड पे जो डेली शरीर टूटता है, तो वो चीज़ भी स्टार्टिंग में लगता था लेकिन अभी मज़ा आता है। हमको वो चाहिए कि हम ट्रेनिंग पे जाएँ और कोच हमको रगड़े बढ़िया से तो वो मज़ा आता है उसमें, वो चैलेंज एक्सेप्ट करने में मज़ा आता है।
हाँ, तो एक बात बताइए, ऑब्वियसली जब आप जूनियर्स में जीते थे, उसके बाद जब आप टोक्यो में जीते, कॉमनवेल्थ में जीते उसके पहले, तो एसेंशियली इंडियन एथलेटिक्स में भी काफ़ी चेंज आने लगा।
जी।
अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि वो काफ़ी एक्सेलरेट हो रहा है। आप अकेले ही डायमंड लीग में नहीं हैं, आपके साथ किशोर जेना भी हैं, वी हैव आवर जंपर्स आल्सो, वी हैव अविनाश साबले आल्सो। So what do you make of this, you know? Do you feel that this is just one or two people or do you feel कि पूरा इकोसिस्टम अभी बदल रहा है?
बिल्कुल ये सिर्फ़ एक मतलब बिल्कुल जैसे सभी बोलते हैं कि जिस तरीके से ओलंपिक्स वगैरह में सबने देखा और उससे काफ़ी फ़र्क पड़ा। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि साई गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से टॉप स्कीम है, फेडरेशंस अवेयर्स हो रहे हैं, तो उससे बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ा है। गवर्नमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा स्पोर्ट्स पे फ़ोकस कर रही है। एथलीट्स को बाहर कम्पीट करने का, बाहर ट्रेनिंग करने का मौका मिलता है। पता लगता है कि क्योंकि हमारा नेशन ऐसे बहुत ज़्यादा स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ था नहीं, लेकिन अभी धीरे-धीरे जिस तरीके से बढ़ रहा है, तो वो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और सबसे अच्छी बात है कि हमको पता लग रहा है कि हमारे अंदर कैपेसिटी है, वो कैपेबिलिटी है कि हम कर सकते हैं, तो वो देख के बहुत मज़ा आ रहा है। दूसरी बात जब जब एथलीट खेल रहे हैं, जो सबसे अच्छी बात मुझे लग रही है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से सभी तरह से तो सपोर्ट मिल ही रहा है, लेकिन जब एथलीट कम्पीट करते हैं, जब भी मैं ओलंपिक्स में मिला था या डायमंड लीग्स में अपने एथलीट से मिलता हूँ या एशियन गेम्स में मिला था सभी से, तो वो एक मेंटल जो लेवल है अभी, तो वो मतलब बिल्कुल फ़ियरलेस और जब खेलने गए हैं तो वहाँ पे जीतना ही है। तो वो वाला एटीट्यूड लेके सभी जाते हैं, अच्छी तैयारी के साथ जाते हैं। अभी सिर्फ़ ये नहीं है कि हमको इंडिया की जर्सी मिल गई है तो सब कुछ हो गया। अब ये है कि
हुँ।
इंडिया की जर्सी को वहाँ पे प्रूव करना है, हमको वहाँ पे कम्पीट करना है और उनको टक्कर देनी है। तो वो वाला एटीट्यूड जो है इंडियन एथलीट्स में आया है, खुद पे बिलीव बढ़ा है। तो वो रिज़ल्ट सभी को दिख रहे हैं अभी और मुझे लगता है यही चीज़ है जो आने वाले टाइम में इंडिया को कहीं न कहीं बहुत ऊपर लेके जाने वाली है।
बिल्कुल, हमारी पॉपुलेशन तो है ही, इतने यंगस्टर्स हैं और
बिल्कुल।
अगर आप लोग इंस्पायर कर रहे हैं तो you know everyone's going to want to do sport in just the same way, but you know going into Tokyo, you know I have spoken to other Olympic champions and a lot of them have kind of spoken about पहली बार जब जीत लेना वो ठीक होता है, तब किसी की इतनी एक्सपेक्टेशन वगैरह नहीं होती। दूसरी बार एक्सपेक्टेशंस अलग लेवल की होती है और आपकी खुद से भी एक्सपेक्टेशंस अलग लेवल की होती हैं।
जी।
हाउ आर यू सॉर्ट ऑफ डीलिंग विद यू नो द सेकंड टाइम?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि इसके लिए मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ काम करने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी क्योंकि ऑलरेडी मैं जैसे ओलंपिक्स में गया था तो लोगों को ये पता था कि हाँ, मेडल के लिए सभी उम्मीद लगा रहे थे। बिल्कुल वो गोल्ड क्या मेडल आने वाला है वो दिन डिसाइड करता है। बाकी
बिल्कुल।
जैसे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप था, मैं पिछली बार खेला, मैं पहले भी खेल चुका हूँ, इस बार खेला, इस बार गोल्ड जीता और एशियन गेम्स हैं, तो पिछली बार भी खेला था अभी। तो वो ऐसा नहीं है कि अभी फर्स्ट टाइम हो रहा है। अभी वो जो खुद से एक्सपेक्टेशन है या लोगों की भी एक्सपेक्टेशन है, वो काफ़ी बार हो चुका है और वो सक्सेसफुल भी हो चुके हैं कई बार। तो मतलब लोगों ने एक्सपेक्ट किया, मैंने भी एक्सपेक्ट किया और फिर भी वहाँ पे जीत चुके हैं। तो अभी वो ये है कि हाँ, खुद पे जैसा मैं बोल रहा हूँ, खुद पे बिलीव करना और एक तरह से वो वहाँ पे कम्पीट करते हैं, उस मोमेंट को जीना, वो चीज़ अभी अभी वही चीज़ करता हूँ। अभी ऐसा नहीं है कि अभी अलग से ओलंपिक्स में तो जाऊँगा उसके लिए कुछ अलग से मेंटली तैयारी करने की ज़रूरत है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि ट्रेनिंग अच्छे से करनी है और ट्रेनिंग में जो मेंटली, फिज़िकली एफर्ट होने हैं, वो अपना 100% देने हैं। बाकी जब अंदर होंगे पेरिस में स्टेडियम के अंदर, तो वहाँ पे तो ऑलरेडी वो टाइम सिर्फ़ दिखाने का होगा वहाँ पे, ये सोचने का नहीं है कि मुझे अब कैसे करना है, क्या करना है, इतनी एक्सपेक्टेशन है। वो उस टाइम वहाँ पे बस अपना जोना लगी होता है।
आप इतनी डिफिकल्ट चीज बहुत आराम से करते हैं। लोग बोलते हैं दैट इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू कीप थिंग्स सिंपल, बट समहाउ यू आर मैनेजिंग टू डू दैट, एवरीथिंग एल्स you manage to put sport ahead of everything else. How do you do that? Because now you are so popular. हम एशियन गेम्स की बात करें तो जिस भी एथलीट से हम बात करते थे सारे बोलते थे हमें नीरज को मिलना है, हमें नीरज से बात करनी है, हमें नीरज का ऑटोग्राफ चाहिए, हमें नीरज का सेल्फी चाहिए। बट हाउ डू यू डू इट? हाउ डू यू कीप थिंग्स सो सिंपल?
मुझे खुद बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था सभी एथलीट से मिलके। ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब एथलीट्स मुझसे मिलते थे या फोटो लेते थे। मुझे खुद बहुत अच्छा लगता है डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट के एथलीट से मिलके या उनके बारे में जान के, उनसे बातें करके। ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ जब हम मिल रहे थे, फोटो ले रहे थे तो सिर्फ वही था जी कि हमको फोटो ले। मैं हमेशा कोशिश करता था कि मैं स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में जानूँ, क्या स्पोर्ट करता है। क्योंकि काफ़ी एथलीट्स को तो पहले मिल चुके हैं, लेकिन काफ़ी एथलीट्स के लिए फर्स्ट एशियन गेम्स था। तो मुझे भी अच्छा लगता है उनसे मिलके। दूसरी बात स्पोर्ट्स देखो जी, कहीं न कहीं अब हम थ्रो करते हैं, हमारा सिंपल ही फंडा है कि हमको ज़्यादा थ्रो करना है, दूर थ्रो करना है। ये वैसे तो सिंपल है, काम ज़्यादा करने होते हैं, तो वो काम जो है उसको करो प्रॉपर तरीके से। लेकिन इस चीज़ को मैं सिंपल ही रखता हूँ कि सबसे कितना भी कुछ कर लो, कितना भी मेंटली कितना भी अपने आप को वहाँ पे टेंशन में डालो, कितना प्रेशराइज़ कर लो, लेकिन सबसे मेन बात जो मेरे स्पोर्ट में है वो है दूर थ्रो करना। तो वो चीज़ मैं सिंपल रखता हूँ कि कुछ भी कर लो यहाँ पे आके तो वही काम करना है। मेन काम तो है सिर्फ जैवलिन को थ्रो करना और उसके लिए मैं अपने आप को किस तरीके से बेटर कर सकता हूँ, किस तरीके से मेंटली। क्योंकि अभी सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि अभी चीज़ें ज़्यादा बढ़ गई हैं। मतलब और काफ़ी ज़्यादा एथलीट्स या काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग उनकी तरफ ज़्यादा अट्रैक्ट होते हैं। जैसे मान लो नई-नई एक्सरसाइज़ेज़ आ गई हैं और नए-नए तरीके आ गए हैं। बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड चीज़ें हो गई हैं स्पोर्ट्स में। लेकिन अगर हम बात करें जैसे पहले एथलीट्स जैसे चांचलेज ने जिनका वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड है, उन्होंने 98.48 मीटर थ्रो किया है। तो सिंपल फंडे थे, सिंपल ट्रेनिंग्स थी और बिल्कुल जो आज चीज़ें हैं इम्प्रूव हुई हैं, उनको अच्छे तरीके से यूज़ करें तो बहुत अच्छा होगा। लेकिन उनको ओवर यूज़ करें, हर चीज़ को कोशिश करें हम यूज़ करने की तो काफ़ी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो जाता है। तो बिल्कुल मैं काफ़ी कोशिश करता हूँ कि हम अपनी ट्रेनिंग को बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड ना करके जो अच्छी चीज़ें लगे उन पे सिंपल चीज़ों पे फ़ोकस करें। हर चीज़ की तरफ ना भागे कि ये भी करना है, ये एथलीट ये कर रहा है तो मुझे ये भी करना है। क्योंकि मैं मानता हूँ कि सबका एक अपना अलग तरीका होता है, अपनी अलग बॉडी होती है हर एक एथलीट की। हम कॉपी नहीं कर सकते, हम अपने आप को इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं। तो मैं वही कोशिश करता हूँ मेरे कोच के साथ और टीम के साथ। सिंपल फंडा होता है कि मेरे टेक्निक में मेरे अंदर क्या कमी है, क्या मुझे इम्प्रूव करना है, उन चीज़ों पे काम करते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि चीज़ सिंपल रहती है।
आपको ऐसा एटलीस्ट हमें देखकर तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि आपका जो सबसे स्टिफ कंपटीशन है वो अब शायद इंडिया से आए। काफी
जी।
लोग आ गए हैं हु
मैं
आर
तो
ऑलरेडी
यही चाहता
थ्रोइंग
हूँ,
84, 85।
मैं तो यही चाहता हूँ कि ऐसा हो और ये सिर्फ मैं मुझे नहीं दिखेगा, ये पूरी दुनिया को दिखेगा अगर ऐसा होगा तो। तो वो मैं चाहता हूँ कि
बिल्कुल।
इंडिया ऐसी सुपर पावर बने जेवलिन में। और मैं मैं ये भी मानता हूँ कि हमेशा एक एथलीट का टाइम नहीं रहता। कोई भी एथलीट उठा के देख लो, हमेशा टाइम नहीं रहता। अगर आप लंबे टाइम तक खेलना चाहते हो, तो एक ऐसा टाइम आता है कि आप धीरे-धीरे एक जगह पे रुक जाओगे या थोड़े कम हो जाओगे, दूसरे एथलीट आपको आपको बीट करेंगे, आपसे आगे निकलेंगे। तो वो चीज़ मैंने पहले से एक्सेप्ट कर रखी है कि ऐसा टाइम आता है। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि ऐसा हो और इंडिया का एथलीट ही मुझे मैं कहीं पे खेलें और बीट करे, हमारे इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर रहना चाहिए बस।
मगर सारे आपको अभी भाई साहब बुलाते हैं, मगर आप हैं बस 25 साल के। मगर ऐसा लगता है जैसे आप
पता नहीं
पता
वो
नहीं कितने साल से कम्पीट कर रहे हो।
इस तरीके से हाँ, कम्पीट तो मैं 2011 से मैंने शुरू किया था। 2013 में मैं इंडिया के लिए खेला था पहली बार, तो 10 साल हो गए हैं। तो बिल्कुल काफ़ी छोटा था पर मतलब सब कुछ ठीक चलता आ रहा है अभी तक। पर नहीं, काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है। मैं भी भाई साहब बोलता हूँ जो मेरे सीनियर होते हैं। तो ये तो स्पोर्ट्स का एक अपना एक रिस्पेक्ट वाला होता है भाई साहब बोलना। तो वो थोड़ा-सा है ही मतलब ऐसा।
बिल्कुल। नीरज, thank you so much for being with us and thank you for
थैंक
your
यू
time and
थैंक यू
best
सो
of luck with your rehab and getting ready for Paris.
थैंक
Thank
यू सो
you.
मच जी। थैंक यू, बहुत अच्छा
Thank
लगा।
you.
थैंक यू सो मच।
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
Evolve is the core of positive change and adaptation. Evolve is the soul of the universe and is deeply connected to us and the actions around us. There will be one thing that will last forever: evolution. Be a part of the business evolution of India. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar, and be a part of the global culture. We keep our accomplishments fresh and we keep innovating this space. We are driven by the Government of India's vision to drive growth for India. We had a dream to bring the best of the world to India. And we had the vision to create a majestic, holistic, and exclusive reality. Be a part of one of India's largest commercial space revolutions. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar. The World Trade Center offers exceptional connectivity to all parts of the city. It is closely connected to places like Lutyens, Delhi, and its proximity to the airport makes it even more appealing. A luxurious, upscale, and 12 towers offering the most technologically advanced office space and modern features in the city. Meticulously planned and crafted 12 towers. A landmark project with a massive land span of over 34 lakh square feet area, infused with all the modern amenities with intelligent designs, green spaces and high-end facilities. Built with a vision, planned for a greener today and tomorrow. Dedicated spaces for cultural activities, F&B courts, boardrooms, health centers, multi-layered securities and modern parking facilities, to name a few. With 24-hour security, state-of-the-art facilities and an impressive list of features for your business, there would be parking space for 8,000 cars. Our commercial office spaces will meet your needs to grow and expand. The spacious floor plans offers a unique, individualized workspace and ample natural light throughout the workday. All our locations in WTC will include state-of-the-art healthcare services, fitness centers, so you can get the most out of your workspace. A reality shaping, rising, shining, and standing tall. The dream place for businesses and hospitality. a reflection of supremacy, a hub for businesses to flourish and thrive. Live the dream. Lead the way. Showcase, collaborate, and succeed. Be a part of the business evolution. Be a part of global trade revolutions. Many big corporates have already marked their presence at WTC Delhi. Bookings are open. Book your space now. It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. The dreams that are powered with new ideas, will, and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches, and high-speed locomotives.
जन औषधि केंद्रों पर मिलने वाली दवाओं की कीमत बाजार में जो दवाएं मिलती हैं उसी क्वालिटी की, लेकिन जन औषधि केंद्र में 50% से 90% तक उसकी कीमत कम होती है।
भारतीय जन औषधि परियोजना के अंतर्गत अब तक देश भर में हजारों जन औषधि केंद्र खोले जा चुके हैं, जहां पर 1800 से अधिक दवाइयां और 285 सर्जिकल उपकरण बहुत ही कम कीमतों पर उपलब्ध हैं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए जन औषधि सुगम मोबाइल ऐप को डाउनलोड करें या टोल फ्री नंबर 1800-180-8080 पर कॉल करें।
जोड़ना है तुझे ऊंचा, परों को खोल के रख, कसौटी वक्त की है, हौसलों को तोल के रख।
ऊंची है दीवारें, लंबी है डगर, ना है हमराही, ना है हम सफर।
खरगोन हमारे R&R प्लान में
लोग हर साल जो आसपास की ग्रामीण महिलाएं हैं उनको टेलरिंग का क्लास कराते हैं। जो स्कूल बैग्स भी हम लोग हर साल बांटते थे, 850-900 के लगभग स्कूल बैग्स भी बांटते थे, वो बैग्स भी हमने इनसे स्टिच कराए।
सक्षम बनना चाहते थे, हम हमारे पैरों पे खड़ा होना चाहते थे, तो हमने एक बार मीटिंग की। मीटिंग में बोला कि सर हम इतना कार्य सीखे हैं तो हमको दुकान खुलवा के दो, तो दुकान खुलवा के दिया।
हमको यहाँ दुकान मिलने के बाद हमने सोचा कि हम यहाँ जो भी कार्य करते हैं, जो भी चीज़ें बनाते हैं, उन चीज़ों पर हमारे ब्रांड का नाम क्या है, और हमने सोचा कि हम हमारे ब्रांड का नाम सब इसलिए रखा कि हम आगे बढ़े और हमें देखिए महिला और लड़कियाँ भी आगे बढ़े।
अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है, कमर कसनी अभी बाकी है, मुट्ठी भींचना है। अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है।
हमने फिर इनको अपना एक जो हमारा गर्ल एम्पावरमेंट मिशन का एक प्रोग्राम होता है, उसमें कि उसके जो बालिकाएं थीं उनका ड्रेस भी हमने इन्हीं से स्टिच कराया, और वो प्रोग्राम में वो ड्रेसेस बहुत सक्सेसफुल थी, लोगों ने उनको बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया। नेक्स्ट लेवल पे हम ये प्लान कर रहे हैं कि इनको हम जो इंडस्ट्रियल स्टिचिंग मशीनें होती हैं वो हम इनको ला के देंगे। इन्हीं जो हमने इन बच्चों को जो ट्रेन किया है, दे विल बिकम, हमारा ये एक तरीके से एम्बेसडर का काम करे। और हमारा टीपीसी का जो विज़न है कि हम पावर जनरेशन के साथ साथ हम आसपास के लोगों का भी केयर करते हैं, इसमें भी हम सफल हो पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
इतिहास लिखने के लिए कलम की नहीं, हौसलों की जरूरत होती है।
थैंक यू एनटीपीसी खरगोन।
Memories of these places concealed until the walls come down, releasing
Parker, timeless elegance.
Come on, out of your houses. Get on that plane, put on your sunglasses. Let's see what the world got to show. Ditch that 9 to 5 for a while now. Look how happy and wide you smile now. When you hear
Clinical Research, Massachusetts General Hospital Cancer Center, and the Professor of Medicine at the Harvard Medical School, Distinguished Fellow and Adjunct Professor at Carnegie Mellon School of Engineering at Silicon Valley, and Distinguished Fellow at the Labor and Work-Life Program at the Harvard Law School, Vivek Vadva, author, academic speaker, and entrepreneur. Mr. Vadva has been working on a long-shot project to detect cancer in people using only their breath, similar to using a breathalyzer. And both of them will be in conversation with Senior Communication Officer, the WHO India, Sanchita Sharma. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen, and a reminder to please keep mobile phones in the silent mode. Thank you. Sanchita, it's over to you.
Thanks, Rini. Welcome to a session that promises to be nothing short of extraordinary. And the reason I'm using the word extraordinary is because we are very fortunate to have with us two global leaders who are going to transform the way and reshape cancer care in the world. So welcome, thank you for joining us. And my first question is to you, Vivek, which is, you're a man with a plan and you have a very grand plan to cure cancer. So can you tell us about it, and also what is India's role in it?
I mean, I lost my wife to cancer, so it became very personal for me.
Closer.
So it became very personal for me to cure cancer itself. Keith was one of the amazing scientists who helped me. We tried every possible means to save her. And I realized how screwed up the American medical system is. I call it corrupt, incompetent. I mean, everything bad you would ever say about a third world country, that's what I started saying about the US medical system. So I was destroyed after I lost her, and I decided that I'm going to do what I teach. I was teaching advancing technologies, everything from AI to quantum computing. So I said, well, let's figure out how to cure cancer. So with the help of Keith and a bunch of other amazing scientists, I put together a grand plan to cure cancer. And what's the grand plan? To get all the data and the biosamples we need to cure cancer. And as I said, the US medical system is as broken as could be. So it occurred to me that the best place in the world to do something transformative is India. Why India? Because India has no legacy to protect. So it took a lot, but I got a meeting with Prime Minister Modi in Kevadia, Gujarat in 2019, and I spent nearly an hour with him. I was amazed at the discussion we had. At the end of it, he told his people, do whatever it takes to help Professor Wadhwa. So another long story, but eventually connected with Venkat Ramachandran, who was Ratan Tata's head of Tata Trust, and Moni Abraham Currico is one of the greatest oncologists in the world. And they were looking to transform India's cancer care system by setting up a distributed cancer network. So we teamed up, and Keith and a number of other American scientists started working to help Carcanos leap beyond anything they could have imagined, and to transform not only India's cancer care system, but to make an impact on the whole world. And I'll let Keith tell you more about what he's observed and what he thinks we should be doing.
So Keith, question to you. Why do you think this plan will work?
Well, it's really all about connecting capacities and technologies that is what's already happening, and really at a faster pace than I thought imaginable. So playing that forward over the next 2 or 3 years, I think what Vivek is alluding to is that we're at a point right now where we have diagnostic technologies, maybe not even yet diagnostic technologies, but methods for interrogating biospecimens at the DNA, RNA, protein level that allow us to really see all of the complexity that cancer represents. I mean, truly the most complex of all human diseases. But that technology is not applied to specimens and not combined with patient data and patient outcome. This is the problem. I mean, Vivek, if I were to just wind back a moment to the way he tells his story and how we met, to just weave in this, my view of that experience, which is that Vivek's wife had been receiving sort of standard cancer care, a couple of attempts already by the time we got in touch. And he was put in touch with me, again, we're on opposite sides of the United States, so this was all, phone call, email type of exchange, and we were going back and forth about, well, what next? What could be sort of the cutting edge approach that she could consider? And so I laid out, if you will, the game plan, which is simply that, well, we need to do another biopsy. We need to actually take that biopsy specimen freshly to the laboratory, have it maintained or propagated, and have drugs screened directly on it. And Vivek said, I'm paraphrasing, well, that sounds so obvious. Of course we should do that. Why am I hearing about that now for the first time? And then he kept asking questions along similar lines about, well, why are all these sort of scientific ideas out there and not being applied now for my wife who's dying of cancer? And everybody who faces a cancer diagnosis is similarly in this very time-pressured situation. Vivek's wife extremely so by the time we got connected. And this was really what created the energy that led Vivek first to the White House, I should say, in the United States, and then to India, because he started seeking his own answers to the question of why is the science and the medicine so far apart, as was the case for his wife. And the answers he got in the United States he didn't like. He came here and met with the Prime Minister and several of his ministers. This is before I got involved. And then got connected with this utterly remarkable entity that we'll talk about, Karkanos Healthcare. But again, just to circle back, so many of the components exist, not just in the US, I mean, globally, in scientifically advanced countries like India, the pieces are there. They have to be brought together. And unfortunately, in the United States, and I would say in Europe, perhaps even more so, there are impediments that are going to prevent that from happening for the foreseeable future. And that's not true here.
So I've heard that you're moving, Vivek, you're moving your R&D to India. So is that the reason why? Why India? Because you're based in the Silicon Valley.
Yeah. So just let me tell you about what happens next. So Karkanos Healthcare has built already the most advanced cancer care system in the world. The IT infrastructure that they have, when we told the White House about it, the cancer moonshot about it, they were blown away. What the head of the US Cancer Moonshot, Daniel Carnaval, said was, oh my God, we were talking about this happening in the next 5 to 10 years. This is what has already been built in India. They're implementing it at a scale that is unprecedented in the world. So what's happening in India is amazing. Move forward 5 years, India will have the best cancer care system in the world, thanks to the work that the folks at Karkanos is doing, and to the help that Keith and Aparna Parekh and Mitesh Burr and a whole bunch of people are giving to Karkanos. So that's happening. Now, what my colleagues at Karkanos realized is that we're catching cancer too late. I mean, all of you have relatives, friends who you lost to cancer. I'll bet you there's not one person in this audience who has not been impacted by cancer personally. In India, it's almost always at stage 4, when it's too late. You're desperately trying to get drugs which are not available. It's a hopeless cause. So what Venkat and Moni started doing was they started doing early screening. Because if you can catch cancer at the earliest stage, you can treat it. You can now go back to natural remedies. In India, Ayurveda, for example, and holistic health are very strong. Well, if you know that you're going to die if you don't change your lifestyle and habits, you're going to change your lifestyle and habits. What do Indians do normally? They fill themselves up with chemicals and processed foods and smoke and God knows what else. You're killing yourselves rather than going back to your roots and eating healthy food. So this is what becomes possible if you can diagnose at the earlier stages. Now, in reviewing the progress Karkanos has made, they had screened about 1.5 million people over an 8-month period. The trouble is that they're just doing superficial screenings. The poor can't afford blood tests, let alone genetic sequencing, which is, at Harvard and the patients that Keith treats, routinely they'll get complete genetic sequences, and then they treat based on the mutation you have. Very few people in India can afford that. So this is the problem I decided I'm going to solve myself. If I can now be ambitious and talk about curing cancer and having India lead the world, there was a technology that I had access to in Chile that I had invested in that converts water into plasma back into water. The company is Plasma Waters, and they are about to launch the next green revolution in India. But a byproduct of that technology is the ability to ionize any fluid. So what I realized is that we have a chance to disrupt the entire medical diagnostics industry, because the way blood testing is done right now, you take a sample of blood, you put it into microcontainers, and you run immunoassays on it. So you're testing specifically for certain things. What if you could now convert organic matter into light spectra and then use the advances in AI to analyze that spectra? Well, you need a lot of data for that. You need data at a scale which is not available by any means in the West. Keith, when he wants, Keith and his colleagues, when they want to do studies, if they can get 200 or 300 samples, that's a big deal. They get very excited about the research that they're doing. Here, we need hundreds of thousands of samples. Well, guess what? This is, at IIM's, AIMS, or Tata Memorial, this is how many patients they'll see in a month. So India has all the data, it has the need, it has the scientists. This is why I decided, literally yesterday, I met Ajay Sood, the Prime Minister's scientific advisor. I met the head of AIMS, M. Srinivas, and I met Hardik Shah, the Prime Minister's private secretary. And all of them, were telling us about what is possible in India. So Keith can talk about AIMS and the amazing faculty they have here. But I decided last night that screw Silicon Valley, I'm moving to India because I can do things at a scale which is unimaginable in Silicon Valley. Literally, for the last few weeks, I've been going and hitting up venture capitalists over there, people who used to suck up to me in the past. So I've been trying to raise $5 million. The arrogance you get there, when I mention India, they just sort of turn off. All they wanted, because I've said my goal is to cut the cost of medical diagnostics, hundreds of tests for 100 rupees. That's what my goal is. They say, well, why India? Who cares about India? Let's charge $100, $500 for this thing. And I'm saying, I don't want, what I decided was that I don't want their money. I don't want these conditions. I can come to India and cut the cost down by an order of magnitude and fund this myself. So that's a decision I made last night that I sent a text to Sukumar about, and he wanted me to talk about it.
So Keith, what is it that excites you about India, working in India? Because you've never been here before, right? You've traveled 4 times this year, so...
Right, well, I've never been to India before this year, and I've been here 4 times because of what I witnessed in January. After being connected with Karkanos at the time the company was first forming in 2020, we could only interact on Zoom. That was incredibly unsatisfying for a variety of reasons, but two really principal reasons. One is that I've learned that entrepreneurs, scientists, and doctors in India, through the lens of interacting with Karkanos, and now through those interactions, now interacting with more and more of each of those constituents, beyond Karkanos, if you will, at the publicly funded health institutions and research institutions and the like, they have a really disorienting sense of humility. Disorienting for a Westerner, because humility is not a thing that is a cultural norm. Even worse on the west coast of the United States, where Vivek has spent his career.
Arrogance is looked up to in Silicon Valley.
In any case, the point being that what was happening then was quietly somewhat out of our view, because we couldn't come to India until the beginning of 2023 when sort of COVID cleared enough, was that this team rising out of the Tata Trust, which I want to emphasize that there is no Tata Trust anywhere else in the world. I mean, I just want to be very clear, having traveled the world, doing the work that I do, trying to advance science to medicine in oncology, there's nothing like it. And that foundation and that culture and those people being the very ones who then were responsible for creating this now for-profit company, but one that behaves in a way that's not at all like a for-profit company that I've ever interacted with. Basically, what they've been able to do is put together infrastructure, 5 laboratories that are absolutely cutting-edge molecular diagnostic laboratories. They've launched these population-based screening campaigns the numbers are astonishing and exponentially rising. Of course, the Indian population is astonishingly large, so the numbers need to exponentially rise. And as I witness their ability to create this sort of capacity, bring together the technology in these laboratories, to bring technology, and here I mean not biomedical research technology, but what India is so wealthy in, which is tech, knowledge, know-how, and tools, and to bring that for the purpose of screening rural populations who've never been approached ever before for cancer screening. We witnessed this for the first time in January in a 3-city, 3-state, week-long tour, ending here in Delhi. And it just became clear to me that we're in the West, and again, US, Europe, put it all together, we face headwind. We are up against impediment after impediment in terms of doing these things that are obvious that need to be done, where you need numbers, I mean, right, to be able to actually like really unpack the complexity of cancer biology, develop new diagnostic tools for early detection. And here there's tailwind. I mean, there's just something fundamentally culturally different, and the alignment from government to publicly funded research institutions to physicians to companies is just, it's astonishing. And again, I'll keep coming back 4 times a year for as long as these conditions remain, because it's because of this that you play it forward a very short time, even 1 year from now, this enterprise that Carcanos is pulling together with many different types of constituents will produce more data points connecting patients' cancer diagnosis, their molecular composition, their treatments, their outcomes. And this is the learning cycle that we've been starving for, but we cannot create it because constituents are simply not aligned in the West.
Suchita, I want to add one more thing about Indian culture and values. You know, Venkat and Moni, I just mentioned them, they're donating the majority of their stock to a trust for cancer patients. Oh, wow. They're taking nothing about it. The humility, the White House, when Modi came to the US a few months ago, they announced that the US and India are going to be working together on cancer. And Carcanos was actually mentioned in the White House press announcement. Venkat and Moni won't even talk about it, humility. I said, Venkat, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you pretending? He says, no, our actions have to speak for themselves. I said, Venkat, you need to promote what you're doing, because otherwise no one's going to know who you are or what you are. He says, no, we have to be modest. I mean, the value system that you have here of people who are doing good for the world, you don't see anywhere else in the world. Keith has never seen anything like it. I've seen nothing like it, even though, you know, I've been born in India. The fact is that this is the beauty of Indian culture and values. It's all about giving back. This is why, you know, last night, I actually went to Heartfulness Institute. 3 days before that, I did yoga, meditation, Ayurvedic massages, because I was burnt out after having started this company. While I was there, I started thinking that, you know, this is my country, these are my values. Why am I now focusing my R&D on India? Why am I sucking up to these evil, stupid venture capitalists in Silicon Valley when I have the entire, you know, values and culture of India that I can take advantage of? I've met a bunch of college grads over here. It's just unbelievable. You know, for example, one of them is here in the background. He's going to be my first Indian employee, Agam Madan. He's graduating from Delhi University in April, May. He says, look, I'd like to be an intern. I don't want any money. And I said, okay, what salary do you want when you graduate? He says, well, you know, 6 or 7 lakh are what people are making. And I could calculate that's like $7,000, $8,000, which is 1/15th, 1/20th of what it would cost me in Silicon Valley for someone equally smart, equally motivated. So I've been interviewing people there. When I interview graduates from you know, US colleges, they know anything about AI. If they know how to spell AI, they want $150,000 salary. They want to work 35 hours a week. So what Agam says to me is that I'll work 70 hours a week. And I told him, how about $10,000? He says, that's 8 lakh rupees. Wow. I mean, so that's the type of reaction you get here in India versus the arrogance of Silicon Valley. And in Silicon Valley, people feel entitled to do 2 or 3 jobs. Moonlighting is the norm over there. It's not something that you know, I mean, California laws allow it. You're not even allowed to stop them from it. Here, Narendra Modi talks about 70 hours a week and people freak out. You know, the people who are joining startups want to work with that excitement and that value system. They want to do good for the world. That's why I'm coming to India.
So Vivek, I'm going to come back to the Prime Minister again. You met him in January. So what's the progress that's been made after your briefing? And also I'm interested to know, what was Prime Minister Modi interested in when you had a long conversation with him?
So when I met him in 2019, I walked him through what was happening. I was amazed. I was told, here's what you can do with the PM. You don't talk too fast. Don't say this. Don't say that. Modi and I were like friends talking to each other by the time we were done. And his people were panicked that, you know, the way I was talking to Modi, I was literally talking to him as a friend. And then I came back and I said, dear Prime Minister, I want to thank you for what you enabled. I said, it's only because of you that I put the grand plan together. It's only because of you that I got this advisory group together. It's only because of you that we're helping Carcanos, and you have made all of this possible. He was just amazing. Keith, provide your perspective about your meeting with the Indian Prime Minister.
I mean, it's astonishing. We don't have public figures like that in the United States, so it was hard to be prepared for that meeting. We've been told, if you're lucky, 15 minutes, you know, the Prime Minister's a busy man. we had 50 minutes, 50 minutes, where he was directing the conversation, probing, the areas, and really looking around the corner, if you will, of where this is all headed. By the time we got to the later parts of the conversation, it was sort of, I think, obvious to him and obvious to us that what we were talking about was not only closing a gap. I mean, right, not only trying to sort of, if you will, catch India up, which honestly we have so much unmet need in cancer. Just to speak, from the perspective that I have about how frustrated I am by the sort of stagnation, if you will, that's been realized in the U.S. We need to pass by the current standard in the U.S., right? And that became very clear to the Prime Minister through the course of this conversation that that's exactly what was happening. That essentially, there's this sort of slingshot opportunity by bringing together these constituents that are, willingly, enthusiastically coming together now. Basically, we have the opportunity to actually have India be the hub. And ultimately, coming from Boston and Cambridge, Massachusetts, which are right immediately next to each other, which is the world's biomedical research capital. I mean, it is the biotech hub of the world. There's nothing even close to it. The next biotech hub, at least for cancer research, is going to be here.
Oh, wow.
But I'm quoting from the conversation with the Prime Minister because it was just, as he was following kind of where these dots were leading, he saw it as clearly as we did. And that type of vision and the conversations that we had the day before with the heads of each relevant ministry across science, healthcare.
Rajesh Gokhale, Ajay Sood, it was the Secretary of Biotech, the principal scientific advisor. These are the people we're talking to, and they're so committed. They really get it. They really care about the country. This is one thing you don't see.
And they're excited by science, which is like...
Yeah, it's right from the top, from Modi down, we've been blown away with what we see, what we've seen in India.
But tell me, all these cures and solutions that you're working on, how accessible will they be to, to the global south? Because now India is emerging as
bionics. My ambition is to be able to detect every disease. Just like when genetic sequencing first happened, when DNA was sequenced, we turned biology into letters. I'm turning biology into light. And the magic happens here when you train your AI. India, we have all the data we need.
But will I be able to afford it?
Literally, my goal is 100 rupees to do a test, and not only blood tests. I'm going to start with breath tests because like TB, H. pylori, there are a lot of diseases you can detect in the breath itself. Certain cancers you can detect in the breath. And then
will it be all cancers or just lung cancer? Just tell us something more about your breath.
Keith is expert over here. Some cancers may not show up in the breath. For that, you may have to do blood tests. But my goal is to detect every disease because it's become an AI problem. That's the magic of AI. And this, I also learned, Hardik Shah told me yesterday that the Prime Minister is planning to spend $800 million, nearly $1 billion on setting up an AI infrastructure in India. $1 billion is like $20 billion in the West. So if India does that, it has the data, it has the people. All these graduates coming out of school, they're highly motivated. India could become, not only lead the world in curing cancer, it could become the world's AI hub in the next 3 or 4 years, if everything goes the way I expect it's going to be. Because solving the grand challenges of humanity now is a data problem. And AI enables you to understand data. And if you have the skills and everything necessary, magic can happen. So this is India's opportunity.
Keith, my question to you again. How does it work, breathalyzer for cancer?
This technology?
Yes.
Yeah. So this... basically, the method that Vivek is describing is distinct from our other ways of trying to analyze biological specimens in that we go hunting for specific types of analytes, if you will. So the early detection methods that have been really, I would say, exploding in terms of the evidence that they can find cancers that we could never find early before, but not as reliably as we'd like these tests to work. They try to pick up so-called circulating tumor DNA. So from a relatively early point in cancer formation, DNA is shed from tumor cells, DNA is also shed from other non-tumor cells, of course. And those are rare events, if you will, in a small early cancer. And if you put your blinders on and you're only looking for that type of analyte, you're giving up a lot of the potential detection power. This method is essentially agnostic to what the analyte is, right? So, regardless of the nature of a complex macromolecule or a specific small molecule, or even a simple analyte like sodium, this method basically can detect all of those species in a way that current methods that manipulate a specimen before analyzing spectra don't allow. So basically this sort of unmanipulated approach allows you to basically take a specimen, vary the temperature, vary the pressure, and vary the power supply. And across those 3 dimensions, basically understand through the photospectra the surface features, if you will, of all of these molecules, again in 3 dimensions. So there's a depth that this method can probe that no other method that we have currently can. Cancer is complex. I mean, it's an inflammatory disease. It's a disease where there's a lot of communication going on between the tumor cells and non-tumor cells in the body. That leaks out, if you will, into the bloodstream. That's why we think the blood is such ultimately an important compartment to be able to characterize. And again, this method can potentially wrestle down that complexity. So we're all very excited. But these approaches, including the blood-based early detection methods I mentioned in the West, they are going to take a decade to advance in the West based on our inability to pull together diagnostic technology, screening, broad-based population screening, data on patients' data and their outcomes. These things can't come together. And when we talk to the companies that are developing these blood-based methods that I referred to about this enterprise since this visit in January, their jaws drop, and every one of them is lining up to basically partner with this platform that is itself a company, but is really, truly a platform. And Vivek's method, the same.
My goal is within a year to prove the technology and to have, I'm going to have several devices available to different universities. This is why I met the AIMS researchers, brilliant faculty. I'm going to make it available to them, let them do the discoveries. I think within a year I'll be able to prove the technology. And if it works, I'm going to disrupt the entire medical diagnostics industry worldwide. It's going to happen from India, made in India, research in India, papers published in India. That's what my goal is.
But let me just, you asked about access or accessibility a moment ago, and I want to squeeze in one really important point. India can drive a diagnostic revolution on its own effectively, based on everything we've talked about so far. Where we need partnership is in the therapeutics. Access to therapeutics in India is a major problem. Cancer therapies, very impactful cancer therapies, that when applied particularly early, here I mean drugs specifically, drugs, they are out of the reach of the vast, vast majority of Indians. And that's unacceptable. To make this whole research engine that we've talked about work in the population of patients once they're diagnosed with cancer, we need access to therapies. And for that, we need partnership. This is really my ulterior motive in participating in this event, is knowing how many leaders are present here who have connections to multinational corporations, as do I, but we need partners. That's large pharmaceutical companies, some biotech companies, therapeutic developers. They need to see the opportunity to help the entire world through this enterprise. And so, I'm campaigning, I am petitioning, imploring my colleagues in pharma and biotech to rise to this opportunity. And again, I need all the help I can get.
So we have a minute left, so this is my last question to both of you. Very quickly, the possibilities are limitless. So what's your vision for the future?
Sanchit, I want to cure every disease. I want to, first of all, prevent it from happening, catch it early. Because yes, therapeutics, but I also believe in Ayurveda. I believe there's a wealth of knowledge here by which we can start treating ourselves in holistic ways. So I'm a big fan of holistics. So yes, I'm working with the scientists and I believe in Western medicine, but I also believe in Eastern medicine. So I want to see us living healthier lifestyles, being able to diagnose disease and then to cure all disease. This is what I want to see happen in the next decade. That's my vision for medicine.
And Keith, your vision for the future? Especially after your travel to India.
This hyper-collaborative model that we've tried to describe, I mean, it is going to set the example for the world. I mean, the model that's being created here, and literally the digital platforms that tie it all together, they are going to be portable to even more challenging environments to navigate. Africa. They're also going to be ported to the United States and Europe, right? This concept, this hyper-collaborative concept, it could not have been started in the United States, but it can certainly be borrowed by the United States. So I'm here to try to do the work that I've been trying to do in the United States, because it's going to happen here first. And that's going to have global benefit, as I say, sort of upstream and downstream, if you will. India, of course, itself has everything, right? I mean, which is to say, everything from poverty to wealth, has every dimension, if you will, all packed into one very large populated country. So I really think this sort of what we're describing is an end-to-end solution that is going to have global relevance.
Thank you so much. Thank you both.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. We don't have time for questions, but they're going to be around all day, so please feel free to walk up to them and chat, whatever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanchita and Dr. Flaherty and Mr. Vadva. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the pioneers here who are working very hard to change the world and cancer as it exists. Thank you so much. We're now on to our 7th session of the 21st Hindustan Times Leadership Summit, and we have with us the first Indian pair across all 3 doubles categories in badminton to be ranked #1 in the world. They'll be joining us very soon on stage. Kindly remain seated with your phones still in the silent mode. Thank you. So please put your hands together to welcome onto stage the first Indian pair across all 3 doubles categories to be ranked #1 in the world, Asian Games and Commonwealth Games gold medalists, Satvik Sairaj Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty, who will be in conversation with Kunal Pradhan, Managing Editor, Hindustan Times.
Okay, am I clear and audible? Okay, great. So, at summits like these, we always talk about leadership. Yeah, and it's called the Hindustan Leadership Summit. We talk about, things like how do you plan, how do you beat the odds, how do you never give up. But there is a very important facet of leadership that sometimes doesn't get talked about enough, and that is partnership, right? So, we have with us today 2 people who symbolize what it takes to join minds and missions together better than most other people. So please welcome Asian Games gold medalists, until recently the #1 badminton pair in the world, until recently and in the future. Their eyes are fixed firmly on Paris 2024. We have Satvik Sairaj Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty, and let us try to pick their brain about some important lessons in partnership. Yeah, and their journey is so fascinating that as we talk about it, a lot of these things are going to come out on their own. So Chirag is 3 years older than Satvik. When they started out, they were both youngsters on the badminton tour, not playing with each other. What do you remember of seeing each other for the first time?
Well, firstly, thank you for inviting me here. I think it's a great pleasure to be here. And I think to answer your question, I think the first time we actually met each other was in the Asian Badminton Championships. He was playing in the under-15 and I was playing in the under-17, and it was our first international tournament, although not together, but with our respective partners. And I think Satvik came across as a very shy person who used to mingle only with the Telugu people, the people from his state, and he didn't really talk much. And so initially we didn't really speak a lot, although I spoke to his then partner Krishna, but I didn't really mingle with him a lot. But when I shifted my base to the National Center, that's when we started getting to know each other a lot better.
So how far you have come now together. At that time, did you ever imagine that one day I'm going to play with him?
Never. He was my opponent in the junior stage. I never thought he will be my partner. Even I can't remember. I was like, he's my enemy. 5-6 years back, he's my enemy. Like, I want to beat him all the time because he beat me like many times when I was junior. So I want to take revenge on him all the time. But I never thought he will be my partner. He will be like most important person in my life. I never thought about it. So yeah.
So there was the coach Chan Kim Her, who basically told the two of you that you should play with each other, and you didn't want to, right? Why did you not want to play with Satvik?
Not personally, but it was supposed to be a lot more professional. I think both of us are tall, lanky players, and we always wanted to play at the backcourt. I used to play at the backcourt. Both of us actually used to play at the backcourt, and it was quite difficult for me to actually adjust in the partnership. Both of us actually, because nobody wanted to play at the front court, and in a doubles pairing, someone has to be more of a front court player, and someone has to be a backcourt player, and someone has to create the openings so that the other person at the backcourt can actually hit a good and a hard smash. So the first few months, we just weren't able to, I think, find out who will play at the front court. And I think the first 3 international tournaments that we participated in, we lost in the very first round. And I still remember having a conversation with our then coach, Mr. Tan Kim Her. He took us out of the academy, and he told us that, 2 of you are my, I think, my most favorite players in the at the center. And if you feel that you don't want to play with each other, then I will partner you with different partners. But I personally feel that you definitely have a good future, and I think you should give this partnership a little more time. And I think from then on, I don't know what changed, but we went on to, I think psychologically it changed. We weren't forced to be partners, but we played as if we wanted to partner each other. Earlier it felt like we were forced to be partners.
Right.
And I think from then on, from losing in the first round in the first 3 tournaments, we went on to win 4 international titles. And I think we probably started at 300 or 400 in the rankings, and ended the year in 2017 at 65, and now until recently we were number 1. So I think it's been a really good journey.
But Satvik, you never left the backcourt. Basically, you told him go and take the front court. How did you manage to do that?
Yeah, I was pretty comfortable playing at the backcourt, and I used to play mixed doubles also at that time. So I couldn't really able to adjust to play the front court. Even till now, I am not a fan of playing front court.
I'm glad he doesn't enjoy playing front court, because he has the hardest smash in the world. So I'm glad to be the front court player.
So yeah, I always love playing at the backcourt. So it makes much more easy for me.
So people who watch doubles badminton, one of the most exciting moments when the two of them are playing is when Satvik is rising to hit a smash, because he holds the Guinness Book of World Records for the fastest smash ever recorded in the world at 565 kilometers an hour. He also has the fastest smash ever recorded in match play, which is over 500 kilometers an hour. And when the shuttlecock is going up and he's rising, what do you say?
I say mar, 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 which pretty much sums up to hit, hit, hit.
Yeah. So basically, when you hear the sound mar, 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 you know that Satvik is going to go for one of his crazy
He
smashes.
does save every shuttle. I was like, थोड़ा चांस दे दो थोड़ा दूर कुछ और खेलने के लिए like whenever shuttle comes up like from wherever position he says like मार 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 I was like position में नहीं हूँ फिर भी like मार 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 मार
Okay, so, we know how you guys come together on court, but you have such different personalities off the court, right? You were this shy boy, you don't seem shy at all when you're on court, I must tell you. And you were, like this Bombay boy, more outgoing. You were from a town in Andhra Pradesh. How did you guys work on building your partnership off the court, and how important was that?
Well, it was quite difficult initially. I think, like I said before, both of us came from very different backgrounds. Like you said, I think both of us have had a very different upbringing. We come from very different cultures. So initially, it was very difficult. So our coach back then, he told us that like being in a doubles partnership is like being in a marriage. You need to make adjustments, and I think that's what we did. He used to tell us that you should have at least one meal of the day together so that you have a conversation and are there as a pair together. So I think it's to be really good players on court, you need to really have a good off court camaraderie, friendship as well. And I think both me and Satvik are really good friends off court. That's one of the major reasons why we play the way we do on court. So I think initially it was quite difficult, but I think as we started to know each other better, as we started to open up ourselves to each other, I think we became really good friends.
So I know you like different kinds of food, you both like different kinds of entertainment. Who picks? How do you decide? How do you not end up getting irritated with each other?
So we sacrifice one day for one person. So the first day he comes with me to eat Indian food. The other day I go with him to eat Japanese food.
But he still not had sushi with me. So I think.
But after your medal recently, I think you went straight to the sushi counter and he went to the Indian food counter. There was a story I read about.
Yeah. So he prefers to have a lot more of Indian, and I try to experiment with my food. So like I am still waiting for the day he actually tries the sushi with me.
And you're a big Telugu film fan.
He watches everything, yeah.
So you watch everything subtitled with him?
But I have actually, like initially, I think a couple of years back, I didn't really watch a lot of Telugu movies. But I think since I partnered with Satvik, I've started watching a lot more of Telugu stuff, and I actually enjoy it. And not just watching it just because of Satvik, so yeah.
Yeah. So we'll talk a little bit about your training schedule. You guys work out, I believe, 5-6 hours every day. What are the aspects that you work on? What are the things that you're doing? Is it drills? Is it technical stuff? Is it strategy? For a doubles pair, what is the most important thing to work on?
As I think, if we are to talk about our sessions, usually in the mornings, it's more to do with our partnership, like a lot more drills, which are more to do with our partnership, where we are doing a lot more of stuff which involves a lot of rotation and stuff, like defense, but with together as a part, like on court. So I think evenings are a lot more tactical, but just one-on-one stuff. But in the mornings, we do a lot more stuff which involves the both of us. So yeah, I think as a doubles pairing, it's not just about how good you are individually, but I think it doesn't, like if you are really good, if you are a really good smasher and if you are a really good net court player, it doesn't add up to you becoming the best in the world, but it's a lot more to do with not just physical abilities, but emotional abilities as well. You need to be really good. You need to coordinate with your partner also. So yeah, so I think it's very important when you are in a doubles partnership. So
yeah, there's no point both of you running after the shuttlecock together, right?
Exactly.
See, I enjoyed how you just nonchalantly threw in the best in the world. You are the best in the world. Has the feeling sunk in that we are the best, or right up there with the best in the world?
I don't feel much about it, so I just think about next tournament, what is the target and all, because in doubles, on the given day, anyone can beat anyone. The level is very much high. Once you are down, then someone will take up the position. So we don't think, me and Chirag personally doesn't care about the ranking. We care about the tournaments. We wanted to win big tournaments, as many as possible. We wanted to finish that podium. We always wanted to be on the podium all the time. So we never really thought of being world number one, but luckily in the Asian Games where we won, then it came as a double bonanza for us. Really happy with that, but still we have a lot more bigger targets ahead.
Okay, I want to take about 5 minutes to talk about some very fundamental questions about your career, your partnership, how you all came together. First and foremost, Chirag, why doubles?
Why not doubles? I think a lot of people would have asked all the doubles players why doubles, because I think we've always been a country with a lot of singles players, whether it be Prakash sir, Gopi sir, Saina, Sindhu, Shrikant, Kashyap, Pranoy. Like I think it's always been double singles. We've not really had a lot of people like there was Jwala and Ashwini at one point, and but we've not really had a lot of people who actually picked up doubles and went on to excel at the highest level, like being in the top 5 or top 10 in the world. So I think when we started off together, I think it was quite difficult, but I think the reason why we chose doubles was not because we wanted to earn money, or we like if we want that was our aim, then I think doubles players never really got paid that well back in the day. And I think the reason why we chose was, I think it was the passion that we had for doubles. We always had that inclination. We always wanted to, we enjoyed playing doubles. That was the first and foremost thing that drew us there. And I think that's the main thing which actually propelled us to play doubles and choose doubles.
Sabzi, was the same for you? You always wanted to be a doubles player?
Yeah.
I mean, I personally find it much more exciting to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I always wanted to be a doubles player personally. Like when I took it very professionally, then I thought I wanted to be doubles player, because I always used to hear that India doesn't have any doubles player. When team events are going on, India always used to lose because there isn't doubles player. Then I thought like there should be one doubles player who can win in team events especially. So that's what my motto was when I started. I want to change that thing. So when team events are happening especially, so that thing has changed when me and Chirag came, and I saw we had both common goals when we started. Then it took some time to adjust, but yeah, I always love playing doubles. I feel it's more entertainment. As in singles, I feel it's kind of boring.
Very
it's not
controversial.
boring, but it's like more of physical and this thing. But doubles, you should have some good heart and mind also to play. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you are two young doubles players. You have been told by the coach you must play together. You have been reluctant, then you have come together, you started playing. You've reached a point where you don't feel forced anymore and you start playing. And then you go through this period where you start racing up the rankings. During that period, what is improving in your game? What is it that is fundamentally changing and making you better week after week?
I think the first thing that is like both of us comes very naturally to us is that we are not really satisfied. I think we've never been satisfied people, like when like even of the first quarterfinal that we played in a Super Series event was the first by an Indian doubles pair, and like a lot of people would be just happy being the first Indian pair to play a quarterfinals, but we never really were satisfied with that, and we wanted to be the best in the world. And I think that is the first and foremost thing that is that comes very naturally to both of us. And I think that is one reason why we kept racing up the rankings. And I still feel that like Satvik said before, we've just started off, and there are many more tournaments and bigger things to be achieved in the future.
So, by 2017, you were already in the top 30, and then you were there and thereabouts, right? So you were doing really well, but you were not going further up. And then 2019, Thailand, I think, changed everything, right?
Yeah.
As a sportsman, lots of people have told me this. There is a moment that you feel that, yes, now everything is clicking and I can start backing myself. Was that the period of time when you as a pair thought, and what was that thing that made you feel that, okay, now we can back ourselves?
I think everything has changed from the 2018 Commonwealth Games, where we won gold in the team event. From there, we got a lot of confidence and we won the silver medal there. Then we thought from there, like, now it's our time, we can play at bigger stage. And when we won Thailand Open, that tournament was a miracle tournament. We were supposed to give a walkover in the quarterfinal because I had a shoulder injury. I was telling to Chirag, by cover kar le, thoda sa pain hai. Then he was telling like, mere ko bhi pain hai, tu cover kar le. And then I was like, abhi kaun khelega match? I mean, in quarterfinal, before going to the match, this was a discussion about, like, I was telling him in front of the match, he was telling like, I also have pain. Then I said like, we'll play just 50-50, then we'll see. Then that's how it happened. That was a memorable tournament in Thailand. Then from there, we started getting mature how to play tournaments. We got experience playing with the bigger opponents, how to handle those situations. We always played good with the tougher opponents, but we never won. We always very close to them, but we never won. But few things we changed. We kept on playing, and the team events has changed for us. Even the Thomas Cup 2021. From then
yours
everything
was the key victory that.
Yeah. From then everything has changed for us. I mean, all the good luck has came. So yeah.
Okay. Tell me something, when you're on court and you obviously have expectations of your partner. You expect them to be at a certain place at a certain time, and sometimes it must happen that they're not where you expected them to be. What is the strategy then? Are you encouraging, or are you hard on each other?
I think if we are hard on each other, I think that would be the last time we'll play together. I think in a partnership, you need to be backing each other up as much as possible, because I think if you are hard on your partner at that point, at some point in the match or in the future, you will also make the same mistakes. And as a player on the receiving end, you wouldn't want your partner to be like, what the hell, what are you playing? This is not the way you should play. So I think you need to be as encouraging as possible at those moments. And I think both me and Satvik, I think, encourage each other as much as possible. And it doesn't matter if you make one mistake, even if it's at 20 all, there's still a chance of getting that point at 21-20 and making it 21 also. It's not over until it's over. And so, yeah, I think in that aspect, we actually try to be there for each other as much as possible.
So you get irritated, but you don't show it.
I don't get irritation. I always think in a positive way. Like, he also wants to win a match. He doesn't came to lose. So it happened in that point. But so as Chirag said, we always encourage each other. So if someone is having a off day, he will cover for some time, then the other person will catch up. That's the best part about me and Chirag. So nobody does take a off day like full time. So at some point, both will play at some point. So till that point, someone should play, and the other guy will catch up. So that's the best part. So we always encourage each other.
The reason I'm pressing on this is because this is a lesson in partnership that, like the kinds that we were talking about at the beginning. Okay, so 2019, you start winning, you have this miraculous tournament, and soon after that, COVID arrives, right? You're in Bombay, you're in your town, in Amlapuram. How tough was that? You can't work with each other. So you're playing, training, etc. And for a doubles team, the most important thing is working on playing with each other. How did you handle that period? And how did you come out on the other side better than before?
Well, I think, it was, the COVID time was tough for everybody, I think. So many people were dying, and to see that in the newspapers, I think it was quite difficult. And also for athletes, like, we are used to traveling a lot, and suddenly we don't really know when we'll be able to travel and when we'll be able to play tournaments. So I think it was quite a difficult period, but I think the moment we went back to the courts, I think I started playing in the month of June 2020, and I think those couple of months I was just happy being on court because not a lot of people could do that. So I think the first couple of months was quite difficult because we didn't know when we'll be able to play tournaments, because the reason why you're training is to play well in tournaments, but there's no place to actually show your capability. So I think it was quite difficult, but I think luckily I got to train with our coach Matthias in the months, because he was in Bombay at that time, and I trained with him for a good 2-3 months at that time, and eventually he became our coach just before the Olympics. So I think it was a good thing that I could train with him.
What were you doing back home?
I was enjoying watching Telugu films. That's the time I got like a little bit free, and I got a time to spend with my parents. I think that's the best part. I feel like I became like mentally very happy, and I was having home food all the day. And I mean, it's been like very long time I have been in home,
Right.
and spent like almost 6 to 8 months. Then I got to know my parents' thinking as well. So it was very good time for me personally. And we are having online classes with Gopi sir and all.
Right.
So we are having training in the morning at home only. So we are doing Surya Namaskar and yoga stuff all the day, and evening I was playing with my friends outside, someday cricket, someday badminton. So it was kind of fun, and in between we had a call, like he was telling me to come to Mumbai. And I told my parents, then they are like really worried, like situation was not really good. We don't know what will happen there. So yeah, it was tough times, but personally I felt like I got a time to spend with my parents, so that's the happy part.
And all that time you were scouting Matthias as your next coach. You of course knew Matthias for a long time, right? He had never coached before. You've played with each other, against each other?
Yeah, we played against each other. Like we have a head-to-head of 5-1. In the last meeting before, like I think he retired, like a year before he retired, we managed to beat him.
And I didn't thought like he will be our coach. Again, he is our enemy all the time. So whoever we thought enemy, they are becoming my most important persons in my life.
So why did you pick each other, you and Matthias? I mean, you guys and him.
So I knew him right from 2014. I think he used to come to Mumbai to train with us, as in, I think he was then the world #1, and to train with him, I was still a junior. So to train with him, it was, I think, a big learning experience for me. And he was always very supportive, and a lot of people will just come, do their work and leave. They wouldn't really advise you on stuff, but he was quite different. He used to make sure that he used to tell the drills, he used to explain how will it help you in your game. And I think that was a quality which I figured would be really beneficial for us. And I think right after the COVID lockdown, he said that he actually would want to coach us. And since we didn't have a coach at that point, and I actually felt that there couldn't be anybody better than Matthias to help us. Although he didn't have a coaching experience, but I felt he definitely is really good for us. And I think we got him on board, and I think, as they say, rest is history. We've had some really good wins under him since he's joined us.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about the Asian Championships, the Asian Games gold. How does it feel to be, right on top, fighting through and then coming out on top?
Again, Asian Championship which held in Dubai. That was again the before week. I was injured. I wasn't playing anything. I thought I will just go there and participate. Then again, miracle happened on court. Like we played really well. We won. Then Asian Games. We had a good team event. We won a silver medal. We lost very closely to China. Then again, the next day, Chirag got sick. He got fever. So I was like, okay, ho gaya. Abhi to मुश्किल है अभी मैच मतलब he is like he was like literally sick, he can't even sleep, he can't even walk. So luckily that day we didn't had a match, so he had a 24 hours to recover. The next day we are playing a good match with Indonesians. It's not an easy match, so I thought like I was just praying like at least if he can come to the court and stand, I should be able to manage. I have to play my 200%. At least I wanted to push, I wanted to try. So luckily then again that day he played better than me. I think I played really bad that day. He covered
But usually you play better than him.
And no, he plays better than me in the pressure situations. He covers me all the time. So yeah, I think it's a miracle. Then semi-finals, we both played, and finals we had under control. The before day we couldn't sleep at all, me and Chirag. So till 5 o'clock we were just roaming in the room here and there. Then again because of excitement and what will happen, we couldn't really sleep. Then we had a like 4 hours of nap or something. Then we went to the match. Then initially we didn't start really good because of pressure. Then we told ourselves everything is under control, no need to panic, just play our game. Then 1-2 points here and there, we got confident, then everything changed.
In some ways, Asian Games, Asian Championships are even tougher than the Olympics because quota places, you have the best, there are no quota places, you have the best players in the world in any case who are participating. So now after this, what are your thoughts about Paris? The expectations have been raised, boys.
Yeah, obviously expectations have always been there, but I think it's you need to look at it in a very positive manner. It's good that there are expectations because a couple of years back nobody expected anything from doubles, and to now having expectations, I think it's a very good thing. So yeah, we look at it in a very positive manner, and yeah, we'll go out there and give it our best shot and hopefully come back with a medal.
Is there a special training program preparation going with Paris in mind, or are you both doing what you always do?
I think we have a magician behind us, Gopisa and Matthias, so they know what to do. So we already planned coming weeks and where to practice and what we should practice and all. So yeah, I think for the time being we need to be mentally be in a space like chill, not to take so much pressure. And I think our opponents is our body. Most of the time we get injuries at the wrong time. I feel we need to be 100% fit that time, and let's see what will happen. Yeah.
Okay. All the best to both of you. I know you have set very, very high standards for yourselves, and you will do your ultimate best. And with this new weight of expectations as the brightest stars in our badminton galaxy. So all the best. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satvik and Chirag, and we wish you a brilliant future filled with wins and, of course, achievements. Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our young pair. Thank you, Kunal. We're moving on to our next session. We'll quickly make the changes on the dais, and it's business. Limited, the Vice Chair of the JBM Group, and the Managing Director of Jindal Stainless. Please welcome on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Priya Agarwal Hebbar, Chairperson of Hindustan Zinc and Non-Executive Director at Vedanta Limited, Nishant Arya, the Vice Chairman at the JBM Group, Abhyuday Jindal, Managing Director of Jindal Stainless, who will be engaging in a conversation with the Editor-in-Chief, Mint, Ravi Krishnan. It's over to you, Ravi.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Yeah. Welcome to the panel discussion on sustainable transformation. That's what we are going to talk about today. I think it's a timely and pressing topic because of the very air we breathe, which is full of hazardous substances. It underscores the importance and urgency of sustainability. We are seeing a lot of extreme climate events, and for businesses too, sustainability has become an imperative. It is not just about doing good. So we have with us these young leaders today who are driving sustainable transformation at their organizations. So Priya, let me start with you and ask you whether is it safe to say that sustainability has become a business imperative rather than something like a CSR initiative used to be a few years earlier?
I think first and foremost, thank you everyone. Thank you for having me here. It's one of the most important discussions, the discussion about sustainability. This is the world that we live in, and this is, and we have seen, we have all heard in terms of what is happening in terms of the pollution, in terms of greenhouse gases. We know that it's now or never. We need to make that change. So, when we talk about sustainability, firstly, I'm so proud because India as a country has taken a stand, a very, very strong stand in terms of sustainability. Taking a stand that we're going to be net zero carbon by 2070. Taking a stand that the second biggest railway network line that we have in India will be net zero carbon by 2030. Taking a stand that by 2030 we will reduce 1 billion tons of carbon emissions. These are really, really pressing facts, and these are facts that our country has taken. And so it's up to us to ensure in whatever business we do, we have to ensure that we comply with this, that sustainability has to be at the core of everything that we do. And that is the stand that, we see the young generation taking. So extremely, extremely important, yes.
So when did you, have that aha moment, moment of epiphany, so to speak, that, that this is something which is going to be material to the business, I'm leading?
So, let me start with, mining as a sector. And let's start with the fact that mining as a sector has always been given a bad name. Mining is known to be a bad word. What we forget is that everything in our modern day life, every single thing, the car that you've come in, this mic, the hotel that we're in, everything that is there above the earth, where does it come from? It comes from below the earth. And unfortunately, we have stepped away and distanced ourselves from the mining industry, whereas mining is the root of everything that we do. Not only is it key for our modern day life, but when we talk about the energy transition, when we talk about, when we're talking about, like I mentioned earlier, 2070 net zero, do we forget that we need 3 billion tons of metal to make that happen? And how are we going to make that happen? Do we want to spend all the money and import all of that, or do we want to do it ourselves? And India is a country rich with natural resources. We have over 85 natural resources. Less than 20% of what we have has been explored. So it's very important that we look at this sector with a close eye. The mining sector has been given 100% foreign direct investment availability. It's a sector that is so crucial. Just recently, 30 critical minerals have been listed. We talk about lithium, we talk about nickel, we talk about all of these. 450% increase in these metals are seen by 2050. So how are we going to ensure we make that energy transition happen with, mining, and ensure that it's done sustainably? And this is possible today. Mining can be fully sustainable if the right technology is used. Back in the day, we can describe it as, back in the day, a good way to describe it is an open heart surgery. Back in the day, when we used to do an open heart surgery, it was a bloodbath. But today it's done robotically, laparoscopically. It's the same with mining. With the right technology, mining can be done with minimal invasiveness. And once a mine is fully developed and clear, it can be fully regenerated into a biodiversity haven. At Vedanta in Goa, we have a mine that was closed, and now it has we have converted it into a biodiversity haven. It has more biodiversity than it used to have before.
Right.
So these are all possible.
Yeah.
So very, very important to ensure we balance both.
Right. So coming to the, balance is a word. Abhyuday, coming to you, I mean, how do you balance these near-term imperatives, shareholder returns, energy affordability, security? How do you balance these near-term concerns versus a longer-term sustainability goal? I mean, how are you doing it at your organization?
See, I think in terms of to ensure long-term sustainability, it has actually all benefits, if you ask me. Because being a sustainable company, not only in terms of ESG, but in terms of governance, in terms of diversity, in terms of CSR activities, actually leads to long-term sustainable competitive advantage. It actually becomes a competitive advantage if you focus on sustainable way of performing, growing your business over long term. If you're concerned over short-term profits, definitely it feels as a burden on the companies. But by performing or working on good governance, working on good ESG metrics, working on good circular economy kind of business, over the long term will only play benefits to the company, to the country, to the whole economy in general.
But see, even now there is a feeling that it is all a lot of talk. Execution is where, many companies, not just in India, but around the world are falling short of. So how are you dealing with that?
So we actually, being part of the stainless steel industry, already follow the circular economy in letter and spirit. Because 90 to 95% of our raw material is through scrap. And even when the life cycle costing of stainless steel ends, we recycle that material. So already at a company level, we're performing by using the right materials. The other way to answer is that, a lot of work is still required to be done. And sorry, what was just, you could just repeat the question?
As in, it's a lot of talk, but companies are falling short on execution.
So no, companies have already started, especially in the steel industry, because CBAM is on us now. CBAM from January onward, we all have to start reporting when we're exporting to Europe. We are exporting almost 30 to 40% of our output into Europe. So it's become the need of the hour. We as a company already are investing close to 700 crores only on ESG goals. All our expansions are now backed by renewable sources. So that is the way. It is not a talk anymore. It is a need of the hour. It is something most of global companies are already performing. If India now wants to be globally competitive, we have to move very fast on this measure. It will not only happen internally. Internally, companies are already doing a lot in terms of your renewable sources of energy, but also government support is very important. It's very much required because internally we can compete with anybody in the world at an internal cost level, at a quality level. But when it comes to external factors, like your infrastructure cost, your logistic cost, access to clean energy sources, grid emissions, then the government really needs to step in. And that will make Indian companies competitive globally for a long period.
Nishant, would you say that, Abhyuday was talking about CBAM, for example. Are companies taking more of a checkbox approach? We'll tick these checkboxes and then, we are done. Or is it something more?
I think that totally depends from one company to another, how they go about it. Clearly, I think the strategy which works for one may not work for all companies. So how I see it is that maybe about 15 years back when I started working, so we started taking up a challenge that how are we making businesses sustainable and how are we ensuring that we are investing in businesses which are making that impact. So clearly, clear domains where sustainability stands today, whether we look at SDG goals or ESG goals, which companies are complying with, whether that compliance is the focus or the desired outcomes from those compliance is what we are targeting. So we took the latter, the desired outcomes were the focus for us. And that's where electric vehicles, lithium batteries, and many other things people do talk about the integrated approach being missing. So the ecosystem is very important. How you're looking at the whole EV ecosystem. So generation to consumption needs to be captured. So that's why if you see in India, about 500 gigawatt of renewable energy would be there in place in the next decade, which would be almost 50% of our total consumption, and 1000 gigawatt by 2047. So clearly there's a roadmap in place. We are being the hotspot for the global green funding, because in many cases the intent is there but the green funding is not in place. So when you look at the whole ecosystem, you have to capture each and every element. So you look at generation, you look at the funding, you have the infrastructure in place, which is becoming more and more robust, whether charging infra, power infrastructure, hydrogen, and many other biofuels, alternate fuels. Then coming to any kind of vehicle or industry which is consuming those fuels, and eventually seeing that the carbon footprint is going down. And the end goal also comes out to be focusing on the energy security of the country. Today, close to 50% of all our revenues go into consuming different kind of oil and petroleum, which we are importing from other countries, which is 85%. So holistically, how are you addressing those needs and seeing that we are becoming more and more self-reliant as a country? And the focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat really sees that how technology is driving value. When technology is driving value, how are you knocking off any past trends which actually have been putting us on hooks, and clearly demonstrating India's leadership in the new age areas, because there's no past baggage to carry in those cases, and companies are at the forefront becoming global leaders, not looking at local markets. So the scale and size becomes very essential there. And with the scale and size, you get to total cost of ownership, and that's where you get the world's best talent being developed in our country, which also connects to the kind of skill matrix and the skilling requirements, not only in bigger cities, but in tier 2, tier 3 cities, which makes it a level playing field for even them to harness that opportunity and working for global organizations. So Indian multinationals are prospering with these ideas, and that's where in the ecosystem the other perspective comes in, where you see startups, you see industry, you see academia, and you see multiple companies really working together. So it's all about collaboration and how they collaborate and ensure that we're not reinventing the wheel, and we are able to take that leap forward, not step-by-step approach.
So you're talking of an ecosystem. How do you ensure that your supply chains are keeping pace with the demands of sustainability?
So high levels of localization, ensuring that multiple partners, like almost 100 plus companies we got incubated in India in the last 10 years for our EV ecosystem. And they have been cutting edge organizations who are now part of global supply chains. On one front in terms of scale, on the other front in terms of technology, on the third front having multi-sources for buying products from different countries, because focus is to enhance competitiveness. And when you're looking at competitiveness, you are ensuring that how you are a cut above the rest, not today but also tomorrow. So having a roadmap for the next 10 to 15 years and clearly investing for tomorrow, protecting today, and creating that benchmark with frugal solutions. So best in class does not mean the best technology. Best technology which is most apt for you today is what works. And that is something which I personally learned from Israel. So as a country, so I've been going to Israel for about 10, 12 years now. So most of the countries would say that if a company has failed in the past, it's a taboo that they are untouchables. But Israel has a motto which they call fail fast, fail cheap. So if you have to fail, you fail fast, fail cheap, and then you start something else. 70% of the funding which VCs do go to promoters of companies who failed in the past, because their focus of succeeding and getting to the next paradigm is way higher than a new startup. So I think that mindset to do things differently, to do things which are required today and which are having a clear roadmap for the future is what redefines a country like Israel, having no natural resources in a difficult spot. But the rigor and the kind of collaboration which they've had amongst different institutions, today you see in any area they enter. So in mobility, they were nothing about 10 years back. But today, some of the best mobility startups in the world, like a company like Mobileye, was started just few years ago. Intel bought it for a few billion, they sold it for a multi-billion dollars, and now many other companies are harnessing the potential in the same manner. So it's a startup capital in certain ways. So any target which a country takes, and that's something which India has done at a much larger scale, with digitization also, which is very important when you're looking at sustainability, because real-time data becomes very essential for you to really see what's the impact and the output you are putting across. Unless and until that impact and output is understood, it is just a target, and it is good to have. But I think making it meaningful and really ensuring things are surfacing on the ground where you're able to ensure the outcomes is what is essential.
Right. So over to you, Abhidai. I mean, so I mean, taking off from what Nishant said, how do you measure, this impact, these outcomes of sustainability initiatives?
So there are various, I would say, government agencies, international agencies now that are coming to help you with reporting. One way, I think, first is to know what sustainability is. And one clear way that we internally have done is we are studying the UN Sustainable Development Goals. That is a very good yardstick to measure at what level you are at and where do you want to go. And it doesn't only talk about, again, environment, but it talks about CSR, it talks about HR practices, it talks about diversity. So these are the things that, we really need to look at while defining our internal targets to ensure that we are approaching the right way in a sustainable manner.
Priya, would you like to add to that?
No, so I think, for example, a few years ago, the term ESG was coined. Although it's getting mixed reviews today, what it's done is that, exactly like they said, what it's done is it's given us a framework to follow. It's given us a very clear and every company now, has certain environmental goals, certain social goals, certain governance goals that have been very clearly laid out. The moment, in 2020, we formulated an ESG committee. We had McKinsey come join us, and they did benchmarking as to what are the main outcomes that we need to achieve. And we've set 9 goals, may it be net zero by 2050 at Vedanta, may it be 30% gender diversity, women in mining is something that is unheard of. Globally, women in mining and the fact that in 2020, women were legalized to go underground in India, and we were the first company, Hindustan Zinc, to get women underground. And these women, when I meet them, just the other day I met a few of them, and they said the safest I feel is when I'm underground. There was a lady from the LGBT community who's joined us as head of security, and she said that I have 2 dreams in my life. One is to adopt a baby girl, and 2 is to get my mother a house. 6 months ago, she called me and she said, you know what, I've done both because of the opportunity that the company has given me. I had goosebumps and I had tears in my eyes. And these are the openings, and these are the ways that people have started thinking now. Today, look at us. Even the bottles that we use. A few years ago, we all had plastic bottles. Here you can see that everyone is using a glass bottle. In everyone's day-to-day life, sustainability has become key. And it's driving the youth. Our customers have changed. Our employment, the ones, individuals who are employing, who are applying to work with us, want to make sure that we are sustainable. Our customers, downstream, everyone wants to make sure that they are sustainable. That's the way companies are being valued on ESG. So it's very, very crucial.
But then ESG also has a lot of different standards. One common complaint which we hear is multiplicity of regulations, regulators, not exactly comparable. SEBI might want you to do something here in India, but the European regulator might want something else. How are you dealing with that?
That's exactly what I said, that ESG is getting a lot of different viewpoints, and there's many different auditing processes. What's key is though there is, finally, what does ESG mean? That everything you do responsibly. And what it is helping with is to develop a framework. And, it's difficult to ensure that we follow each and every framework. You have an Indian way of doing things. You have ICMM. You have various different platforms that one needs to follow. It's important to take one, and it's not so much about It's not so much about, what we are putting out there. It's about internally assessing and aligning ourselves with goals that will give us the kind of outcomes we achieve, and it's helped us give that framework. So I think that's the key over here.
Nishant, would you like to add?
No, I personally feel that ESG is something important, but eventually, how is the common man benefiting? Because if you see any government, any country, even when we are discussing at the World Economic Forum or the BRICS global councils everywhere, how it goes to the grassroots level. Unless that experience is being felt by them, it doesn't make sense, right? So, in different ways and means, I think the policies which, the kind of benefits which people are getting at the grassroots level, I think digitization, I would like to reiterate, has become a very essential tool for all these institutions to really understand how the benefits are being driven to them, and different actions are being taken, and that was also one of the reasons why we ventured into electric mobility, electric buses across the world, because 90% of common man uses that on a day-to-day basis for transportation in every part of the world. So it becomes very important element. So it's not a need, it's a choice which they make when they're using such kind of vehicles, and that's what drives the decision making everywhere. So you transition from the need to the choice slowly, and that's how the experience of sustainability in different ways and means really changes the way of life for people, because the operating pattern changes when you're charging a vehicle, when you're using solar energy. Earlier we used to start from 17 rupees per kilowatt hour, now we're down to 2.5 or 3. So sustainability has become more effective, at scale, competitive, and at the same time profitable for industries to invest in. So how to ensure profitability becomes sustainable and sustainability becomes profitable as it goes on, because unless and until it is embraced by each and everybody as a part of their daily lives, in not only compliances really driving these factors, it would not really take off the way we want it to. And the kind of benefits which would accrue with the reduction in temperature and many other issues which we are foreseeing, like in one of the discussions which we were having in World Economic Forum was sustainability means that our country is self-sufficient for its food grains and was having food crisis in one of the African countries. And over a period of 5 years, that's how they define sustainability for them. So the meaning of sustainability becomes totally different for everyone in every single country or in different industries across the world. So one has to define their own priorities and really then drive those priorities till they see light of the day. Unless and until that happens, then these are just discussions which do not lead to any final conclusions. And I think unless and until a lot of larger global initiatives which have been taken today are being driven by partnerships by multiple global economies, they would not really get through. Like in I2U2, a lot of action is being taken on global sustainable solutions, where they're also trying to see how one sun, one world, one grid is coming up, how the ISA headquarters today are in India for 120 countries. And similarly, a lot more is being driven and done here, where we are seeing that today in different countries, the kind of diversity which all of us have been discussing about is not getting spread across all sectors. So how that can be done, and how that can be done with providing the right kind of environment and cultural change, enhancing the awareness of people. Like, just to give you an example, a person who was using a certain kind of products which were made of non-sustainable routes, and then so they started using sort of plastic jute products in another country. They never really understood what was the impact of that change which happened at the grassroots level in the country when a legislation came, and just saw it as a pain for themselves, right? So that's where awareness becomes very important, because multiple things we take as a given which may not be the case for everybody everywhere. So that everybody is at a common platform to really understand things in a similar manner. So that's where the skilling part and the awareness part becomes very, very critical.
Right, right. Vijay, what are the global trends in this which you are seeing, which will play out over the next, say, 3 to 4
definitely,
years?
I think we are already seeing a lot of movement into EV batteries. Then definitely hydrogen economy is going to come very fast, I feel. a few areas which have been a big topic for some time, but I really feel over the next few years it's going to be water conservation. That I feel is going to be a hot topic that's going to be a concern for every country, every economy. Financing, I think, sustainable financing, we're talking about green bonds, impact investing is only going to pick up. I think millennials now are a lot more concerned with having, leaving a better world for our kids tomorrow as the older generation was. So these are few of the global trends already we are seeing taking shape. Some of them are definitely going to grow at a much faster pace. What was sustainable yesterday is definitely different today, and it's only going to increase in the coming future.
Right. So we are almost run out of time. One final question to all of you, just 30 seconds please. What would be the one piece of advice you would give to young leaders who are driving sustainable transformation in their organizations?
I think first and foremost, India. You know, India is, and the global south. We are here, 85% of the population in global south, and only 20% of green investment comes here. So let's put our best foot forward. You know, we have everything here that we need. Let's make sure that we stand for sustainability. Let's make sure we imbibe it in our everyday lives. It's not only about the work that we do. Every single thing that we do in our life has to have sustainability at its core. So let's make sure we work together. The youth, this is our future. We need to work together to make sure we have a safe world.
Abhiday?
No, I agree with Priya, and like I said, we need to leave a better world for the future, for our kids of the next generation. And I think that if we make sustainability our competitive advantage, that is the way we should look at sustainability in every aspect of our lives, business, make that a competitive advantage for us. That will keep you there for times to come, because that is what everybody wants to work with, a company that is focusing on sustainability, focusing on diversity, focusing on the right governance. So if we make that a competitive advantage for us, I truly feel everyone will excel. All the younger generations will have tremendous benefit from that.
Nisha?
No, I personally feel that it's the best time which any Indian could have seen in the history of our country. And it's India's century and really time to make the most of what we have and the current position in which India is. I think each and every company needs to really see that they have a clear roadmap for the future, how they are gunning towards their targets and not looking at local but global markets, and not looking at products only but the whole experience any end customer is getting is what is most important.
Well, thank you gentlemen and Priya. Well, there you have it, our panel of young leaders who are working towards a greener and better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priya, Nishant, Abhyuday, and of course, Ravi. Ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly moving into our next session, which is entertainment. And we'll quickly make the changes on the dais, and we'll have our speaker up. Do remain in the hall and seated. Ninth live session of the 21st Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. And we have with us Sonal Kalra, the Chief Managing Editor for Entertainment and Lifestyle at Hindustan Times, to converse with actor, producer, and entrepreneur Alia Bhatt. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Sonal and Alia up on stage.
Hi, good evening. We've had such great sessions since morning, and I'm very optimistic and determined that we're going to beat this one with ours. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there aren't too many leading ladies in Indian cinema who can claim to have the kind of success that my guest here today has achieved. And at an age where most of us, if you'd recall, were barely starting out. And we'd see how she's kind of within a very short span of time grown as a superb actor, entrepreneur, and even now a producer. Before we start, could I please request you to put your hands together again for the National Award winner, Alia Bhatt. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Alia. It's your debut at the HT Leadership Summit, and we are very, very happy to have you here. And I had to put that National Award icing in the introduction because you're really fresh out of that. I believe it's your first outing after the National Award.
Yes.
I really would want to start by asking you what was going on in your mind, let's say 5 seconds before your name got announced and you went up there to get the award from the president.
Well, I have to say I was extremely enamored and just so impressed with how well organized it was, and there was so many people from so many different groups in the filmmaking industry, so technicians, actors, writers, cinematographers, sound recorders, everyone. And it was like clockwork, walking up and, everybody was clapping for everybody, and it was just so meticulous, and like I loved how well organized it was. So it was really very overwhelming in general to be there, and it's like a pinch me moment. But 5 seconds before, if I have to actually recall exactly what happened, is actually quite a lovely moment that Kriti and I shared together, because she was standing in front of me, and she looked back at me and she said, I want to give you a hug.
Yeah.
And I just hugged her, and it was just like, and we both got emotional. It was just two young girls living the dream and feeling a moment of gratitude, and with gratitude sharing it with each other.
So
and literally we both had tears in our eyes after that moment, and then we had to get out of the hug because we're like, we'll start weeping over here, which we don't want. So yeah, that was actually quite a special moment.
Lovely. And while we're talking about the National Awards, I think a lot of us also read about it, noticed it, Alia, that you chose to wear your wedding sari for the occasion. While it's also a very emotional statement, I'd like to say that it's also a big statement in sustainability. Nobody could have done it better to upcycle, recycle, whatever you may want to call it, your wedding sari. So what was there a thought, conscious thought?
See, whenever there's a big event or a big moment coming up, the first thought is you start preparing for it. Okay, what am I going to wear? What am I going to do? And, how is it going to be? And when it was announced on social media, my mind instantly went to, okay, where is it going to be and what am I going to wear? And instinctively, I just felt like, I think I'm going to rewear my wedding sari. And it just felt very me, because that sari, was thought and ideated, done beautifully by Sabyasachi Mukherjee, but it was a lot of me, the white and gold combination and certain symbols. It was who I really feel, I wear a garment that I felt most myself in, So this was a moment that was also very special for different reasons. That was a different occasion which was extremely special, and this was a different occasion which was extremely special. So a special outfit can be worn for a special occasion.
True.
More than once. And I don't think I was doing anything that people maybe have not already been doing for many years. वो कहते हैं ना घर में कि शादी का साड़ी पहन लेंगे, या वो इसका संगीत का शादी पहन लेंगे, बेटी की शादी का साड़ी पहन लेंगे. It's just a thing that for those who may already be doing it, they look at it and say, yes, we're already doing this. It'll just encourage them, that conversation more.
Yeah.
And for those who feel that, for a special occasion, I have to wear an outfit that's not been seen before. Has anyone seen this or not? I just wanted to change that a little bit around and just say, look, listen, you can wear an outfit. I've worn this outfit. The whole world has seen it.
Yeah.
For, days after I got married. But it doesn't matter. It's because it's a person that's wearing that outfit. That's what matters the most.
Yeah, I think the statement worked out beautifully, as you're saying. I would say commoners do say that भाई की शादी में पहन लेंगे अपनी शादी का जोड़ा, and all of that. But typically I don't think too many celebrities, and especially those at your stature, who've gone ahead and made that statement. So it does seem very relatable to a common person.
I think it's just us being mindful that you don't always need to buy a new outfit. It's maybe the more conscious thing to do. And you may not be able to do that all the time, but if you land up doing it a couple of times, it's a big statement to make for yourself and for the planet.
So true. Well, before I go on, I'm just reminding the audiences that we'd have barely a few minutes after the session to take audience questions. So if you do want to ask her something, please, there's a chit on your table, and write something and pass it on to Rini, so that once we have time, we could look at that. So Alia, coming back to the last couple of years in your life, and that, I mean, I'm sure that there have been many milestone events that may have happened right when you debuted in the film industry 11 years ago. 23 films that you've done, and some of which have been spectacular in terms of performances.
I've done 23 films.
You've done 23 in 11 years. Oh, that's what research tells us, unless there are films. I'm not counting your debut in Sangharsh as a child artist. Do you remember
I would count that, because I think that's the only way it'll maybe add up to 20 plus. Anyway, the number not big.
Perhaps. So basically what I'm saying is that last year, I think the middle of the last year, career-wise, started with Brahmastra, and then the way this year opened for you, and then, with Darlings, with Gangu, with now with Rocky and Rani. This all happened at a time when Bollywood's really been going through the biggest roller coaster that Bollywood could ever imagine. This year's been good with some of the blockbuster things, but there was also a time when people were just not willing to come to theatres. And Rocky and Rani did supremely well. And similarly, Darlings, even though it was an OTT film, again got you so much of acclaim. Would you say that this has been a milestone period for you? That's one. And a related question is that when you started out as Shania in Student of the Year so many years back, to Gangu, which got you a national award, and there's been Razi, there's been Highway, there's been Urta Punjab. Have you been going up that ladder on more intensity into your roles?
I think, what you said about there was a certain nervousness post the pandemic. I think in every industry, not just the Indian film industry, to understand how the consumer, how the audience is really going to respond to the content that we've created. A lot of the films that I had worked on prior to the pandemic, and some even during, came back to back with Gangu and Darlings and Brahmastra. This all just happened like back to back. So it was a very overwhelming year, because it's a lot of effort that you put in. And into any project or business, when you put in years of effort, teamwork especially, everybody's waiting with bated breath for the final outcome. So when you pass on the final outcome, that's always like a whew, it's a bit of a relief. I'm not sure I'm someone who takes a step back and looks at my career like, oh, that's a milestone moment, or that's a milestone moment. I don't cut to a wide shot that often in film language. I like to just keep my head in the game and just move forward with each, like literally on the Friday, I let the film go to the audience, and then whatever the fate of the film, I accept it. I assess if things don't go well, I assess what didn't go well. If things go well, I have a grateful heart and I move on. It's the way I've always been, and I think that keeps me really comfortable and grounded. I don't really swim in successes or, drown in failures. I like to learn, good or bad, from each experience and move on. But of course, when I meet people and they give me love for a movie, for example, Rocky Rani, I was in New York right after, and people kept coming up to me and telling me that they watched the film 3-4 times, and that's literally all you want to hear from an audience, and you just feel so happy. Speaking about my characters, what was your question?
Well, the characters that you've done, that growth and intensity is very visible. So, for instance, would you do a Shania at this point in your career?
Interesting. I don't think I can play, I don't know. Actually, never say never. I never limit myself. I really go with my instinct. I definitely feel my personality, of course, as anybody's personality would, has evolved over the last 10 years. So maybe my choice of movies, the way I approach every film, the process has become more structured, but still I would say I have no structure when it comes to process. I like to just surrender to my filmmaker. And I believe every filmmaker is different from the other. So hence, by default, I will have a different process for every film.
True.
And I like to really just kind of give into it.
Yeah, but you spoke about the box office pressure, and forever one's been hearing that while the box office pressure for the image or the stature of it is there for actors, the biggest stress point is for producers, because there was a time when actors would take their fee and at least would have a peaceful sleep, but a producer through every stage of the film has a restless time.
Of course.
And then you consciously chose to become a producer so early on in your career. You co-produced Darling, and now you're producing Jigra. So what made you take the risk, if I may call it, to turn into a producer so early on?
Yeah, so Jigra as well, I'm co-producing with Dharma Productions.
Yeah.
I had such a lovely experience while working on Darlings as a producer. It was such a creative ride, and I learned so much. And I genuinely believe, in fact, I was recently at the Olympic Committee session, and our Prime Minister was speaking, and he said something that really stayed with me. He said there are no losers in life, they're just winners and learners. And I believe I'm a learner. At every step, I'm always learning. I don't believe I have all the answers. And of course, it's a bit of a tightrope to walk when you're learning as a producer, because you're putting something down there, you're putting content out there. But I just felt a very deep sense of satisfaction when I was creatively involved in that journey. I consider myself a creative producer.
Sure.
So that experience felt very wholesome. It felt very holistic. It was not inward. I was not just thinking about my acting, my role, how am I coming across in the film. I was thinking about the film as a whole. So I felt that, okay, now I want to put together content, not necessarily content that I'm acting in. And we are at Eternal Sunshine Productions working on various things.
Yeah.
And I also thought that it's a good opportunity, like I did with Darlings, to give support to a new talent, like I did with Jasmeet. She was trying to get a film on floor for many years, and she came to me with Darlings, and I loved it, and she's extremely bright.
Right.
So that's the endeavor with Eternal as well. We're working with a bunch of new talent, currently still in development, but even putting that together and making that see the light of day is an uphill task.
True.
Because there is so much content out there that everyone, the studios, the platforms, everybody is playing it very carefully, as they should, because you don't want to just have, n number of content pieces out there. So that itself is a learning step right now.
Well, marrying creativity with commerce is a tricky process, in the sense that a producer is always out to tell actors ki jaldi kar do, finish jaldi kar do, itna budget over budget ja raha hai, and all those kind of hang-ups. So now, since you understand the actor's side of it, and you know that nobody wants to waste the producer's money, but still as a producer, when you worked on Darlings and now that you're working on Jigra, has the actor Alia changed a little bit, because there's also the producer Alia on
I think
set?
I was always very conscious. In fact, what changed in me as being a little bit more conscious on each day spent on shoot was after I started my own brand, Edamama. Then my attitude towards brand shoots changed. I was always very professional, always on time, always punctual, always, do whatever the client and the agency and everybody wants. But there was a certain amount of just awareness that came after Edamama, my brand, my children's conscious clothing brand, came to life. Because I realized, okay, that every second matters, and it's all resting, not all, but a lot of this is resting on the way this campaign comes out and the marketing of this campaign.
Right. The fact that she's mentioned Edamama, I'm sure a lot of you would know, but when we call her a very astute and a very mindful investor. It'll be good to know that Edamama, her brand, which is in the line of sustainable clothing, got recently acquired by Reliance for 150 crores. That's not really what people expect out of a startup founder, to have so much time to give to your investment risk or whatever, your venture, your investment venture. So how much of your time goes into Edamama, and how did you feel when there was such a valuation done of your venture?
So actually, Edamama's is a brand that I was the only sole founder of. So many people think that, when you think of a celebrity and a brand, they're either investing in it or they're endorsing it. So they've not really done anything. There's no money that's been put down. Wo log aa rahe aur ja rahe. That kind of feeling sometimes comes. There is a perception.
Yeah.
But I have to be very honest and candid that the germ of Edamama came from actually a place of insecurity. It was 2 years or 4 years, 2 to 4 years into my filmmaking journey, and I was just like, listen, I never want to have all my eggs in one basket. So one should come up with another way of, sustaining and to move forward, or something to put your mind to, because you never know, what if this doesn't work out, I should at least have something else,
Yeah.
It just literally came from that very simple space. And I looked for the gap in the market, and there was a feeling that there was a dearth of a homegrown Indian vocal for local children's clothing brand.
Yeah.
And from there was born Edamama, and we launched in the middle of the pandemic, smack in the middle of the pandemic, which was a real struggle. I mean, literally break a leg situation happened. But there was only learning after that, and it's been such a fulfilling journey. It's not always easy for me to give my time to it, which is why I put together a team of ninjas. I call them ninjas because they really are like that. And we started with a team of 4 to 5 people, and now to have, a giant like Reliance come on board. And I was not looking for money as much as I was looking for a strategic partner, because we had done the clothes thing. I launched maternity when I was pregnant, filling a gap in my own wardrobe. And I felt like, okay, now there's a point in which I can strategize and build this brand further.
To give it scale.
To give it scale.
Yeah.
And I have this whole world of Edamama in my head. And I'm a storyteller at heart. And I will always be a storyteller. And Edamama also started with a story. And the story is of a young girl and her dog, Ed, and they go on adventures and they save the planet. Wow. And they talk to the planet, and they talk to the trees, and they talk to animals. And that's the ideology behind it. So we put that, and we made it a conscious clothing brand, which is also affordable. So it came out of a place, but it turned into something that I didn't expect it to turn into. So I'm very grateful for all the people that I, on my team that helped me bring Edamama to where it is. And yeah, now the journey has begun.
Well, now that it's picked up scale, घर में वो बढ़ गई है, अपना impression घर में ये हो गया कि any financial decisions, let's ask Alia, because she clearly is the more mindful investor in the family.
I think definitely there is a certain, but I don't think we ever give, वो घर के अंदर घर में कोई praise नहीं करता है, हम लोग always थोड़ा सा, you give love also with a little bit of like, okay, let's not get it, don't want to get to anyone's head. But in my life, it's still my mother who makes all my financial decisions. Without her go ahead, I do nothing.
Well, then I must say that you've made your mom very proud with the way, because Edamama is something that we know of, but there are also a few other investments like this one, which is picking up flowers from the temple pool and turning it into home fragrances. What a beautiful idea. And again,
exactly. So you're on one hand, you're lessening the waste possibly that comes, but you're also giving a lot of job opportunities to women, because the women are picking these flowers up and they're adding, to this incense and stuff. And there's a lot of other things that are planned for in pool as well, that are not only good for the environment, not only good for the planet, but also giving so many more job opportunities to women.
Wonderful. And another thing that happened big time in your life's journey last year was marriage, followed by motherhood, and we'd come to that. But marriage, again, from the Bhatt family to being a part of Kapoor Khandan, Again, both film families, but were these families very different? Did your daily life really as a married woman change from one family to the other?
No, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really, of course, there's a certain, I think I would say my life really truly changed after my daughter was born. That's when the change really came. Otherwise, the way our families kind of immediately got along, there was a lot of warmth, there was a lot of love. And that didn't really change overnight just because we got married. That warmth and love was there a day before the wedding, and that same warmth and love was there a day after. But yeah, the minute Raha came into our lives, it's just sunshine and stars and, clouds and rainbows.
So I think this eternal sunshine, the name of your production house actually should refer to Raha. Or it does maybe. Is that how the name came about?
No, actually, Eternal Sunshine was because inspired by a film that I love a lot, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I also love the sun. I'm obsessed with the sun. Like whenever I'm, typing anything, and the sun emoji is my favorite emoji to go to. I also believe movies are eternal. So they kind of came together and yeah.
Well, we've spoken about motherhood now, and let us talk about Raha, because what I did was that before coming on to this session, I tweeted about what are the questions that people who can't make it here would like to ask us, would like me to ask Alia. And I think the maximum number of questions were pertaining to Raha. She turns a year old day after. Knock on wood, there's been so much talk about how you've been lovely protective parents. I do remember my team of photographers telling me that even though Ranbir and Alia do not want the child to be photographed for right reasons, your choice of privacy, but they were very sweet in showing us off the record, showing us the photograph because they wanted blessings for the child. So how has Raha's coming into your life changed the career part of you? Because I'll tell you where I'm coming from. This is also a very typical perception amongst common people that privileged लोगों को बच्चे पालने में मुश्किल नहीं होती. There are nannies, there's a battery of people who are going to be taking care. So they can have a child and then very soon come back into a very hectic professional life. But with Raha, has that happened? And how do you look at this whole experience of now having a career with Raha also a priority?
See, there is truth to privilege, and I have to acknowledge that I do have the comfort of professional help if I am unavailable and if I need to be somewhere. A lot of mothers don't have that, and I can't begin to imagine how difficult that might be. Having said that, I rather answer this question from a different lens, as how is it as two working parents, as a man and a woman who love their work and who don't want to lose that side of them, but also want to be extremely present parents. How do we handle?
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of young generation, parents together today, maybe if they're watching this, they might have a little doubt if they're expecting that, how will they manage? And the truth is, you have to have your priorities right. My priority and our priority will always be Raha and Raha first.
Yeah.
And while our work is a huge part of who we are, and I don't want to lose that side of me because it's what makes me happy. It's what keeps the fire alive. And someday when she's old, she will respect that in us, respect that part about her parents. But we try, even though we have professional help, we try to work our schedules around each other, so where one of us is with her at all times.
Yeah.
So say for the first 6 months of the year after she was born, of course, I was the one who was most hands-on. Naturally also because I was feeding and I was there, and just time for my body to sort of bounce back. And when I took up Jigra, Ranbir cleared his schedule out for the next couple of months, so I could be at work at ease and not think and not be worried.
And there are night skeds in Jigra.
Exact. A lot of night schedules, which actually work out really well for me because I get the day with her. I'll end up sleeping only 5 hours, but I think that's one of the things you give up as a parent, you sleep less. But I also want to say, I think we as celebrities maybe get asked this question a lot, so we suddenly like build up the celebrity or like how is it being like working parents or working mothers. But women work, yeah. You know, my nanny who comes for my work, she has 3 kids at home.
Kids of her own, yeah.
And even the women who stay at home and work, that's also work. Stay at home moms are also working.
Lots.
A lot. खेत में भी अगर जाते तो बच्चे को साथ में लेके जाते हैं या स्कूल में ड्रॉप करके, मतलब वो बहुत नॉर्मल चीज़ है. Working is a very huge part of our culture. We're workers and we'll work till the last breath. So I think we're giving ourselves or maybe celebrities too much importance. But I have to be honest and candid and say that you can't do everything right, but you can't be a perfect parent. You just have to be good enough.
Yeah.
And you just have to keep your priorities straight. And of course, there are days where I'm emotionally, like, it is difficult for me to leave her. And you know, even for coming to Delhi today, it's like I just want to keep kissing her face. I don't want to even leave for a second. But wo hai, and she's, you know, touch wood, she's okay, she's happy.
Yeah.
And I'll go back and I'll get all my cuddles and love and, you know, make sure she's not out of my sight.
Sure.
So the balance is important.
Yeah, and if you and Ranbir have to travel, again, it's mummy ji or mummy, either of the moms taking care of.
Yeah, I think her grandparents, they are waiting for a chance. They're like, please, tum log holiday pe jao, leave her with us. We want all the time with her. Yeah. So yeah, that way I'm very blessed to have not only, of course, the professional help, but a really enthusiastic family. That's always willing to babysit.
Another thing that your fans wanted to know was that now that she's turning a year old, are they likely to see a glimpse of her?
So I have to say this because I think, like, again, you know, where I don't want it to seem like, oh, I'm hiding my daughter's face and all. I'm proud of her. Like, literally, the camera's not rolling right now. I'll put her giant image up on a screen over here because I love her. Like, we're proud of our baby. But I think I think the intention with which it came out initially is we are new parents. We don't know how we feel about her face being splashed all over Instagram. She's barely a year old, or all over social media. We don't find the need for her to be a moment of paparazzi currently. She's still too little. But it's not like we'll never let anybody see her face. It's not that. It's just like I think we needed to get more comfortable with this parenting thing and come to a comfortable decision ki, okay, now we're ready. And whenever that moment is, it could be now, it could be in the near future, it could be whenever. Whenever we're ready, it'll happen. And without giving it too much pressure or too much importance.
True that. Fair point. Alia, another thing that happened recently in your career was a lot of international exposure. One by way of Heart of Stone, which was a film that you did. But also by way of some international collaborations, like you took up the Gucci ambassadorship, you attended the Met Gala. Has there again been a conscious decision that being an international influencer is now the way to be, because we are all thinking global?
See, I think, like, for example, doing a film like Heart of Stone was a choice of doing an English language movie. Like the year before that did a Telugu language movie. Like maybe hopefully in the near future, I'll do a Malayalam language movie or you know what I think the idea is to broaden your horizons, to as many languages, reach out to as many, industries, get outside your comfort box and comfort zone again and again. So that was the intention. And whereas Gucci and everything else, I think I've said this before, it's an association that I feel is most organic because of how much I believe in I really naturally connect with the products of the brand. But Gucci has come to me because Gucci wants India. Gucci doesn't want me. Gucci wants India. And I represent maybe a certain demographic that speaks to, a certain section in India. So I think it's only proof of how booming the Indian market is and how much anticipation there is to bring on the consumers from India to global brands as well.
So for instance, when you went to the Met Gala, and now that India is practically a growth story that everyone seems to be talking about, did you see a perceptible difference in the way now Indian celebrities are being treated abroad?
I didn't feel anything different. So I think that's the difference. I was treated the way anybody
also
should be
says
treated. Yeah.
a lot.
Of course, South Asian representation can only become better and better. I don't think we should ever stop there. That can only become more. But like even when I'm traveling, and there was somebody sent me a picture of a Mandarin Oriental shoot that I did for Mandarin Oriental in Paris, and somebody sent me that picture. And I just looked at it and I smiled and I said, I just need to continuously keep in mind no matter where I go, whether it's London or Paris or Met Gala or Fuguchi to Milan or whatever, I'm always taking India with me. And I represent that side of where we come from. And that's something that I'll always be I'll take very mindfully and be very responsible of.
Yeah. And this is particular of women celebrities, though I'd say that everyone has that pressure now, but all your appearances, not yours, but all celeb appearances, especially at international forums, etc., also attract a lot of attention, positive or negative, on social media. Not just the appearances, and you've been at the receiving end of it, but again, for everyone, this whole phenomenon of social media trolling becoming excessive, personal, sometimes toxic, if I may use that word. People have an opinion on someone's married life, their relationships, how they are in terms of with their other colleagues, etc. So it's come your way, and how have you? Does it anger you? Does it bother you? And if it does, how do you deal with it?
So, I mean, I said this earlier, I've lived my life in the public eye. So I've gone through different stages with any sort of scrutiny that maybe I've faced. Maybe initially I was a little bit more defensive, younger, you're a little bit more like, Arey, but why are they saying this? Maybe later on I was a little bit more dismissive, like, forget it, nobody cares. But I think I've grown into a person who genuinely feels that I have nothing to complain about. And I don't think it's fair, the position that I'm in, maybe the privilege that I have. It doesn't look nice for me to be like, oh, I don't like that people are saying maybe not nice things about me. I don't feel that that's correct. So even though maybe sometimes you don't want to read nasty things about you or your relationships or your family or your loved ones or anything like that, you don't want to do it, nobody enjoys it, but I'm not going to ever fight with my audience, because those people writing it, they're my audience. So as long as my movies are doing well and I'm entertaining them, when I say I'm grateful for all the love, these are the moments that I actually have to show my gratitude. Not only when things are all hunky-dory and people are clapping for me, but maybe when there are no claps and there's a bunch of trolls, I still have to maintain that gratitude because that came my way. And I am here who I am because of the audience.
True.
So yes, I also feel it's important to differentiate between constructive criticism and just endless hate, because a person can just look at me and not like my face, and I can't really do anything about that. So I have to also differentiate between the two. But I also feel we have become extremely sort of subjects of what we see on that screen. I rather focus on my daily interactions with people. I've never experienced that any kind of troll upfront, for example. No negativity upfront. So that's what I choose to focus on. And if there is some chatter, I hope it dies down and you kind of move forward. I'm at the end of the day, I'm a human being. That I'm bound to say maybe 4 stupid things in public, and people may make fun of that. But I may also say 14 intelligent things.
Exactly. Yeah.
But sometimes what happens is also kind of negativity travels faster than positivity.
Yeah.
But I believe in the larger picture. So I want to only lead every moment with love and kindness, and love conquers all. That's all I need to say.
Well, that's so true. And also, social media sometimes seems unforgiving, but if the other person is willing to accept and sort of, for instance, Karan was earlier here with Charlize Theron in a session, and he, in a very nice but a self-deprecating way, he was talking about all things that he's been trolled for and how it used to affect him beyond a point, and he would shy away from talking about that, but he's now talking so openly about the very things that he'd been trolled for.
Yeah.
So
I think it's about, like, it's not like we are nobody's unfazed. I mean, nobody gets like unaffected by any sort of negative, like you have moments of vulnerability.
Yeah.
You have moments of feeling, okay, you know, did I say something wrong or did that come across that way? And you feel even maybe regret, okay, I shouldn't have said that or I shouldn't do that. Maybe also I have become more personal, as I become more private a person as a result. But it's not like I'm ever going to fault anyone for it. I've never even in my life spoken back or say, you can't say this about me or you don't say this about me. Even when people, like sometimes lies, like complete lies are spoken.
Yeah.
I've never said anything back because I believe that's not the way I want to conduct myself. I'm openly going to be vulnerable, but I'm openly also going to be kind and accepting. Ki jo bolna hai bolo. As long as you enjoy my movies and as long as I manage to entertain you,
Yeah.
that's all that matters.
And with each of these movies that are turning out to be successes, and your role getting more and more evolved and mature, does that also act as a sort of vindication for the fact that now you're being offered very, very intelligent, if I may use that word, intelligent roles?
Yeah, I've always had touch wood, good roles come my way with good filmmakers, and I've become, like I said, because after thinking like a much larger picture, maybe my mind and space has opened up a little bit where I'm not just paying attention to the role, but I've always actually been the one who goes for the film first,
Yeah.
and then you work on the role, because if the film works, everything works. So yeah, I think I'm very grateful for all the people that I've worked with and am working with, and sometimes you have to create opportunities or create, like sometimes you feel like doing a certain part or you feel like putting a certain thing out there. I may have to create that opportunity for myself. तो वो देखेंगे जब होगा.
You know, a lot of actresses that I've known all along do not like the term female-centric or women-centric movies, and I think for the right reasons.
Correct.
Because unless there are male-centric movies, which there aren't, so why
Absolutely.
should they be women-centric? But the kind of roles that you've done, let's say with the Razi or Darlings or Gangu, there seems to be a statement that you're making in terms of taking the entire onus of how that film would do or not do on your shoulders. Is that too much of a stress? Is that a stress, leading the film on your shoulders?
I would say yes and no. Yes, only because, I mean, if the film, God forbid, were to not do well, it does sort of reflect badly on your report card. But no, also because it's not just me making the movie. And I say this, it's not just Alia acting and Alia directing and Alia talking to Alia and being with Alia. It's not just that. A film comes to life because of various factors together. So when a film does well, it's not just my success, it's the whole team's success, and most importantly, the director's success, because the director is the captain of the ship. So I actually rely wholly and solely on my director, and I genuinely believe that if the film is good, it'll do well. A good film will always do well, and a good film can't do well with one person. So yes, there is that pressure. Maybe I will take for my, just for my satisfaction, that okay, I hope ye chal jaye types. But I know that at the end of the day, it's a team effort, and jo hoga so hoga types.
But you're not averse to any genre, and when I say genre, I mean also in terms of doing multi-stars. And now that you've seen success as a person who can take the entire film on their own shoulders, these multi-star film, full masala films with several actors, etc., is still on, right?
I think it depends on, it depends on the film,
script,
and it depends on the part and what I'm adding to it. I think ensemble films are great. Films when you see various actors together and they're all playing a little part and contributing to the larger picture. I think it looks really fun, and you feel really happy, especially when you see your favorite actors come together. So I think it really just depends. For me, it's all on the script, and I don't think too many other actors in the film, I don't want to do it. I'm not giving myself so much importance ever.
Which is your favorite role? Which is a film that you've felt very, very proud for having signed? And if at all there's a film that you regret passing by?
It's difficult to choose between your own films. So I would say I'm going to use That's what someone said to me. The next one is always the best one. So the next one is the one I'm most excited about, you can say, which is Jigra. I have no regrets of passing anything on, because I also feel, and that sounds very cliche, but it is true, because I feel like I am here today because of all the mistakes I've made and the right choices perhaps that I've made. I have other regrets, like not regrets, but I wish maybe, you know, now when I reflect 11 years into the industry, I wish I'd picked up maybe a dance form 11 years ago that I should have seen through. You know, I think it would have made me a much better maybe dancer, helped with my posture and body language a bit. Maybe I should have picked up like a sort of like a martial arts or something like that. So I have those sort of things where I'm like, I know they say it's never too late, but I think of it in that way now, more of an assessment of like a holistic way about how I could maybe today have been better if I had maybe picked up something physical a couple of years ago. And I think that would be the only advice I would give to people, is that pick up one sport, one dance form, or something which is physical. It'll bring a completely different body language in you.
Yeah. Well, as a 30-year-old and having achieved so much, again, in terms of acting and production, is direction on the cards, if at all? At this moment, does that thought even occur?
No. I think I would be a very impatient director. You have to be very, very patient to be a director. No, I don't think I have it in me. Also, at least, again, never say never, but I think I don't have that kind of command over a story to tell it. I can aid other storytellers together and kind of push them together and say, okay, go have fun. As a producer, I can do that. But I don't think I can be the one telling the story myself. Yeah.
Well, it does seem
although
sorry.
Sanjay sir, sorry to cut you.
Yeah.
Sanjay sir, Sanjay Leela Bansali once told me, Alia, you should direct a film one day. And I'm like, sir? He said, yeah, you will see. So I said, and coming from him, I was like, I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Well, on Sanjay, tell us the experience of working with Sanjay, somebody like him, when film is actually like in its true sense an art form, right? From the sets to how he makes a person. And now with Baiju Bawra, people have a lot of, there is anticipation in the air. I don't know if you can talk about any of that or not. But tell us about Gangu and the experience with Sanjay.
I've said this before and I'll say it again, that I was never the same actor after once I walked into the sets of Gangu by Kathiawadi and I walked off that set, I was no longer the same actor, no longer the same person. And that's just what Sanjay sir brings out of you. I felt like I could do anything after doing that movie. And, you know, of course the next challenge will definitely come up, but it just feels so rewarding and so, it's a very giant self-journey experience along with your filmmaker, with him that I had. It was a lot of hard work, a lot of just daily giving everything that you had.
Is he
not
the
1%
strictest
more.
director that you worked with?
I wouldn't call him strict. He's not strict, like he's a creative, like he's a creator, he's a magician, like he brings the magic out of you. But for him, it's more about like, I remember we used to keep joking about it. We used to, every time we used to start a scene, we used to first talk about the scene, you know, like we call you a blocking or a rehearsal. So before every scene, when he would start talking about it, he would say, this is a very important scene. This is the most important scene, which he would land up saying eventually about every scene in the film. So finally I was like, so every scene is important. He started laughing. He said, yeah, that's the way I go with every scene. It's too important. Like, this is what the film relies on and stands on. So you have to go into it with that conviction and with that energy, and you land up giving it your all, and you'll be like, by the end of it, you know, I don't even know how time would pass on that set. It's just honestly, truly one of the most rewarding experiences.
I think there must have also been a work culture stuff that you may have picked after working with Sanjay, because that's how he is on the set. So somebody was telling me that even on the sets of Jigra, for instance, now, or maybe that's been a habit. You don't take your phone and you're completely into it when you're shooting. So has that been a habit? Is that something that you've picked up?
Yeah, actually, strangely, it started from his set, because everybody is so onto it. I would not look at my phone phone and all in between shots, and it's a very bad habit because you're waiting around and you're just like scrolling endlessly on your phone. But with him, everybody is just sort of on their best behavior, on their toes, and you also don't feel like you want to get out of the moment and go. And we would shoot a lot of nights there as well, so there's really nothing to go to the phone to. So apart from now, you know, just maybe checking up, you know, on every odd thing at home. Otherwise, in fact, when I'm on a shoot schedule, I don't even, like, I delete all my social media and I make sure none of that is there, so I have no distraction. And I like also maybe feeling a bit bored. Like, I think a lot of us sometimes forget that, okay, just looking endlessly at the sky or looking at something and just dozing and or trailing off is something that you can do.
Yeah.
And not always be kind of neck down into the screen.
True that. But outside of films, what is your me time go into?
Well, now my me time is all Raha time. But of course, a lot of it is just working out, sleeping, watching movies, catching up on content, reading, just the usual.
But
spending time with family.
I know. This year's been wonderful for the films, for the big films, and people have started to say that only films that are completely large, huge in canvas in terms of, and Brahmastra was one such film, and now, you know, one is looking forward to part 2. But even with Jawan, Pathan, you know, big action films. Where does that leave us with those who would want rom-coms, small, nice, script-packed?
No, so I think that the rom-coms and the romantic films can do well. I think what one has to keep in mind is the budgets when you're making those films.
Yeah.
Like I said, I believe a good film will always do well. Of course, we know the big potboiler, the massive entertainer films, you know, the tentpole films, people are rushing to the theaters for, because they are the larger, you know, they are the larger than life experience. But it is important for the mid-level budget films to do well as well in the theatre, and the small budget movies, or small budget as you call them. But I think time will tell as to how one, as producers and as people, we manage the economics versus the money coming in, and which kind of films people are stepping out for, and which ones they're happy to watch, maybe sitting at home. Because it's also become very expensive to go to the movies. So I think one really has to consciously make that decision, okay, I will go out for this particular movie. So it's on us actually to manage the budgets accordingly, maybe for the mid-level films.
And if budget hadn't been a constraint, let's say from a producer's perspective, do you think a film could do as well on OTT, or does a film in its real sense needs to be a theatrical to reach the largest number of people?
I think the theatrical is more immediate understanding of commerce. OTT takes time, it's more word of mouth.
Yeah.
But a good film will always leave an impression in people's hearts and minds.
Look at Darlings.
Exactly. I mean, I don't want to speak of my own film like that, but I feel like sometimes what happens is we in fact should forget where we saw the film. It should just be we saw that film and we loved it. So actually a lot of people saw Gangubai on OTT much after, on Netflix, across the world in fact. But it had an impact on them, and that's what matters. So of course the commercial success of a film matters for the producer and for the makers involved, and for us to declare it a successful venture. But ghoom phir ke, the film has to connect. And if the film will connect and the budget is not crazy, then it will be a success. I mean, it's not as simple. I'm making it seem super simple. But it's all against the same thing. You focus on the film, tell the story, and tell it well.
Yeah, and now even in telling that story, languages also have ceased to matter. So there is no South-North anymore.
No, as it shouldn't be. It's the Indian film industry, and that's the way it should be.
Another thing that a lot of fans wrote to me about was whether they can see you working with Rajamouli again and again. You know, how is that experience? You've really worked with legends. So there is a lot. No wonder this is how evolved you've been as a 30-year-old actor.
Very kind of you to say. I mean, of course, I think every actor in the country is waiting to, you know, be in a SS Rajamouli film. So I'm just in line.
But do I see a hint in that I might do a Malayalam film? Is there a hint for the fans?
No, ये मैंने ऐसे ही बोल दिया because I'm watching Malayalam content and I love it. But I'm just saying that वो ऐसे, what I meant is that I want to do as many languages, if time permitting, and if my skill can add to that or not.
Right. We've almost come to the end of our time. And Rini, are there any audience questions? Rini, Rini's gossiping. Are there any audience questions that you've received? You haven't. So I wanted to actually end this with, again, the one question which maximum number of people asked me to ask you, which was your advice to a lot of people who want to be entering the film industry, where there's a lot of percepted fear about there's so much a struggle, you can't, if you don't know people, you can't really get a chance to get a foothold, etc. You've been there, seen it. What is your mantra or advice to
honestly
aspiring actors?
I don't think I'm in a position to give advice, because I think speaking about that conversation, there is a certain feeling of maybe I had it too easy in the beginning, and maybe I got the opportunity too quickly, which perhaps earlier I had a different response to, but now I think I only look at it from a point of empathy, because I understand it's really, really hard, and I empathize with that, and I can only acknowledge the maybe speedy start that I got, but I do promise and kind of vow to give it my 110% every day. Like, I got into the door easy, but once I'm in the room, I'm really working hard, and I just need to continue to work hard for the audience. So I feel uncomfortable giving advice, because it may not be perceived well.
Well, really, that's a torture that you've inflicted on me now with this. Okay, Rahul Gupta has a question which says, what do you think about the future of multiplexes in this rising era of OTT?
Oh, very interesting question. I really believe, Rahul, that the theatre experience in a country like ours cannot be replaced, because there is a certain community feeling of families going out to the theatre and watching a movie and enjoying that film together. So I do feel we maybe as an industry have to work harder. Yes, the multiplexes, there is a lot of chatter and conversation that, the concessions inside and the food and beverage, etc., land up being very expensive, even more so than the ticket. So I think one has to really, maybe the stuff that comes into the big screens has to really be worth people's while. And that is the endeavor. I think it's always a learning process, it's always a learning curve, but the last month has been quite fabulous for the industry. So people are very charged to learn from that and take that forward.
Super. And there's another question from Jigyasa, and she says this is about Edamama and how do your personal beliefs coincide with the vision statement, which actually you've answered in a way. But now that there is a physical store also.
There's a pop-up. We will have physical stores soon.
Yeah.
And yes, my personal beliefs do coincide with the philosophy of Edamama. I have to say though, again, I mentioned this before, that we are human. So I may not do everything right, or we may not take every right step towards being conscious towards our planet, towards our environment. But it's just about asking those few questions, maybe seeking those few answers and taking those tiny steps towards living a more conscious future. Because it's a shared planet and we have to leave it behind for our kids and the generations to come. So the conscious clothing brand came from being more aware with what fashion can do, maybe, to the rising carbon levels. So use natural fabrics and no plastic and natural dyes and green denims and stuff like that, and recycle paper and recycle plastic or whatever, packaging. But also the prints and stuff on the clothes are all raising a younger, newer generation of young planeteers.
Beautiful. Well, these are very, very wise, sensible words from Alia Bhatt that we are ending this session on. Alia, all the very best for Jigra and for everything that you decide to do in your future. And thanks a lot for taking out the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alia Bhatt, thank you very much. Thank you, Sonal, for that really wonderful session and hearing Alia being her candid self. Ladies and gentlemen, our penultimate session now features Dr. S Jaishankar, the Honorable Minister for External Affairs. May I request you all to please be seated and remain seated. Jaishankar, the Honorable Minister for External Affairs, Government of India, who will be in conversation with the Editor-in-Chief, Hindustan Times, R. Sukumar. Please be seated.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the penultimate session of the Leadership Summit. We have with us the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, who is acquired the kind of cult personality that you typically expect sports stars and movie stars to have. Right? I've seen so many viral video clips of his. We are going to have a conversation on a variety of issues, but I thought to set the context, the Modi government has been in power for almost 10 years. Elections...
And will be longer.
Okay, and will be longer. And this is exactly why he provides enough grist for the real mills. And next year is the election, and you've been the External Affairs Minister for 5 years, and it's been an eventful period, right? So tell us a little bit about this journey.
If one looks back, let me do the 5 years bit first. Look back at this term, 2019 onwards. Actually, it's been an extraordinarily eventful, I would say almost stormy period in world politics. We ourselves, if you remember, began with a decision on Article 370 on Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, that's a debate in itself. This was 2019. By the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, the world got hit by COVID. By the time we approached the summer, the Chinese came at us. Then, we went through this whole COVID, the multiple, the oxygen challenges, the vaccine challenges, and a lot of those were actually foreign policy related issues. I mean, even in 2020, how to get masks and PPEs and ventilators. So COVID itself had an entire foreign policy dimension to it, quite apart from supply of vaccines. And then 2022, you had the Ukraine conflict. 2023, you have something unfolding now in the Middle East, West Asia. So why I mention it is, given the fact that you've had these mega events. Actually, in between all of this, there was the American withdrawal from Afghanistan. So given the fact that almost every 6 months, something enormously impactful happened either in the world or in our region or both, and then to keep the ship steady, navigate, ensure that, you know, we discharge our responsibilities, we contribute in different ways, that has been really quite a task. And in, you know, while I've laid out the challenges, I also point out during this period, we are just completing a year of our G20 presidency. Also probably one of the most, you know, if you discount the initial two G20 presidencies, 2008, 2009 period, this was a particularly difficult one, as was the Indonesian one before that. Then we had the question of, you know, how do we promote global cooperation, international cooperation at the time of pandemic. That was itself, again, another issue. So it's been very choppy. It's been, in many ways, a lot of unexpected events. But yet, I would say there's a trend, you know. There's a trend. It is indicating of changing world, of different forces, of calculations or structural issues which in some way or the other which are manifested themselves. You know, I could go down one level below, speak about, say, for example, the crisis in Sri Lanka, where we have stepped forward in a manner in which we've never done in our own history before. Yes, tough times, but I would say we've really seen a very steady, you know, course which at least India has followed.
One of the things that's been very evident is also the kind of response we've had to a lot of these developments. There is clearly a new thinking, a new mindset, a different way of doing things. Can you just elaborate on this?
You know, I would agree with you. I think if one looks at the last decade, I could find many adjectives which would apply to differing degrees. If I were to pick one, I would say fundamentally, or let me pick two. Fundamentally, this country has got more competitive and more confident. That when we have, you know, problems, the response right now, we have reached that level where we don't duck the problems, we immediately, I mean, in cases where we have not already prepared for it, we at least say, okay, you know, we will immediately start moving on it. And I would, as an example, give you these, you know, these operations we have done we've just done one in Israel, Operation Ajay, or Kaveri in Sudan, or Ganga in Ukraine. So when you have a problem of that scale, the response today is, okay, get moving, you know. We have to sort, I mean, it doesn't cross anybody's mind that there's any alternative other than to solve the problem, to provide the answers which are required. So this kind of, I would say, attitude today, part of it again is mindset, but part of it is also the structural changes, you know, which have taken place. I mean, somebody was asking me, saying, given the regularity and the efficiency of how you're doing it, what has actually changed? I would say, you know, some years ago, we changed financial rules in my ministry to provide the kind of funding and, you know, at virtually no notice to respond to these kinds of unexpected challenges. or we have actually built a very strong civil-military cooperation. So if you look, for example, at Sudan, I mean, within the first 24 hours, the Air Force was moving, the Navy was moving. Now, in the old days, you know, for the civilian bureaucracy and the military to meet together, sit together, figure out how does it work, all of this would take time. It's even in the fact that today we have set up a national disaster response force. So if you say, okay, in an hour we have to move, there are units today which will reach the airport maybe in that time, who will carry the food, who will carry the water, who will carry the medical supplies. So I'm giving you this as a kind of an example of the systemic change which has taken place, the preparations that have happened. And I think today this allows us to really engage the world in a very different way. But I can give you a very different example. I mean, an example which everybody in this room will easily recognize. Look how much our passport services have changed in the last 10 years. How much faster it is to get your passport. How much less documentation you have to provide. How much more responsive embassies are. I don't think it happened by itself. So, you know, I think there was exhortation, there was example, there was pressure, there was motivation, all of which has created this different mindset.
I'm going to go back to your first answer where we spoke about the last 5 years, last 10 years, and looked at global changes. We are right now in a period where we've seen significant activity on the international front. We've had 2 major wars. The Indo-Pacific has got, the dynamic seems a little fragile now, right? I mean, you have China's own expansionist intentions in that area. Even in developed democracies, there is a lot of issues, largely to do with the economy, but there are other issues also. SDGs, we have not progressed well, partly because of the pandemic, there's been a step back. And of course, there's the climate emergency. There's just a lot of turmoil and turbulence around. Can you sense some patterns in these? And as a minister, as a foreign minister, how do you respond to this?
Yes, I think you put your finger on it. Some of these examples, there has been globally a rollback in SDG progress. India's record is different, but globally that is very much the case. We are seeing big impactful climate events with greater frequency, with a greater disruptive ability vis-a-vis the international economy. We are seeing a different level of terrorism enabled by technology access and more, I would say, modern means of communication. If there is a pattern, I would say the pattern is in the fact that the nature of responses are very different from what they used to be. One of which is that if I were to rewind this, say, 20 years ago or 30 years ago, 20 years ago, we had a big tsunami, if you remember, 2004. The biggest responder was actually the United States. And in fact, if you plotted which were the navies present in the Indian Ocean at that time, they were primarily, you know, there was US, there was some Australia, there was some Japan, there was even some European, and there was a lot of India. Today, I think the expectation that the US as the premier power would be able to do much of the heavy lifting by itself, I think that's not a fair or realistic expectation anymore. And the US itself recognizes that, which is why the US is looking for partners and, looking for, in a sense, a kind of a burden sharing in terms of common good responsibilities. The second would be because the overarching beam, you can say, is not what it used to be, the world has also become more regional. So things are happening in the Gulf, which are mostly the Gulf is focused on, or which is happening in Europe, which Europe is more focused on. A lot of second, third rung players have got more free play, more activity. But one area which suffers is when it is international or multilateral. So when it came to, say, COVID response, at the end of the day, the fact was those who could look after themselves did it, and those who couldn't were left to fend for themselves. So, and this is really today probably the most dangerous gap.
But it's a trend we are increasingly seeing in a variety of domains, right? I mean, you mentioned multilateral or multilateralism. For at least a decade now, perhaps more, it's been clear that this whole multilateral compact that the world had was fraying. It seems to have frayed even more.
Yes, it has. I mean, I wish I could disagree with you, but yes, I would agree. I think it has frayed. It has frayed because, as I said, the willingness, the ability, the inclination to contribute to what is not narrowly defined as national interest is today far less than what it used to be. So, and the only way you can, I mean, think of it this way. There's a big enterprise, okay? If the big shareholders are doing less or can do less, then you must allow a broader shareholding to come into play. And that's really not what's happened. So, if the highest level of world politics has got gridlocked, then what happens is, politics like water finds its own levels. So you will have groups of countries who will say, okay, the UN really is not relevant for my solutions. I'll go and sit with my 4 friends or 5 friends and I'll figure it out. And you are actually seeing that.
So when it comes to, just to extend that discussion a bit, irrespective of whether it is the United Nations or irrespective of whether it is the climate talks that we have, and even the way in which the World Bank and other multilateral financial institutions are run, what we've discussed just now is a problem that affects the functioning of all of these. So what is the new model?
I don't think there's a new model right now. I think we are into a long transition. And it isn't just the United States. I mean, I think a very large part of it is also what has been the implications of the rise of China and what has been the Chinese contribution to the international order. I mean, any shortfall, let us say, that there is from the US side is not made up. The Chinese polity, the Chinese mindset is very, very different. I mean, the Chinese understanding of international relations is very different. So, to my mind, because in a sense, the number 1 power is not what it used to be. The number 2 power is a very different kind of power. Then the 3s and the 4s and the 5s are often left to figure out local solutions or regional solutions. Then the 10s and the 20s get together and say, we really don't need 1 and 2 in the room. We will find our own way.
But that's very suboptimal, isn't it?
Well, the world is suboptimal right now. I mean, look at you. We began with the state of the world. We first agreed the state of the world wasn't great. So I think we in India need to be realistic. The world is difficult. The world will be difficult. That is why today we need strong leadership, which is why we need decisions, which is why we need the preparations, which is why we need the systemic changes. And all of this, if we are, I would say, in a storm, and there's no guarantee the storm is going to get any better. So if we are going to sail through that storm, I think this country needs to think what is the hand it needs on the tiller if you're going to sail through that storm. And what is the vision of the captain as you're going to sail through the storm? What is the destination you see?
So what is the vision of our captain?
we're not talking country, right? Not cricket.
I am just extending whatever analogy you were using.
I mean, though the
you
vision
can
is
take this any which way you
the
want.
vision is the same to win.
Okay.
The vision is the same to win, but today, look, already in the last decade, we have moved up visibly in the international order. I mean, if you want to put a number on it, you say, okay, in nominal terms as an economy, we've gone up from 10 to 5, we'll go up from 5 to 3, maybe in the next 5 years. But when you travel around the world, and I've just come this afternoon back from Europe, you can see that the expectations of the rest of the world from India are very different. So everything that I said, that there are deficits, there are gaps, there is a desire that more countries step forward, this is widely shared by much of the world. There is also, who has some ability in a very polarized, difficult situation to harmonize and bridge. If we hear appreciation of what happened in G20, the fact was, to be honest, till the morning of the G20, till that day, if one actually tracked Twitter or television or, I'm not running down media here, but everybody pretty much predicted that, it's going to be a very difficult summit. We really don't know if you're even going to get some minimum basis for going forward. But the fact is, we were able to find some common ground between, you can say, Western countries and the West and the East on geopolitical issues, between the North and the South on developmental issues. We were able to actually refocus the G20 on 4 or 5 big things which today, to my mind, are the key issues of the world. We are still obsessed with national competition, and I see nothing wrong with that. It's part of being competitive. But national competition should not allow us to disregard today the dangerous state of the SDG, the lack of resources for climate action, the fact today that there are digital solutions. I mean, we have shown in this country the power of digital solutions. That is something which the rest of the world can equally emulate. So how do you propagate it? How do you legitimize it? How do you make others buy into it? If you look at gender divides, and really look at the potential for women-led development, look at food security. This whole campaign on millets. This is not a fad. I mean, if the world gets serious about millets, it will, it has enough potential, enough margin up there for a whole lot of countries who are today wondering where their food is going to come from, to at least feel secure about it. So what we tried to do was to say, look, these are the real issues. That's the vision of the captain. So what the captain is doing is, the captain is looking at a global, a set of global goals, which is where everybody really benefits, and also what are our national aspirations and ambitions, and say, okay, we help the world, but helping the world goes side by side with helping ourselves and growing stronger and contributing more. I think that's the kind of journey that we are embarked on.
Great. I'm going to move into from the macro to a little more micro. I want to focus on some of our bilateral relationships, and this has been a big year with the US, and in fact one of the big stories of, I think, of the last decade has been the growing warmth in this relationship, the fact that we've gotten really close with the US. What's driving it? How is India benefiting? And where do you see the partnership going?
I think a combination of things are driving it, and the factors themselves evolve with the passage of time. If again dial back, okay, look at the 1990s, maybe 2000. Let's take 2000 as a comparative year. What changed in that decade leading up to 2000? Honest answer: H-1B visas. It was the H-1B visa which suddenly kind of propelled India-US, which brought India into a certain, I would say, zone of awareness and understanding in the United States. So if you looked at the Clinton era, at that time, remember, the US was geopolitically in a much stronger position. So the kind of balancing which came later into American strategic thought was not that strong then. So it was a very strong, secure, at that time, unipolar world from where the US actually saw merit in engaging India on terms which were acceptable to India. Some of it was the human connect, some of it was the values connect, because again, democracy, pluralism, market economy, these were all factors out there. So I would say in that era, we were really betting on the potential. If you looked at the next era, the nuclear deal era and thereafter, there, I think you have a US, trying really to reshape the world and looking for new partners of a long-term, substance. Today, I would say we are in a different era for a variety of reasons. One, the last, from the 90s till about maybe 5-8 years ago, we were essentially clearing obstacles on how to work together. A lot of it was there were impediments, so how do we not have those impediments? I think now it's much more forward-leaning, much more ambitious. There are things that we can do together, and part of it is also India's capabilities have grown. We are today a partner of greater substance. So from an American perspective, our weight and our value as a partner has also grown. But I would say in the last 3 or 4 years, there's a very important factor which has come into play, and that is really, in a way, the digital domain, the artificial intelligence, semiconductors, chips, critical emerging technologies. So the stronger India is as a technology hub, if it can get into smart manufacturing, I think we have much more to offer to the world, not just to the US. I think it applies equally. Let us say, I'm coming from Europe, a lot of my conversations were on this. That we have today the skill, the talent, the capability of India, and these are not empty words. I mean, these are businesses, policies, technologies, which we have demonstrated, which today are taken seriously by the world.
One of the aspects of our relationship with the US, and I'm asking this because you mentioned technology, is the initiative that we have, Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, ICET, especially biotech, advanced materials, rare earth processing, and all these are extremely critical going forward. How are we progressing on that? Are there any barriers to that in terms of movement of critical technologies, movement of people?
I think we are progressing. Just as an example, when Prime Minister went to the US in June, there were 3 agreements that I remember very readily, one with Micron, one with Applied Materials, and one with Lam Research. All these were in the semiconductor area. I think it says something about how much we have changed, that an agreement in principle, which was reached in June, the groundbreaking for the factory in Gujarat has already happened. So that itself sends out a message to the rest of the world. We can see it in electronics, in hardware manufacturing. We can see it in military collaboration, in defense collaboration. So if we can get this set of things which the Modi government is trying to do, ease of doing business, ease of living, improving, the quality, fostering innovation, skill, talent, growth in India, creating a sort of a culture of both technology and entrepreneurship, improving infrastructure through Gati Shakti. I think if you connect all the dots which actually the government has placed on the table in the country actually in the last 10 years, you can see they form really a new template. And I think that template today makes us a much more credible player. And certainly when it comes to critical emerging technologies. I see some really strong partnerships here in the making.
I want to move to another important relationship, which is the relationship with China. From the outside, we seem to be competing at 3 levels, in global institutions, in the neighborhood for influence, and of course at the border where there is an unresolved issue. How do you assess our relationship with China? Because inherently there seems to be a contradiction between what India wants and what China wants. Do you see some sort of reconciliation of this structural rivalry?
You know, international relations is a fundamentally competitive exercise. And part of the competition is to make other people believe it's not competitive. So we shouldn't shrink from accepting that this is actually the fundamental basis of diplomacy or of world politics. After all, politics at home is competitive. Nobody has any doubts about that. So I think we need to be much more self-aware about the requirements of, one, the need to compete, 2, the ability to compete, and 3, the resources to compete. Clearly, the resources would grow if we grow overall as a national economy. But even within a given economy, there will be policy choices which will make us commit more resources to compete. If one looks, at the kind of levels which you have spoken about, look at our neighborhood. Look today at the kind of resources which we have devoted to building connectivity, cooperation in different formats with Bangladesh, with Nepal, with Bhutan, with Sri Lanka, with Maldives. These are today $1 billion plus, multiple $1 billion accounts, each one of them. And you see the difference it is making on the ground. I mean, just 3 days ago, the Prime Minister inaugurated 2 rail lines and a new power plant unit along with his Bangladeshi counterpart. In every one of our countries today, you can actually see a connectivity to India, the impact of the Indian economy on the economy of our neighbors. Our neighbors, when they see an India and China, will naturally try to extract the best that they can. By telling them that we are necessarily better people will not itself lead to the right results. I think we have to prove it. And we have to prove it by doing things on the ground. And again, I would say one of the big changes in foreign policy in the last 10 years has been our ability to deliver projects. And this is hard because it's really like doing business in an environment where you don't you really know all the factors. So it's 10 times harder to build a road or a rail line abroad than it is at home. And it is hard even at home. So when I see today, one of the changes, we have today development projects in 78 countries across the world. We've done almost 600 projects. They are done or are in the making. And the most visible are actually in our own neighborhood. That if you look at Bangladesh, after 1965, the rail links, the road links were snapped. Today you have rail, you have road, you have waterways, you have usage of ports. The impact of that for the eastern India economy, for the northeast and for Bengal and Bihar is tremendous. and for Bangladesh. So we will, foreign policy is not just nice words and joint statements. It is actually grunt work. It is about putting money, executing stuff. And it's only when we do this, I would say that is a requirement if you have to compete with a nation like China.
Moving to West Asia, we had the I2U2, we had IMEC. We'd made rapid strides in our relationships with many of the countries there. Does the current war affect our strategy in any way? Does it mean that we have to redraw some calculations? How does it work?
I think it's early in the day to make any definitive or even semi-definitive conclusion, because since the Hamas the terrorism that we saw on October 7th, we are now about four weeks since then, and in fact, just before coming here, I had a talk with my Israeli counterpart, and he was sharing with me, what is their expectation and their analysis of what the challenges are. So I clearly conclude that this is a very, it's a very complex situation with a lot of possibilities which are not fully apparent, possibilities not in a good way. But in terms of the initiatives you mentioned, when I was in Italy, which is where I was till yesterday, there was enormous interest in the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, even in Portugal, where I was there before, because Europeans do see today the need to have a smoother, more efficient, more seamless passage, a logistical passage to India. Given the fact that Europe in the foreseeable future will remain a very, very major hub of the global economy, and India will also grow in economic weight, and the fact that historically, actually, trade and commerce went through Arabia. One of the points which, in fact, the Saudi Crown Prince made when he was here, he stayed back for a state visit after the G20, was this IMEC is very much actually part of our legacy. It actually existed for hundreds of years. So certainly, unanticipated problems, even of a serious nature, can happen, and we are seeing one right now. But I don't think because something has happened that if you have a larger goal and a larger plan, that you immediately start rethinking and revising that. I think you keep your master plan going, you do the work. You also side by side respond to whatever else has happened out there.
This is a question which I'm sure has been posed to you in many ways. What is the right balance between battling terror and protecting human lives? And I'm asking this in the specific context of India's abstention at the UN, which came in for criticism. And I am aware that you explained it, that India explained it by saying that there was no criticism of the terror attack itself in it, of Hamas's terror attack itself in it. But what is the right balance?
In this specific situation and the particular case, look, the difference between policy and a debate is, in a debate you can pick a particular argument or a particular facet which you want to push because you either believe in it, or it's your priority, or it's your interest. When it's policy, what happens is you know that there are multiple factors at play, often contradictory or sometimes difficult to harmonize, but you have to get the right balance. So balance becomes the crucial yardstick of a judgment. Now, in this particular case, what happened? We had a very clear policy. We have a very clear policy on terrorism. Okay. We have no doubt, and we have said this very, very clearly, that what happened on October 7th was terrorism. Okay. And I think if you ask, this is not just a government view, if you ask the average Indian, terrorism is an issue which is very close to people's heart, because very few countries or societies have suffered as much as we have from terrorism. Two, when the further developments happened and the Israelis moved on to Gaza, I think we also recognize as a matter of principle that in whatever action is taken, international humanitarian law must be observed. And three, when it comes to the issue of Palestine, again, we have been very clear that, the only solution that we see is a two-state solution, is of a independent, viable Palestinian state. And that state can only be arrived at through direct dialogue between the Palestinians and Israel. So you have really now three sets of issues. If you're from a policy perspective, you cannot say, I believe so strongly in issue number 3 that I am willing to disregard 1 and 2, or that I believe in 2 and therefore I will disregard 1. So we just felt that the resolution which was moved did not get the 3 issues appropriately balanced out. We felt that there were attempts made, and by the way, we were not the only country with thought that. There were, when there was a move to say, look, there should be a stronger recognition of the fact that there was terrorism on October 7th. If my recollection is 88 countries, 80-something countries voted for it. So, it's every situation in that sense is different. But I think there are some principles out there, and the challenge of policy making is always how to get, harmonize those principles, and as I said, get the right balance.
Okay, you spoke of balance. I know time's up, but I'm going to ask you 2 more questions. You spoke of balance, and I want to look at the whole Canada issue again from the perspective of balance. The Indian diaspora is growing. Like you pointed out, we have people everywhere, which is understandable, right? Given the size of the country, given the fact that people go. And it appears inevitable that some of local political sentiments, some of the local political divisions will play out in other countries as well, where the diaspora resides, which is clearly happening. What's the right balance in ensuring that we respect the sovereignty of these countries and their own laws?
You mean they respect our sovereignty?
And I'm coming to it. While ensuring that they respect our sovereignty and these elements don't hurt Indian interests. How do you balance this out?
Look, I would make an overall proposition which will apply to Canada but is not restricted to Canada, which is that there are many countries where there is freedom of speech and expression, including India, but that cannot be a license to advocate violence and intimidation or to propagate separatism, extremism, and worse. So, the problem that we have faced is really that we have seen activities which have been justified in the name of freedoms. Now, I have a very simple smell test for every country in the world, which is, if you think that is right, would you like that to be done to you? And mostly I don't get an answer. So I think, we have been really very, very, I would say, in many ways, it's a conversation that has been going on for a long time. Unfortunately, in this particular case in Canada, events took a certain turn. I still think that, at the end of the day, it's important, when we look at, certain countries relate to other countries more closely. I mean, for a variety of reasons, could be cultural, could be political, could be diaspora. I do think it's important to discuss this. I feel that, there is room for diplomacy here. I know that my counterpart in Canada has also expressed that same position. So we have been in touch. My hope certainly would be that we find a way, sovereignty, sensitivity, these cannot be one-way streets. They may have their concerns. I mean, I've never ever with any country said that I'm not willing to talk to them about their legitimate concerns. But it cannot be that a conversation is completely dismissive of my interests and my sensitivities, and I think we need balance.
Okay, last question. I know you follow cricket closely. Who do you think will win the World Cup?
Who do I want to win the World
No.
Cup? Or who do I... after very careful consideration based on form, I think it'll be India.
Okay.
And that's completely objective.
Dr. Jaishankar.
And I know I'm looking at the Australian High Commissioner and the British High Commissioner here.
Dr. Jaishankar, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for tea and refreshments that have been arranged in Shah Jahan. May I
She's super talented. She's super graceful. As an actor, as a mother, as a human being, she personifies confidence for millions of her fans. Her big comeback in acting through OTT was lapped up by her audiences. So in this OTT special session of the 21st Hindustan Times Leadership Summit, we could not have asked for a better guest than the one and only Sushmita Sen. Thank you so much, Sushmita. It's such an honor and delight to have you with us at the HT Leadership Summit.
Thank you so much for having me, Sonal. This is wonderful. Lovely to finally connect with you again.
Yes, absolutely. And congratulations on the launch of the Arya 3 trailer. I just happened to see the trailer and I've just told you backstage that one couldn't think of a better way to, open up a series which is nothing but thrills and excitement. So how does it feel?
Goosebumps. I watched the trailer twice with a room full of people, with all the members of the media, the cast of Arya, the team, essentially. And I had this sense of enormous pride because I know that everyone's put their life and commitment into it to another level. Because you see, when you do a third season, you can either be excited to bring in your A game again and again, or you can be dog tired because you've been through the journey and it can become mundane for people. It is such a joy to see a team that takes it up like a fresh new start and comes with that kind of energy that is infused. And when we saw the trailer today, goosebumps, love. Goosebumps.
Well, goosebumps indeed, and that's the feeling that I and my team also had here when we watched it. And Sushmita, we were just talking before we started about how when there's a sequel and when something's already done so well, just as Arya did, and an international Emmy nomination, and then the second season was received so well. One, yes, there are expectations, and then there are also questions to whether the fact of doing seasons after seasons of a story, do you think sometimes puts a pressure on the writers to force write something just so that there are seasons and therefore the climax has to end on something which would announce the next season and how it goes? Or should the story logic
obviously
it should?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So, no, usually it is that pressure does lie with the writers, both in and outside the writer's room. So it lies with the director and the cast and crew. But we are an adaptation of Spinoza, which is a Dutch series. Of course, Mr. Ram Madhvani and all our other directors, the three directors together, that's Kapil and Shraddha, they've Indianized it. They've brought in the Indian ethos, the emotion, the mother. But there are certain milestones that we are following from that adaptation. So we are lucky like that because we do have content. We don't have the pressure to create something right from scratch. We do have the help of that. But having said which, it's not easy because, it's one thing to have a cliffhanger at the end of one episode, but it's quite another to leave your audiences with a need and the desire to see a second season and then a third season, and for them to have the kind of excitement they have currently for Arya 3. We feel very, very blessed.
Well, awesome. And to see at the end of the teaser that Sushmita, maybe Arya may be dying or gets shot, also gave a lot of fear to a lot of fans, but I'm sure it's taking the story forward in a much more exciting manner.
It was cathartic in a sense because all of the action that you see in the trailer was shot 1 month after my heart attack. So everything, the entire action was shot after. So when Arya gets shot and she falls to the ground and she's gasping in a crazy way, it was like real and real life finally coming to a beautiful cathartic unison feeling. As dark as that sounds, I think it was a whole new beginning for me, both personally and for Arya on screen. So yeah, the action in this season is insane. It's no holds bar. All the actors, including yours truly, have had to go through the drill. And it's something I've been wanting to do for a long time, but because our system of shooting Arya is very realistic, there are no cuts and it's a 360-degree way of filming. It's like doing theater. So essentially, action is not cuts. You have to know the entire sequence and shoot the whole thing in one go, and then it'll be cut on the editing table basis, different takes. That was challenging for all the actors concerned because our timing was everything. But
I can
we
imagine,
got
in
it.
fact, yes, absolutely. And how? Because people have been, earlier co-actors have been talking about Ram Madhvani's style of 360-degree filmmaking. And I think it's also a new, exciting experience, however tough it may be, but it's a very new and exciting experience for the actors.
Oh, it spoils you for life. It spoils you for life. You cannot go back to close up, mid, over shoulder, because there's a continuation to a conversation. There's a continuation to an emotion. When you cut it, it takes away that moment and then you try to catch continuity and come back to the shot. In this 360 system of Mr. Ram Madhvani, there is just this, you have to get used to it. You have to practice a lot. You have to be coming to the sets fully prepared with your lines. And you have to know what milestones to hit in a take. And you have to have stamina because every take is about 35 minutes long. So
Wow.
Yeah, it's like whole scene done in one go.
Amazing. And I thought I'd bring this up later in the conversation, but since you mentioned the heart attack and only you could have mentioned such a thing in such a beautiful way, the way you expressed it in the entire cathartic way that you talk of it. I hope you do realize that you've always been an inspiration to your fans and millions of people. But this fact that your health scare, you spoke about it in such a beautiful manner and in such a strong manner after you recovered from it, also ended up providing a very different level of inspiration to people who are always worried about health being the most important thing. So what's your biggest takeaway from this scare and how it impacted you?
It happened so suddenly and so unexpectedly, given that both my parents have a heart condition. So I basically used to have 2 checkups in a year because I was aware that genetically I have that. And so my last one was done 6 months before the heart attack, and it was shocking because everything was okay. The stress test was okay. The 2D echo was okay. So it was a very sudden occurrence. My takeaway is this. You see, whatever be the reason, we all have a deadline. But the fact that that day on the 24th of February wasn't my deadline means there is a lot to be done still. And what a driving force that is, to know that your life has so much purpose left, so much to fulfill in it still, that a massive heart attack still could not do anything. No damage to it by God's grace. I'm very, very lucky. But that is a takeaway, that I have a lot to live for.
Sure. And as I'm again and again, at the cost of sounding very repetitive, I have to say that only Sushmita Sen could put it in such beautiful terms, no matter what one is talking about. Only you could take a very positive lesson out of anything, scary or otherwise.
Well, that's very sweet of you. In fact, I think half of the troubles in my life that I've survived because I am positive. So I have a very high level of acceptance. So if it looks bad and painful, I accept it's bad and painful. And then I await whatever comes next. And I'm always open to the idea that whatever comes next is going to be beautiful, whatever it is. And life surprises you, because when you think like that, what does follow is beautiful.
True that. Absolutely. So, Sushmita, the topic for our conversation, in fact, the topic for the entire summit is beyond boundaries. And since we're talking OTT here, I need to know from you on what made you take the decision of making and I don't know if you like the word comeback or not, but it's so used.
I don't care.
But purely actually, since there had been a sabbatical that you've taken from acting, what made you decide to go for OTT as the medium for this comeback? And there's another part to this question that, we were thinking that during COVID, everyone was thinking that OTT has its moment now, and OTT would always have an edge in front of the theatricals. Then came the theatricals with vengeance and again tried to reclaim their spot. So do you now feel that in the consumption pattern of the audiences, the space for OTT and the space for theaters has been firmly established and both are going to coexist?
They're definitely going to coexist. That I am beyond convinced. Theater, the magic of cinema, has its own place. Excuse me. Whereas OTT, leaving a pandemic aside, it came to become what it did because of the content it carries. The opportunity it carries for an actor, all creative people attached to it, to go beyond what they've been doing in terms of a platform as theater, cinemas. It allowed us the freedom to not think about different territories, Friday release, done by Tuesday. I mean, I've shot something 2 years ago People still call me and say, I watched Arya season 1 just now, Ken. Unbelievable. Where do you get that? That longevity of work and the content. I mean, the content. To imagine that Indian cinema has the magic and the power globally of what it is. And I'm very privileged to be a part of it. But I cannot fathom a female version of a Michael Corleone film being made called Arya, which is funded with a gigantic production cost that Arya OTT is made for. The reason you look at the show and you understand the size is because they've really invested in it. So as an actor and also someone who loves cinema, I think it's time that we had both, and I'm sure that they are here to stay. Both of them.
Perfect. And is that why you chose OTT as the medium for your comeback?
Absolutely, without a doubt. The reason I left films to begin with was because I was tired of doing the same 201 expression to 2010. And, this was all I had to do, and one good song and one good... I was looking for more. As I was getting older, I just was not happy with just that. I wanted more. I wanted to be a student again. I wanted someone to take out the time to teach me and to tell me, you suck at this job. Let me teach you how it's really done. And that's what Arya did for me. They said, newcomer. I was like, yes. So I would have a 14-hour day at the workshops. Other actors would come and go, and I'd be like the permanent fixture who's just hungry to learn. I don't remember coming back home till very late at night, every single day for 21 days. And loving it. And saying, finally, I'm learning how to do my job. And someone's taking out the time to teach it to me. So, I'm like that. I just think the idea of being a star or a very great actor, none of this matters to me. What matters to me is I touch 50 in my life and I say, this is what I did. This is what I have to show for my 50 years. And that meant walking away from films, which I did, which I do realize even more now than I did then. That was very brave. But I'm glad I did. I'm glad I listened to my heart, which basically said, do anything but waste your time. And I stepped away and I unlearned, learned, and came back with Arya.
It's again a very beautiful word that you used, unlearned. And I think OTT as a medium, and it's also my personal belief that OTT has made a lot of us unlearn a whole lot of things which were considered for granted for a person to make it in films. And as a part of our profession, we keep talking to film stars who would say that, there were things being said about shelf life, a certain age, you have to look a certain way to make it big. All of those and more. Just as you spoke about a woman protagonist and a studio investing so much on a woman-oriented, how we've used this term woman-oriented film. So I think what OTT has brought with itself is this ability for all of us to have successfully unlearned. And now there's a huge crop of
beautifully
talented actors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And if I were to ask you about...
actors.
Yeah. And if I were to ask you about your favorite co-stars, either co-stars or just as a person who watches OTT content, your favorite actors at the moment on OTT?
There's no at the moment. That is the magic of OTT. Every time you watch a new show, you're just like, who is that person? And these are not even known people. You just look at an actor and you just go, wow, who is that actor? Then I have a friend called Srijaya Radhakrishnan. She is a writer. And first call goes to her, who is this person now? What are the work they've done? She's like, she calls me Queen. She says, Queen, I don't know. I've never seen this person before. So there are actually plenty. I have to say, though, that in Arya alone, coming back to this only because these are people I've worked with hands-on, so I can tell you. When in season 3, we have new cast, we have a lot of new addition to the cast. It's not easy for them to step in and follow the 360 and get into season 3 with other actors and their relationships and characters already built and fit right in. One step further, they inspire the rest of us to pull up our socks. You see?
Yeah.
Because they're all coming from either theatre backgrounds or they're coming just as fresh off the boat actors and raw. So no preconceived notions. And so a big shout out to all these actors. And I wouldn't want to name any one of them right now because honestly, all of them deserve the respect they're getting. I'm hoping and praying that the OTT platforms now give me the opportunity to work with a lot of them. Because I have this feeling that my second innings is about this new energy, this new force.
Sushmita, you spoke about Arya Sareen and how people have named their children that, which is such a huge, beautiful compliment. I think another thing for which Arya Sareen is being absolutely known for is the protective mother streak, which I think absolutely comes from your own life. Whenever I watch it, I somehow am able to not distinguish between Sushmita Sen, the mother, who I know for a fact would be as and more protective of her children as Arya Sareen is. So I want to know how both your daughters have reacted to your portrayal and how much of it is coming completely from your own motherly instincts.
Yeah, there are definitely moments in the series where Alisa, especially my younger one, she'll jump in, she'll say, "That's you, that's not Arya, that's you, Mom." And I'm just like, chill. I'm supposed to be bringing me into Arya. So that's the system. We all have to stay close to the truth of the character. You have to be bringing in the truth of who you are. So that interpretation is a freedom that Mr. Ram Madhvani's 360 gives you. There's no spoon feeding. There is the milestones and you have to reach it and you have to stay within the understanding of this person's life. So you can't over or underplay that. So that we work out in the workshop. But then on the day of the shoot, each of us brings ourselves to the character. Not all of it, because a lot of what is written doesn't hold true to who I am. But wherever, so motherhood, definitely. Very protective of my children in real life. But also I have this very Scorpion mom thing. You can't keep them in diapers all their lives. You know, you have to get them to a point of being independent and then let them go and make a path for themselves. And that's the tough part, I think, when you're a protective mother, is to know when to do that. But yeah, definitely Arya has a lot of Sushmita there.
Well, another of your roles which we can't not talk about is Tali, because again, you would very soon make the habit of blowing people over by these taking up these challenging roles and then hitting the ball out of the park. So what
I love you, yeah. I love them. FYI. Thanks, Sonu.
No, but that's absolutely from the heart. So again, a very risky role to say yes to. Everything was going well with Arya. Why do you even need to take risks? But then Sushmita Sen would always go ahead and do that, wouldn't she? So what made you take up?
For one, thank you for that. But I think, Sonal, after I did Arya, everything else that I was looking at was another interpretation of Arya. That stereotypical thing still continues, even on OTT, cinema and OTT, both. And so it was a conscious choice not to say yes to any of that. Because this innings is about experimenting, about exploring. It isn't about doing the same thing over and over again. That was the reason I was burnt out the first time. I wasn't going to allow it a second time. So I'm going to just take my time as being very, very selective. Reading scripts, meeting a lot of people, but not really green-lighting anything. And then out of the blue came Tali, the script. I was firstly amazed that someone could have the courage to come to me with it. Knowing that, no, she's all about commercial cinema or this glamorous whatever. Why would she want to do this? I was so proud of these people because I was like, wow, thank you for doing this. She says, no, whenever we said maybe she will not want to read the script or know about it, Gauri Sawant said, I want you to go to her. And when I heard that, I was like, it's her call. That's fantastic. Then all the more reason, we sat 6 months, went back and forth on the script, did a lot of different kinds of, you see, we all think that we know a lot about the third gender or the trans gender community or the LGBTQIA community. We really don't. We know everything on a peripheral, level. So that's when I delved deeper and I realized, oh my God, I'm wondering if I can play a transgender activist. The wrong thing to be wondering about. I have to tell this woman's story. And that's my job as an actor. So that's when I met Sri Gauri Sawant, fell in love with her, loved her to another level, and told her that you're taking an enormous risk with me to play you. Are you absolutely sure you want me? She said, I'm 100% sure. My Marvel Ki Murti, my Miss Universe, you're going to play this for me. And that was it. And then we went. First time in my life, I sat down for the look test. And they drew the beard and they brought in the slight stubble. They grew in the sideburns. And I never looked more beautiful, Sonal. As an actor, that was the first time I looked at myself and said, wow. Wow. I've come of age.
What an absolutely beautiful thing to say. What an absolutely beautiful thing. And no,
it's a big privilege.
Yeah, it is. It's very sweet of you to call it a privilege, but I must say that it's also a privilege for the audiences to have someone who has so much conviction in a role like that, because not many would even venture into listening more about it. So
I knew the minute I said yes to this that, sorry. The minute I heard about it and knew that I was doing it, I knew it was going to be being the voice of a community that, I knew it right from the beginning. So when I am enraged in Kali, and that monologue, for instance, which is we call it the TED Talk, where she's speaking about the transgender community, Gauri. That entire stretch from starting with a casual conversation to me breaking down and crying and being enraged, all of this is shot in one go because the director, Mr. Ravi Jadhav, amazing man, him and I decided, because the rest of Kali is not shot like that. You have cuts and the traditional sense of filming, not a 360 approach. But for the monologue, we said, we want a 360. This is my tribute to the community and I want to speak it in one go. And when we did, I actually broke down and I actually got angry. And somehow, in a strangest way possible, even the rest of the team that belongs to Sri Gauri Sawant's, family of friends that are part of the filming, they all finally said, you've become Amma. She's as ferocious. She feels this so deeply that you've become her. And I knew then that I had made it very, very personal. I'm so glad people have received it the way they have, because the idea was, for 3 decades now, people have loved me so much, me as in Sushmita. And I was hoping that if I play Sri Gauri Sawant, that love will transmit itself through me and that there will be more empathy. And I've been hoping that that happens. And with the feedback that I've got, It's been an overload of empathy. So I think we succeeded on that front.
Oh, completely, completely. But Sushmita, now these back-to-back successes with Arya and Tali, I'm sure is in a very conventional way making the producers line up again with film offers, and I'm hoping that these offers are now different from what you would get earlier in the first innings that we're talking about. And are there any that you're considering? Are there any reservations that you wouldn't want to go down that road again?
No, definitely considering a lot at this moment. However, like I said, this innings is about content. It's about doing things differently. So whether that content comes to me in a theatrical platform, it comes OTT, it comes on a YouTube short film, I am going to do it. It's what I want to do this time. So only thing is, sometimes we get carried away with what we hear, as in a script and an idea. This time around, I am being very particular of the team behind that idea, the people who will actually execute it. If that team and that vision sits well together, I'm definitely doing it. So, and yeah, Naughty Me needs it to be author backed. So that's never easy. You have to wait for those ones. So I have 3 things currently that we're working on. One for films, theatre, cinema, and the other 2 are back to OTT. But let's see what finally
Let's see. I think there's a lot of merit in being platform agnostic, as you rightly put it, because it's the story at the end of the day that you want to tell, and platform, regardless if that story is being told.
Absolutely.
Then
Absolutely.
that's the purpose. But one would look at maybe a film with a full masala entertainment, the way Bollywood films are, or
I
or is
like
it
that. I
only-
love that.
Yeah.
I have to do that also.
Yeah.
I have to do one comedy. I'm itching to do a comedy. But it has to be something that has more than just comedy. So we'll see.
Right. Because I'm sure अभी भी मैं हूँ ना और चुनरी चुनरी वाले requests तो जिंदगी भर आएंगे, because you know he who's
Yes.
set these iconic benchmarks in entertainment, like full to entertainment, also can't get away from that.
Yeah, I'm a naturally commercial mindset. My whole mindset as a creative person is extremely commercial, because I believe that what we shoot, what we create, it is for public consumption.
Yeah.
So I just don't want to make something for my liking and I love it, but it should be something that entertains the hell out of people, however you do. So yeah, count me in. Maybe there's another song waiting somewhere. But when I choose to do it, I promise you, jaw-dropping good will make it.
Well, no doubts about that. Sushmita, I'd like to end this with always, you know, you're known for words of wisdom that come to you like you know, a river naturally flows. I don't think I've ever, in so many years of my career, having watched a lot of your stuff, have ever seen anything repetitive in terms of the way your advice naturally flows out towards young people, towards people who get inspired by you. So हमारी इस leadership summit को जो इतने सारे लोग देख रहे हैं, apart from fans, a lot of younger people, उनके लिए, if there is that one advice that you'd want to give, a life lesson from Sushmita.
इतने प्यार से सवाल कौन पूछता है? पहले तो इतने प्यार से. Every question you ask has so much love in it. So it'll be fun to spend some time with you. Cup of coffee?
Would love that. Absolutely. My honor.
We have a date. You know, the thing about it is, advice, I don't really know. I just keep speaking my mind, and it also at times when I look back at it and I hear myself giving these advices, so to speak, I realize, oh my God, that is the frame of mind I was in back then. And then I have evolved. And today I would probably say something very different. And sometimes about the same, it's just evolved a little bit more, you know?
Yeah.
So life is like that. The only constant is change. And that has been the one thing that I say to people all the time. Be accepting of that change, whatever that change may be. Sometimes you'll benefit from it. Sometimes you'll feel lost. But that change is there for you. It's not against you. So the only thing against you is your stubbornness not to change. As long as you're open to that, success and love and money and the future of your dreams, everything will come to pass. But the one thing that will stay true innately on a cellular level is the person you are, that was open to change and open to adapting and evolving. Just romance life. This is the most important thing I say to people all the time, no matter what. It is a privilege to be alive. Live every moment of it and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Excellent. I can bet my life on the fact that whoever's in front of you over there who I can't see must also be nodding their heads, just as I can see everyone here in this very intensely nodding their head. So Sushmita, trust and take it from me that there is a life coach who you must keep thriving within yourself and nurturing within yourself, because it really does make a lot of difference to a lot of lives.
Oh, that's special. Thank you. I just hope I'm always honest with sharing it. You know, sometimes it's the kind of life we lead. We decide sometimes to be quiet, to keep it to ourselves. And I realize more and more that if you don't do that, your pain can be someone else's lesson. There is so much power in that. So yeah, I'm always hoping that, you know, I stay true to that. But you are so, so special. We have a coffee date.
We 100% would. And on that note, Sushmita, thank you so much. I know it's been a supremely hectic day for you, but once again, congratulations on the trailer. And I hope everyone far and wide appreciates the season 3 and loves you for what you are. And please keep doing the work that you're doing, because it is touching lives and it's making a lot of us a lot more happier. So
thank you so, so much. And everyone listening on this summit, God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
Evolve is the core of positive change and adaptation. Evolve is the soul of the universe and is deeply connected to us and the actions around us. There will be one thing that will last forever: evolution. Be a part of the business evolution of India WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar, and be a part of the global culture. We keep our accomplishments fresh, and we keep innovating this space. We are driven by the Government of India's vision to drive growth for India. We had a dream to bring the best of the world to India. And we had the vision to create a majestic, holistic, and exclusive reality. Be a part of one of India's largest commercial space revolutions. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar. The World Trade Center offers exceptional connectivity to all parts of the city. It is closely connected to places like Lutyens, Delhi, and its proximity to the airport makes it even more appealing. A luxurious, upscale and 12 towers offering the most technologically advanced office space and modern features in the city. Meticulously planned and crafted 12 towers. A landmark project with a massive land span of over 34 lakh square feet area. Infused with all the modern amenities with intelligent designs, green spaces and high-end facilities. Built with a vision, planned for a greener today and tomorrow. Dedicated spaces for cultural activities, F&B courts, boardrooms, health centers, multi-layered securities and modern parking facilities, to name a few. With 24-hour security, state-of-the-art facilities and an impressive list of features for your business, there would be parking space for 8,000 cars. Our commercial office spaces will meet your needs to grow and expand. The spacious floor plans offers a unique, individualized workspace and ample natural light throughout the workday. All our locations in WTC will include state-of-the-art healthcare services, fitness centers, so you can get the most out of your workspace. A reality shaping, rising, shining and standing tall. The dream place for businesses and hospitality. A reflection of supremacy. A hub for businesses to flourish and thrive. Live the dream. Lead the way. Showcase, collaborate and succeed. Be a part of the business evolution. Be a part of global trade revolutions. Many big corporates have already marked their presence at WTC Delhi. Bookings are open. Book your space now. It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. The dreams that are powered with new ideas, will and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches, and high-speed locomotives.
औषधि केंद्रों पर मिलने वाली दवाओं की कीमत बाजार में जो दवाएं मिलती हैं उसी क्वालिटी की, लेकिन जन औषधि केंद्र में 50% से 90% तक उसकी कीमत कम होती है।
भारतीय जन औषधि परियोजना के अंतर्गत अब तक देश भर में हजारों जन औषधि केंद्र खोले जा चुके हैं, जहां पर 1800 से अधिक दवाइयां और 285 सर्जिकल उपकरण बहुत ही कम कीमतों पर उपलब्ध हैं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए जन औषधि सुगम मोबाइल ऐप को डाउनलोड करें या टोल फ्री नंबर 1800-180-8080 पर कॉल करें।
जोड़ना है तुझे ऊंचा, परों को खोल के रख, कसौटी वक्त की है, हौसलों को तोल के रख।
ऊंची है दीवारें, लंबी है डगर, ना है हम राही, ना है हम सफर।
खरगोन हमारे R&R प्लान में लोग हर साल जो आसपास की ग्रामीण महिलाएं हैं उनको टेलरिंग का क्लास कराते, जो स्कूल बैग्स भी हम लोग हर साल बांटते थे, 850-900 के लगभग स्कूल बैग्स भी बांटते थे, वो बैग्स भी हमने इनसे स्टिच कराए।
सक्षम बनना चाहते थे, हम हमारे पैरों पे खड़ा होना चाहते थे। तो हमने एक बार मीटिंग में बोला कि सर हम इतना कार्य सीखे हैं तो हमको दुकान खुलवा के दो, तो दुकान खुलवा के दिया।
हमको यहाँ दुकान मिलने के बाद हमने सोचा कि हम यहाँ जो भी कार्य करते हैं, जो भी चीज़ें बनाते हैं, उन चीज़ों पर हमारे ब्रांड का नाम क्या है, और हमने सोचा कि हम हमारे ब्रांड का नाम सब इसलिए रखा कि हम आगे बढ़े और हमें देखते महिला और लड़कियाँ भी आगे बढ़े।
अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है, कमर कसनी अभी बाकी है, मुट्ठी भींचना है। अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है।
हमने फिर इनको अपना एक जो हमारा गर्ल एम्पावरमेंट मिशन का एक प्रोग्राम होता है, उसमें कि उसके जो बालिकाएं थीं उनका ड्रेस भी हमने इन्हीं से स्टिच कराया, और वो प्रोग्राम में वो ड्रेसेस बहुत सक्सेसफुल थी, लोगों ने उनको बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया। नेक्स्ट लेवल पे हम ये प्लान कर रहे हैं कि इनको हम जो इंडस्ट्रियल स्टिचिंग मशीनें होती हैं वो हम इनको ला के देंगे। इन्हीं जो हमने इन बच्चों को जो ट्रेन किया है, दे विल बिकम, हमारा ये एक तरीके से एम्बेसडर का काम करें, और हमारा TPC का जो विज़न है कि हम पावर जनरेशन के साथ साथ हम आसपास के लोगों का भी केयर करते हैं, इसमें भी हम सफल हो पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
इतिहास लिखने के लिए कलम की नहीं, हौसलों की जरूरत होती है।
थैंक यू NTPC खरगोन।
Memories of these places concealed until the walls come down, releasing
Parker, timeless elegance.
Come on, out of your houses. Get on that plane, put on your sunglasses. Let's see what the world got to show. Ditch that 9 to 5 for a while now. Look how happy and wide you smile now when your hair feels the wind blow. Let's be young and wild today. I'm getting high on life today.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
is the core of positive change and adaptation. Evolve is the soul of the universe and is deeply connected to us and the actions around us. There will be one thing that will last forever: evolution. Be a part of the business evolution of India. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi at Nauroji Nagar. And be a part of the global culture. We keep our accomplishments fresh and we keep innovating this space. We are driven by the Government of India's vision to drive growth for India. We had a dream to bring the best of the world to India. And we had the vision to create a majestic, holistic and exclusive reality. Be a part of one of India's largest commercial space revolutions. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi at Nauroji Nagar. The World Trade Center offers exceptional connectivity to all parts of the city. It is closely connected to places like Lutyens, Delhi, and its proximity to the airport makes it even more appealing. A luxurious, upscale and 12 towers offering the most technologically advanced office space and modern features in the city. Meticulously planned and crafted 12 towers. A landmark project with a massive land span of over 34 lakh square feet area. Infused with all the modern amenities with intelligent designs, green spaces and high-end facilities. Built with a vision, planned for a greener today and tomorrow. Dedicated spaces for cultural activities, F&B courts, boardrooms, health centers, multi-layered securities and modern parking facilities, to name a few. With 24-hour security, state-of-the-art facilities and an impressive list of features for your business. There would be parking space for 8,000 cars. Our commercial office spaces will meet your needs to grow and expand. The spacious floor plans offers a unique, individualized workspace and ample natural light throughout the workday. All our locations in WTC will include state-of-the-art healthcare services, fitness centers, so you can get the most out of your workspace. A reality shaping, rising, shining and standing tall. The dream place for businesses and hospitality. A reflection of supremacy. A hub for businesses to flourish and thrive. Live the dream. Lead the way. Showcase, collaborate and succeed. Be a part of the business evolution. Be a part of global trade revolutions. Many big corporates have already marked their presence at WTC Delhi. Bookings are open. Book your space now. It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. The dreams that are powered with new ideas, will and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches and high-speed locomotives,
औषधि केंद्रों पर मिलने वाली दवाओं की कीमत बाजार में जो दवाएं मिलती हैं उसी क्वालिटी की, लेकिन जन औषधि केंद्र में 50% से 90% तक उसकी कीमत कम होती है।
भारतीय जन औषधि परियोजना के अंतर्गत अब तक देश भर में हजारों जन औषधि केंद्र खोले जा चुके हैं, जहां पर 1800 से अधिक दवाइयां और 285 सर्जिकल उपकरण बहुत ही कम कीमतों पर उपलब्ध हैं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए जन औषधि सुगम मोबाइल ऐप को डाउनलोड करें या टोल फ्री नंबर 1800-180-8080 पर कॉल करें।
जोड़ना है तुझे ऊंचा, परों को खोल के रख, कसौटी वक्त की है, हौसलों को तोल के रख।
ऊंची है दीवारें, लंबी है डगर, ना है हम राही, ना है हम सफर।
खरगोन हमारे R&R प्लान में लोग हर साल जो आसपास की ग्रामीण महिलाएं हैं उनको टेलरिंग का क्लास कराते, जो स्कूल बैग्स भी हम लोग हर साल बांटते थे, 850-900 के लगभग स्कूल बैग्स भी बांटते थे, वो बैग्स भी हमने इनसे स्टिच कराए।
सक्षम बनना चाहते थे, हम हमारे पैरों पे खड़ा होना चाहते थे। तो हमने एक बार मीटिंग की, मीटिंग में बोला कि सर हम इतना कार्य सीखे हैं तो हमको दुकान खुलवा के दो, तो दुकान खुलवा के दिया।
हमको यहाँ दुकान मिलने के बाद हमने सोचा कि हम यहाँ जो भी कार्य करते हैं, जो भी चीज़ें बनाते हैं, उन चीज़ों पर हमारे ब्रांड का नाम क्या है, और हमने सोचा कि हम हमारे ब्रांड का नाम सब इसलिए रखा कि हम आगे बढ़े और हमें देखते महिला और लड़कियाँ भी आगे बढ़े।
अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है, कमर कसनी अभी बाकी है, मुट्ठी भींचना है। अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है।
हमने फिर इनको अपना एक जो हमारा गर्ल एम्पावरमेंट मिशन का एक प्रोग्राम होता है, उसमें कि उसके जो बालिकाएं थीं उनका ड्रेस भी हमने इन्हीं से स्टिच कराया, और वो प्रोग्राम में वो ड्रेसेस बहुत सक्सेसफुल थी, लोगों ने उनको बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया। नेक्स्ट लेवल पे हम ये प्लान कर रहे हैं कि इनको हम जो इंडस्ट्रियल स्टिचिंग मशीनें होती हैं वो हम इनको ला के देंगे। इन्हीं जो हमने इन बच्चों को जो ट्रेन किया है, दे विल बिकम, हमारा ये एक तरीके से एम्बेसडर का काम करें, और हमारा TPC का जो विज़न है कि हम पावर जनरेशन के साथ साथ हम आसपास के लोगों का भी केयर करते हैं, इसमें भी हम सफल हो पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
इतिहास लिखने के लिए कलम की नहीं, हौसलों की जरूरत होती है।
थैंक यू NTPC खरगोन।
Memories of these places concealed until the walls come down, releasing
Parker, timeless elegance.
Come on, out of your houses. Get on that plane, put on your sunglasses. Let's see what the world got to show.
Shri Narendra Modi joins us now. May I request the Chairperson and Editorial Director, HD Media Limited, Mrs. Shobna Bhartiya, to please welcome the Honorable Prime Minister, sir.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के शताब्दी वर्ष में हो रही 21st हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स लीडरशिप समिट में आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है। इस समिट की थीम है ब्रेकिंग बैरियर्स। ये थीम भारत और 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की भावना का एक्सप्रेशन है। इस एक नए भारत के संकल्प का अगर कोई सबसे बड़ा प्रतीक है तो वो हैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। मुझे आपका स्वागत करते हुए बेहद खुशी हो रही है प्रधानमंत्री जी, हम आपके तहे दिल से आभारी हैं। हमें गर्व है कि आज आपके नेतृत्व में भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है। आप हमेशा कहते हैं ये उपलब्धि हमारे देश के 140 करोड़ लोगों के प्रयासों का परिणाम है। भारत के बढ़ते प्रभाव का एक महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरण हमें पिछले दिनों आपकी अध्यक्षता में हुई G20 समिट के दौरान देखने को मिला। इस समिट में एक ठोस और न्यायपूर्ण दुनिया के लिए डिक्लेरेशन पर सबसे बड़े देशों का कंसेंसस बनना ऐतिहासिक घटना है। G20 समिट के डिक्लेरेशन में जेंडर, एनवायरनमेंट, ग्लोबल साउथ, यूक्रेन वॉर और क्लाइमेट टॉक्स में हमारी पोजीशंस ने भारत के उच्च नैतिक चरित्र को जग जाहिर किया है। वर्ल्ड बैंक और यूनाइटेड नेशंस जैसे मल्टीलैटरल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में इमर्जिंग वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर के तहत सुधार के लिए भारत के प्रयासों को जो समर्थन मिल रहा है वो दुनिया में हमारे बढ़ते प्रभाव का प्रतीक है। किसी देश की दुनिया की बड़ी ताकत बनने के लिए 4 मुद्दों का ख्याल रखना होता है। इसमें पहला है इकोनॉमिक परफॉर्मेंस। भारत पिछले कई साल से दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है। आज भारत विश्व का सर्विस सेक्टर पावर हाउस होने के साथ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग रेवोल्यूशन की ओर भी तेज़ी से कदम बढ़ा रहा है। आईफोन और 5G टेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर फाइटर जेट्स और सैटेलाइट्स तक मेक इन इंडिया का दायरा बढ़ता जा रहा है। 1 लाख स्टार्टअप्स और 100 से भी ज़्यादा यूनिकॉर्न्स के साथ आज भारत का स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम विश्व के तीसरे नंबर पर है। 2014 में हम दुनिया की 10th लार्जेस्ट इकॉनमी हुआ करते थे, अब बहुत जल्दी 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकॉनमी बनने जा रहे हैं। ये बदलती टेक्निक और रिक्वायरमेंट्स का दौर है। दूसरी चुनौती इसी से जुड़ी है कि हम इसमें कैसे सबसे आगे निकलें। भारत ने डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के क्षेत्र में इस गौरव को प्राप्त किया है। इंडिया स्टैक UPI और अकाउंट एग्रीगेटर इस्तेमाल में बेहद आसान और क्रांतिकारी हैं। DPI हमारे देश के वेलफेयर और गवर्नेंस आर्किटेक्चर की नींव है। दुनिया के अनेक देश हमारे इन सफल बदलावों से सीख ले रहे हैं। तीसरा मुद्दा है कि सरकार की नीतियां और प्रयासों का देश के नागरिकों पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ता है। टारगेटेड वेलफेयर स्कीम्स की मदद से भारत ने 13.5 करोड़ लोगों को गरीबी से मुक्त किया है। मकान, पाइप्ड वाटर, सस्ते LPG सिलेंडर और किसानों को सीधे कैश ट्रांसफ़र जैसी योजनाओं ने सबसे कमज़ोर तबकों को आर्थिक प्रगति दी है। पिछले साल में जल जीवन मिशन के चलते पाइप्ड वाटर वाले घरों की संख्या 3 करोड़ से बढ़कर 13 करोड़ हो गई है। इस कड़ी में चौथा सवाल ये है कि देश संकट के समय कैसा बर्ताव करता है। कोविड के समय हमारी वैक्सीन मैत्री नीति ने इसके जरिए 3rd वर्ल्ड के कई देशों को वैक्सीन्स देकर उनकी मदद की। यूक्रेन रशिया युद्ध के बाद अब वेस्ट एशिया पर आए संकट में हमारी नुआंस्ड पोजीशंस के जरिए हमने विश्व को विश्वास दिलाया है कि भारत हमेशा सत्य और न्याय के साथ खड़ा रहेगा। आज सुबह चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया हमारे बीच थे। हमको एक्सेस टू जस्टिस पर और काम करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि लोगों को इंसाफ के लिए लंबा इंतज़ार करना पड़ता है। हेल्थ केयर यूनिवर्सलाइजेशन की दिशा में हमने बहुत प्रगति की है। अब तेज आर्थिक विकास के साथ हमको डायबिटीज़ जैसी लाइफस्टाइल बीमारियां और कैंसर जैसे जानलेवा रोगों पर पहले से ज़्यादा ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है। आज इस समिट में कैंसर के नए ट्रीटमेंट्स पर हमने एक इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन में हिस्सा लिया। हमें युवा वर्ग के एजुकेशन और स्किल्स देने की चुनौती को भी पूरा करना है। मुझे विश्वास है कि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में मदर टंग पर दिए जाने वाले जोर से इस दिशा में काफ़ी मदद मिलेगी। महिलाओं की वर्कफोर्स में हिस्सेदारी बढ़ाने बिना भारत के विकास की कल्पना भी नहीं की जा सकती। यह सुखद है कि भारतीय महिलाएं आज हर क्षेत्र में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा ले रही हैं। इस सिलसिले में हमारी सेना की महिलाओं ने कॉम्बैट और कमांड रोल्स देना बड़ा फैसला है। आज दोपहर तीनों फोर्सेस की 3 महिला अफसरों ने हमसे बात की। नए भारत के निर्माण की इस यात्रा के बारे में विस्तार में से जानने के लिए मैं बहुत गर्व और आदर के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी को हमें संबोधित करने के लिए आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
शोभना भरतिया जी, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के आपकी टीम के सभी सदस्य, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गेस्ट, देवी और सज्जनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सबकी क्षमा चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं चुनावी मैदान में था तो वहाँ से आते आते थोड़ी देर हो गई, लेकिन सीधा एयरपोर्ट से पहुँचा हूँ आपके बीच। शोभना जी बहुत बढ़िया बोल रही थी। यानी मुद्दे अच्छे थे, जरूर कभी न कभी पढ़ने को भी मिलेगा। चलिए, उसमें देर हो गई। साथियों, आप सबको नमस्कार। हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स लीडरशिप समिट में एक बार फिर आपने मुझे यहाँ निमंत्रित किया, इसके लिए मैं एसटी ग्रुप का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। 2014 में जब हमारी सरकार बनी थी और हमारा सेवा काल शुरू हुआ था, उस वक्त इस समिट की थीम थी रीशेपिंग इंडिया। यानी एसटी ग्रुप ये मानकर चल रहा था कि आने वाले समय में भारत में बहुत कुछ बदलेगा, रीशेप होगा। 2019 में जब हमारी सरकार पहले से भी ज्यादा बहुमत के साथ वापस आई, तो उस समय आपने थीम रखी कन्वर्सेशन फॉर अ बेटर टुमारो। आपने एसटी समिट के माध्यम से दुनिया को संदेश दिया कि भारत एक बेहतर भविष्य के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। अब 2023 में जब देश में अगले वर्ष होने वाले चुनाव की चर्चा हो रही है, तो आपकी थीम है बियॉन्ड बैरियर्स। और मैं जनता के बीच रहना, जीने वाला इंसान हूँ, पॉलिटिकल आदमी हूँ, तो और जनप्रतिनिधि हूँ, तो मुझे उसमें कुछ एक संदेश दिखता है। आमतौर पर ओपिनियन पोल चुनाव के कुछ हफ्ते पहले आते हैं और बताते हैं क्या होने वाला है, लेकिन आपने साफ संकेत दे दिया है कि देश की जनता इस बार सारे बैरियर्स तोड़कर हमारा समर्थन करने वाली है। (2024) election results will be beyond barriers. साथियों, रीशेपिंग इंडिया से बियॉन्ड बैरियर्स तक के भारत के इस सफर ने आने वाले उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव गढ़ दी है। इसी नींव पर विकसित भारत का निर्माण होगा, भव्य और समृद्ध भारत का निर्माण होगा। लंबे समय तक भारत और हम भारतीयों को अनेक बैरियर्स का सामना करना पड़ा। हम पर हुए हमलों और गुलामी के लंबे कालखंड ने भारत को बहुत सारे बंधनों में बांध दिया था। स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के समय जो एक ज्वार उठा, जो जज्बा पैदा हुआ, सामूहिकता की जो भावना पैदा हुई, उसने ऐसे कई बंधनों को तोड़ दिया था। आजादी के बाद उम्मीद थी कि यही मोमेंटम आगे भी जारी रहेगा, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से ऐसा हो नहीं पाया। अनेक तरह के बंधनों में बंधा हुआ हमारा देश उस रफ्तार से आगे नहीं बढ़ पाया जितना उसका सामर्थ्य था। एक बहुत बड़ा बैरियर मानसिकता का था, मेंटल बैरियर्स। कुछ बैरियर्स रियल थे, असल में थे। कुछ बैरियर्स परसीव्ड थे, बनाए गए थे, और कुछ बैरियर्स एग्जेजरेटेड, बढ़ा चढ़ाकर हमारे सामने हौवे की तरह प्रस्तुत कर दिए गए थे। 2014 के बाद से ही भारत लगातार इन बंधनों को तोड़ने के लिए मेहनत कर रहा है। मुझे संतोष है कि हमने अनेक बाधाएं पार की हैं और अब हम बियॉन्ड बैरियर्स की बात कर रहे हैं। आज भारत हर बैरियर तोड़ते हुए चांद पर वहां पहुंचा है जहां कोई नहीं पहुंचा है। आज भारत हर चुनौती को पार करते हुए डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन में नंबर 1 बना है। आज भारत हर बाधा से निकलकर मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में लीड कर ले रहा है। आज भारत स्टार्टअप्स की दुनिया में टॉप 3 में है। आज भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा स्किल्ड पूल अपने आप बना रहा है। आज भारत G20 जैसे आयोजनों में अपना परचम लहरा रहा है। आज भारत अपने को हर बंधन से मुक्त करके आगे बढ़ रहा है। और आपने सुना ही होगा, सितारों के आगे जहां और भी है। भारत इतने पर ही रुकने वाला नहीं है। साथियों, जैसा मैं अभी कह रहा था, सबसे बड़ा बैरियर तो हमारे यहां माइंडसेट का ही था। मेंटल बैरियर्स थे। इसी माइंडसेट की वजह से हमें कैसी कैसी बातें सुनने को मिलती थी। इस देश का कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता, इस देश में कुछ बदल ही नहीं सकता, और अपने यहां सब ऐसे ही चलता है। अगर लेट आए तो भी कहते थे इंडियन टाइम, बड़े गर्व से कहते थे। करप्शन तो अरे उसका तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता है साहब, जीना सीख लो। कोई चीज सरकार ने बनाई है तो उसकी क्वालिटी खराब होगी ही होगी साहब, ये तो सरकारी है। कुछ घटनाएं ऐसी होती जो पूरे देश को मेंटल बैरियर तोड़कर बाहर आने के लिए प्रेरित करती है। गांधी जी ने दांडी यात्रा में उठाया तो एक चुटकी भर नमक था, लेकिन पूरा देश खड़ा हो गया, हम आजादी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, लोगों का ये विश्वास बढ़ गया था। अभी चंद्रयान की सफलता से कोई 140 करोड़ देशवासी अचानक वैज्ञानिक नहीं बन गए हैं, एस्ट्रोनॉट नहीं बन गए हैं, लेकिन पूरे देश एक आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ माहौल आज भी हम अनुभव कर रहे हैं। और क्या निकलता है, हम कर सकते हैं, हम हर सेक्टर में आगे जा सकते हैं। आज हर भारतीय बुलंद हौसले से भरा हुआ है। स्वच्छता का विषय याद होगा आपको। कुछ लोग कहते थे कि लाल किले से पीएम का स्वच्छता की बात करना, टॉयलेट की बात करना इस पद की गरिमा के खिलाफ है। सैनिटरी पैड ऐसा शब्द था जैसे लोग, खासकर पुरुष, सामान्य बोलचाल की भाषा में भी बोलने से बचते थे। मैंने लाल किले से विषय उठाए और वहीं से माइंडसेट बदलने की शुरुआत हुई। आज स्वच्छता एक जन आंदोलन बन गया है। आप याद करिए, खादी को कोई पूछता तक नहीं था। हम जैसे नेताओं का यही वो विषय रह गया था, वो भी चुनाव में जरा लंबा कुर्ता पहन के पहुंच जाना, यही हो गया था। लेकिन अब पिछले 10 साल में खादी की बिक्री 3 गुना से ज्यादा बढ़ गई है। साथियों, जनधन बैंक अकाउंट्स की सफलता देशवासी जानते हैं, लेकिन जब हम इस योजना को लेकर आए थे तो कुछ एक्सपर्ट ने कहा था कि ये अकाउंट खोलना संसाधनों की बर्बादी है, गरीब इनमें एक पैसा भी नहीं डालेगा। बात केवल पैसे की नहीं थी, बात थी मेंटल बैरियर तोड़ने की, माइंडसेट बदलने की। ये लोग गरीब के उस अभिमान को, उस स्वाभिमान को कभी समझ नहीं पाए जो जनधन योजना ने उस गरीब को मैं जगाया। उसे तो बैंकों के दरवाजे तक जाने की हिम्मत नहीं होती थी, वो डरता था। उसके लिए बैंक अकाउंट होना भी अमीरों की चीज थी। जब उसने देखा कि बैंक खुद उसके दरवाजे तक आ रहे हैं तो उसमें एक विश्वास जगा, एक स्वाभिमान जगा, उसके मन में एक नया बीज पनपा। आज वो बड़े अभिमान से अपने जेब में से रुपए कार्ड निकालता है, रुपए कार्ड का इस्तेमाल करता है। हम तो जानते हैं, आज से 5-10 साल पहले स्थिति ये थी कि किसी बड़ी होटल में बड़े बड़े लोग खाना खा रहे हैं तो उनके बीच में भी कंपटीशन रहती थी। वो जब बटवा निकालता था तो चाहता था कि वो देखे कि उसके बटवे में 15-20 कार्ड है। कार्ड दिखाना भी फैशन थी, कार्ड की संख्या स्टेटस विषय था। मोदी ने उसको गरीब के जेब में डाल करके रख दिया था। मेंटल बैरियर कैसे तोड़े जाते हैं दोस्तों। आज गरीब को लगता है कि जो अमीर के पास है वो मेरे पास भी है। इस बीज ने वट वृक्ष बनकर कितने ही फल दिए। एसी कमरों की नंबर और नैरेटिव वाली दुनिया में रहने वाले लोग गरीब के इस मनोवैज्ञानिक सशक्तिकरण को कभी नहीं समझ पाएंगे। लेकिन मैं एक गरीब परिवार से आया हूं, गरीबी को जीकर यहां आया हूं, इसलिए जानता हूं कि सरकार के इन प्रयासों ने कितने सारे बैरियर्स को तोड़ने का काम किया है। माइंडसेट में ये परिवर्तन देश के भीतर ही नहीं, बाहर भी आया है। पहले आतंकी हमला होता था तो हमारी सरकारें दुनिया से अपील करती थी कि हमारी मदद करिए। विश्व मत बनाने के लिए जाना पड़ता था, आतंकियों को रोकिए। हमारी सरकार में आतंकी हमला हुआ तो हमले का जिम्मेदार देश दुनिया भर से खुद को बचाने के लिए गुहार लगाता है। भारत के एक्शन ने दुनिया का माइंडसेट बदला। 10 साल पहले दुनिया सोचती थी कि भारत क्लाइमेट एक्शन के संकल्पों में बाधा है, एक रुकावट है, नेगेटिव है। लेकिन आज भारत दुनिया के क्लाइमेट एक्शन के संकल्पों को लीड कर रहा है, अपने टारगेट को समय से पहले हासिल करके दिखा रहा है। आज माइंडसेट बदलने का प्रभाव हम स्पोर्ट्स की दुनिया में भी देख रहे हैं। लोग खिलाड़ियों को कहते थे, खेल तो रहे हो लेकिन कैरियर में क्या करोगे, नौकरी का क्या करोगे। सरकारों ने भी खिलाड़ियों को भगवान भरोसे छोड़ दिया था। ना उनकी ज्यादा आर्थिक मदद होती थी और ना ही स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर ध्यान दिया जाता था। हमारी सरकार ने इस बैरियर को भी हटाया। अब आज एक के बाद एक टूर्नामेंट में हमारे यहाँ मेडल्स की बारिश हो रही है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में सामर्थ्य की कमी नहीं है, संसाधनों की कमी नहीं है। हमारे सामने एक बहुत बड़ा और रियल बैरियर रहा है गरीबी का। गरीबी को स्लोगन से नहीं, सॉल्यूशन से ही लड़ा जा सकता है। गरीबी को नारे से नहीं, नीति और नीयत से ही हराया जा सकता है। हमारे यहाँ पहले की सरकारों की जो सोच रही, उसने देश के गरीब को सामाजिक और आर्थिक रूप से आगे नहीं बढ़ने दिया। मैं मानता हूं गरीब में खुद इतना सामर्थ्य होता है कि वो गरीबी से लड़ सके और उस लड़ाई में जीत सके। हमें उसे सपोर्ट करना होता है, उसे मूलभूत सुविधाएं देनी होती है, उसे एम्पावर करना होता है। इसलिए हमारी सरकार ने इन बाधाओं को तोड़ने के लिए गरीब को एम्पावर करके उस काम को हमने सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता के रूप में लिया। हमने न सिर्फ लोगों का जीवन बदला, बल्कि गरीबों को गरीबी से उबरने में मदद भी की। इसके परिणाम आज देश स्पष्ट देख रहा है। और अभी शोभना जी बता रही थी, सिर्फ 5 वर्षों में 13 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग गरीबी से बाहर आए हैं। यानी हम कह सकते हैं कि 13 करोड़ लोगों ने अपनी गरीबी के बैरियर को तोड़ा और देश के नियो मिडिल क्लास में शामिल हुए हैं। साथियों, भारत के विकास के सामने एक बहुत बड़ा रियल बैरियर रहा है परिवारवाद और भाई भतीजावाद का। वही आदमी आसानी से आगे बढ़ पाता था जो किसी खास परिवार से जुड़ा हो या फिर किसी शक्तिशाली आदमी को जानता हो। देश के सामान्य नागरिक की कहीं कोई पूछ नहीं थी। चाहे खेल हो, विज्ञान हो, राजनीति हो या पद्म सम्मान हो, देश के सामान्य मानवी को लगता था कि अगर वो किसी बड़े परिवार से नहीं जुड़ा है तो उसके लिए सफल होने की संभावना बहुत कम है। लेकिन आपने बीते कुछ सालों में देखा है कि इन सभी क्षेत्रों में देश का सामान्य नागरिक अब एम्पावर्ड और एनकरेज फील करने लगा है। अब उसे इसकी चिंता नहीं होती कि उसे किसी ताकतवर आदमी के यहां चक्कर लगाने होंगे, उसकी सहायता लेनी होगी। यस्टरडेज अनसंग हीरोज आर कंट्रीज हीरोज टुडे। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में वर्षों तक आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी हमारे विकास के रास्ते में एक बड़े और रियल बैरियर के समान रही है। हमने इसका समाधान निकाला है। भारत में दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्डिंग ड्राइव शुरू हुई। आज देश में अभूतपूर्व इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है। मैं आपको कुछ उदाहरण दूंगा जिससे आपको भारत के स्पीड और स्केल का अंदाजा लगेगा। साल 2013-14 में हर दिन 12 किलोमीटर हाईवे बनते थे। मेरा सेवा काल शुरू होने से पहले की बात कर रहा हूं। 22-23 में हमने लगभग प्रतिदिन 30 किलोमीटर हाईवे हर दिन बनाए हैं। 2014 में देश के 5 शहरों में मेट्रो रेल की कनेक्टिविटी थी। 2023 में देश के 20 शहरों में मेट्रो रेल कनेक्टिविटी है। 2014 में देश में करीब 70 ऑपरेशनल एयरपोर्ट्स थे। 2023 में यह संख्या लगभग 150 तक पहुंच गई है, यानी यह आंकड़ा डबल हो गया। 2014 में देश में करीब 380 मेडिकल कॉलेज थे। 2023 में हमारे पास 700 से अधिक मेडिकल कॉलेज है। 2014 में ग्राम पंचायतों तक सिर्फ 350 किलोमीटर ऑप्टिकल फाइबर पहुंचा था, सिर्फ 350 किलोमीटर। 2023 तक हमने करीब 6 लाख किलोमीटर ऑप्टिक फाइबर बिछाकर ग्राम पंचायतों को जोड़ा है। 2014 में 55% गांव भी पीएम ग्राम सड़क योजना से जुड़े थे। हमने 4 लाख किलोमीटर से ज्यादा सड़कें बनाकर यह आंकड़ा 99% तक पहुंचा दिया है। 2014 तक भारत में करीब 20,000 किलोमीटर रेल लाइनों का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन होता था। ध्यान से सुनिए, 70 साल में 20,000 किलोमीटर रेल लाइनों का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन, जबकि हमारी सरकार ने 10 साल में करीब 40,000 किलोमीटर रेल लाइनों का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन किया है। ये आज के भारत की स्पीड है, स्केल है और भारत की सक्सेस का प्रतीक है। साथियों, बीते वर्षों में हमारा देश कुछ परसीव्ड बैरियर्स से भी बाहर निकला है। एक समस्या हमारे यहाँ पॉलिसी मेकर्स, हमारे पॉलिटिकल एक्सपर्ट के दिमाग में भी थी। वो ये मानते थे कि गुड इकोनॉमिक्स, गुड पॉलिटिक्स हो ही नहीं सकती। अनेक सरकारों ने भी इसे ही मान लिया और इसके कारण देश को राजनीतिक और आर्थिक दोनों ही मोर्चों पर मुश्किलें बढ़ने लगी। लेकिन हमने गुड इकोनॉमिक्स और गुड पॉलिटिक्स को एक साथ ला करके दिखाया है। आज सब ये स्वीकार कर रहे हैं कि गुड इकोनॉमिक्स, गुड पॉलिटिक्स भी है। हमारी बेहतर आर्थिक नीतियों ने देश में तरक्की के नए रास्ते खोले हैं। इससे समाज के हर वर्ग का जीवन बदला और इन्हीं लोगों ने हमें इतना बड़ा बहुमत देने के लिए स्थिर सरकार के लिए वोट दिया। चाहे जीएसटी हो, चाहे बैंकिंग क्राइसिस का समाधान हो, चाहे कोविड संकट से निकलने के लिए बनाई गई नीतियां हो, हमने हमेशा उन नीतियों को चुना जो देश को लॉन्ग टर्म सॉल्यूशन दे और सिटीजन्स को लॉन्ग टर्म फायदे की गारंटी दे। साथियों, परसीव्ड बैरियर्स का एक और उदाहरण है महिला आरक्षण बिल। दशकों तक लटकने के बाद ऐसा लगने लगा था कि बिल कभी पास नहीं होगा, लेकिन अब यह बाधा भी हमने पार कर ली है। नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम आज एक सच्चाई है। फ्रेंड, आपसे बात करने शुरुआत में मैंने एक और विषय कहा था, एग्जैजरेटेड बैरियर्स की भी बात की थी। हमारे देश में कुछ बाधाएं, कुछ समस्याएं ऐसी भी रही जिन्हें पहले की सरकारों द्वारा और पंडितों के द्वारा, विवाद करने वाले लोगों के द्वारा अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए ऐसा बड़ा हवा खड़ा कर दिया था, ऐसा बड़ा बना दिया था। उदाहरण के लिए, जब भी कोई आर्टिकल 370 को जम्मू कश्मीर से हटाने की बात करता था तो अनेकों बातें मैदान में आ जाती। एक तरह से मनोवैज्ञानिक दबाव बना दिया था कि अगर ऐसा हुआ तो आसमान जमीन पर आ जाएगा। लेकिन 370 की समाप्ति ने उस पूरे इलाके को समृद्धि और शांति और विकास के नए रास्ते खोल दिए। लाल चौक की तस्वीरें बताती हैं कि कैसे जम्मू कश्मीर का कायाकल्प हो रहा है। आज वहां टेररिज्म का अंत हो रहा है, टूरिज्म लगातार बढ़ रहा है। जम्मू कश्मीर विकास की नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचा है, ये हमारा पहुंचे इसके लिए भी हमारा कमिटमेंट है। साथियों, यहां मौजूद अनेक लोग मीडिया के क्षेत्र से हैं। हम तक ब्रेकिंग न्यूज पहुंचाने वाले मीडिया की प्रासंगिकता बहुत अधिक रही है। समय पर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज देने की परंपरा तो ठीक है, लेकिन ये एनालिसिस भी जरूरी है कि पहले किस तरह की ब्रेकिंग न्यूज होती थी और अब क्या होती है। 2013 से 2023 के बीच भले ही एक दशक का समय बीता हो, लेकिन इस दौरान आए बदलावों में जमीन और आसमान का अंतर है। जिन लोगों ने 2013 में इकोनॉमी को कवर किया है, उन्हें याद होगा कि कैसे रेटिंग एजेंसीज भारत की जीडीपी ग्रोथ फोरकास्ट का डाउनवर्ड रिवीजन करती थी। लेकिन 2023 में बिल्कुल विपरीत हो रहा है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाएं और रेटिंग एजेंसीज अब हमारी ग्रोथ फोरकास्ट का अपवर्ड रिवीजन कर रही है। 2013 में बैंकिंग सेक्टर की सस्ता हालत की न्यूज आती थी, लेकिन अब 2023 में हमारे बैंक अपने बेस्ट एवर प्रॉफिट्स और परफॉर्मेंस को दिखा रहे हैं। 2013 में देश में अगस्ता वेस्टलैंड हेलीकॉप्टर घोटाले की खबरें छाई रहती थी, लेकिन 2023 में अखबार और न्यूज चैनल्स में चलता है कि भारत का डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट अब रिकॉर्ड हाई पर पहुंच गया है। 2013-14 की तुलना में इसमें 20 गुना से ज्यादा की बढ़ोतरी हुई है। रिकॉर्ड स्कैम से रिकॉर्ड एक्सपोर्ट तक हमने एक लंबा रास्ता तय किया है। साथियों, 2013 में आपको ऐसे कई नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल पब्लिकेशन मिल जाएंगे जो हेडलाइन देते थे कि कठिन आर्थिक स्थितियों के कारण मिडिल क्लास के सपने तबाह हो गए हैं। लेकिन साथियों, 2023 में बदलाव कौन कर रहा है? चाहे स्पोर्ट्स हो, स्टार्टअप हो, स्पेस हो या टेक्नोलॉजी हो, देश का मिडिल क्लास हर विकास यात्रा में सबसे आगे खड़ा नजर आता है। बीते कुछ वर्षों में भारत के मिडिल क्लास ने तेजी से प्रगति की है। उनकी इनकम बढ़ी है, उनका आकार बढ़ा है। 2013-14 में करीब 4 करोड़ लोग इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न फाइल करते थे। 2023-24 में यह संख्या डबल हो गई है और 7.5 करोड़ से अधिक लोगों से इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न फाइल किए हैं। टैक्स इंफॉर्मेशन से जुड़ी एक स्टडी बताती है कि 2014 में जो मीन इनकम 4.5 लाख रुपए से भी कम थी, वो 2023 में 13 लाख रुपए तक बढ़ गई है। इसका मतलब है कि भारत में लाखों लोग लोअर इनकम ग्रुप से हायर इनकम ग्रुप की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे याद है, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में ही पिछले दिनों एक लेख छपा था जिसमें इनकम टैक्स डेटा से जुड़े अनेक इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट बताए गए थे। एक बड़ा ही दिलचस्प आंकड़ा सालाना 5.5 लाख रुपए से लेकर 25 लाख रुपए की तनख्वाह पाने वालों का है। साल 2011-12 में इस सैलरी ब्रैकेट में कमाने वालों की टोटल इनकम को जोड़ दें तो ये आंकड़ा था करीब 2.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए। यानी तब भारत में 5.5 लाख से 25 लाख सैलरी पाने वालों की कुल सैलरी जोड़ दे तो वो 2.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी कम थी। 2021 तक ये बढ़कर 14.5 लाख करोड़ हो गई। मतलब इसमें 5 गुना बढ़ोतरी हुई है। इसकी 2 वजह स्पष्ट है। 5.5 लाख से 25 लाख रुपए तक सैलरी पाने वालों की संख्या भी बहुत बड़ी है और इस ब्रैकेट में लोगों की सैलरी में भी काफी वृद्धि हुई है। और मैं आपको फिर याद दिलाऊंगा, ये एनालिसिस सिर्फ सैलरीड इनकम पर आधारित है। अगर इसमें बिजनेस से हुई इनकम, हाउस प्रॉपर्टी से हुई कमाई, दूसरे इन्वेस्टमेंट से हुई कमाई और इसको जोड़ दिया जाए तो आंकड़ा इससे भी ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा। साथियों, भारत में बढ़ता हुआ मिडिल क्लास और कम होती हुई गरीबी, ये दो फैक्टर्स एक बहुत बड़ी इकोनॉमिक साइकिल का आधार बन रहे हैं। जो लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकल रहे हैं, जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास का हिस्सा बन रहे हैं, वो लोग अब देश की कंजम्पशन ग्रोथ गति देने वाली बहुत बड़ी फोर्स के रूप में उभर रहे हैं। इस डिमांड को पूरा करने की जिम्मेदारी हमारा मिडिल क्लास ही उठा रहा है। अगर एक गरीब को नए जूते खरीदने का मन करता है तो मिडिल क्लास की दुकान से खरीदता है, मतलब कि इनकम मिडिल क्लास की बढ़ती है, जीवन गरीब का बदलता है। ये एक बढ़िया साइकिल का समय में से भारत आज गुजर रहा है। यानी देश में कम हो रही गरीबी मिडिल क्लास को भी फायदा पहुंचा रही है। गरीब और मिडिल क्लास के ऐसे ही लोगों की आकांक्षा और इच्छा शक्ति आज देश के विकास को शक्ति दे रही है। इन लोगों की शक्ति ने ही भारत को 10वीं अर्थव्यवस्था से 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना दिया है। और अब यही इच्छा शक्ति हमारे थर्ड टर्म में भारत को दुनिया की टॉप 3 अर्थव्यवस्था में शामिल कराने जा रही है। साथियों, इस अमृतकाल में देश 2047 तक विकसित भारत बनने के लिए काम कर रहा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हर बाधा पार करते हुए हम अपने लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने में सफल होंगे। आज गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति से लेकर दुनिया के सबसे अमीर इन्वेस्टर्स तक ये मानने लगे हैं कि ये भारत का वक्त है। दिस इज भारत टाइम। हर भारतीय का आत्मविश्वास ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। इसके बल पर हम किसी भी बैरियर उसके पार जा सकते हैं। और मुझे विश्वास है कि 2047 में, यहां से कौन कितने होंगे मुझे मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन मैं विश्वास से कहता हूं 2047 में जब हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स लीडरशिप समिट होगी तो उसकी थीम होगी डेवलप्ड नेशन व्हाट नेक्स्ट। एक बार फिर इस समिट के लिए आप सभी को मेरी ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, sir, for being with us and sharing your invaluable thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain in your places until the Prime Minister has left the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 5 days, we've had the best minds, leaders in public affairs, renowned politicians, newsmakers, sporting icons, and actors discuss and deliberate on several important global matters.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and the more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group. Big in your life.
Evolve is the core of positive change and adaptation. Evolve is the soul of the universe and is deeply connected to us and the actions around us. There will be one thing that will last forever: evolution. Be a part of the business evolution of India. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar, and be a part of the global culture. We keep our accomplishments fresh and we keep innovating this space. We are driven by the Government of India's vision to drive growth for India. We had a dream to bring the best of the world to India. And we had the vision to create a majestic, holistic and exclusive reality. Be a part of one of India's largest commercial space revolutions. WTC, World Trade Center, Delhi, at Nauroji Nagar. The World Trade Center offers exceptional connectivity to all parts of the city. It is closely connected to places like Lutyens, Delhi, and its proximity to the airport makes it even more appealing. A luxurious, upscale and 12 towers offering the most technologically advanced office space and modern features in the city. Meticulously planned and crafted 12 towers. A landmark project with a massive land span of over 34 lakh square feet area, infused with all the modern amenities with intelligent designs, green spaces and high-end facilities. Built with a vision, planned for a greener today and tomorrow. Dedicated spaces for cultural activities, F&B courts, boardrooms, health centers, multi-layered securities and modern parking facilities, to name a few. With 24-hour security, state-of-the-art facilities and an impressive list of features for your business, there would be parking space for 8,000 cars. Our commercial office spaces will meet your needs to grow and expand. The spacious floor plans offers a unique, individualized workspace and ample natural light throughout the workday. All our locations in WTC will include state-of-the-art healthcare services, fitness centers, so you can get the most out of your workspace. A reality shaping, rising, shining and standing tall. The dream place for businesses and hospitality. A reflection of supremacy. A hub for businesses to flourish and thrive. Live the dream. Lead the way. Showcase, collaborate and succeed. Be a part of the business evolution. Be a part of global trade revolutions. Many big corporates have already marked their presence at WTC Delhi. Bookings are open. Book your space now.
It
It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. The dreams that are powered with new ideas, will, and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches, and high-speed locomotives.
जन औषधि केंद्रों पर मिलने वाली दवाओं की कीमत बाजार में जो दवाएं मिलती हैं उसी क्वालिटी की, लेकिन जन औषधि केंद्र में 50% से 90% तक उसकी कीमत कम होती है।
भारतीय जन औषधि परियोजना के अंतर्गत अब तक देश भर में हजारों जन औषधि केंद्र खोले जा चुके हैं, जहां पर 1800 से अधिक दवाइयां और 285 सर्जिकल उपकरण बहुत ही कम कीमतों पर उपलब्ध हैं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए जन औषधि सुगम मोबाइल ऐप को डाउनलोड करें या टोल फ्री नंबर 1800-180-8080 पर कॉल करें।
जोड़ना है तुझे ऊंचा, परों को खोल के रख, कसौटी वक्त की है, हौसलों को तोल के रख।
ऊंची है दीवारें, लंबी है डगर, ना है हम राही, ना है हम सफर।
खरगोन हमारे R&R प्लान में लोग हर साल जो आसपास की ग्रामीण महिलाएं हैं उनको टेलरिंग का क्लास कराते हैं। जो स्कूल बैग्स भी हम लोग हर साल बांटते थे, 850-900 के लगभग स्कूल बैग्स भी बांटते थे, वो बैग्स भी हमने इनसे स्टिच कराए।
सक्षम बनना चाहते थे, हम हमारे पैरों पे खड़ा होना चाहते थे। तो हमने एक बार मीटिंग की, मीटिंग में बोला कि सर हम इतना कार्य सीखे हैं तो हमको दुकान खुलवा के दो, तो दुकान खुलवा के दिया।
हमको यहाँ दुकान मिलने के बाद हमने सोचा कि हम यहाँ जो भी कार्य करते हैं, जो भी चीज़ें बनाते हैं, उन चीज़ों पर हमारे काम का नाम क्या है, और हमने
सोचा कि हम हमारे ब्रांड का नाम रक्षा करें।
सब इसलिए रखा कि हम आगे बढ़े और हमें देश के महिला और लड़कियां भी आगे बढ़े।
अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है, कमर कसनी अभी बाकी है, मुट्ठी भींचना है। अभी आगाज है तेरा, बहुत कुछ सीखना है।
हमने फिर इनको अपना एक जो हमारा गर्ल एम्पावरमेंट मिशन का एक प्रोग्राम होता है, उसमें कि उसके जो बालिकाएं थीं उनका ड्रेस भी हमने इन्हीं से स्टिच कराया, और वो प्रोग्राम में वो ड्रेसेस बहुत सक्सेसफुल थी, लोगों ने उनको बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया। नेक्स्ट लेवल पे हम ये प्लान कर रहे हैं कि इनको हम जो इंडस्ट्रियल स्टिचिंग मशीनें होती हैं वो हम इनको ला के देंगे। इन्हीं जो हमने इन बच्चों को जो ट्रेन किया है, दे विल बिकम, हमारा ये एक तरीके से एम्बेसडर का काम करेंगे। और हमारा टीपीसी का जो विज़न है कि हम पावर जनरेशन के साथ साथ हम आसपास के लोगों का भी केयर करते हैं, इसमें भी हम सफल हो पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
इतिहास लिखने के लिए कलम की नहीं, हौसलों की जरूरत होती है।
थैंक यू एनटीपीसी खरगोन।
Memories of these places concealed until the walls come down, releasing every
Parker. Timeless elegance.
Get on that plane, put on your sunglasses. Let's see what the world got to show. Ditch that 9 to 5 for a while now. Look how happy and wide you smile now when your hair feels the wind blow. Let's be